I am the fated villain. Chapter 960 to Chapter 997. Waves of kismet rose from the various universes like rivers flowing into the sea, causing an incredibly shocking change to happen to the entire Daochang true world. The ones who could sense it the most directly were the peerless figures from the various races and Dao orthodoxies. Although they didn't know exactly what that meant, they were unable to determine what that meant. However, if one looked at it from a certain perspective, the greater the kismet in the Daochang true world, the greater the benefits to them. Dao realm existences like Abyss and Wine Sword Immortal could understand all of this more directly. Their levels of cultivation had long since reached a point where it was difficult for them to improve. However, the surging kismet in the world had caused the bottleneck in their realms to show signs of loosening. This caused them to be pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, they became increasingly sentimental. Compared to other people, their kismet was definitely not lower. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach their current state. Kismet and one's strength were closely related. This was also a form of complementing each other. The greater the kismet in the Daochang true world, the stronger they would become. At that moment, even if they wanted to truly give up on this true world, it was impossible for them to do so. During this period of time, the fates of many places had also become chaotic and changed due to the serendipity Xianxia had casually tossed in. Some of the great divine abilities tried to figure out the reason behind it and used secret arts to make deductions, but they could only see astonishing kismet continuously rising in various universes and regions. Some of them were covered in thick kismet. Even though their current levels of cultivation had not changed much, their future achievements would definitely not be low. These people with great kismet popped up like bamboo shoots after the rain. They were endless, and in their eyes, this was the sign of a dazzling golden age that would surpass all eternity. This sort of scene played out in various places over the years. After Xianxia had tossed in the great rain of kismet, he did not interfere again, allowing these people with great kismet to grow. At that moment, he upheld the ideals of the Tao of Heaven. He praised all living beings but did not ask for anything in return. Even though these people with great kismet would bring him some unexpected surprises in the future, to Xianxia, this sort of time was too long. Even if those people wanted to grow up, they would still need time, and there were only a few years left before the hunters from beyond Daochang true world would descend. The dark waves continued to surge from the boundary dike, like waves after waves of shocking waves, blotting out the sky and casting endless shadows. Many peerless figures could feel the oppressive atmosphere. They placed all their hopes on the unpredictable Xianxia. And during this period of time, Xianxia was also in seclusion. With the help of the willpower of all living beings, his cultivation level rose very quickly, already rising from half-immortal king to immortal king realm. It had only been a few months, but this good fortune had made the peerless figures of the various races shocked, excited, and exhilarated. In their eyes, Xianxia, as the current Taoist of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, shouldered a heavy responsibility and carried many hopes. Under such circumstances, the fact that his cultivation had improved so much was indeed in accordance with the saying, "Rise from the tribulation." Xianxia himself did not disappoint in the slightest under the gazes of all parties. While he cultivated diligently, he also fought against the veteran immortal kings of the various races to hone his skills, making his Taoist arts even more refined and stable. In the eyes of all living beings, the speed of his cultivation was no longer just terrifying. It could only be described as inconceivable. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely not have believed that there was someone in the world who could break through in such a manner. In comparison, their cultivation over the years was slower than that of ants. There was no comparison. However, when they thought about it from another perspective, Xianxia was a variable that the ancestor of the Gu family, Xianxia, and the others had personally acknowledged. It was normal for him to have such an almost heaven-defying potential. Quite a number of peerless figures even thought that the many people with great kismet who had appeared during this period of time might have some influence on Xianxia and compete with him in the future. But when they thought about it, they still felt that those people with great kismet were far from enough in front of Xianxia. Kismet was an elusive thing. Even they could not truly understand it as of now. During this period of time, Xianxia had been paying attention to the changes in the kismet of the Daochang true world, and he was quite satisfied with the results. Wang Zijin had come to him and mentioned Xianxia in passing, but Xianxia told her not to worry, that he had a plan a long time ago. As for the words that the two immortal kings of the Wang family had asked Wang Zijin to pass to him, he had already known about it a long time ago. Chen thought that he could cover up everything without leaving any traces behind. However, he did not expect that several years ago, when he and Wang Zijin met Wang Wushang outside the Mortal Ancestors Hall, Gu Changge had already taken note of it. However, at that time, he did not pay too much attention to it, thinking that perhaps it was just a small person with great kismet. After all, Wang Zijin's own luck was also very astonishing. Those who were related to her would more or less have some kismet. Then, some unknown variables appeared, causing Gu Changge to begin paying attention to them. When Wang Wushang was going through his quasi-immortal king tribulation, he had already deduced many of the causes and processes of the matter, which was why he had taken advantage of the situation. In the vast universe, some true worlds would more or less give birth to strange innate talents during the process of their evolution. That was why in the beginning, it was not surprising that those with higher levels of cultivation than Wang Wushang would not notice anything unusual. Wang Wushang had a great amount of kismet on his own, so it was not easy to deduce his future. The ancestors of the Abyss and Gu family did not deduce the origins of Wang Wushang, but in truth, Gu Changge had secretly taken action. Perhaps Wang Wushang himself did not know about it, or perhaps he thought that it was the will of the heavens in the unseen world. However, if one thought about it this way, it made sense. To the current Daochang true world, Gu Changge's thoughts were the will of the heavens. He was protecting Wang Wushang, so it was naturally impossible for other people to notice anything unusual about him. Even the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Wuwang, who had already gone through 3 heavenly blight tribulations, could not do this. Wang Zijin was not surprised by Gu Changge's answer. She even smiled meaningfully, thinking that her guess was correct. Could there really be someone in the world who could hide from Gu Changge? However, she did not have a good impression of Wang Wushang. Instead, she felt a little cold and disgusted. As for what would happen to him, she did not ask too much. She did not ask Gu Changge for the sake of the Wang family. Instead, she was a little worried. What if Gu Changge really did not notice it? After Wang Zijin left, Gu Changge was surprised to see Xianxia. Gu Xian'er's sister also came to find him to ask about her sister. In truth, many of the members of the Gu family also wanted to know about Gu Xian'er's current whereabouts. Her biological parents were very worried. They had gone to Peach Village to ask, but now even Taoyao had disappeared. The rest of the villagers naturally did not know about Gu Xian'er's whereabouts and traces. As for Gu Xian'er's parents, because of what had happened back then, there was some estrangement between them and Gu Changge. Even though Gu Xian'er often whispered in their ears and said a lot of good things about Gu Changge, it did not have any effect. They thought that Gu Changge was very resourceful and might know something about Gu Xian'er's whereabouts. That was why they asked Xianxia to come and find out more information. Cousin, Xianxia looked to be in her 20s. She wore a simple plain long dress without any makeup. Her hair was like the clouds, and she was delicate and beautiful. Her facial features were exquisite, and she was very similar to Gu Xian'er. She stood in front of Gu Changge, clenching her fists. She was somewhat reserved and did not know how to address him. She could only follow her sister's example and call him cousin. After all, in terms of bloodline, she and Gu Xian'er could be considered to be of the same origin. Back in the Tianlan realm, she did not have much interaction with Gu Changge. They had only exchanged a few words. Now, Gu Changge's status was even more incomparable to that of the past. Even her mysterious master was respectful in front of Gu Changge. Xian'er, you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Be more natural. You should learn this from your sister. She will not be like you. Gu Changge sat on a stone bench. Next to him was a boiling teapot, which was steaming hot. He gently opened the lid of the teapot and casually threw some tea leaves inside. He looked at the woman in front of him and said with a smile. This was a very simple and elegant courtyard. It was simple and unadorned. Even the decorations around it were very simple. Perhaps it was Gu Changge's gentle expression and casual tone that made Xianxia feel less nervous. Yes. Yes, cousin. She answered obediently, but still could not be as natural as Gu Changge said. Gu Changge did not mind. He could guess the purpose of Xianxia's visit. He casually asked her to find a stone bench and sit down. "You want to ask about your sister's whereabouts, right?" he asked casually as he boiled the tea. His tone was as if he was talking about daily life with an acquaintance. "Yes, my sister disappeared for a long time. Mother and father are very worried. They don't know where my sister is now, whether she is safe, whether she is trapped somewhere, so they want me to ask you if you know these things. If you know, they will feel more at ease." Xianxia lowered her eyes. She did not want to look at Xianxia. She could only answer as such. In fact, it was not only her parents. Even her master, Ming, was very concerned about her sister's whereabouts. He had even tried to deduce her sister's whereabouts with the help of some things. But there was no result. He found nothing. This made her master, Ming, sigh helplessly. Xianxia could also see that the reason why she was accepted as a disciple by Ming was probably because of her sister, Xianxia. Back then, Ming had said that she looked very similar to an adult. At that time, Xianxia did not know who the adult Ming was talking about was. But later on, she thought about it. She looked very similar to her sister, Xianxia. The adult that her master, Ming, was talking about should be her sister, Xianxia. Xianxia did not know what kind of feeling she had at that time. She only felt complicated and bitter. She had always regarded surpassing her sister as her goal. But now, she had become her sister's substitute. If it were not for her sister, she would not have been valued by someone like Ming and taken in as a disciple. It was also impossible for her to have such cultivation strength at such a young age. It was also impossible for her to get in touch with Xianxia and call him cousin. "You don't have to worry about your sister. When the time is right, she will come back safe and sound. Right now, she is not in any danger." When Xianxia heard this, he raised his eyes and cast a glance at Xianxia. He could guess the complicated feelings in her heart. But he did not say much. This was human nature. If one was not a saint, who could be truly selfless? "It's good that my sister is not in danger." After getting Xianxia's affirmative answer, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. She might be envious of her sister, but she did not want anything to happen to her. Blood was thicker than water. Besides, she was not that kind of person. Xianxia nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He focused on brewing his tea. In truth, he had not deliberately tried to deduce Xianxia's whereabouts. But since she was once an heir of the true mountain and sea world and had the big red bird by her side, she was born with the destiny and disaster of that time. Even if she was reincarnated several times, it was impossible for her to have an accident because of some small trials. Once this kind of person appeared, she would definitely grow to the point where she could truly face the disaster and disaster. When Xianxia saw this, she wanted to bid farewell and leave. But Xianxia asked her to stay and drink his tea before she left. Since she was Xianxia's sister, then he would give her some serendipity while he was at it. Once Xianxia drank the tea, she immediately noticed the abnormality. Her beautiful eyes widened. Her expression was somewhat similar to Xianxia's dazed expression. "Cousin, this is," she realized that the tea she drank in Xianxia's place could not be something that was bought by her. Xianxia only smiled and did not explain anything. He told her to go back and refine it properly. This cup of tea was comparable to the endless serendipity of those with great destiny. Xianxia understood this. Gratitude appeared in her eyes. She stood up and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Once Xianxia left, Xianxia stood up and left the courtyard. The mountain he was on now was not very grand. It was just one of the thousands of mountain ranges. However, if Chan Hongyi and Taoyao were here, they would find that it was very similar to the demon mountain Xianxia had stayed in. It's about time. I should prepare a second big gift for that guy. Xianxia looked at the rolling clouds of the true mountain and sea world and shook his head slightly. Xianxia planned to prepare a second gift for Xianxia. This gift was enough for her to survive the calamities in the future. Even if she died in a calamity, her true soul would not be destroyed if she encountered something terrifying that she couldn't deal with. This could be considered as making up for what Xianxia owed her for so long. After leaving the mountain, Xianxia returned to the current base of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. This was the former site of the Immortal Palace. The remaining members of the Immortal Palace had spent a huge amount of money to rebuild it as the headquarters of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. Presently, the experts of the various clans and orthodoxies were gathered here. The various islands were boundlessly vast, and they were spread out like stars in the sky. The rising karmic luck continued to drift over, gathering and interweaving in the depths of the sky. Even the ancient universes were as insignificant as dust before this place. There was a great distance between each continent. Even a true immortal couldn't cross it in their lifetime. They needed to use great power to guide them. This was the result of many peerless figures working together during this time. They rebuilt the land of their clans and used their great power to build all kinds of buildings and pavilions. Some cultivators who were good at ancient formations carved formations here to connect to the heavens and attract endless power. This was also to increase the possibility of protection and resistance when the calamity descended in the future. After returning, Guchanga ordered people to find some rare materials for him. The Heaven-Slaying Alliance currently had a total of 108 islands. Each island was formed by many universes and contained many creations. Many orthodoxies had spent countless years accumulating their resources on this book. Thus, after Guchanga gave the order, many people went to find the materials according to his request. Then, on the island in the middle, Guchanga started to refine weapons. He used the wishes of the people as the source of the flames to gather the power of the stars in the sky and turned them into a furnace of heaven and earth. He threw all kinds of rare materials inside. Many peerless characters turned their gazes over. Normally, Guchanga was elusive, and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Now that they finally saw him, he was actually planning to refine something. Even figures like Ming and the ancestor of the Gu family were curious. They wanted to know what Guchanga was going to refine at his current level. Fiery light rushed into the heavens, raging flames rising. This place was incomparably resplendent, heaven-opening sounds filling the air, shaking up immortal domain and the higher realms. Lord Alliance Leader, is 390 going to forge a real Dao artifact? I heard that above the Immortal Emperor weapons, there are Dao weapons that are related to the origin Dao. Those are items that surpass the innate Dao and have reached an inconceivable level. It's not something we can imagine. There's also another saying that you have to be extremely careful when creating that sort of Dao artifact, because you can easily exhaust a true world's Dao presence and destiny. In the surrounding universes, many cultivators were shocked and curious. A few exceptional figures couldn't help but make their guesses, associating it to some of the records they had heard before. Even the ancestor of the Gu family appeared in the distance, looking over, also extremely shocked. Guchanga used many materials, to the extent where there were even some half-immortal emperor weapons that had been ruined in the past great battle. These half-immortal emperor weapon materials were extremely rare, originally having a chance of increasing along with the owner's strength. However, they were shattered in the great battle, the deities perishing. Among the many materials, Ming even found a complete world stone and primal chaos source gold for him. As for void immortal gold, dark immortal gold, 5 elements immortal gold, 9-colored immortal gold, radiant immortal gold, there were even more too many to count. Every single piece of immortal gold could be used to refine a half-immortal emperor-level magical artifact. Only a small piece could be found in an entire cosmos. After preparing these things, Guchanga began to refine the artifact. Light rushed into the heavens, great Dao rumbling. Boom, chaotic energy surged in this place, world force pervading the air, the scene terrifying. A giant piece of world stone was refined into liquid by him, the aura extremely heavy and boundless. This liquid continuously rose and fell, releasing boundless purple energy within the great Dao flames. The innate imprint within revived, devouring this world stone liquid. Guchanga then refined darkness immortal gold, 5 elements immortal gold, radiant immortal gold, 7-colored immortal gold, and others. Then, he carved top-level great Dao symbols, turning into spiderweb-like divine chains of order. Then, all of the materials turned into liquid, flowing past, making the radiance even more resplendent. Guchanga began to nourish it with the great Dao flames, refining the magical artifacts he had previously collected again, for example, the yin-yang diagram, Heaven Palm 7 artifacts, and others, refining them for several years. Radiance rushed into the heavens here, irregular scenes appearing one after another. Countless gods and devils roared, carrying terrifying auras, simply as if they were going to destroy the world. Towards the end, even that region became completely indistinct. There was a profound and boundless power of the cosmos. Using all types of source immortal objects as the source, refining a basin of sand, when Gu family's ancestor saw the scene clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, incredibly shocked. He thought that Xianxia might refine an unmatched Tao artifact. However, he didn't expect that after refining these divine objects, he would actually refine them into a basin of sand. Even though it was sparkling and translucent, suffused with 9 colors, flowing with boundless mysterious mysteries, it was indeed sand, not some kind of weapon. No, could this be source substance? The pure substance involved in the source? Gu family's ancestor couldn't hide the shock on his face. His horizons were extremely broad, understanding many ancient texts, knowing many mysterious substances in this world. Only, he wasn't sure if this was it or not, because he had never truly seen it before. The flowing brilliance was a substance that seemed to possess life. It could create everything, and it could also destroy everything. It was filled with an unknown level of power. However, it was extremely rare, only a small handful, flowing quietly like a river of stars, shining with magnificent radiance, hazy and vast. They were like world crystals, containing the most ancient true intent. This was a feeling even purer than Tao. He could even sense a type of essence that transcended source from within. What is he planning to use this substance to nurture? In his shock, Gu family's ancestor vaguely guessed Xianxia's goal. The next moment, crystal and 9-colored sand appeared. Each grain shone with a chaotic halo, and within it was a small seedling with the thickness of a thumb. Some primordial violet aura surrounded it as it grew out of the soil. It has the phenomenon of primordial chaos, the root of the world tree, and the wondrous sound of the world. Let's call it the primordial root. Xianxia looked at this scene and named the small seedling. He was using the roots of the epic tree to nurture it. Primordial root? Gu family's ancestor was shocked. He might not have truly come into contact with it, but he could sense the shocking serendipity contained within. Its value might be difficult to estimate. The serendipity that had appeared in Daochang True World right then didn't even have the right to be compared to the primordial root. Even Gu family's ancestor couldn't help but be tempted at that moment. He could see balls of kismet descending from the sky and injecting themselves into the small seedling. The birth of such a serendipity was bound to be baptized by lightning disaster. However, in the depths of the world, there was a clear sky, and many auspicious scenes appeared to bestow blessings. The others didn't have the same eyesight as Gu family's ancestor. That was why they didn't see what Xianxia was condensing, but they could sense the shocking serendipity. However, while they were shocked, they knew their own limits. They knew that this was not something they could covet. The next day, Xianxia, who was cultivating, was suddenly summoned by Xianxia. Xianxia gave him the primordial root and the 9-colored sand, which he had spent a lot of time to condense, for him to nurture. He also said that in the future, this thing could grow into a primordial chaos sacred tree that could bear all things in the world and destroy the universe. Nothing could stop it. Xianxia was naturally shocked. He didn't expect that such a supreme serendipity would fall on his head. However, Xianxia also left him a test, saying that anyone could snatch this thing. The divine item belonged to the fated. If he couldn't keep it, he couldn't blame others for taking it away. Since you are the Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, I think you should have the ability. Don't make me feel that I was wrong. Xianxia had his back to Xianxia and said casually, giving him the primordial root. This test shocked Xianxia, but at the same time, he was also enlightened. Some of his worries and doubts were completely dispelled. He immediately promised Xianxia that he would do his best to protect this thing and nurture it carefully. Alliance leader, don't worry. I won't let you down. Xianxia said solemnly and bowed respectfully. He wasn't stupid. Although he guessed that this was one of Xianxia's tests, he couldn't help but wonder if there was anything strange about the primordial root. Therefore, he planned to carefully investigate it after leaving. After Xianxia left, Xianxia also asked someone to spread the news that the primordial root contained the essence of the Tao realm. One could enter the Tao realm after obtaining it. The news shocked everyone. Even the wine-sort immortal, who was half a step into the Tao realm, couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't understand Guchunga's intention. Why did he give the divine item to Wang Wusheng and then spread the news? Could this be a test for him? If he can't protect this thing, it can only be taken away by others? When he thought of this, even his mind became active. Even someone like the wine-sort immortal thought so and was tempted, let alone the other ancient cultivators. Since they guessed that this was Guchunga's test for Enai Chen, it wouldn't be a problem as long as it didn't threaten Enai Chen's life. Guchunga couldn't possibly slap his own face after this, right? The growth of the primordial root couldn't be separated from the nourishment of great karmic luck. Guchunga was now free from all living beings. While he could seize karmic luck at will, it would inevitably disrupt the trajectory of fate he had set, affecting the prosperity of the entire Daocheng true world. Therefore, from the perspective of the Tao of Heaven, he would let Enai Chen nurture it for the time being and maximize the use of trash. Because of this, Enai Chen's temporary cultivation plan was disrupted. However, once he investigated the mysteries of the primordial root and the nine-colored sand, he was even more unwilling to give it up. However, it was very difficult to refine. With his current strength, it was basically impossible. Fortunately, during the process of nurturing it, it could be used to nourish his cultivation. Even if it was used as an enchanted artifact, its power was endless. This made Enai Chen even more surprised. Guchunga gave him great gifts time and time again, so he didn't know how to thank him. Of course, he also ran into a lot of trouble during this period. Many people had their eyes on the primordial root. If he wanted to protect it, he had to spend a lot of effort. Guchunga stood on the mountain and raised his hand slightly. Ripples appeared before his eyes, and then a door cracked open. He stepped in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in a boundless and deep void. It was chaos all around him. He couldn't tell north from south, east from west, and there was no concept of anything. It was as if he was in a muddle-headed land. In this place, he couldn't sense the passage of time or space. There were no Tao laws or rules. It was a truly lawless land with no restraints. In the huge Daocheng true world, Guchunga had only found this one world. It could be said that it contained a lot of mysteries and involved the secret of the Daocheng true world's birth. If he truly traced the origin of this place, it would definitely be even more ancient than the Daocheng true world. Rumble, after Guchunga descended in this world, he started to condense it. A vast amount of magic power surged out like a wave that covered the sky and earth, completely enveloping the place. Then, an endless amount of divine light rushed into the sky like a divine flame that would never be extinguished. It burned every inch of space in this place. There was no concept of time or space in this place. Even the traces of Tao arts could not be found here. Even Tao realm ancient cultivators like the Abyss did not dare to recklessly step into this place. However, Guchunga did not care about this. He only considered the many changes that would occur during the process. This process lasted for a long time until the entire space was refined into Guchunga's palm, turning into a world within it. However, the world within his palm was only in its embryonic form. Guchunga continued to condense it. With the essence in this place as the fuel, he continued burning and condensing it, slowly turning it from the size of a fist to the size of a seed. It's not easy to create a true world seed. Even for someone with great luck, it will take a very long time to reach the Tao realm step by step. Moreover, it is not certain that they will be able to reach this step. If the Daocheng true world wants to rise to power in the shortest amount of time, it will definitely need a turning point. It's a pity that such a huge true world can only condense this little bit. Guchunga frowned slightly as he stared at the speck of light. At that moment, the seed floated up and down in his palm. All sorts of mysterious scenes appeared, surpassing the eternity of time and space. However, in his eyes, it was only in its embryonic form. It was not a true world seed. There was no one in the world who had ever seen a true world seed. This was because a true world's origins were incredibly mysterious and unfathomable. It was only born by chance after billions of collisions in the chaos. It was impossible for them to have the means to create a true world. After all, as long as a true world existed, it could create all sorts of things in the universe and form its own vast universe that extended into many worlds. This was not a simple true world seed. Gu Chang'e had only condensed the embryonic form of a true world seed. He was still very far away from truly creating a true world. In this space, he divided the seed into several parts. Once he left, they turned into wisps of light and fell into the bodies of Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Yin Mei, and the other people he was familiar with. This could be considered the great serendipity Gu Chang'e left for them in the end. To put it bluntly, this seed was the guarantee for them to safely step into Tao realm in the future. This process might be very long, and they might even have to go through many cycles of reincarnation and accumulate it over an endless amount of time. However, Gu Chang'e had already laid down a good foundation for them. Gu Chang'e stood in the boundless space and watched as the light scattered into the women's bodies like rain. Yu Mingkong was still in isolation and immersed in her cultivation. She was surrounded by an ethereal scene and did not notice anything. Jiang Chuchu seemed to have sensed something and cast a glance in the direction of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. In the current era, everyone was seizing the time to train, and they were naturally no exception. They were originally people with great fortune and great serendipity. They had a close connection with Gu Chang'e, and their kismet was also surging along with the Daochang true world. In terms of cultivation speed, they had already left many people behind. The only thing they lacked was time. Gu Chang'e watched this scene before slowly closing his eyes. His vast will slowly spread out. In an instant, it shot through hundreds of millions of voids and enveloped the endless ancient worlds, including the entire Daochang true world. Looks like she's no longer in the Daochang true world? Gu Chang'e tried to find a person's presence. However, when he swept out with his divine sense and searched through every inch of the universe, he did not find any traces of the girl. He had deliberately searched for his successor, a man, the young berserker who had come from the untamed world. Gu Chang'e had deliberately left a wisp of his will in her body so that he could use it in the future. However, it was almost as he had expected. A man was no longer in the Daochang true world. She had been taken to another world. Once he saw the change in A Man's fate, Gu Chang'e had guessed her origins, but he did not tell her about it at that time. He planned to wait and see. A Man was not a living being from the Daochang true world. She came from beyond the vast expanse. However, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she was more like a pitiful person who had been manipulated. She lived in illusions and lies. The elder she revered was just a guardian by her side, and he made her repeat the same mistakes again and again. Her father, who treated her like his own daughter, was just a puppet controlled by the god of berserkers. The god of berserkers, who she truly believed in, was actually someone else's chess piece and servant. His goal was to make her forget her past and her past in one life after another, so that she could truly awaken her demonic heart. Of course, Gu Chang'e knew that this could be some kind of trial for Amon. Once she saw through the lies and illusions, that would be the day she would break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. However, such a thing was too cruel for her. So much so that when Gu Chang'e saw her destiny clearly, when he saw that she would become a female devil who would bring calamity to the heavens in the future, he became very interested. At that time, Daochang True World's kismet was far from enough to support the growth and birth of a person with such a fate. Therefore, Gu Chang'e did not think of keeping her by his side. Instead, he allowed her to grow on her own. She had to rely on herself to tear apart the lies and illusions and face the bloody truth. On the other hand, he also wanted to use A Man as a bait to lure out the person behind the scenes who had let her live in Daochang True World. It seems that she has torn apart the illusion and shattered the lie that she has been living in. Gu Chang'e did not pay too much attention to this matter. At that time, when he was searching for a suitable seedling, he had only wanted to give it a try. As for how much Amon would grow in the future, that would depend on her own serendipity. He had only appeared at the right time and solved some problems for her. That was all. Gu Chang'e had searched Daochang True World just now because he wanted to confirm something before he left. Looks like many eons ago, there were people from the other True Worlds who noticed the location of Daochang True World. The person behind A Man must have extraordinary skills to be able to set up all these things without anyone noticing. His gaze was rather profound. Once he returned to Heaven Crusher Alliance, Gu Chang'e left behind a will before he left for the vast expanse. He did not intend to continue staying in the vast expanse and wait for the group of hunters to descend. With his strength, he did not need to rely on any external objects to move through the vast expanse. However, he also needed some time to see the coordinates of the vast expanse. He had never been a great Samaritan who saved those in need, and he had never considered truly saving the world. Simply put, what did all the lives in the world have to do with him? If Xianxia had not considered the various plans he had for the future, he would not have thought so much about changing the name of Daocheng True World and establishing the concept of Tao of Heaven. As long as he wanted to, there would be no one in the world who could threaten the people he wanted to protect. Right then, as long as Daocheng True World was not affected by the other true worlds, it would only become more prosperous and powerful, based on how thick its kismet was. The group of so-called hunters might be a disaster that the people of Daocheng True World could not hope to fight against. However, in Xianxia's eyes, they were insignificant insects that he could crush with a wave of his hand. He had never truly paid attention to the group of hunters. He had only said a little more to make all the races panic at the right time. The wool he left behind was enough to intimidate them into not daring to approach. Right then, he had to consider how to make Heaven Crusher Alliance's existence spread throughout the entire vast expanse so that it would continue to prosper and become stronger. And this would not only require the support of a true world's foundation of power. Xianxia planned to search for the other true worlds and either occupy them or refine them and annex them so that they would become Heaven Crusher Alliance's vassals. However, this action would affect his current reputation and make people think that he was different from the hunters outside the vast expanse. Once again, he would make all lives fear him, panic, and live in fear. However, Xianxia did not care. After all, in many people's eyes, he was the unpredictable and temperamental demon lord. When faced with the woman he once loved, he could be ruthless and kill her. He could banish his disciples to the endless expanse of time and space, banish them to the ancient past. What other insane things could he not do? Xianxia had already made arrangements for many of the matters in Daocheng True World. He left many of the matters of Heaven Crusher Alliance to the Gu family's ancestor. Gu Wuwang might not be clear about some of the matters, but in Xianxia's eyes, everyone in the Gu family could be used. They could be considered his early chess pieces. There was also the matter of the so-called Tao child, Xianxia. Everything was within Xianxia's control and calculations. He was not worried that Xianxia would stir up any trouble. Before leaving Daocheng True World, Wang Zijing came to him once more. Even she was planning to enter seclusion to cultivate. In order to relieve the pain of lovesickness, she did not care about the various details. If she missed him, she would come to him. After Wang Zijing entered seclusion, there were only a few people Xianxia was familiar with in Daocheng True World. Even Lin Qiuhan, who he had brought from the lower world, was bitterly cultivating the Tao of pills. She had been in seclusion for many years. However, before he left, Xianxia still made a trip to Qingshan village. By then, even the Gu family's ancestor and the others did not know that his true body was no longer in this true world. After Xianxia left the celestial region, he took a step forward. The long river of time flowed under his feet. It was as if time was alternating and the universe was being destroyed. In just an instant, he arrived at the edge of the many broken universes and crossed over the vast battlefield. The place was now dark. Thousands of threads of chaos interweaved to form a large sea of chaos. Countless star remains were scattered and floating in it. The broken worlds were vast and boundless, dried up and cold. They no longer contained any life force. Forget about life force, not even a living being could be seen. Even the world had been destroyed. Terrifying holes appeared there, and all sorts of divine light surged into the sky. There were also corpses floating. The weakest aura was that of a true immortal. Besides that, there were also quite a number of immortal king corpses. They were already in tatters and contained a thick aura of destruction. They had been killed by terrifying living beings when they were alive. This was just a broken ancient battlefield. No one knew from which epoch or which region it had been blasted out of the chaos and exposed to the outside world. Some of the strange living beings living in the vast universe were eating the corpses of the immortal kings. There were living beings that looked like crows, as well as ferocious creatures that looked like vultures and hunting dogs. They did not have much intelligence and only relied on their instincts to search for food in the vast universe. However, the fact that they could easily tear apart the corpses of immortal kings showed how terrifying their strength was. Even immortal kings at their peak could only carefully avoid such strange living beings when they faced them. They did not dare to provoke them. Xianxia stood on top of the boundary dike. In front of her, she could see one dark wave after another. It was like a boundless area. The fog that flooded over swallowed the end of the world. An inexplicable oppressive aura enveloped the sky above the world, causing people to be unable to breathe. However, in Xianxia's eyes, he could see the kismet continuously rising from the Daochang true world. It was like a bright and dazzling lamp in the dark night, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. He pondered over it for a moment, then ignored the living beings who tore apart the corpses of immortal kings in the ancient battlefield. Then, he took a step forward and left the place, arriving above the vast universe. Under the suppression of his power, the surging waves and the boundless power of the circulation of the world gradually subsided and became tranquil. Ancient great worlds bobbed up and down as they revolved, releasing rumbling noises. In Xianxia's perception, these worlds were already devoid of life, only deathly stillness and coldness. The vast expanse gave birth to many ancient life worlds. However, there were only a handful of worlds that had the right to be promoted to true worlds in the end. Throughout the endless years, these ancient worlds experienced collapsing calamities, drowned out by the aura from beyond the boundless expanse, thus buried within primal chaos and darkness. This vast and boundless ancient world ruins overlapped again and again, becoming an obstacle that blocked the path of those who had come before. However, Xianxia did not care about this. He only stared into the dark depths of the vast expanse, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. So it's already so close to Daochang True World? That's good, it saves me a lot of trouble. Great Dao appeared beneath his feet, turning into a tangible path, traversing through the boundless expanse. There was no concept of space or direction in the vast expanse. In fact, there were some places that were absolutely lawless and void. Neither time nor space passed. Even ancient cultivators in Dao realm could not truly determine the location of certain regions before they obtained the exact coordinates. This was also why before the disaster descended, many of the ancient races in Daochang True World thought that escaping from Daochang True World and heading to the vast expanse was a choice that was close to death. They did not know where they could migrate to after they entered the vast expanse. Even if there were people with exceedingly high levels of cultivation in their race who could protect them and ensure that they were safe in the vast expanse, where could they go in the end? Even the ancestor of the Gu family was very hesitant. He did not have the confidence to protect his entire race. Unless he had no other choice, he did not want to make such a decision. Besides, even if they had clear coordinates and a clear path, the vast expanse was filled with dangers. However, in the vast expanse of the vast expanse, there were many dangers and unfathomable mysteries. Even an existence like the ancestor of the Gu clan, Gu Wuwang, dared not guarantee that he would be able to cross it safely. It was even more so for the rest of the people. Many years ago, many of the ancestors of the emperor clans in Daochang True World had noticed that something was amiss. They became wary and planned to migrate their entire race. Xianxia knew about their plans at that time, but he did not pay any attention to them, because he knew that they would not be able to find a new land for their race alive. The true world, which had lost the protection of its true spirits, was like a bright bonfire in the dark vast expanse, a lighthouse that burned eternally. It could point the way for all the living in the vast expanse. Fog tumbled about. The shattered ancient world was like a tumbling cloud. Under the pressure of the ancient warship, it was like a crumbling mountain and river. It let out terrifying rumbling sounds, and the sky and earth trembled. Many of the powerful warriors from the True Spirit Ruins world had their eyes closed on the boundless ancient warship. They had their own cave abodes and palaces. All of them were indistinct. They were surrounded by chaotic fog. Some of the tall figures looked like ancient gods from ancient myths. Their skin shone with golden light, and there was an ancient mark at the center of their brows. The ancient warship was actually very big. It was like a boundless continent with its own universe inside. There were palaces, pagodas, mountains, rivers, lakes, and all sorts of other things. There were different landforms in each region. Besides the powerful people sitting at the forefront, there were plenty of living beings living in the vast land behind the warship. Most of them came from the ancient worlds affiliated to the True Spirit Ruins world. There were also plenty of enslaved races. It could be said that they had lived on the gigantic ancient warship for generations. They drifted in the vast expanse and were in charge of maintaining the operation of the ancient warship, repairing damaged runic symbols, and other things. To these living beings, the ancient warship was their home. There were mountains, rivers, and boundless lands. There were also islands, lakes, cities, and ruling classes. It was no different from the cultivation world. Of course, to the entire vast expanse, it was just an ancient warship that was moving through space. Even though it was boundless and had its own universe within it, with laws operating in it, it was incomparably vague and could not cause much of a stir. In the eyes of the existences moving through the vast expanse, they were only able to see clouds and waves. However, within those waves and clouds were countless living beings and worlds. One flower, one world, one Bodhi. That was all there was to it. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the dull sound of heavy hammers striking rang out continuously from an inconspicuous blacksmith shop in a corner of a city. The instant the red-hot iron was immersed in ice water, a sizzling sound of tempering rang out. For a time, steam rose into the air. Beside the immersed tempering pool was a young man with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his bronze-colored arms. He was repeating the same words over and over again. 99,091, 99,092, 99,093. Every time he raised the heavy hammer in his hand and struck the pool, he would repeat the same number. This young man's appearance was similar to that of a human. His pupils were gray, and his hands were covered in a layer of thin scales that were as fine as metal. However, the other figures walking around him looked more similar to those of an alien race at first glance. Their bodies and bones were taller than those of an ordinary human, and they had the characteristics of other races. These figures seemed to have long since become accustomed to this scene. Many of them would stop in front of the blacksmith shop for a while and flip through the forged iron items, such as sabers, longswords, bows, spears, shields, and so on. However, they would leave quickly and would not patronize the business. Finally, after counting 100,000 times, this figure who was constantly hammering and tempering the iron items finally stopped. His hair was very long and messy, almost covering his face. His face was also full of charred marks. However, he did not care. He turned around and cupped some water in the tempering pool to casually wash his face. I heard that the Spiritual Ruins royal family is recruiting Ghost Axe Clan's forging masters and Heavenly Craftsman Clan's forging masters. I wonder what they are building this time. Over the years, many people from the Ghost Axe Clan and Heavenly Craftsman Clan have been recruited, but not many have returned. I heard that they have been building something. Why do I feel that something is not right? I heard the same thing from my parents in the past. Shoo, lower your voice. How dare you say such things? Aren't you afraid that the Spiritual Ruins people will hear you? Beware of being beheaded. He heard the whispers of the figures coming and going. The young figure, who was originally washing his face, suddenly froze on the spot. The movements of his hands also came to a halt. The eyes under the messy long hair suddenly seemed to have been quenched with frost. They were cold and deep. Senior brother Chu, it's time to eat. At this moment, the curtain at the back of the blacksmith shop was suddenly pulled open. A girl with a delicate face skipped over and shouted at the young figure. I'm coming. Hearing this, the figure seemed to come back to his senses and responded. He then washed his hands clean, wiped them with a handkerchief beside him, and followed the girl over. On the other side of the curtain was a courtyard that was not very big. Some clothes were hung up to dry, and some poultry were kept in a pen. It was very lively. A burly old man who did not care about his appearance sat in a rocking chair, cracking peanuts. Master. The young figure greeted respectfully and sat down at the dining table. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and was about to eat. Your heart is in a mess. The burly old man glanced at the young man and seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He shook his head lightly and sat up straight. Master, the young figure was silent for a moment. Under the messy long hair, those eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying light. His voice contained a bone-chilling coldness. You should know what's going on outside. The burly old man nodded and said slowly, Of course I know. The Spiritual Ruins royal family is recruiting the Ghost Axe clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan. They do this every once in a while, but it has become more frequent recently. Master, you know that this is a conspiracy and the result of all this, but why did you not stop it? My Ghost Axe clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan have been loyal to the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins for generations, building weapons and formations for them, exhausting all our efforts. But in the end, they slaughtered my Ghost Axe clan in the name of building enlistments. And all of this was to conceal this shocking secret, to prevent all living beings from discovering this scheme. The royal family of the Spiritual Ruins is so heartless. At this moment, the young figure seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He said these words word by word, full of hatred. Senior brother Chu, the heavy words stunned the girl beside him. Then, she thought of something and showed a sorrowful expression. After all, who would have thought that the place they had lived in for generations was just a cage? All of their ancestors and descendants were imprisoned here forever. They had to build formations for the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins generation after generation to repair the damage. In order to prevent them from spreading the truth, the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins did not hesitate to slaughter those who repaired the formations. Furthermore, the Ghost Axe clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan had set up a sacrificial formation for the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins without knowing. At some point in time, all of the living beings in this world would become nutrients for the sacrifice. No one knew when that day would come, but it was definitely not far away. This is the destiny of our clan. We can't escape it. Hearing this, the burly old man showed a sad and sorrowful expression and shook his head. Escape the arrangements and control of the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. As the strongest of the Ghost Axe clan, he knew how terrifying the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins was. After so many eras, there was no lack of the strongest of the ancestors who had discovered the truth, but what happened in the end, it was still like a stone thrown into the deep sea, unable to cause even a ripple. What could they do even if they knew the result? It was almost impossible to resist the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. Chu Lian, it's not that I don't care, but that there's nothing I can do. The burly old man sighed. Chu Lian was his adopted disciple. His father was the great weaponsmith of the Ghost Axe clan, and his mother was the great formation master of the Heavenly Craftsman clan. However, the two had been forcibly taken away by the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins many years ago, and there had been no news of them since. Hearing this, Chu Lian could only fall into deep helplessness and unwillingness. Even the strongest of the Ghost Axe clan could do nothing. Did that really mean that they couldn't escape the control of the royal family of the mystical ruins, couldn't escape this predestined fate? No, no. I still have that ball of light. It told me that as long as I do one thing 1,000,000 times, I can open it and become its master, obtaining all the power of a civilization. Now, I only need 100,000 times. Suddenly, Chu Lian thought of something, and hope rekindled in his eyes. Chu Lian found it difficult to calm down. He was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. He wanted to avenge his parents and seek justice for the entire Ghost Axe clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan. However, even his master, who was the strongest person in the Ghost Axe clan, could not do anything. He had only cultivated for a few thousand years. What could he do? Fight with his life? But he did not even have the right to contact the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. Not to mention that there were many unknown ancient people in the royal family who had lived for a long time. Even the strongest person in the past was easily suppressed by those ancient people and could not do anything. Now, Chu Lian could only place his last hope on this mysterious light ball. He did not know the origin of this item, nor did he know what it was used for. It was a quiet night. He missed his parents and walked out of the courtyard alone, strolling in the back mountain. Then, he suddenly saw a meteor streaking across the sky. Then, the mysterious light ball landed on his body and entered his mind. Chu Lian was shocked at first, but after calming down, he did not make a fuss and treated this mysterious light ball as a mysterious gift from the heavens. Moreover, this mysterious light ball told him that as long as he repeated something 1,000,000 times, he would be able to open it and obtain the power of a civilization. Therefore, during this period, Chu Lian had been repeatedly tempering the weapon. Now, he was only 100,000 times away. He was looking forward to opening this mysterious light ball after tempering it a million times. What kind of power would he obtain? The power of a civilization. Did that mean that he could quickly rival the entire royal family of the spiritual ruins? Although Chu Lian was not very clear about the past of the royal family of the spiritual ruins. However, in his opinion, in this vast world, the power of a civilization should be the pinnacle of all living beings. It meant that they were invincible. If you are successful, you should help the world. If you are poor, you should be independent. Against the royal family of the spiritual ruins, there is not much we can do. If you want to protect the entire clan, you must have the power to resist them. The muscular old man shook his head and sighed, thinking that Chu Lian could not figure it out after seeing that he was silent. His name was Tian Yezi. He was the strongest person in the Ghost Axe clan in a certain epoch. However, he had already retired to the city and did not care about the matters of this land. If not for the fact that Chu Lian's parents had some relationship with him, he would not have adopted Chu Lian. So what if he knew about the scheme of the entire royal family of the mystical ruins? The only thing they could do now was to protect some of the Ghost Axe clan's clansmen. Master, what do you think the spiritual ruins royal family is trying to do by setting up those arrays? They have been doing this for many years. As far as I can remember, my grandfather and the others told me that the mystical ruins royal family has always been planning something shocking. The delicate and pretty young girl at the side restrained her expression and recovered her previous naivety. She couldn't help but ask. She was also Tian Yizi's adopted disciple and was slightly younger than Chu Lian. His parents were also the Ghost Axe clan's famous master refiners. From this name, one could tell the origin of their tribe. The heavens had bestowed upon them the best talent in the art of forging weapons. They could forge the most powerful weapons in the world and lay down the most powerful formations. But why would the Ghost Axe clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan become vassal clans of the spiritual ruins royal family and be enslaved by them? This was not a secret that they could know. The mystical ruins royal family is searching for a way out for their clansmen. Tian Yizi only rubbed the young girl's head and didn't say anything else. He sat back on the rocking chair and looked up at the azure sky. There were no clouds in the sky and the weather was clear. To the living beings that lived in this land, this was rare good weather. However, who knew that this world was only a cage? Was all of this real or just an illusion, or was it a grand array personally set up by the ancestors of the Ghost Axe clan? In the vast expanse, the fog rolled endlessly. On this boundless ancient warship, the ancestor Whitebone King, who hadn't moved since he boarded, suddenly opened his eyes. He was a skeleton to begin with. His eye sockets were hollow and it was impossible for him to open his eyes. But at this moment, a blinding and dense light lit up there like a candle flame. The other figures sitting at the front of the ancient warship were also shrouded in fog. At this moment, they were also alarmed by the ancestor Whitebone King's actions. They all woke up and looked at him in fear. What is this feeling? Who has set their eyes on me? When the ancestor Whitebone King opened his eyes, he didn't have the crazed and playful expression he had before. Instead, he looked at the vast expanse shrouded in fog with incomparable caution. There were plenty of unknown living beings in this vast expanse of land. They had strange shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were of other races. They looked like they were bound there and were continuously reaching out with their hands in an attempt to grab the edge of the ancient warship and climb up. But once they were crushed by the ancient warship, they would all let out shrill screams of pain and disappear without a trace. This scene happened almost every single day. It wasn't worth the ancestor Whitebone King being so cautious that he woke up from his deep sleep. The other powerful warriors of the true mystical ruins world were looking at the ancestor Whitebone King with puzzled expressions. They did not know why he would show such an expression. Why would such a terrifying existence reveal such an uneasy and fearful expression? Could it be that there's some great terror waiting for us in front? But we're already so close to that new true world. Are we going to stop here? The expression of an ancient cultivator from the true mystical ruins world who had stepped into Dao realm changed drastically. He made a prompt decision and guessed that this was a possibility. He got up and told his elder brother about the direction of their retreat. If there was a great terror ahead and they crashed into it, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. If even someone as powerful and terrifying as the ancestor Whitebone King was so uneasy, It could only mean that the Great Terror was even more terrifying. That's impossible. The ancestor Whitebone King was shrouded in his tattered black robe, but the uneasy atmosphere around him became even stronger, causing his hair to stand on end. He simply could not believe that at his level, could he really run into living beings that terrified him in this world? Unless it's an existence that has surpassed progenitor Dao realm. Even the weakest should have stepped into the seventh blight. The ancestor Whitebone King's expression changed drastically. He might call himself the Ancestor King and was known as a lunatic by the living beings in the vast expanse. But in truth, he was only at the sixth blight and had not reached progenitor Dao realm. Damn it, could this be the territory of another lunatic? These idiots actually brought me here? When the ancestor Whitebone King thought of this, a murderous glare appeared in his eyes. He wanted so badly to kill all the people from the True Spirit Ruins world. The entire vast expanse is trembling. Could it be that we've accidentally entered the territory of some indescribably terrifying existence? At that moment, a figure as thin as a monkey appeared in the area. He was the big brother that many of the powerful warriors from the True Spirit Ruins world spoke of. He had also been startled awake and quickly rushed over from his cave abode. Shock had also appeared on his originally calm face. He had moved through countless years in the vast expanse, and this was the first time he had seen such a scene. After all, there were some indescribably terrifying existences who would set up their own forbidden territories in the vast expanse. If they accidentally ran into them, then forget him, even the ancestor Whitebone King would not be able to escape. Rumble, the entire vast expanse seemed to be boiling at that moment, and a terrifying three-colored fog continuously rose from it. Black, white, and gray seemed to stretch on endlessly. The three colors intersected with each other and filled the area, as if the end of the world was coming. Three-colored light of world destruction? A true world has dried up in this place before? Or was it destroyed by someone before? Stop, we can't continue forward. We can't continue on this path. We have to change our route. The skinny figure's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he immediately made a decision. He ordered the person in charge of the ancient worship to change their route, and they didn't dare to head towards the area ahead that was shrouded in endless fog. His skin crawled. He did not expect that he would see the three-colored light of world destruction spreading towards them. This was the sign of the end of the world. When the apocalypse arrived and the great showdown began, the three-colored divine light would descend. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. It was the sign of the great ritual of destruction. In the face of the great showdown, even those in Dao realm would feel fear and dread, afraid that they would be punished. Even though it was impossible for the apocalypse to descend at that moment, the appearance of the three-colored divine light meant that the great showdown had definitely happened in this place. Could there still be existences left after the great showdown? It's too late. What a bunch of idiots. Dao Ancestor Whitebone swept his gaze over those people coldly. He wanted so badly to kill them all. At the instant he finished speaking, the fog in the vast expanse started tumbling backwards. Even the ancient worship that was charging forward seemed to be stopped by a power so terrifying that it was difficult to describe it with words. The runes and seals outside showed signs of crumbling, and they were forced to stay in that region. Rumble, suddenly, the fog retreated, and the vast expanse shuddered. A ray of golden light shone from the darkness. It was like the eternal sun that turned into a great path that led to the heavens and spread out. A young man appeared there and seemed to be walking over slowly. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of surprise in it as he sized them up as if he was looking down on them. The vast expanse was like boiling water. A terrifying three-colored fog continuously rose from it, and even time and space seemed to have frozen. The numerous strange creatures that lived in the vast expanse were like snow that met a blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace, and not even ashes were left behind. In this mysterious and unknown region, an incredibly young man casually walked out. This scene caused the many powerful warriors from the True Spirit Ruins world on the ancient worship to feel their skin crawl. All of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Chills ran down their spines, and they did not dare to move. Even though they called themselves hunters and traveled through the vast expanse in search of suitable true worlds to offer sacrifices to, they were not stupid. They intentionally avoided some of the terrifying forbidden areas recorded in ancient records, as well as some of the ancient true worlds that had existed for eons. This was not because they bullied the weak and feared the strong, but because the strong preyed on the weak. This was the most basic rule of survival in the vast expanse. If everyone wanted to live, they had to follow this rule. Ancestor King Whitebone was far stronger than them, which was why he could board the ship halfway and eat their people as he pleased. They did not even dare to have the slightest thought of resisting or being dissatisfied. And once they confirmed the coordinates of the true mountain and sea world in the vast expanse and knew that this true world was just a newborn true world that could not compare to them, they rushed over like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. Clearly, the young man before them was not an existence they could provoke. Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? We entered this place by mistake and did not mean to disturb you. Fellow Taoist, if you blame us, we are willing to compensate you. Please forgive us. Ancestor King Whitebone was very surprised and bewildered at that moment. With his level of cultivation, he could not see through the young man before him. He could only allow the young man to size them up with a slightly strange expression on his face. He gathered his thoughts and braced himself as he spoke, lowering his attitude very much. Since a moment ago, a great sense of fear had risen in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some indescribably terrifying existence. His entire body trembled, and he could not move. This feeling was simply too distant to him, so distant that he almost forgot about it. It was as if he had returned to the time before he stepped on the path of cultivation. In the face of those world-destroying cultivators, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him thousands of times with just a wave of their hand. She had thought that he had abandoned his past and no longer cared about these things. But who would have thought that on this day, he would experience that feeling again? And at this moment, this feeling became even more intense. When this young man sized him up, this feeling of uneasiness and fear became clearer and clearer. His cultivation is unfathomable. He is definitely far above me. I wonder what level he has reached. It's very likely that he's standing at the seventh blight, a true ancestral Tao existence, or perhaps even more. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Ancestor King Whitebone's mind. He was filled with hatred, and at that moment, he only wanted to kill all the people from the True Spirit Ruins world. He just couldn't find the coordinates of the true world around him and wanted to hitch a ride. In the end, while he was taking a nap, this group of people actually brought him to such a terrifying area. In this vast expanse, what did an ancestral Tao realm existence mean? It was enough to protect a supreme true world and allow it to stand for hundreds of millions of eras without weakening. To put it bluntly, this sort of existence was already extremely rare in the vast expanse. It was practically impossible to run into one. There were quite a number of famous forbidden grounds in the vast expanse, and he remembered all of them clearly. It was impossible for him to be stupid enough to provoke them. However, there were some exceptionally terrifying and mysterious forbidden grounds whose locations did not remain the same. Instead, they would drift about in the vast expanse, and no one knew when they would run into them. Ancestor King Whitebone remembered very clearly that several eons ago, there was an incredibly powerful true world that had flourished. In the process of using the power of a true world to try and fuse together a true world, they accidentally ran into a floating, mysterious forbidden ground. In the end, that true world was devoured in the blink of an eye, and not even a speck of it was left behind. The strongest person who stood at the seventh blight and had a chance to break through to the eighth blight did not even have time to flee before he was devoured as well. The vast expanse was filled with dangers, and this was not something to be scoffed at. Even Ancestor King Whitebone did not dare to go to some unknown places. In Ancestor King Whitebone's eyes, the young man before him was as dangerous as the masters of the Forbidden Grounds. The three-colored great world-destroying fog that had drifted over just now was the best proof. This place might have been the location of a powerful true world, but the young man had occupied and destroyed it, turning it into a forbidden ground. An ancient cultivator who has already passed his sixth blight and is in truth Tao realm. It's almost the same as Gu Wuwang's guess. Besides Hunter, there's also a lunatic among them. There was a slightly strange look in Gu Chang's eyes as he swept his gaze past the boundlessly huge ancient warship. After he left the Dao Chang true world, he had sensed the ancient warship's activity, which was why he had followed it in search of it. However, besides that ancient warship, Guchanga also sensed the presence of other civilizations from other true worlds in another direction. Besides the group before him, there was another group of existences who had set their sights on the Daochang true world. However, they were even further away, and it would not take long for them to descend to the Daochang true world. That was why Guchanga had rushed over first to see if he could take in a few suitable subordinates so that it would be easier for him to carry out his plan. There might be quite a number of living beings on the ancient warship, but he was mainly sizing up Ancestor King Whitebone. Among the ancient cultivators, this person's level of cultivation was the most profound, and he had already reached an unfathomable state. Using the standards of the vast expanse, he was an existence in Truth Tao realm who had already reached his sixth blight. He was incredibly rare. If he was placed in the ancient true worlds, he would be the true master, and he could control the rise and fall of an ancient true world. However, based on the chaotic luck on his body, this person had long since abandoned his past and his homeland. He had become a lunatic feared by all in the vast expanse. This sort of person was usually the representative of danger and fear in the vast expanse. The ancestor of the Gu family in the Daochang true world had long since sensed this chaotic and mad presence, which was why he was incredibly wary of him. He knew that he could not fight against him, and he had thought of moving his entire family. However, in Guchanga's eyes, this was the most suitable tool for him to use. "Where did you come from?" Ripples spread out from under Guchanga's feet. He took a step forward, and the boiling fog of the vast expanse gradually calmed down. He walked towards the ancient warship at a moderate pace. He asked. Although the language used was different, once one reached a certain level, they could understand each other through the ripples of their divine thoughts. Guchanga did not intend to reveal his identity as being from the Daochang true world for the time being. He thought that since he was going to wander the vast expanse anyway, he might as well use the taboo identity of the Devil Master. "I am Ancestor King Whitebone. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I have no residence at the moment and am drifting in the vast expanse. I am not from the same true world as them." When Ancestor Whitebone saw that Guchanga did not intend to blame them for entering this place by mistake, he sighed in relief. However, he still cupped his fists and explained, intending to first draw a clear line between them and the True Spirit Ruins world. The powerhouses from the True Spirit Ruins world were terrified, but no one dared to stop Guchanga from descending. It was especially so for the skinny strongest powerhouse. His heart was filled with unease. Even someone as wild and powerful as Ancestor Whitebone was respectful and obedient before this person, not daring to show any disrespect. This was enough to explain the problem. Based on his appearance, this young man looked like an exiled immortal who had attained the Tao. He was otherworldly and seemed to have the flower of the great Tao blooming beside him. He had an immortal appearance and was peerless. However, how many civilizations had been born in the vast expanse? How many uncountable secrets were there? How could they determine his origins just by looking at his young face? They could only say that they were unlucky to have met such a mysterious and unfathomable existence in this place. "I am Xianxia from the True Spirit Ruins world. Greetings, Lord. We did not mean to intrude into the forbidden area. We did not know that this was your territory. We were just passing by this place on our way to a place. We are definitely not being disrespectful to you." His thoughts raced, and he sighed softly before speaking respectfully as well. Just like Ancestor Whitebone, he lowered his attitude the moment he arrived. The True Spirit Ruins world might be an ancient true world, but it had only just passed that standard. Xianxia was only at the fourth blight. In his eyes, Ancestor Whitebone was an unfathomable existence. This young man in front of him had a cultivation that was even stronger than Ancestor Whitebone King. The expressions of the other powerful warriors from the True Spirit Ruins world on the ancient warship were the same as Xianxia's. They were filled with respect and fear. The Tao Realm ancient cultivator who was in charge of steering the ancient warship was filled with bitterness. He regretted bringing the ancient warship to this region. They had already treated the area before them as a terrifying forbidden area that lay across the vast expanse. If they had accidentally entered this place and ran into the master of the forbidden area with a bad temper, none of them would have been able to escape and would have been buried with him. True Spirit Ruins world? Guchanga raised his eyebrows in a seemingly surprised manner before he smiled faintly. I have never heard of this true world before. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Lord. Our true spirit ruins world is not well known, and we are not strong. Right now, we are facing a state of exhaustion and decline. We are crossing the vast expanse to search for a chance of survival for the true world behind us. When Wan Yanxiu heard this, he quickly cupped his fists and answered, not daring to hide anything. He said this because he was worried that Guchanga would be suspicious and would misunderstand him. At the same time, he also revealed all the information he had so that Guchanga wouldn't think about it. The forbidden areas in the vast expanse could not be compared to the independent forbidden areas in the true world. The masters of the forbidden areas would often be in deep sleep for several eons. Once they woke up, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the true worlds around them. In the eyes of the masters of the forbidden areas, the so-called hunters and madmen were like food that they ate when they were hungry. Although Guchanga seemed aloof and handsome, who knew how long he would be in deep sleep? What was his main body? Already on the verge of exhaustion? There was still a faint smile on Guchanga's face. He shifted his gaze and looked at Wan Yanxiu. While he was speaking, he had already landed on the ground and walked onto the ancient warship. When the other powerful warriors of the true spirit ruins world saw him walking over, they could not help but retreat with fear on their faces. Yes, I won't hide it from you, my lord. It has long since been exhausted. Right now, the true spirit ruins world's kismet is declining. We have already cut off all means of retreat and left with all the powerful warriors. Wan Yanxiu's dark and thin face was slightly pale at that moment. He quickly answered and explained. He had a feeling that Guchanga was asking this because he wanted to confirm whether the true spirit ruins world behind him was worth it for him to devour. As expected, the masters of the forbidden areas who had just woken up would immediately search for the true worlds around them to devour and do their best to recover their qi and blood. Wan Yanxiu's heart was filled with sorrow. This was the law of the jungle. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the slightest carelessness would bring an unimaginable disaster to him and the true world behind him. Ancestor Whitebone also understood Wan Yanxiu's meaning. He originally did not think in that direction, but at that moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead and his heart was pounding. Is this guy directly telling me that the true spirit ruins world is already declining and he's afraid of being targeted? But if he doesn't explain it this way, there's a possibility that I'll be devoured. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He felt Guchanga's gaze on him again. The fear of suffocation from the unseen world attacked him once again. It was as if a huge invisible hand had gripped his throat tightly. Is he giving up on the true spirit ruins world and planning to devour me as food? Ancestor Whitebone's soul was about to leave his body. At that moment, he only wanted to turn around and run. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could escape? I think it's best if you give up on such thoughts in front of me, or else I'll really crush you to death. Since you're about to reach your 7th blight, it won't be easy. Guchanga seemed to have noticed Ancestor Whitebone's thoughts and smiled faintly. His tone was still as casual as ever. Ancestor Whitebone's soul was trembling. He had never thought that he would run into such a terrifying thing one day. All his secrets were seen through with just one glance. Yes. Yes, my lord. At that moment, he no longer dared to call himself a fellow Taoist. His voice was trembling. 6th blight. When Wan Yanxiu heard this, he was shocked. His fear and uneasiness grew stronger. He had guessed that Ancestor Whitebone should have reached his 5th blight, but he did not expect that he would be about to reach his 7th blight. In the vast expanse, he was a truly invincible existence. Even the strongest of the ancient true worlds that Wan Yanxiu knew were only at his level. But before the young man before him, he could still be crushed to death with just one hand. The ancient warship of the spiritual ruins shone with black light, like a terrifying, gigantic beast lying in the vast expanse. However, at that moment, it seemed to have been frozen in place, unable to move forward. The endless fog tumbled about in the area before gradually calming down, as if it had sunk into some sort of void. This was the ancient warship that the true spirit ruins world had refined by gathering the power of all the epics. It had formed its own universe and world. Besides, it was also refined with all sorts of rare materials, such as mother of gold, which was enough to withstand the attacks of ancient Dao realm cultivators and allow them to travel through the vast expanse. To the other true worlds, this was the most powerful weapon of war. It was invincible, and the mere mention of it made them tremble in fear. Guchanga landed on the ancient warship and walked towards the crowd at a moderate pace. He seemed to be curious about the ancient warship and sized it up a few more times. The powerful warriors of the True Spirit Ruins world felt as if they were fish on a chopping board. They did not even dare to move. They could only wait for the young man before them to deal with them. Wang Yanxiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His heart was filled with unease and fear. He was also worried that Guchanga would treat them as food and eat them. If that was really the case, then they could only wait for death. It was impossible for them to resist. Ancestor Whitebone did not dare to speak either. Chills ran down his spine. You don't have to be so afraid of me. Guchanga seemed to have seen through all their thoughts and smiled faintly. It's just that I haven't seen living beings from the other true worlds for a long time, and I just happened to run into you. Even though he said that, the fear in the hearts of Wang Yanxiu, Ancestor Whitebone, and the others did not diminish in the slightest. In their eyes, Guchanga meant that he had been sleeping in this place for countless years and had only woken up recently. The true world that was originally there had also been devoured and destroyed by him, turning it into a deathly silent forbidden ground. Of course, they did not dare to say such words out loud. A terrifying existence like Guchanga had turned this place into a forbidden ground. He drifted in the vast expanse, and wherever he went, that place would be a forbidden ground. The thing that people worried about the most when they traveled in the vast expanse was that they would run into unknown, strange lands and forbidden grounds. Obviously, they were really unlucky to have barged into Guchanga's face. Are you the current strongest person in the True Spirit Ruins world? After Guchanga glanced at the ancient warship, his gaze once again landed on Wang Yanxiu. In truth, he did not want to interfere too much with this disaster that was a disaster to Daochang True World. That said, he was currently traveling through the vast expanse, and was lacking in manpower. Although the Ancestor Whitebone King was suitable, he was only one person. The strongest person in the True Spirit Ruins world was already in Truth Dao Realm. In addition to him, there were several Dao Realm ancient cultivators here. Although they had yet to step into the Truth Realm, they were still at the first Blight and second Blight levels. They could barely be considered a powerful force. Guchanga did not deny that these people regarded him as the master of the Forbidden Land. In any case, he planned to travel as a devil master, so there was no need to care about his origins. Facing Guchanga's questions, Wang Yanxiu didn't dare to hide anything. He also knew that he couldn't, so he answered honestly. From the looks of it, Guchanga did not intend to devour them as food. However, Wang Yanxiu still could not relax his vigilance. He felt that it was because their cultivation was too weak and could not enter Guchanga's eyes. Only powerhouses at the level of the Ancestor Whitebone King would have the qualifications to be devoured. The Ancestor Whitebone King's thoughts were actually similar to Wang Yanxiu's. In his opinion, there were records of the lords of the Forbidden Lands eating the neighboring true worlds as their food in the vast expanse, and there was proof of this. For these true worlds, this was no different from a dark upheaval, filled with darkness and destruction. What Guchanga wanted to do now was to find the nearest true world and devour it to recover the chi and blood he had lost during the many epochs of slumber. Just as many thoughts flashed through the Ancestor Whitebone King's mind, Guchanga also spoke, directly asking where they were going. The Ancestor Whitebone King's heart trembled, knowing that he had guessed correctly. He could only hope that Guchanga could find a suitable true world. Otherwise, if he set his sights on him, this was an uncertain factor. Being able to reach the sixth Blight, the Ancestor Whitebone King was naturally not a simple person. His mind was extremely nimble, and in the blink of an eye, he came up with many possibilities. Wang Yanxiu did not hide anything and told them that he had found the coordinates of a new true world in the vast expanse. They were not far from that true world, and with the ancient warship speed, they would arrive in a few years at most. A new true world, Guchanga acted as if he did not know anything, but when he heard the Ancestor Whitebone King's words, he nodded in understanding, but he could not hide the regret on his face. The Ancestor Whitebone King immediately understood what he meant. After all, the new true world was too weak. It had not even gone through a few calamities, so it probably did not have many Dao Realm cultivators. It was far inferior to the True Spirit Ruins world in front of him. Instead of choosing a new true world to devour, it would be better to choose the true spirit ruins world. In any case, it would be considered as crossing the threshold of an ancient true world. He cupped his hands and said, "My lord, these people from the true spirit ruins world have already traveled through many regions in the vast expanse. They definitely know the coordinates of some of the ancient true worlds in the vast expanse, and they might even know where some of the strongest true worlds are." The ancestor White Bone King wanted nothing more than for Xianxia to set his sights on the other true worlds. He was afraid that he would be targeted. Once he finished speaking, dark blue flames danced in his empty eye sockets, and he swept a glance at Xianxia. Xianxia was not stupid. He knew what the ancestor White Bone King meant. At that moment, the best method was to divert the trouble and make Xianxia set his sights on the other true worlds so that he would let them go. After all, it was better for him to die than himself. He immediately said respectfully, "My lord, we do indeed have the coordinates of quite a number of ancient true worlds in our hands, and they are not far from here. In fact, there is a supreme true world called the true world of Sudan. The territory it governs is incredibly vast, and it rules over many true worlds. Our true spirit ruins world was once a true world under its jurisdiction. The true world of Sudan could be considered one of the strongest true worlds in the vast expanse. Its foundation was incredibly long and deep. At the same time, it was also the main true world of many ancient true worlds. Every single epoch, these true worlds had to hand over a large amount of resources and kismet." True world of Sudan? When Xianxia heard this, his interest was immediately piqued. He was planning to search for the location of the other true worlds. If that was the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. Besides, this true world of Sudan was a supreme true world. This meant that the strongest person in this true world was at least in the ancestral Tao realm and had already passed their 7th blight. When they saw Xianxia's interested expression, the ancestor White Bone King and Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. "My lord, please do not worry. We will definitely know everything you want to know." Then, they respectfully invited Xianxia into the splendid hall behind them. Xianxia personally ordered the people of the Spirit Ruins world to bring all sorts of rare wine and delicacies. The ancient warship might not be a true world, but it was definitely more vast than some of the ancient true worlds. It had all sorts of resources. Xianxia and the other ancient Tao realm cultivators could be said to be the ancestors of the true Spirit Ruins world. Their seniority was terrifyingly ancient. Ordinary people could not even see them, nor did they have the right to come into contact with them. Moreover, they were usually in seclusion to slow down the exhaustion of their qi and blood. It was the first time they had ordered their people to prepare so many things like today. When the ancestor White Bone King had boarded the ship, Xianxia had not ordered them to prepare so many things. Of course, it was also because of the ancestor White Bone King's skeletal appearance, which gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. When he boarded the ship, he ate one of their people. Xianxia could not grasp the ancestor White Bone King's preferences, so he naturally did not dare to give orders on his own. However, the Xianxia before them was different. He still maintained the appearance of a human and had an immortal air about him. At this sort of time, they naturally could not lack etiquette when it came to important guests. The hall was extremely grand, but the decorations were different from the ones in the true Daocheng world. Xianxia did not mind them and sat at the head of the table in a very natural manner. In this place, only Xianxia and the ancestor White Bone King had the right to sit with him. The other people from the true Spirit Ruins world, even if they were ancient Tao realm cultivators, could only stand not far away and serve food and wine. The other people from the true Spirit Ruins world who were in charge of delivering the delicacies were shocked by the scene before them. Their legs almost turned to jelly and they could not stand properly. The ancestors, who were usually not seen, had all appeared and gathered in this place. However, they could only be in charge of serving the dishes. Even the most mysterious grand ancestor had appeared, and he also had an incomparably respectful attitude. Who was the young man in white sitting at the head of the table? This terrifying formation made their hearts tremble, and they did not dare to raise their heads. The beautiful people from the true Spirit Ruins world who were ordered to be in charge of dancing also felt their legs turn to jelly. Their faces were pale, and their dance postures were very unnatural. Even though they suppressed the nervousness and fear in their hearts, it was difficult for them to maintain their usual calmness. They were afraid that something would go wrong. This scene made the powerful warriors from the True Spirit Ruins world feel helpless. They did not dare to say anything to their people either. After all, they were also nervous and uneasy. In their eyes, Guchunga's existence was a factor that could cause the True Spirit Ruins world to be destroyed at any moment. "This wine tastes pretty good," Guchunga swirled the wine cup gently, appearing very casual. The wine cup was made from some rare immortal material. It was filled with sparkling wine, and it was extremely rich. Starlight could even be seen spilling out of it. There were also stars moving about in the sky, creating a shocking phenomenon. Xianxia was delighted when he heard this. He smiled and explained, "This wine is called Star Drunk. If you like it, I will ask my people to send a few more pots. This is brewed by a genius of our race who collected all sorts of star essence scattered in the vast expanse. It is very beneficial for Dao realm cultivators." Besides the Star Drunk, she also brewed other rare wines. Each of them has its own taste. These wines were very rare. Even he found it difficult to drink a few mouthfuls. The brewing process was very complicated and time-consuming. From Xianxia's point of view, as long as Guchunga had his preferences, the following matters would be much easier to handle: wine, women, avarice, and temper. As long as they catered to his preferences, they would naturally be able to find a way to resolve their current troubles and worries. He was worried that Guchunga would not listen to him, that he would be the type of person who depended on his mood. Take Ancestor King Whitebone for example. His preferences were entirely based on his mood. In front of those stronger than him, he would be as obedient as a grandson. In front of those weaker than him, he would be the master of their lives. Of course, in the vast expanse, this was the law of the jungle. Xianxia himself could only submit to Guchunga's intimidation. Zhu Xingzue? The name is not bad, but I'm not a wine addict. I've only tasted it once in a while. Guchunga swirled his wine cup, not showing much interest in the wine. He had only mentioned it casually. Xianxia was more tactful than he had expected. Ancestor King Whitebone's desire to live was also very strong. Existences who had reached their current level had experienced countless trials and battles. They all cherished their lives. Dignity and humiliation could be discarded at any time. Ancestor King Whitebone was an out-and-out madman who had long since abandoned his past and everything else. But compared to others, he clearly valued his life more. In the midst of his madness, he still retained a shred of rationality. Even if he was asked to throw away all his dignity and work like a cow, he would agree. If it were any other madman, they would probably fight to the death with Guchunga at all costs. In Guchunga's opinion, this was one of the important reasons why Ancestor Whitebone was willing to serve him. As long as he could intimidate him and hold his life in his hands, he would not dare to be disloyal. "Yes, my lord." Xianxia replied respectfully, not daring to say anything else. He then sent his clansmen to retrieve the ancient jade slips that the True Spirit Ruins world had collected over many epochs. Among them were the coordinates of various ancient true worlds in the vast expanse. The vast expanse was very large. Even Dao realm ancient cultivators would not be able to find the borders in their entire lives. That was why the jade slips only recorded one or two things. They were not complete. Guchunga read through the jade slips casually. Although they were recorded in the True Spirit Ruins world's language, it did not affect his understanding. In the records of the True Spiritual Ruins world, the vast expanse world was located in a boundless land. There was no end to it from top to bottom and no end to its left and right. It was like a vast expanse of fog drifting in an unknown land. It moved with the wind, of course, of course, of course, of course. No one of them, of course, of course, of course, of the world. And of the world expanse. Of the world of the world of the world of the expanse of the world of the world of the world of the world. The meaning of the boundless expanse was that it was vast and boundless. It was boundless and boundless, encompassing everything. No one could truly describe the extent of the boundless expanse, and no one could determine where the end of it was. As was to say was to the to it to where. Be. But the vast expanse gave birth to countless lives and civilizations. Countless ancient worlds were born and destroyed within it. A single wave could be an ancient world. Even a tiny floating creature in the vast expanse could carry and give birth to an ancient world, in which all lives could multiply. This was the greatness of life, as well as an inconceivable miracle. Since ancient times, the civilizations in the vast expanse had tried to search for the origin of life, but in the end they could only give up. There were countless mysteries and unknowns in the vast expanse, and they were definitely not something a human could hope to reach. The birth of each true world was a great miracle created when chaos crashed into each other for billions of seconds. Why did life come and go? This was an unsolvable mystery. In the vast expanse world, there were rules that circulated. The Tao of Heaven was fair. 10,000, 1,000, and 100 eras formed a calamity that tested the true worlds. The vast worlds that were born in the vast expanse could undergo a transformation after going through trials and tribulations. A small world could transform into a small world, and a small world could transform into a medium world. A medium world could transform into a large world, followed by an ancient world, a true world. These divisions could be said to be a publicly acknowledged fact in the vast expanse world. Under an ancient world were countless other large, medium, and small ancient worlds. A true world had plenty of ancient worlds attached to it. This was the hierarchy of the worlds in the vast expanse world, which was like a pyramid. The true worlds that stood at the top like gods were the most powerful true worlds, and they ruled over a large area in the vast expanse world. They ruled over several ancient true worlds and new true worlds. The other true worlds were even more vast, and their numbers were uncountable. For example, the true world under the true spirit ruins world was the true world of Sudan. It was the most powerful true world, and its foundation was so great that it was unimaginable. It had survived many calamities, and even when the Great Purge happened, it did not show any signs of decline. Even when the true spirit ruins world was at its most prosperous, it still needed to pay tribute to the true world of Sudan every aeon. Aside from the true spirit ruins world, there were other ancient true worlds in the territory ruled by the true world of Sudan. Their foundation was much stronger than the true spirit ruins world. Interesting. Xianxia gently put down the jade slips in his hands. He could not help but have an interested expression appear on his face. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the hierarchy of the worlds in the vast expanse world. However, what surprised him was that many true worlds treated the calamities as trials and tribulations from the Tao of Heaven, just like how cultivators had to go through heaven's blight. The calamities that true worlds had to go through were the calamities of measure. If they thought about it this way, then they believed that cultivators should follow the will of heaven and bear the tribulations, not dispel them and fight against them. He originally thought that only the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Wuwang, thought this way, but he did not expect that the records of the true spirit ruins world would also say this. This was very interesting. Either someone deliberately used this to confuse all living beings, or the matter of attacking the heavens had become a taboo that could not be talked about. The memories of all living beings regarding this matter had been forcibly cut off. Did the slash of heavens will cut off everything related to attacking the heavens, but when he was in the Daochang true world, the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Wuwang, had only been deeply wary of these two words. He was not completely unaware of it. Looks like someone is indeed making a big move, trying to cut off the memories of attacking the heavens from the minds of all living beings. Gu Wuwang was not too affected at that time. Is it because I was beside him? A strange light appeared in Xianxia's eyes. There were not many people who had such methods and dared to cut off the minds of all living beings in the vast expanse world. If someone from the origin world had taken action, it would have been impossible for him not to sense it. Besides, the timing was not right. It was not time for the calamity to settle. My lord, Wan Yanxiu did not know what Xianxia meant, and he was slightly anxious. Could it be that there were discrepancies in the records? Ancestor Whitebone also looked over, puzzled. It's nothing. Xianxia waved his hand and did not say anything else. The jade slips had recorded the coordinates of the vast expanse world in detail, so Xianxia did indeed intend to attack it first. A supreme true world meant that there was at least one ancestral Tao realm existence overseeing it. The location of the vast expanse world could only be considered a corner of the vast expanse world. However, the true sun world should have the coordinates of the other supreme true worlds. Many of the beautiful people from the true spirit ruins world danced in the hall. After the initial uneasiness and fear, they gradually calmed down. Their movements were light, and their figures were gentle and beautiful. Xianxia once again sent his people to get some jade slips for Guchanga to read. He did not know how long Guchanga had been asleep, nor did he know how much he understood of the vast expanse world. He could only do his best to think of a way to make him change his target to the other true worlds. Of course, Xianxia also tried to inquire about Guchanga's origins. He wanted to know who he was. However, Guchanga would naturally not mention this matter, and Xianxia did not dare to ask too much either. He had intended to head to the new true world and hold the great sacrifice to receive the true spirit ruins world behind him so that he could fulfill his grand plan of many years. However, Guchanga's appearance had disrupted his plans, so he could only listen to Guchanga's orders. In truth, Xianxia also had other thoughts about this. If Guchanga intended to attack the other true worlds, he would obey his orders. If he listened to his orders and followed him everywhere, he might have a chance to invade an even more powerful true world and extend true spirit ruins world's life. If it was not because he did not have the strength, there was no way Xianxia would have let go of the ancient true worlds he was familiar with and turned to another plan. He would have traveled for so long in the vast expanse just to search for a new true world. If this mysterious lord truly intends to attack the other true worlds, then wouldn't this be a chance for the true spirit ruins world? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. He was still not certain whether Guchanga intended to use the other true worlds as food to replenish the qi and blood he had lost during his slumber. Or perhaps, Guchanga had other motives. What? Even the Grand Ancestor has woken up? Who is that mysterious man who suddenly appeared? What did you find out? In the world within the ancient battleship was a figure dressed in a long golden robe with a crown on his head. He sat upright in a splendid palace. The figure's face was blurry, and no one could tell whether he was a man or a woman. There seemed to be a thick fog surrounding his voice. The fog looked like it was rising with silver light. It was incredibly dazzling, and at first glance, it looked as if a divine fire was surrounding him. At that moment, there were many figures kneeling before him. They were all members of the true spirit ruins world. My emperor, we do not know what happened in the ancestral hall. We only learned some things from the people in charge of delivering wine. Besides the Grand Ancestor who woke up, the other progenitors also appeared in the ancestral hall. Their expressions were respectful and uneasy, as if they were very afraid of that mysterious man. The figures kneeling before him reported everything that happened in the ancestral hall in detail. They did not dare hide anything. The person sitting before them was the current emperor of the royal family of the spiritual ruins, Emperor Ling. He ruled over this world, and his strength was unfathomable. Besides the progenitors who were in isolation in the ancestral hall, Emperor Ling was the strongest person in the royal family of the spiritual ruins world. When he heard this, a hint of uncertainty appeared on his blurry face, as if he was thinking about something. The true spirit ruins world has been planning for so long, but because of this mysterious man, we have to stop and can no longer move forward. Then all the sacrifices the royal family of the spiritual ruins world has made over the years have been in vain? Progenitors, what are you thinking about? The great plan is right before your eyes. Could it be that this person's strength has reached a level where you are wary and afraid of him? As the emperor of the true spirit ruins world, Emperor Ling naturally knew what the true spirit ruins world had been planning for so many years. It was related to the future of the entire true spirit ruins world, and it was related to the countless living beings in the true spirit ruins world. For this, not only had the royal family of the spiritual ruins world sacrificed too much, the other races had also sacrificed too much. Right then, they were only one step away from the success of the great plan, but Emperor Ling was suddenly told that this matter had to be put aside for the time being. If that's the case, then what is the point of me bearing the infamy for so long? Men, leave the palace and disperse. Emperor Ling knew that there was no room for discussion in this matter, and it was impossible for him to change it. He might be the emperor of the royal family of the spiritual ruins world, but there were many things that were decided by the progenitors in the ancestral hall. The moment he finished speaking, Emperor Ling's figure disappeared from the palace. When she reappeared, the dazzling silver fog beside her had already disappeared and turned into an elegant long dress. It made her look exceptionally tall, and she had a dignified and beautiful temperament. Her face was beautiful, and she looked like a lady from a boudoir. A few of her confidants followed beside her. They were dressed as maids and servants, and they soon disappeared from the royal capital of the spiritual ruins world. The spiritual ruins world has been suffering for a long time. In the past few years, the royal family of the spiritual ruins world has been plundering the resources of the various races in the name of renovating the palace. Apart from the Ghost Axe race and the Heavenly Craftsman race, the other races are also suffering. Along the way, there are complaints about the royal family of the spiritual ruins world everywhere. The evil deeds they have committed are too numerous to be recorded. If you say a bad word about them, you have to be careful of being beheaded. The various races are full of complaints and have long had thoughts of rebelling. If the royal family of the spiritual ruins world insists on doing this, I don't even need to take revenge. Sooner or later, they will fall apart. In a slightly desolate mountain, a man and a woman each rode a horse and were hurrying along. The man looked to be in his 20s. His face was bronze, and he gave off a feeling of determination. The girl beside him had a beautiful face. Her facial features were regular, and when she blinked, she looked bright and beautiful. At this moment, when she heard the man's words that were almost like he was talking to himself, a helpless expression appeared on the girl's face. She could not help but say, "Senior Brother Chu, aren't you afraid that someone will hear you saying this? Before we left, Master warned us not to speak nonsense. Be careful not to provoke the calamity of death. In this desolate mountain range, there's not even a shadow to be seen. Mingxiu, what are you worried about?" The determined man called Senior Brother Chu was the current strongest person of the Ghost Axe race, Tian Yizi's disciple, Chu Lian. The girl beside him was called Mingxiu, and she was his junior sister. He shook his head and swept his gaze across the desolate pipeline before him. He was not afraid that someone would hear him. Mingxiu was helpless. If those words were heard by the royal family of the spiritual ruins world, she and her senior brother would probably be beheaded. Given their strength, they did not even want to escape. She did not know why Senior Brother Chu seemed to have thought it through and was no longer obsessed with revenge after being lectured by her master. Instead, he suggested that he wanted to take a walk outside to relax. Mingxiu was a little worried that her senior brother would do something stupid, so she followed him out. Along the way, Chu Lian and Mingxiu, this pair of senior brother and junior sister, had personally witnessed the tragic scenes in various places. The spiritual ruins imperial family exploited the various races, and they had to pay tribute on time. Even the taxes were heavier than before. Although the various races guessed that the spiritual ruins imperial family might be doing something big and hoarding resources, the burden of the various races fell upon them. However, these burdens had basically fallen on the shoulders of the various clans. The various clans were simply suffering unspeakably. In Chu Lian's opinion, the spiritual ruins imperial family would rebel against the rule of the spiritual ruins imperial family sooner or later. Right now, they were just lacking an opportunity. This time, Chu Lian had bid farewell to his master and brought his junior sister out. The main reason was that Chu Lian felt that this was an opportunity for him. A few days ago, he had finally completed 1,000,000 refinements and successfully unlocked the Sphere of Light, making it recognize him as its master. The Sphere of Light was called the Sphere of Grand Wishes. It came from an incomparably distant civilization of unknown dimensions. That civilization had used all of its power to capture the will of the ancient heavenly Tao to refine it. Its power was boundless, and it was a supreme treasure that belonged to that civilization. However, it was a pity that the creation of this supreme treasure did not allow that civilization to last forever. When they tried to approach the land of truth, that dazzling and prosperous civilization collapsed and was buried in the long river of time. The Sphere of Grand Wishes was also lost. It floated in the vast expanse in search of a suitable fated person. Although Chu Lian was a member of the Ghost Axe clan and not the spiritual ruins imperial family, he had heard of the land of truth. It was said that the land of truth was the source of all things in the world. The disasters that the various true worlds had to go through originated from there. In this vast world, the civilizations that had the right to approach the land of truth were all unimaginably powerful and prosperous. The spiritual ruins world could be said to not even have the right to compare before these civilizations. It was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Possessing the supreme treasure left behind by this civilization gave Chu Lian a lot more confidence. He could use it to overthrow the spiritual ruins' imperial family's rule and successfully avenge his parents. The sphere of grand wishes had many functions that could help Chu Lian become stronger for now. In his opinion, the most mysterious and profound function was the check-in function. As long as he followed the requirements of the sphere of grand wishes and went to a certain place to check in, then he would directly obtain cultivation methods, secret techniques, artifacts, spirit pills, and other precious items. This function could help him increase his cultivation base quickly. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Lian bid farewell to his master and came to the outside world. Apart from that, the sphere of aspirations had another function, which was to gather the power of providence. From this power of providence, it could extract all kinds of origin matter and energy. In Chu Lian's opinion, origin matter and origin energy were precious resources that were almost omnipotent. As long as he had enough of these materials, he would be able to exchange them for many of the divine items in the sphere of great wishes. Those divine objects belonged to the civilization that created the sphere of noble aspirations. They were inconceivably powerful and possessed all kinds of terrifying powers. For example, the world's vestigial species, the great heavenly heart seal, the good fortune mystic banner, the chaos star sand. Apart from these functions, the sphere of noble aspirations had many other functions that Chu Lian was looking forward to. Currently, I have only opened the first level of the noble sphere. There are still 8 levels waiting for me to open. As long as I have the strength to open the 3rd level, I will have the confidence to face the royal family of the spiritual ruins. I wonder what kind of strength I will have once I open the 9th floor. Chu Lian was full of confidence. In just 2 short days, the sphere of noble aspirations allowed him to rise from an ordinary cultivator to the level of a great expert. He was comparable to those cultivators who had cultivated for thousands of years. Of course, he was still a distance away from the peak of the mortal realm, not to mention the immortal realm behind him. However, this gave Chu Lian hope that he had never seen before. He was brimming with confidence. Mingxiu, you don't have to be so worried. I will make you look at me differently sooner or later. Chu Lian saw the worried expression on his junior sister's face and couldn't help but smile and comfort her. Senior brother, don't talk to yourself. There is a carriage coming over on the official road ahead. Be careful not to let them hear what you said. Mingxiu rolled her eyes, feeling that this senior brother of hers was a little delirious. It was good to go out and relax this time. Otherwise, if this continued, he would probably become a fool. Chu Lian also noticed that there was a carriage speeding over on the official road ahead. He didn't want to cause too much trouble and wanted to go to the next destination to sign in. Hence, he pulled his junior sister and rode to the side early to avoid the carriage. Judging from the exterior of the carriage and the handsome white horses pulling it with 3 heads, the rich and powerful people were either rich or powerful. The people sitting in the hall were either rich or noble. There were many guards and maids following behind them on horseback. Chu Lian and Mingxiu didn't want to get involved in any trouble because of what they said. After all, although the bitter spiritual ruins had been around for a long time, the spiritual ruins royal family had ruled this land for countless years and there were many races that supported them. It was inevitable that they would encounter some of them. Emperor, at this moment, a beautiful figure in the carriage had a gloomy expression. Her jade-like hands under her sleeves were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She was wearing an elegant and noble long dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun without any makeup. Her face was like the autumn moon and her brows were like distant mountains. The 2 maidservants in the carriage were already kneeling on the ground in fear. Their faces were pale and they couldn't stop trembling. Just call me miss when we are outside. Don't expose my identity. After a long while, the figure seemed to have calmed down slowly from her anger. She indeed didn't expect to hear someone talking about the spiritual ruins royal family so soon after leaving the spiritual ruins royal palace. All sorts of belittling and criticizing, as if they hated the spiritual ruins royal family to the core and couldn't wait to overthrow them. This made her furious and she almost slapped the guy who talked about the spiritual ruins royal family to death. But in the end, she held it in. She only left the palace to relax and didn't want to ask about the spiritual ruins royal family. On the other hand, how could she not know about these things? If not for the orders of the patriarchs, she wouldn't have been willing to let the spiritual ruins royal family rule the world. But she couldn't do anything. As the emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family, even she had to listen to the orders of the patriarchs. She had no right to decide such things. Instead, the one who was hated by the various races was her. Yes. Yes, Mississippi. The two maidservants had a lingering fear. When they heard the man outside talk about the spiritual ruins royal family, they knew that things were bad. Even if such things were heard by others on a normal day, they would be beheaded. Not to mention, that guy actually talked about it in front of the current emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family. Wasn't this the same as the god of longevity hanging himself? Although they were only Emperor Ling's maidservants, their cultivation was also unfathomable. From such a distance, they could naturally hear what the man and woman were talking about. If even they could hear it, there was no need to mention Emperor Ling. Miss, we'll go and deal with this audacious guy now. The two maidservants calmed down and hurriedly asked to deal with Chu Lian and Ming Xiao. Emperor Ling waved her hand and said indifferently, no need. I'm not a narrow-minded person. What's the use even if I kill the two of them? How will the world change their opinion of me? At this point, a self-mocking look appeared on her face. When they heard that, the two maidservants' faces turned pale and they didn't dare to continue. Such a matter that involved the secrets of the spiritual ruins royal family wasn't something they could interfere with. The carriage sped on the official road, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, when they passed by Chu Lian and Ming Xiao, Emperor Ling still took a look. It was this glance that caused her to frown. Then, after thinking for a moment, she ordered the people to stop. Yes, miss. Although the two maidservants were confused, they still did as they were told. Chu Lian and Ming Xiao were still waiting for the carriage to pass so that they could continue on their journey. However, they didn't expect it to suddenly stop in front of them. The attendants behind the carriage also stopped abruptly and looked at the two of them expressionlessly as a chilling aura spread. This caused Chu Lian and Ming Xiao to be stunned. Then, their expressions turned cautious. Senior brother, did they hear what we said just now? Ming Xiao was worried and could not help but ask softly. Although Chu Lian was also worried, he was more confident when he thought of the strength he had raised in the past few days and maintained a calm expression. Emperor Ling frowned as she sat in the carriage with a puzzled expression. Her fingers under her sleeves were forming some sort of hand seal, as if she was calculating something. Tell them to come see me. However, this calculation didn't allow her to calculate anything. Instead, the puzzled expression on her face grew. She could only instruct the maidservants to bring the two of them here. Considering her cultivation base, how was it possible that she couldn't even divine the fate of a worldly realm being? Although she had only casually glanced at Chu Lian earlier, the Emperor Ling was shocked to discover that there was a chaotic mist behind him as if he was shrouded in fog. That piqued her interest and she ordered the maidservants to stop the carriage. However, after careful calculation, she discovered that this person's fate was rather mysterious and seemed to be shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see clearly. If it wasn't a precious treasure on him, then it was a strange fate. However, if this person had a precious treasure on him, it was impossible for her to not notice it with her strength. One had to know that apart from the patriarch of the mystical ruins, she was the strongest person in the world now. Nothing could be hidden from her. Our miss wants to see you. Outside the carriage, Chu Lian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the two maidservants walking over. He couldn't see through their cultivation. This could only mean that their strength was far above his. However, the words of the two maidservants shocked him even more. May I know who the miss you two are talking about is? Chu Lian immediately braced himself and asked. If there was a conflict later, he might not be able to protect himself and his junior sister. At that time, he would have to use the secret treasure left behind by his master. Our miss is in the carriage. Just follow us. The two maidservants only glanced at Chu Lian indifferently, not taking him seriously. They didn't know why the Emperor Ling wanted to see this young man, so they just followed her instructions. Such a fate might be the variable mentioned in the ancient books. It transcends the limits of natural endowments and isn't affected by natural endowments. His future achievements are limitless. In the carriage, the Emperor Ling's expression was uncertain as she guessed a possibility. She also guessed so, but she didn't dare to be certain, because such a variable had never appeared in the history of the true spiritual ruins world. These were only the people recorded in the ancient books that appeared in the other true worlds. At the Emperor Ling's current level, her strength could be said to have reached a certain peak, and it was impossible for her to advance any further. Unless she obtained some kind of heaven-defying opportunity and changed her fate. And in her eyes, the other cultivators and living beings no longer had any secrets. The past, the future, and the present were like pages in a book that she could flip through at will. In the world ruled by the spiritual ruins imperial family, she could see which living being had endless potential, what their natural endowments were, whether they could soar to the heavens, and how far they could go in the future. That was why the Emperor Ling was so surprised when she saw Chu Lian. This was the first person she met that she couldn't see through besides those at the same level as her. She couldn't see through their present, past, or future. As for the girl beside Chu Lian, she could easily see through all her secrets. However, when it came to Chu Lian, it was a blur. If this person is a variable, or even an anomaly, then he will definitely become an incredible person in the future. He might really overthrow the spiritual ruins imperial family's rule and change the world. This kind of person must be used by me. If he can't be used by me, then I must think of a way to destroy him. I can't let him grow, or else he will definitely become a huge problem. The Emperor Ling's eyes sparkled, and she made up her mind. A variable that had yet to grow was just like an ant. It was naturally impossible for him to be a threat to her. However, she couldn't underestimate a variable. Who knew what kind of fortuitous encounter this variable would encounter, or whether he would possess power that could threaten her? Young miss, we brought him here. While the Emperor Ling was thinking about many things, the voices of the two maids came from outside the carriage, interrupting her thoughts. Invite this young master in. The Emperor Ling gathered her thoughts and sat inside with a dignified and elegant smile on her face, looking like a lady from a noble family. Chu Lian's heart was filled with vigilance and caution when he saw the young lady sitting in the carriage like a lady from a noble family. He didn't know if the conversation between him and his junior sister had been overheard by these people. However, from the looks of it, this group of people had extraordinary origins. They belonged to the kind of people who were either rich or noble. Greetings, Mississippi. May I know, why did you ask your maidservant to stop me and my junior sister? Chu Lian cupped his hands and took the initiative to ask with a calm expression. This person was unfathomable and he wasn't someone he could go against. Even if he had the noble ball, he couldn't go against her. But judging from the current situation, she didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him and his junior sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have simply asked him to come over. At the thought of this, Chu Lian heaved a sigh of relief. There were many things that he couldn't deal with before he grew up. The Spirit Emperor's eyes flickered as he smiled. Just now in the carriage, I heard the conversation between the young master and that young lady. I was quite interested in it, so I wanted to see which young master dared to say such words. I hope this young master doesn't mind. Before she figured out whether Chu Lian was a variable and what his background was, she didn't want to reveal her identity. She was the Spirit Emperor of the spiritual ruins and was only below the patriarchs. However, she had always been meticulous and watertight. After learning that Chu Lian could very well be a variable, she had many thoughts in her mind. Oh? Chu Lian was stunned when he heard her words. He initially thought that she was joking, but when he saw the serious and sincere smile on her face, he was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that she would agree and admire him after hearing his words. But on second thought, the various races in the world were suffering under the rule of the spiritual ruins, so it was normal for them to have complaints. This woman seemed to be from a large family with an extraordinary bearing. The family behind her must have been exploited by the royal family of the spiritual mound. So when she heard that someone dared to talk about the spiritual ruins behind her back, she couldn't help but feel curious and admire. Outside the carriage, Mingxiu, who was riding on a horse, did not know what was happening inside the carriage. She was very worried. But the two maidservants of the Spirit Emperor were beside her and didn't reveal anything. Miss, you don't have to worry. Our miss means no harm. The ears of the two maids twitched slightly as if they had heard the Spirit Emperor's telepathic message. They immediately smiled and invited Mingxiu into the carriage. When Mingxiu arrived at the carriage, her senior brother, Chu Lian, had a smile on his face as he conversed with the astonishingly beautiful woman before him. The words they spoke caused Mingxiu to tremble in fear. This was too bold. It could be said that it was disrespectful to the spiritual ruins royal family. It could be said that Chu Lian had spilled everything he had seen along the way, including his hatred and resentment towards the royal family of the mystical ruins. If such words were to be heard by the royal family of the spiritual mound or the tribes that supported the royal family of the spiritual mound, it would be a heinous crime. However, this stunningly beautiful woman seemed to agree with her senior brother's words. She nodded repeatedly with a look of appreciation on her face. This scene made Mingxiu feel dizzy. If his heart wasn't big enough, he might have been scared to death. Her senior brother was even talking about the current emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family, as if he was planning to overthrow the rule of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family. I didn't expect young Master Chu Lian to think so of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family. You have the same thoughts as me. The spirit emperor smiled as he conversed with Chu Lian. He tried to deduce again, but his heart was cold. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would talk about this with a strange man and listen to him slander him. However, this allowed the spirit emperor to confirm one thing. This man named Chu Lian did indeed carry an enormous amount of luck. In the vast universe, it was indeed a rare variable. There were endless possibilities in the future. Chu Lian didn't sense anything strange in his conversation with the spirit emperor. Instead, he felt that this woman was well-spoken and had extraordinary knowledge. Many of her theories and thoughts were actually in line with his. In the beginning, he still had some wariness in his heart, but as time went on, he gradually let down his guard. He spoke with vigor, as if he was going to overthrow the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family in the near future. Chu Lian wasn't old, and he was full of youthful vigor. He had recently obtained a supreme treasure from a civilization, which increased his confidence greatly. When faced with such a beautiful woman, it was inevitable that he would want to show off. This was especially so when he found out that he would be traveling together with the woman named Huang Ling. He was pleasantly surprised. However, the surname Huang was not commonly seen in this world, so it was not easy for Chu Lian to ask about her origins. The carriage rumbled as it left behind a cloud of dust on the official road. It left behind a cloud of dust as it left into the distance. In the ancestral hall of the royal family of the spiritual ruins royal family, Xianxia chatted casually with the grand progenitor of the spiritual ruins royal family, Xianxia. He learned a lot about the Sudan true world. If they changed their course, they would need to travel for at least a few hundred years in the vast expanse. Although a few hundred years was just the blink of an eye to an existence like Xianxia. However, to the various worlds and spacetimes in the vast expanse, it was enough for them to undergo drastic changes. Even if the spiritual ruins world did not descend upon the Daochang true world, another force of power would descend during that time and bring about a disaster. Xianxia had already made all the arrangements, so he was naturally not worried about that. However, he considered something else. The other force of power came from another civilization in the vast expanse, and it was different from the spiritual ruins world. When he left the Daochang true world, he had only sensed it vaguely and did not investigate it deeply. The power of that true world was clearly stronger than that of the spiritual ruins world, and the civilization behind it was much older. That was why Xianxia was considering whether he should give up what was near and seek what was far away. "We are willing to serve you, sir. Sir, if there is anything you can use us for, please do not hesitate to tell us. The entire spiritual ruins world is willing to do our best for you." Xianxia had long since made his decision. It did not matter whether Xianxia intended to search for other true worlds and start a dark upheaval before descending to devour them, or if he had other motives. Xianxia had to do his best to make the spiritual ruins world stay close to him. With Xianxia's strength, he would definitely not want to do everything himself. "Oh? You are willing to serve me?" Xianxia smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Xiao's choice. He only said, "Do you know what my plans are? If you want to serve me, what if I say that I intend to keep the spiritual ruins world as my food? Would you agree?" When they heard these words, the expressions of the other spiritual ruins clan members in the ancestral hall changed. Some of them turned pale with fear. The beautiful people who had been singing and dancing had long since retreated. The people in the ancestral hall were all progenitors of the spiritual ruins world. The other members of the clan did not have the right to appear in the ancestral hall. To normal members of the clan, these progenitors were usually in isolation to train in the endless expanse of space and time. They would not be disturbed. It was basically impossible for them to appear at the same time. Xianxia withstood the great pressure. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "If you are willing, then it is the spiritual ruins world's honor. Besides, with your strength, you might not think much of the spiritual ruins world. I believe that only the powerful true worlds in the vast expanse world have the right to be kept by you, sir. With your strength, is there anyone in the entire vast expanse world who can fight against you? Only the living beings from the legendary True Lands would have the power to fight against you." Living beings from the True Lands? Once Xianxia finished speaking, the smile on Guchanga's face disappeared. Only his fair and slender hand continued to tap on the armrest of the table. He had been smiling faintly just a moment ago, but now, it was as if there was no emotion on his face. He stood high above the masses and controlled supreme creation. He controlled the life and death of all living beings in the world. He fused with the Tao of heaven and carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. He controlled the evolution of the universe. He controlled all sorts of laws with one hand. Ancestor King Whitebone felt an inexplicable fear in his heart at that moment. No one in the ancestral hall dared to speak. They all thought that they had said something wrong and angered the Lord. Guchanga placed his fair and slender hand on the armrest of the chair. The tapping sounds caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Under everyone's gazes, each of his fingers seemed to be in control of an endless number of laws of the great Tao. They were space, time, the 4 seasons, life and death, the 5 elements, chaos, reincarnation. They were endless creations, and unbelievable. All the progenitors of the true spirit ruins world felt that Guchanga only needed to point at them and they would die. Tao realm and true worlds would all shatter. This sort of power was no longer something a normal Tao realm cultivator could understand or imagine. They were like ants. They could not understand the vastness of the might of the heavens and the universe. Finally, when everyone could no longer hold it in and almost fell to the ground, their legs gave out. Guchanga cast a glance at Xianxia and ancestor King Whitebone, then said leisurely, "Oh well, I do lack 2 subordinates by my side. Are the 2 of you willing to be my subordinates?" His actions just now were naturally intentional. He wanted these people to think that he had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with the True Lands. Of course, the True Lands in these people's eyes was the origin world that Guchanga had been talking about. When Xianxia and ancestor King Whitebone heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies, and they no longer had any thoughts of refusing. When the True Lands were mentioned just now, Xianxia felt that something was off. His foundation in Tao realm had almost been shattered. He knew that he had definitely said something wrong, and he regretted it. This mysterious master of the Forbidden Lands definitely had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with the True Lands. This sort of person was ancient and could move freely through endless time and space. He was invincible, and his cultivation base was inconceivable and indescribable. He should have a powerful true world supporting him. But there was definitely a secret behind why he became the master of the Forbidden Lands. Besides the True Lands, there was probably no other existence in the vast expanse world that could hurt him. Once he thought this through, Xianxia regretted it. He was afraid that he had completely angered Guchanga. But fortunately, Guchanga did not blame him. As for being Guchanga's subordinates, he had been prepared for this since a long time ago. As long as he could keep his life, it would be good enough. He could think about other things later. The decision of Xianxia and the others was naturally the decision of the entire royal family. Whitebone ancestor King might have been alone and had no attachments, but Guchanga could easily decide his life. Before he had the strength to fight against Guchanga, he could not be disloyal. That was why Guchanga was not surprised by their decision. This was how the world worked. The strong preyed on the weak. As long as one stood at the top, they could easily decide the Fate of all living things. The new true worlds, the ancient true worlds, and the strongest true worlds were not judged by their overall foundation, but by the strength of the strongest. Once the strongest person in a supreme true world died, they would definitely weaken, no matter how much power they had accumulated before this. In the vast expanse, there were many existences like White Bone Ancestor King who had abandoned their past and everything. To them, the past and future were no longer important. As long as he existed, as long as he wanted to, he could create a supreme orthodoxy and a supreme world in an instant. The vast expanse might be chaotic, and there are many places where time and space overlap. The secrets of heaven are chaotic, but as long as I capture the coordinates of the vast expanse, I can determine my true location. The Sudan True World, thoughts surged in Guchanga's mind as he tried to determine the location of the Sudan True World through the coordinates of the vast expanse. White Bone Ancestor King, Xianxia, and the others could not help but feel chills run down their spines, as if a terrifying chill had swept past them that could freeze and shatter their true souls. On the other hand, the weaker members of the spiritual void tribe did not have much of a reaction. The moment Guchanga thought about it, in a certain region in the depths of the vast expanse, an endless amount of space-time turbulence surged there, and countless space-time overlapped and became chaotic. The storm of the Great Tao there was so terrifying that it could be described as covering the sky and earth. Every inch of latitude was enveloped by it. In this terrifying storm of the Great Tao, existences like immortal kings were not even ants. The moment they were thrown in, they would be crushed to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Their names would be erased from any latitude or dimension. However, in the depths of this chaotic space, there was a dazzling golden light that hung high in the sky like a sun. The sun was surrounded by countless ancient universes and worlds. They were like nebulas that surrounded the sun. Every layer of nebula had countless planets, and within them were countless worlds that were being nurtured. It was extremely mysterious. In the layer of clouds closest to the sun were ancient true worlds. They were filled with life force, ancient and ancient. There were an unknown number of living beings and powerful warriors. And this was just the periphery of Sudan True World. As a supreme true world, it had endured an endless amount of time and created countless legends and myths. The number of ancient true worlds it had attached itself to was already astonishing. However, just as Guchanga was thinking about it, a shocking change was also happening here. A terrifying storm of the Great Path appeared around the nebula, sweeping across all directions. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A deep, cold, and dark aura spread out from an unknown place, wanting to eat away at the golden sun. The long river of destiny is boiling. Even our Tao laws are becoming unstable. Why are black spots appearing in Sudan True World's kismet? What terrifying malice! Just what sort of existence has set its sights on our Sudan True World? Even the long river of destiny is warning us. But the calamity has yet to arrive, and the disaster has yet to manifest. Why are there so many twists and turns in the current vast expanse world? An old man with a sage-like bearing who wore a large white robe had a profound aura coiled around his body, and it was deep like the universe and contained boundless fortune. He had been sitting in the depths of the endless space, but at that moment, he was jolted awake. His eyes were filled with shock, and he felt that all sorts of inconceivable things were happening before his eyes. The originally calm long river of destiny seemed to be boiling at that moment. Countless fragments of the Great Path gushed out from it. This was the first time the old man in white robes had seen such a thing in his long life of cultivation. Even if he used heaven-defying methods to make deductions, it was of no use. The vague malice had come too suddenly. He did not know why it had come, but it had already caused dark spots to appear in Sudan True World's vast kismet, and it was gradually showing signs of being eaten away. Sudan True World has been blessed with a kismet for an eternity. There are many prodigies and countless serendipities. Why is this happening? The warning from the long river of destiny is also useless. Could it be that the great destruction before the calamity is about to happen ahead of time? The old man in white robe's expression changed rapidly. He used all sorts of heaven-defying methods in an attempt to stabilize the boiling long river of destiny. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was still a large amount of the aura of destiny escaping and dispersing into the long river. The originally calm and vast long river of destiny had disappeared out of thin air in his eyes. Not only is our kismet being eaten away, even our destiny is evaporating. Once destiny disappears, Sudan True World might welcome an unimaginable disaster. The old man in white robe's face had turned slightly pale at that moment. Even he found it difficult to calm down when something like this happened so suddenly. He quickly got up from the space-time and went to discuss with the other existences in Sudan True World. Sir Turbid Abyss, ahead of us is the newborn True World we discovered. There is a high possibility that there is a spark of the immortal Tao civilization left behind in it. At the same time, a boundless ancient warship with an endless amount of complicated and profound patterns carved on it charged through the vast expanse and quickly closed in on Daochang True World. Based on its outer appearance, the ancient warship was similar to a perfectly round flying shuttle. There were all sorts of terrifying substances surrounding it. Wind, fire, lightning, shadows. Each of these substances contained an astonishing amount of energy, causing space to crackle and order to crumble. This was the ancient warship of immortal spirit civilization. It was moving through the vast expanse and finally closing in on Daochang True World. Several tall figures surrounded by a strange fog were looking at the scene outside through the transparent crystal wall. Their faces were flat, and they had no facial features. Their bodies seemed to be simple containers that could be discarded at any moment. At this moment, the person who spoke was exceptionally tall. Crackling lightning continuously flickered and curled around him. It was different from normal lightning. This lightning contained the will to destroy. Just a single wisp of it could make an immortal king explode. The female called Turbid Abyss stood calmly in front of the crystal wall, also looking at the scene before her. The presence that made me feel uneasy in the past has already disappeared. She did not bother with the words of the people beside her. Instead, she was thinking in her head. If I can find the spark left behind by the immortal Tao civilization, then I can truly complete the fourth metamorphosis of my heart. There is a huge difference between the third and fourth metamorphosis of my heart. Our race might have inherited our ancestors' power over countless years, but there are not many who have managed to reach this step. Right now, the chance is right before my eyes. There might be some unknown dangers in this newborn true world, but I still have to fight. From Turbid Abyss's gaze, she could see a huge oval-shaped world that looked like an egg growing before her. With each breath, endless changes were born. However, the faint light was like the stars shining in the night sky. It was incredibly obvious. At that moment, Daochang True World had undergone a tremendous change, and its kismet was gushing out. The originally dried-up nebula around them was gradually showing signs of life, and some ancient universes and worlds were being born. Even though these universes and worlds still needed a long time to form, it was already a pretty good sign for Daochang True World. Once the higher world, immortal region, and the other world fused together, the development of each day could be said to have been described as changing with each passing day. Besides, due to the existence of Heaven Slaying Alliance, many of the rules that Guchanga had left behind had been re-established. Daochang True World had become stable and peaceful, and all the races and forces of power were working hard to think of ways to become stronger. Aside from that, many people with great potential had appeared out of nowhere and obtained different serendipities. Within a short period of time, they had grown to a stage where normal people could not hope to reach. Before Guchanga left, he had also re-established the rules of the world so that the speed of change in Daochang True World would be faster. He had made the flow of time there much slower than in Vast Expanse universe. In other words, the flow of time in Vast Expanse universe was different from that in Daochang True World. To the civilizations that had moved through the Vast Expanse universe, perhaps only an instant or a breath had passed, but in Daochang True World, several years might have passed, or even longer. This could be said to be heaven-defying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was stealing from the heavens. In terms of the levels of the world, Vast Expanse universe and True World belonged to the same latitude, and the difference in the flow of time was not too great. In at most 7 days, we'll be able to descend in this true world. I hope we'll be pleasantly surprised. Many of the immortal spirits on the ancient warship of the immortal spirit civilization had delighted expressions on their faces. When they looked at the true world covered in thick kismet before them, they felt as if they were looking at a rich land filled with all sorts of resources. Warriors of my race, prepare to descend at any moment. Shuyu had already made up his mind, and he sent his thought to the others. Many callous figures covered in armor stood tall on the ancient warship like immortal divine mountains. They either held heavenly blades or battle spears in their hands. Their fighting spirit filled the air, and it was a terrifying sight. At the center of Daochang True World was the universe where the immortal region had once been. The headquarters of Heaven Punishing Alliance was located, and there were many palaces and pavilions. It was so grand that it was like the celestial palace of the nine heavens, and it exuded an ancient air. In one of the palaces was Gu family's ancestor, Gu Wuwang, with a frown on his face. An ancient mirror manifested before him. Many scenes appeared on its originally blurry surface, and they were the scenes outside the vast expanse battlefield, which was also the scene outside Daochang True World. This is different from the aura of the disaster I originally predicted. This is another aura, but it's just as powerful and terrifying, no matter what. He was a cultivator in Dao realm, and his methods were outstanding. With his deduction skills, he saw some of the scenes in the vast expanse. There was an ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle surrounded by many strange substances in the vast expanse, and it was swiftly approaching the true world. Looks like I can't avoid it in the end. I wonder where Gu Chang'e went, and whether he's still in Daochang True World. Gu Wuwang sighed softly. He had a feeling that if he continued observing, the figure in the ancient warship would discover his existence. He could only wave his arm and wipe away the scene on the mirror. He did not know whether Gu Chang'e was still in Daochang True World, or whether he was practicing cultivation in some other spacetime or in the endless void. Only a few years might have passed in the vast expanse, but dozens of years had passed since Heaven Punishing Alliance had been established in Daochang True World, and many changes had happened. As the Vice Alliance Master, Gu Wuwang might have managed Heaven Punishing Alliance in an orderly manner, but there were many things that were beyond his expectations. He did not know whether Gu Chang'e had made arrangements beforehand, or whether he had some sort of goal. During the past few decades, the development of the Daochang True World could only be described as world-shaking. Almost every year, there would be many people who would reach Dao completion. There were also quite a number of people who went through the immortal tribulation. The old immortal kings had also improved greatly, and their cultivation bases had become much more profound. Even Gu Wuwang's own strength had increased by a large margin. Even though he still needed a long time to accumulate his strength, it was enough to surprise him. However, it was naturally impossible for the Daochang True World to become so strong in just a few decades. Gu Wuwang did not have such extravagant hopes. However, during the past few years, many powerful warriors from the ancient era had appeared again. Among them were the ancestors of the immortal ancient races and the great figures of the immortal palace. There were also people from even more ancient times whose cultivation bases surpassed immortal king realm. There were also some ancient cultivators from the era of the innate legends who appeared one after another. One of them was the former crown prince of the immortal phoenixes. He was familiar with Ao Ting and the others, and once he was revived, he led the immortal phoenixes to join the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. The Heaven-Slaying Alliance had unified the ancient worlds of various sizes and could be said to have truly unified the Daochang True World. It could be said that it was the strongest force of power since ancient times. If they did not consider the impending disaster, then as long as the Daochang True World was given time, it would sooner or later develop to a level where it could rival the ancient True Worlds. This is the aura of another civilization. It's much stronger and more menacing than I thought. Gu Wuwang did not waste any time. With a thought, he had the remaining ancient cultivators in the Daochang True World come to the palace to discuss how to deal with the situation. As for Gu Chang'e's whereabouts and tracks, he did not know anything about it. Wang Wushang's growth might be fast, but it's still not enough in the face of this disaster. I wonder what Gu Chang'e's plans were. Gu Wuwang shook his head. No matter what, he was an ancient cultivator in the Dao realm, so he could more or less see the abnormality in Wang Wushang. However, he did not want to ask about the major matter that involved the Daochang True World. As the Dao child of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Wang Wushang was nourished by Kismet. The ancient Dao orthodoxies saw him as their hope and poured countless resources into him. Besides, Gu Chang'e had given him the root of primordial chaos, which helped him cultivate. In just a few short decades, Wang Wushang had already grown to a level comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor. This was a completely inconceivable matter. It seemed that only the word variable could truly explain all of this. There were plenty of young people who had risen to fame in Daochang True World. All of them had their own serendipity and fortuitous encounters, and the speed at which they grew was incredibly terrifying. However, in front of Wang Wushang, they were still overshadowed. Over the years, the Heaven-Slaying Alliance had recruited many young people with great fortunes and opportunities from all over the world. They had poured resources into them to help them grow. However, time was still a threshold that could not be crossed. There was not enough time left for them to grow. If he had 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer, he might be able to reach the point where he could take charge of everything. When I left the immortal region back then, the various worlds had withered, the heavens had shattered, and the various races were gloomy. Their karmic luck was thin, and it was a scene of sunset, but I didn't expect that when I returned to my homeland, the scene I would see would be incredibly different. This place is thriving, and its karmic luck is flourishing. Judging by the degree to which its karmic luck is surging, it might not take many eons before it grows into an ancient true world. Qing Feng, you are truly a good disciple of mine. You gave me such a pleasant surprise. For it to still have such serendipity after going through 2 eons means that this true world's fate should not stop here. Once it becomes an ancient true world, its status will change drastically. Even in the eyes of the 9 heavens, it will be a powerful force that cannot be ignored. At the same time, several figures were trekking through the vast expanse beyond Daochang True World. Golden light appeared under the feet of one of them and intersected with each other to form some sort of terrifying runic symbol. It turned into a great Tao that brought another person through the vast expanse of fog. Before their eyes was a true world enveloped by layers of nebulas. It looked like an eggshell that was giving birth to an astonishing amount of karmic luck. All sorts of phenomena could be seen within it. Occasionally, it would expand and shrink. Occasionally, immortal light, chaotic fog, divine light of absolute beginning, and other mysterious and strange substances would surge out. The person who spoke was an old man who looked like a human but had a sharp mouth and yellow hair. He wore a monk's robe and looked a little like an ape who had attained the Tao. His golden eyes looked incredibly ancient and profound, and occasionally, they would shine with a brilliant light. Among the people beside him, there was a young man. He was tall and strong, and looked valiant and extraordinary. He was Qing Feng, who had left the celestial region a few years ago to search for the 9 heavens. It had been many years since he left the celestial region. Now that he had returned, Qing Feng could not help but feel a little timid, but more than that, he was excited. Master, you are right. The celestial region might have encountered a disaster and might be destroyed, but there is still a chance of survival, or else I would not have traveled hundreds of millions of leagues to search for a way to solve it. Qing Feng was still very respectful when he faced the old man in the monk's robe. The old man's name was Ancient Monk Ape Zen. He was an ancient existence in the 3rd layer of the 9 heavens, sky change. His strength was unfathomable. A long time ago, he had broken through the shackles of the immortal Tao and entered the Tao realm. He had survived countless heavenly blight tribulations. He was also the biggest reason why Qing Feng could safely leave the 9 heavens and return to the celestial region. Otherwise, with his strength, let alone returning to the celestial region, he might not even be able to leave the 9 heavens. The surroundings of the 9 heavens were filled with all kinds of terrifying storms of the great Tao. There were also countless spacetime torrents and fragments of time that could easily shatter a cultivator's body and destroy their soul. Not to mention immortal kings, even quasi-immortal emperors did not dare to cross. Many years ago, after Qing Feng bid farewell to the Tomb Keeper, he went to the 9 heavens to find the ancestors of the immortal palace. He wanted them to help and solve the disaster of the celestial region. However, the 9 heavens were so vast. Each layer of the 9 heavens seemed to be made up of endless continents. There were countless ancient planets and countless orthodoxies. Qing Feng kept asking, but he did not get any information about the ancestors of the immortal palace. Later on, he relied on his relationship with the Tomb Keeper to go to the center of the 1st layer of heaven. He used the teleportation formation to go to the 2nd layer of heaven. However, although the 2nd layer of heaven was smaller than the 1st layer of heaven, it was still vast. Moreover, there were many alternate spacetimes. Many orthodoxies were located in the depths of spacetime. It was even more difficult for him to find traces of the ancestors of the immortal palace. He could not even find any information about them. Moreover, only after reaching the 9 heavens did Qing Feng understand how laughable he was. He thought that the disaster of the celestial region was so terrifying and important that he had to hurry back. Otherwise, it would be too late. However, this kind of thing was too common in the 9 heavens. There were many living beings and cultivators in the 9 heavens. They were slightly older and had experienced the destruction of their homeland. They were already indifferent to it. Qing Feng had also begged the experts of the 9 heavens to help. He was willing to pay any price. However, everyone was disdainful. After hearing about this matter, it was like they heard a wave rising and then sinking. They did not care at all. Qing Feng almost fell into despair. After leaving the celestial region, he knew how vast the world was. In the eyes of those experts, things like the destruction of a world was as normal as the sun rising and the moon falling. It would happen every day. It would not attract their attention at all. The vicissitudes of time and reincarnation were just small things in the blink of an eye. Moreover, with Qing Feng's strength, he was not qualified to pay a price that would move them. He traveled far and wide to save a world that was about to collapse. Fortunately, in the 3rd layer of heaven, Qing Feng was extremely lucky to meet ancient monk Ape Zen. He said that he had some connections with the world behind Qing Feng and had walked out of that world before. After knowing that the world was about to suffer a calamity, he was willing to return with Qing Feng and save it. Ancient monk Ape Zen was also a famous figure in the 3rd layer of heaven. Even the rulers of the 3rd layer of heaven would treat him with respect. Therefore, after knowing all this, Qing Feng was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, ancient monk Ape Zen saw that his talent was extraordinary, so he took him in as a disciple. He even gave him many treasures and abilities to help him condense the immortal King Dao fruit. Although the immortal King Dao fruit had not stabilized and should be left in the 9 heavens to cultivate for a period of time, Qing Feng could not forget about Qing Feng. He was afraid that the demon master would harm his people in the city of no return and his junior sister Xianxia, who hated the demon master to the bone. Therefore, he naturally hoped that ancient monk Ape Zen would quickly return to the immortal region with him and help resolve the calamity. He wondered how his junior sister and the others had been during the years he left the immortal region. Would they be bullied by the demon master and live in fear all day long? When he thought of this, Qing Feng's heart tightened. He was very uneasy. He was afraid that he would see an unacceptable scene when he returned to the immortal region. Master, from the aura and scale of this true world, although it is only a new true world, it is still rising rapidly. But this continuous increase in kismet doesn't seem like something that would appear in a newborn true world. Moreover, I feel that there seems to be a strong expert outside this true world that has set up restrictions to resist the impact of the immortal region. This true world probably has many secrets. At this moment, among the people standing with Qing Feng, a woman with a seductive appearance spoke. She was wearing a light pink dress. Her beautiful hair was like clouds, and there was a golden feather at the center of her eyebrows. She was not human. However, her aura was very vast and deep, like that of a boundless universe. Her cultivation base was half a step into the Tao realm. Qing Feng was very respectful to this woman. Her name was Fen Tiao, and she was ancient monk Ape Zen's eldest disciple. She had cultivated for many years and had several eons of magic power. There were many ancient races living in the 9 heavens. Their former homes were destroyed and turned to dust. They had no choice but to leave their homes and migrate. Fen Xiao wasn't a human. She had the bloodline of the great Cyan divine bird. Her ancestor was an innate divine bird born in the primal chaos. She had once ruled over an ancient true world, but during the apocalypse, the true world she was in shattered and returned to dust. Fen Xiao led her race to migrate through the vast expanse. Later on, she found the 9 heavens and settled there. As the eldest disciple of ancient monk Ape Zen, she had worked very hard to get to where she was today. A half-step Tao realm cultivator was a powerful force that couldn't be ignored in the 9 heavens. She could protect her people. Aside from Fen Xiao, there were several other figures here. There were men and women, humans and aliens. They all followed ancient monk Ape Zen here. Qing Feng treated them very respectfully. Aside from Xianxia, the others were all immortal emperors. The weakest was a quasi-immortal emperor. In the previous immortal region, they could definitely rule over an area and no one could shake them. Moreover, Xianxia was the reason Qing Feng was able to meet ancient monk Ape Zen on this trip to the Nine Heavens. If it wasn't for Fen Tian finding him pitiful and thinking of her destroyed homeland, bringing him to see ancient monk Ape Zen, none of these things would have happened afterwards. Eldest senior sister Xianxia is right. There seems to be something wrong with the providence of this true world. If there isn't a supreme treasure being born, then it's very likely that a powerful person left behind a Dao fruit. At this time, a slightly taller figure spoke. His face was similar to ancient monk Ape Zen, but he wore a golden robe. Although he had the will of Buddha, he seemed a bit fierce. As he sized up the true world in front of him, light continuously flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was plotting something. Qing Feng glanced at this person. His name was Yuan Xian. He came from the same clan as ancient monk Ape Zen and had outstanding talent. In just a few epochs, he had reached quasi-immortal emperor and was highly regarded by ancient monk Ape Zen. This time, the monk purposely brought Yuan Xian out in order to help him reach the imperial level and condense his light. Ancient monk Ape Zen put his palms together and nodded slightly. You're all right. Based on what Qing Feng said before, this true world has clearly reached the point where its fate is declining. It's on the verge of destruction and a calamity is about to descend. But from the looks of it now, the luck is rising and surging. This is not the sign of premature aging. Furthermore, when I left this realm, my cultivation was still shallow, so I didn't see anything. But now that I look at it, these restriction runes aren't something that an ordinary cultivator can leave behind. Looks like this true world was once left behind by a powerful being. It contains quite a big secret. He was now a Dao realm ancient cultivator, and his strength was unfathomable. Even he was surprised by the array pattern restriction, which meant that it was at least at the Dao realm level. However, according to Qing Feng's introduction, this true world had never given birth to a very powerful existence. In ancient monk Ape Zen's opinion, the world devastator demon master he spoke of had at most touched the threshold of the Dao realm. Even his eldest disciple, Fen Chen, might be able to easily suppress him, so he wouldn't be in any danger at all. However, at ancient monk Ape Zen's level, he could easily see the past and reflect the future. Still, peering into a true world consumed a lot of energy. He didn't intend to spend a lot of energy to do so, but he still felt a hint of danger and that something was off. Oh well, it's just a new true world. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a hint of something off. Ancient monk Ape Zen didn't take this hint of something off to heart. After all, he could peer into the fate of a true world and understand the workings of the heavenly Dao. If there were any calamities or dangers, he could foresee them. He could calculate all sorts of disasters, so it was very difficult for him to truly fall into danger. Let's go back to your homeland and take a look. You've been away for so many years, so you should miss your homeland. Ancient monk Ape Zen smiled and put his palms together as he spoke to Qing Feng. At the same time, the golden path under his feet extended. The restriction runes outside the Daochang true world naturally couldn't stop him. When he left the immortal region in the past, he was still a little monkey. His cultivation was even lower than Qing Feng's. If he hadn't obtained a great serendipity in the Nine Heavens and obtained the Saraira left behind by an ancient monk in the Dao realm before he passed away, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Nine Heavens. With the help of the eternal Dao Lord, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Ancient monk Ape Zen wasn't wrong when he said that he had a connection with the immortal region. The person who brought him to the Nine Heavens was a native cultivator from the immortal region. However, that cultivator didn't have enough luck and passed away in the Nine Heavens. There were so many cultivators searching for the Nine Heavens in the vast expanse of space. They were like the sand in the Ganges, uncountable. That person didn't have a lot of luck. When his cultivation base reached its peak, his lifespan would naturally reach its end as well. A long time had passed, and ancient monk Ape Zen had almost forgotten that person's face and name. Time is like a blade that cuts down prodigies. No one can escape this disaster. But this time, if I can complete the task set by the eternal Dao Lord and obtain his Dao essence, I might be able to advance even further. scheming flashed in the depths of ancient monk Ape Zen's eyes. If the master of the nine heavens, who represented the supreme Tao Lord, hadn't sent him a thought and asked him to take in Qing Feng as his disciple, ancient monk Ape Zen wouldn't have done so, even if his eldest disciple, Fen Chen, had personally pleaded for him. In his opinion, so what if the immortal region was his former homeland? It had long since broken away from him. In this vast expanse of space, countless worlds were destroyed every day, and countless lives died. He didn't have the leisure to care about such things. Cultivation had always been a cruel process. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. However, since Qing Feng was noticed by the eternal Tao Lord, it meant that there was something special about him, which was why ancient monk Ape Zen did as he was told. Of course, it was also the eternal Tao Lord's orders to follow Qing Feng back to the immortal region and solve the disaster. Qing Feng didn't know about these things. In the Daochang true world, Gu Wuwang had long since told the leaders of the various races about the disaster. He couldn't tell the public that Guchanga had disappeared a long time ago. To the Daochang true world, Guchanga's existence was equivalent to a pillar of support. Once the pillar of support disappeared, the hearts of the people would also scatter. The leaders of the various races had all rushed to the main hall of the Heaven Punishing Alliance. They were very concerned about the disaster this time. When they looked over, they saw that the place was densely packed with heads, and they were all discussing it in low voices. The atmosphere might be heavy, but there was no pressure or uneasiness due to the impending disaster. Gu Wuwang was dressed in black robes and stood at the head of the group with his hands behind his back. When he saw this scene, he could not help but shake his head slightly. If they knew that Guchanga had disappeared a long time ago, would these people still be able to be so relaxed and talk as if nothing had happened? Looks like Guchanga intends to train the Daochang true world, which is why he decided to use the art of disappearance. But when I think about it, it makes sense. If we rely on him for everything, then no matter how many geniuses there are in the Daochang true world, it's impossible for them to truly grow. Only when they truly face the disaster can they grow the fastest, Gu Wuwang guessed in his heart. Daoist brother Wuwang, is the news confirmed? Soon, the wine sword immortal, who was half a step into Tao realm, appeared with his disciple, Wang Xianxia. He went straight to the point and asked. He might be dressed in tattered clothes and did not care about his appearance, but none of the leaders of the various orthodoxies in the hall dared to underestimate him. Quite a number of prodigies of the younger generation and middle-aged generation who came with the leaders of the various races cast their gazes on the wine sword immortal's disciple, Wang Xianxia. As the disciple of one of the few ancient cultivators in Tao realm in the Daochang true world, it was impossible for him not to be noticed. However, Wang Xianxia had also grown a lot over the years. He was no longer the cowherd in the mountain village. As he stood there, he had an imposing appearance. He had a Taoist sword on his back, and there was a free and easy air about him, making him look like a young sword immortal. Of course, there were also rumors saying that Wang Xianxia had a relationship with the Alliance Master of the Heaven Crusher Alliance, Guchanga, and had once called him Uncle Gu. However, this rumor had not been proven, and Wang Xianxia had never personally admitted it. The leaders of the various orthodoxies had also tried to recruit Wang Xianxia. They threw out all sorts of olive branches or arranged marriages, but none of them succeeded. The kismet in the Daochang true world was flourishing at that moment, and all sorts of monsters and freaks were popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Among the most brilliant prodigies of the younger generation and middle-aged generation, Wang Xianxia was definitely ranked at the top, and he was known as the Little Sword Immortal by quite a number of people. The news is naturally true, or else I wouldn't have sent a message to inform all the races that the power beyond the Daochang true world will descend in a few years at the latest. However, this power is different from the one I deduced in the beginning. They might not come from the same power, Gu Wuwang said with a nod. When they heard this, the leaders of the various races in the hall were shocked. Someone could not help but ask, Vice Alliance Master, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that there isn't just one power beyond the vast expanse that is coveting the Daochang true world? Gu Wuwang cast that person a glance and nodded. That's possible. That's why I asked all of you to come here and discuss how to deal with the situation. With the Daochang true world's current strength, if we don't make preparations, it'll be very difficult for us to withstand this disaster. Right then, he was fulfilling his duties as the Vice-Alliance Master of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. In the past, he would not have thought about these things, and neither would he have said so much. However, since Gu Chang'e had disappeared and had become a boss who did nothing, Gu Wuwang could only pick up this burden. In truth, during the years he had been managing the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, he could clearly sense the benefits of the people's wishes and the power of faith. His cultivation base, which had originally been stuck at a bottleneck, showed signs of loosening, and his understanding of Dao arts became deeper. With this benefit, Gu Wuwang had nothing to complain about. After all, his cultivation base had already reached its limit. He could not see the path ahead of him, and there was no hope. He did not know how he should continue cultivating or how he should continue down this path. However, the people's wishes and the power of faith allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could use this power to continue down a new path and form the essence of his Tao that he could use to cultivate. When the leaders of the various races in the hall heard these words, they were clearly stunned. Many of them frowned and began thinking about how they should deal with the situation. Gu Wuwang's words also reminded them that they would not only have to face one disaster in the future. If we don't grow quickly, then we won't even have the right to be cannon fodder before these disasters. Some of the young people's hearts sank. They felt a sense of urgency. They had been in too much of a hurry to cultivate, and there was not enough time for them to grow. Soon, several streams of light appeared outside the hall. The other people had also arrived. Xin Shuang and the others from Immortal Palace followed behind Uncle Yi. As for Ao Ling, Ao Teng, and the other people from the era of the Khanate legends, as well as Xianxia, they followed Ming, the other ancient cultivator in Daochang True World who was now in Daochang True World. Gu Wuwang told the people what he had seen through his calculations and told them to prepare themselves. The disaster this time had come faster than they had imagined. This caused the people's hearts to feel slightly heavy. Xin Shuang, Xianxia, Ao Ling, and the other prodigies of the younger generation were also silent. They felt a sense of oppression. Although they had been cultivating diligently, their speed was still too slow. In this disaster, they probably didn't even have the right to be cannon fodder. Xin Shuang and Ao Ling had been cultivating for a long time and were already immortal kings. However, although Xianxia had the opportunity bestowed by Gu Chang'e and the personal guidance of Ming, she was still too young. She was only a true immortal now. As for the younger generation, their cultivation bases were even lower. Although they had heaven-defying opportunities and supreme fortunes that allowed their strength to advance by leaps and bounds, they were still in the domain of human Tao. It would still take many years for them to achieve Tao. Vice Alliance Leader, I wonder what the Lord Alliance Leader has been doing all this time. I haven't heard news of him for a long time. I wonder what the leader has instructed for this disaster. I think that with the leader's strength, he should be able to easily resolve this disaster. At this time, an expert from a foreign domain couldn't help but ask respectfully, voicing the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Once he said this, the people could not help but look towards him. Even Xin Shuang and the others, who had always harbored resentment and hatred towards Gu Chang'e, did the same. However, Gu Wuwang had long since expected them to ask this question. He did not know where Gu Chang'e was at that moment. He only shook his head slightly. The leader has something important to do right now, so it's not convenient for him to interfere in this matter. We need Daochang True World to work together to deal with this disaster. What? When they heard this, the people in the hall were stunned. Some of the people who had originally not paid much attention to this matter felt their hearts sink. Worry and solemn expressions appeared on their faces. What? It's not convenient for the alliance leader to interfere in this matter? The powerful warrior from the other world who asked this question clearly did not expect this answer. His respectful expression froze on his face, and he did not manage to react for a long time. Before this, all the races in Daochang True World treated Gu Chang'e as their pillar of support. No matter what Gu Chang'e did in the past, he was the strongest person in Daochang True World. As long as Gu Chang'e guarded Daochang True World, they did not need to care about any troublemakers. Yet now, they were suddenly told that Gu Chang'e would not interfere in this matter. Did this mean that they would have to face this disaster alone? Xin Shuang, Ao Teng, Ao Ling, and the others did not expect this either. Their hearts swiftly sank. Besides the three Dao realm ancient cultivators, the strongest person in Dao Chang true world was only an immortal emperor. How were they supposed to face the disaster of the world? Gu Wuwang had expected this a long time ago, so his expression did not change. The alliance leader has his own plans. This is a disaster that the Dao Chang true world must go through. As living beings of Dao Chang true world, how can you leave everything to others? How are you going to grow then? When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of anger in his tone, as if he hated the fact that the Dao Chang true world did not fight. When the people in the hall saw this, they no longer said anything. Some of them even looked ashamed. When they thought about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. They relied too much on the powerful and lacked the vigilance to be prepared for danger in times of peace. If this continued, it was indeed not suitable for the Dao Chang true world to become prosperous and strong. This disaster was perhaps a test and trial for all of them. Could it be that they were truly counting on Guchanga to save them from this disaster? Since ancient times, heroes have always been born in troubled times. Since the alliance leader has his own plans, then we will naturally obey. The leaders of the various races in the hall looked at each other and spoke. They decided that once they returned, they would deal with the disaster. Winesword Immortal and Abyss nodded as well. They represented a great power behind them, and most of the time, their opinions could affect the outcome of a discussion. However, in the face of the impending calamity, they shared the same thoughts as Gu Wuwang. Then, Gu Wuwang talked to the group about the current situation in Dao Chang true world. He asked about the strength of the younger generation, middle-aged and young generation, as well as the powerful warriors who had returned from ancient times. He had a general idea of what was going on. During this period of time, many ancient powerhouses had returned. They had either gone through reincarnation, awakened their original memories, or came back from the dead. In short, there were all kinds of bizarre ways of returning. However, their strength levels were not uniform. The stronger ones were at the quasi-immortal emperor realm, while the weaker ones were at the threshold of the immortal king realm. In the current Dao Chang true world, those above immortal king realm were considered to be the peak of power, while those who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, who were those who had achieved Dao and those who were true immortals, were considered to be the cornerstones of humanity. Relatively speaking, there was not a lack of top-notch battle prowess and mainstays. The only thing that was lacking was Dao realm ancient cultivators. This was the foundation and confidence that allowed a true world to gain a foothold in the vast expanse. That was why all the orthodoxies had gathered their gazes on Wang Wushang, the Dao disciple of the Heaven-Punishing Alliance, hoping that he could become the next Dao realm existence. I heard that the Dao disciple is about to reach the immortal emperor realm. I don't know if that's true or not. The last time I heard about him, I only heard that he had become an immortal king. In just a few short decades, he's about to become an immortal emperor. That speed is too terrifying. This news hasn't been confirmed yet, but even if he's not an immortal emperor, he's at least a quasi-immortal emperor. After all, the Alliance Master gave him a divine item called the Primordial Root. It caused an incredible phenomenon, and even Senior Ming tried to fight for it. However, for some reason, it was left unsettled. Looks like the Dao disciple is highly regarded by the Alliance Master. He poured resources from all the races to help him grow, and he even gave him divine items. I reckon that he might have personally guided him or even given him cultivation methods when we weren't aware of it. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he's the future hope of the Dao Chang true world. We're still counting on him to bring us through the disaster and usher in glory. When Wang Wushang's name was mentioned, the leaders of the various races in the hall began to discuss him in low voices. They were filled with amazement, regret, and fear. Wang Wushang was the successor of the true mountain and sea world, the Dao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, and Guchanga highly regarded him. Even the great figures in charge of ancient Dao orthodoxies like them had to be respectful when facing Wang Wushang. They didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. During this period of time, Wang Wushang had also nurtured quite a number of henchmen. He had quite a number of followers among the younger generation and middle-aged generation. For example, there were quite a number of young people in the hall who were going to be in charge of Dao orthodoxies in the future, but they were currently following Wang Wushang. The Dao Chang true world might seem peaceful on the surface, but in truth, there were also conflicts between the various races and forces in the dark. At that moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Wushang was very likely to become Guchanga's successor in the future, and he would truly be in charge of a true world. He had yet to grow up, and his wings had yet to fully develop, but he already had the power to cover the sky with one hand. When Guchanga had given him the root of primordial chaos, Ming had seemed to be rather interested in it and wanted to borrow it to take a look. However, Wang Wushang had not given him any face and had coldly rejected him. Even if he was facing one of the only 3 ancient Dao realm cultivators in the Daochang true world, he didn't care and didn't give him any face. This made Ming very displeased, and he had almost attacked Wang Wushang to teach him a lesson. In the end, Gu Wuwang had appeared and mediated between them, calming Ming down. Due to this matter, Wang Wushang was once again pushed to the center of the storm in the Daochang true world, and the leaders of the various races were deeply terrified. With Guchanga supporting him from behind, even in the face of a Dao realm ancient cultivator, Wang Wushang dared to provoke him. This was his current terrifying power. Due to this matter, Wang Wushang's reputation also reached a certain peak. After the leaders of the various races and sects discussed this matter, they sent their disciples to get close to Wang Wushang. However, the ancient Dao realm cultivator Ming, who originally only had a normal relationship with Wang Wushang, also found him to be an eyesore because of this matter. Ming was a person from the era of the innate legends, and he could be considered to be one of the oldest people in the Daochang true world. Becoming enemies with him was the same as becoming enemies with the powerful warriors from the era of the innate legends. For example, the first Dragon clan and the first Phoenix clan didn't like Wang Wushang. This was not the only thing the root of primordial chaos had brought about. Wang Wushang had paid a heavy price in order to protect this divine object all these years. Just as the powerful warriors of the various races in the hall were discussing this matter, Gu Wuwang seemed to have sensed something and cast a slightly surprised glance at the entrance of the hall. Ming let out a cold harumph, and displeasure appeared on his face. The wine-sword immortal's expression did not change. He sat on the rocking chair in the hall and occasionally gave a few orders to his disciple, Wang Xianxia. Then, he picked up the wine gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Lord Daochild has arrived. At that moment, a guard in golden armor with a heavenly blade by his waist rushed over and shouted at the entrance of the hall. When they heard this, the expressions of many of the powerful warriors in the hall changed slightly. Many of them could not help but cast their gazes towards the entrance of the hall. This Wang Wushang sure is powerful. He really thinks that he's the master of the Daochang true world. He came here to discuss something important, but not only is he late by an hour, he's also making such a big fuss. It's as if he's afraid that no one will know that he's here. Xianxia, who was following beside Ming, had a tense expression on her face. No matter what, Ming was her master. As his disciple, it was only natural that she would feel uncomfortable when Wang Wushang humiliated him. It was a pity that she was not strong enough and could not help her master vent his anger. Wang Wushang might have great power in the Daochang true world and no one dared to provoke him, but Xianxia was not simple. But Xianxia's identity was not simple. Her master was a Dao realm ancient cultivator, Ming. In terms of blood relations, Guchanga was her cousin. That was why Wang Wushang did not dare to do anything to her. When they heard Xianxia's words, Ao Teng, Ao Ling, and the others shook their heads and smiled wryly. They did not dare to say such words at the moment. Xin Shuang, Luo Yanqi, and the others did not say anything. They only frowned and looked outside the hall. A young man in white with a tall and straight figure walked over. His face was very handsome, and there was a golden light at the center of his brows, which added to his mysteriousness and nobility. His hair seemed to be flowing with light, and his every move was filled with a great presence. It was as if he was the center of all the worlds in the universe. He controlled the laws and operated the heavenly Dao. He was like a young immortal emperor who ruled the world. He was the current Dao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Wang Wushang. Many people could even see some of Guchanga's shadow from his clothes. Regardless of whether Wang Wushang was deliberately imitating him or becoming like this because of Guchanga's influence, the people could not help but sigh in their hearts. In just a few short decades, the successor of an immortal king family in the immortal region had now become someone who looked down on all living beings in the world and looked down on ancient Dao realm cultivators. There were many figures following behind Wang Wushang, and there was no lack of quasi-immortal emperors among them. Their figures were very blurry, and they were shrouded in chaotic fog as if they were standing in another world. Greetings, everyone, greetings, Senior Wu Wang, Senior Ming, Senior Wine Sword Immortal. I was delayed by some matters on the way, so I'm a little late. I hope you don't mind. Wang Wushang was Anichen. He looked around the hall and stopped for a moment on many people's faces before he smiled and explained with cupped fists. His attitude was rather friendly. Ming was expressionless and did not pay attention to him. Wine Sword Immortal was the same. Only Gu Wuwang nodded slightly and told him not to be so courteous. Anichen did not mind. With his current power, there was indeed no need for him to care about anyone's feelings. At present, only Gu Wuwang was in charge of the Daochang True World, and Gu Chang'e was just a shopkeeper who had not appeared for a few decades. This could not be better for Anichen. He could not wait for Gu Chang'e to completely disappear. Then, the Daochang True World would no longer have any power that could threaten him, and he would be able to possess this true world without worry. Over the past few years, due to the root of primordial chaos, Anichen did not have much time to possess the Daochang True World. He could only slowly nibble away at it step by step. His cultivation base was also increasing at a terrifying speed. The primordial root was indeed a divine item that Gu Chang'e had spent a lot of effort to refine. The primordial aura that was refined contained the purest essence of Tao, and from it, one could understand many of the profound truths of the immortal realm. Besides that, there was an indistinct space-time domain around the root of primordial chaos that could distort the flow of time. With the root of primordial chaos, one could achieve twice the result, with half the effort. With the help of this divine item, Anichen naturally did not disappoint, and his cultivation base had long since broken through to quasi-immortal emperor. He was preparing to ignite his immortal emperor light and become an immortal emperor in one go. Once he broke through, he would be able to recover his peak strength and carry out his final plan. The arrival of Wang Wushang caused the atmosphere in the hall to become slightly strange. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that two of the three ancient Dao realm cultivators did not like Wang Wushang very much. Only the vice alliance leader, Gu Wuwang, maintained the situation. He talked about various countermeasures to deal with the disaster, and he would symbolically ask for Wang Wushang's opinion. There was no enmity between Anichen and Gu Wuwang at the moment, so he did not have much to say. He just did as Gu Wuwang instructed. Speaking of which, Anichen's luck was extraordinary. Over the years, he had gathered many forces, and even had some races born in the primordial chaos under his command. Among the followers behind him, there were several terrifying existences with the presence of quasi-immortal emperors. These beings were born in the depths of the primordial chaos, and they were comparable to innate races like the primordial dragon, primordial phoenix, primordial qilin, and so on. They were extremely powerful. At the end of the discussion, Gu Wuwang gave out a lot of orders and waited for the leaders of the various races to return. Next, they only needed to use all their strength to deal with the disaster. However, at that moment, Gu Wuwang, Ming, and the Wine Sword Immortal raised their heads and looked at the sky outside the hall, as if they had sensed something. An extremely powerful existence has descended beyond the vast expanse. His presence is not weaker than yours or mine. He might not have good intentions. They sensed an incomparably powerful and ancient divine will sweeping through the area beyond Daochang True World, as if it wanted to investigate the truth of the true world. At that instant, their expressions changed, and they were about to step into the air to investigate. The people in the hall who had yet to leave were also shocked by this sudden scene. Even Anichen was shocked, and a slight uneasiness rose in his heart. At the same time, an astonishing anomaly appeared in an extremely remote and uncivilized region in the higher world. There were hills, ravines, and mountain ranges all around. Many places were filled with thick fog that blocked out the sun, making the place appear extremely dark. This was a forbidden land known as the Heavenly Tomb. It did not exist in any dimension or dimension. However, at that moment, the ground was continuously cracking. Many cracks appeared, and a chaotic aura surged out of them, distorting light, space, and time. "We're finally leaving that accursed place," a big red bird flapped its wings. It was very fast, and it was the first to rush out of the cracks. At the same time, it did not forget to call out. The earth cracked and streaks of divine light shot out from all directions. The mountains shook as if there was an earthquake. Around this area, time and space seemed to be distorted. The laws of heaven and earth no longer existed. I can finally see the sun. I don't have to stay in that damned place anymore. The big red bird flapped its wings and shouted excitedly. It rushed out from a wide crack. Although this place was a bit dark, it was still possible to see some sunlight. It was not completely dark. It was very excited. Its voice was that of a young girl, giving off an extremely crisp feeling. During this period of time, when they stayed in the depths of the heavenly tomb, there were gloomy black clouds drifting everywhere. The world was dusky without any light. It was like the legendary Netherworld. Many places still had traces of a great battle. The earth was cracked and a corner was missing from time to time. Many areas were full of potholes, full of blood lakes that had not dried up. A thick baleful aura pervaded the air. It couldn't wait any longer and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it couldn't find a suitable place and time. And just as the big red bird was shouting excitedly, a slender figure also turned into a divine rainbow and rushed out from a crack. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and her appearance was peerless. She was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a country. Her every movement carried with it a celestial aura. The young girl's facial features were picturesque. Her eyebrows were like willows and her waist was slender. She wore a light blue long dress with wide sleeves. She was like a fairy of the moon, otherworldly and otherworldly. Xianxia, I thought you were going to continue cultivating in there. The big red bird looked at this young girl. It flapped its wings and landed on her shoulder, combing its feathers while it was at it. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. She seemed to be a bit unaccustomed to the glaring sunlight of the outside world. Her white and slender hands were as delicate as jade as they blocked her eyes. I've cultivated in the depths of the heavenly tomb for so long. There's no point in staying here any longer. It's time to leave and return to the outside world. She shook her head and replied. In the 16 heavenly tombs, she obtained many of the opportunities left behind by her first life. She even refined the essence of those heavens that were once buried. Xianxia's current cultivation had already reached an unfathomable level. However, she had never truly fought with anyone before, so she wasn't sure how strong she was now. That's right. Back then, when you wanted to take the risk and enter the heavenly tomb, I advised you for a long time. But fortunately, you were lucky and weren't affected by the distracting thoughts in the heavenly tomb. You should know that those fallen heavens were once refined into heavenly incarnations by some experts. They contain all sorts of distracting thoughts. If you're not careful, you'll trigger a heart demon and your Tao will be destroyed. The big red bird nodded. When it mentioned this matter, it still had some lingering fear. In this trip to the heavenly tomb, Xianxia had indeed encountered the most terrifying danger since he was born. He had almost lost his life, and even his flame of life had almost been extinguished. Although Xianxia had given her many precious life-saving treasures, they were of no use during that calamity. In the end, Xianxia had to burn his immortal bones and use his lifespan as firewood to undergo the third nirvana and comprehend the essence of life. Only then did he barely make it through. However, this third nirvana also helped Xianxia to successfully comprehend the power of life reincarnation and master fate, life and death. Later on, he even condensed the immortal King Tao fruit in one fell swoop. Now, the heavenly essence that she had absorbed had yet to be completely refined. Xianxia estimated that once she completely refined it, she would have a chance to reach the peak of the immortal king realm and try to condense the quasi-immortal emperor light. Actually, there was another benefit in the heavenly tomb. The flow of time in the heavenly tomb was chaotic compared to the outside world. In some places, the flow of time was very fast, and in some places, the flow of time was very slow. Xianxia had spent several years just to undergo the third nirvana. While Xianxia and the big red bird were conversing, the crack in the heavenly tomb behind them was slowly closing. The heavenly tomb would only appear at certain times and places. Normally, no matter how one searched, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of it. It's time to go. I wonder how the outside world has been all these years. That guy, Xianxia, what is he doing now? Xianxia had a longing look on her face. Before the big red bird could react, she grabbed it and tore open the space in front of her. She stepped into the heavenly tomb. With her current cultivation, she could easily tear open the universe and traverse the void. The upper realm might be vast, but she could return to the region where the divine nation was originally located in a few breaths' time. Gu Xian'er also used her divine sense to check the current situation in various places. She was stunned when she received the news. It turned out that after she went to the heavenly tomb, the upper realm had undergone tremendous changes. Even the immortal realms and the other realms had completely merged with the upper realm. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Gu Xian'er fell silent. She didn't go to the divine nation immediately. According to the news, the divine nation and the heavenly court had merged into the heavenly alliance. Therefore, she first went to the Peach Village in the forsaken immortal land based on her memory. Back then, Xianxia had used his great magic power to move the forsaken immortal land to the boundary near the divine nation. It wasn't far from where she was now. Soon, Gu Xian'er walked out of the void. She smiled when she saw the familiar Peach Village. The changes in the Peach Village weren't that great, but after 100 years, some of the children had become grandfathers and grandchildren. Her masters were all cultivators with powerful cultivation bases. Due to the drastic changes in the environment, their cultivation bases had increased by quite a bit. However, the peach tree outside the Peach Village wasn't as colorful as before. Many parts of it showed signs of withering and no longer bloomed. Yao Yao, on the other hand, was still the little girl she used to be, following the elders in the village. However, she would occasionally come to the outskirts of the village and sit on the stone stool. She supported her chin and looked into the distance, as if waiting for someone to come. She looked like a child, but there was a melancholy and disappointment that didn't match her age. Sister Tao Yao, Gu Xian'er didn't appear immediately. Instead, she stood outside the village for a long time. With her current cultivation, even if she walked in front of the masters, they wouldn't notice her arrival. However, she didn't sense Tao Yao's aura here. The peach tree seemed to have aged from the inside. There were signs of decay. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that Tao Yao's aura had completely disappeared many years ago. What happened? Why did Sister Tao Yao's aura disappear from the Peach Village? There's no trace of her in this world. With Sister Tao Yao's strength, it shouldn't be like this. Gu Xian'er frowned. She used her magic to calculate, trying to find any trace of Tao Yao's aura. However, no matter how she calculated, the final result was that Tao Yao seemed to have really evaporated from this world. She didn't exist in any space or time. To Gu Xian'er, Tao Yao was like her elder sister, but also like her master. When she was young, Tao Yao often gave her pointers. She taught her cultivation and cultivation methods. It could be said that Tao Yao was one of the closest people to her. Why is it like this? Why is Sister Tao Yao gone? Gu Xian'er's heart was filled with joy of reunion, but it immediately dimmed. She stood in place for a long time before she appeared and walked towards the Peach Village. Yao Yao, who was at the entrance of the village, was originally listless. However, the moment she raised her head, she saw Gu Xian'er. At first, she thought that she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes. Sister Xian'er, when she saw that it was really Gu Xian'er, the little girl's eyes immediately curved. She jumped down from the stone block and shouted happily. Hearing her voice, many villagers in the Peach Village were alarmed and rushed out of the village. The village chief, who was getting older and older, was holding a walking stick. When he saw Gu Xian'er, he seemed to be relieved. It seems that guy didn't lie to Xian'er. The old village chief shook his head. A smile appeared on his face, and he walked out of the village. All these years, Gu Xian'er was not in the Peach Village. However, her sister, Xianxia, would come to visit them from time to time. Gradually, they became familiar with each other. When Xianxia left the Tianlan realm and traveled around the upper realm, she naturally came to the place where her sister, Gu Xian'er, lived since she was young. From Xianxia's words, the villagers learned that Gu Xian'er had been trapped in a certain place and was not in danger. However, this information was obtained from Xianxia by Xianxia. It was inevitable that Gu Xian'er's masters were worried. After all, no matter what, Xianxia was still an outsider in their eyes. They could not really trust him. In addition, the various universes and races were afraid of Xianxia. Therefore, sometimes, it was inevitable that some people would have some bad guesses. Village Chief, Master, Yao Yao, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Her footsteps were much lighter as she reunited with the others. Although she was worried about Tao Yao, she did not show it. In the eyes of the villagers, she would always be the innocent and kind girl who would make the people around her smile. She did not want to bring these negative emotions to the villagers. On the ancient warship in the true spiritual ruins world, Xianxia sat cross-legged on a soft couch. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Below him, Ancestor King Baigu, Wan Yanxiu, and the others stood respectfully, as if they were waiting for his orders. The Dawn True World might have been alerted. I didn't expect that there would be so many powerful warriors in this true world. Xianxia shook his head gently. His tone was calm, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to Ancestor King Baigu and the others. Wan Yanxiu and the others were shocked. They did not dare to reply. It was impossible for them to cross hundreds of millions of spaces in an instant and sweep through a supreme true world with their thoughts. The laws of the universe in this supreme true world would not allow them to do so. Xianxia did not pay any attention to them. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. If he were to calculate the distance in the vast expanse, then the Dawn True World was hundreds of millions of light years away from this place, and that was not counting the various dimensions and alternate spaces in between. Xianxia could only capture a vague outline of the vast expanse based on the coordinates Wan Yanxiu had given him. At the instant his thoughts descended, the strongest warriors in the Dawn True World noticed him and became alert. This supreme true world sure has a lot of resources. It's a pity that they have a quasi-753 preparedness and will come up with a lot of countermeasures beforehand. Looks like I can't be too hasty. I have to eat slowly. I can't eat too much in one go. Xianxia gave up on the idea of attacking the Dawn True World. First of all, the distance between them was simply too great, and the power of the true spiritual ruins world was still far from enough to deal with the many losses he would suffer along the way. Second of all, with his current strength, he could completely ignore the 7th and 8th blights, which were the ancient cultivators in the ancestral Dao realm. However, it would still be a little troublesome to deal with the existences in the 9th blight who were about to transcend. In fact, he might even cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The great showdown had yet to descend, which was why there was no need for him to consider many things related to the origin world. However, the vast expanse world did not lack some old bastards who had been hiding for many eons. Xianxia did not want to screw up because of this and expose some of his secrets beforehand. After all, his current body did not possess the full power of the Devil Lord when he walked the world. Xianxia had only refined the drop of true blood and absorbed a lot of his cultivation base, skipping the complicated process in between. In other words, he had absorbed the Devil Lord's power of essence, which was why he had his current strength. The true Devil Lord's body had been destroyed a long time ago after the True Mountain and Sea World's Aeon disaster. That was why after he returned to being immortal, Xianxia had been paving the way for another path. How many warriors does the true spiritual ruins world behind your race have that can be used for battle? Xianxia collected his thoughts and asked Wan Yanxiu. Wan Yanxiu was slightly stunned. He might be the grand ancestor of the spiritual ruins race, but he had never asked about these matters. He had always been cultivating and taking it upon himself to break through to a higher realm. Besides, when the true spiritual ruins world was about to dry up, he had left his home and traversed the vast expanse with many experts of his race. It had been a long time since he had contacted his people in the true spiritual ruins world. This time, if Xianxia had not appeared, they would have already descended to the new true spiritual ruins world and started the great ritual to summon the true spiritual ruins world behind them. They would then devour this world and obtain new life. My lord, I do not know about this. You can only ask the current ruler of our race. She will probably know. Wan Yanxiu answered respectfully. The experts in the ancestral lands were all people with astonishing seniority in the royal family of the spiritual ruins world. They spent most of their time cultivating, and rarely asked about the matters of their race. Only when it involved some important matters would they show themselves and pass down orders to their subordinates so that they could do as they were told. Once Wan Yanxiu finished answering, He used his eyes to signal the other members of the progenitor generation behind him to go down and bring the current emperor of the royal family of the spiritual ruins. In truth, forget about how many warriors the true spirit ruins world had, even Xianxia himself did not know how many people were left in the true spirit ruins world. However, the true spirit ruins world had quite a number of ancient worlds attached to it, and each of them had many races and living beings. There was no lack of powerful warriors among them. Even though they were definitely not in Dao realm, they were definitely more than enough to be warriors who fought in various places. "Sir, if you need me, I will give the order and have my people gather all the warriors," Xianxia said respectfully. Guchanga nodded. He had indeed planned to do so. After all, the true Daochang world was just a new true world. It was impossible for it to compare to an ancient true world like the true spirit ruins world. At the very most, there were only 3 ancient cultivators in Dao realm. There were very few immortal emperors among them. They would need to be at least immortal kings to fight in the vast expanse. In this sort of war, those below immortal king realm could only be cannon fodder and would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Besides the true spirit ruins world, there was another civilization that had set their sights on the true Daochang world. When Guchanga left the true Daochang world, he did not pay any attention to them. By the looks of it, since they were wary of attacking from afar, he could only choose to attack their neighboring civilizations. When the time came, he would be able to draw a rough blueprint and use the true worlds as a springboard to invade and occupy the vast expanse in one go. If that was the case, the Heaven Crusading Alliance that he had established would come into play. Otherwise, before the final showdown arrived, the power in Guchanga's hands would not be enough to cause the origin world to feel threatened. When Xianxia saw that Guchanga had such a plan, he understood and started recruiting warriors. By the looks of it, he was planning to launch a large-scale campaign against the other true worlds. "All of you, leave." When he thought about it, Guchanga waved his hand and had Xianxia and the others leave. The ancient warship that was moving through the vast expanse changed its route under his orders and headed to the region where the true Daochang world was located. With Guchanga's current strength, nothing that happened in Daochang true world, no living being, and no cultivator's fate could be hidden from him. However, he did not intend to interfere. The Daochang true world was already developing in the direction of his destiny. If he interfered at this time, then the many tricks that Guchanga had laid down before would be useless. The people with great kismet artificially created carried the Daochang true world's kismet. Before the arrival of the great disaster, it was the best time for them to transform and train themselves. The Tao of Heaven was to take away what was in excess to make up for what was in deficiency. The Tao of Man was to take away what was in deficiency to make up for what was in excess. Guchanga's will was the will of the Daochang true world's heavenly Tao. If all lives were strong, then his will of the heavenly Tao would naturally be stronger as well. This was a process where both sides complemented each other. On the other side, the current spirit emperor of the spiritual Mount Royal family was out on patrol in plain clothes. She was temporarily staying in one of her residences in the mortal world. The environment of this courtyard was very quiet and secluded. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and it was elegant and peaceful. It would not be disturbed by outsiders. "Miss, there is news from the palace. The progenitors want you to meet them. They say that they have something to ask you." The spirit emperor leaned against the soft couch with a slightly languid expression on her face. Occasionally, she would bring out a few precious immortal fruits from the crystal jade plate beside her and put them into her mouth. When she heard the report from the maidservant below her, she immediately raised her eyebrows. It was rare for her to leave the palace, and it had only been a few days, but the progenitors already had something to arrange for her. This caused slight displeasure to appear on her face. The spirit emperor did not show much respect or fear towards the progenitors of the spiritual Mount race. She only asked calmly, "Did they say what it was?" The maidservant below her asked respectfully. "They didn't say what it was. It's just that the news suddenly came from the palace. The progenitors still don't know that you left the palace, miss, and they don't know what it is that they have to ask you about." When the spirit emperor heard this, she put down the immortal fruit in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. Slight surprise rose in her heart. Why would they suddenly look for me for no reason? Could it be that they want to push the blame on me again? Usually, when I look for them for something, all of them refuse to do it. They can't wait to throw all the trivial matters to me. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction and deep resentment. The maidservants did not dare to say anything. Although they were the Spirit Emperor's trusted aides, it was not their place to say anything about the enmity between the progenitors and the Spirit Emperor. Be it the Spirit Emperor or the progenitors, they were all people with extraordinary means. With a thought, they could tell what they were thinking. Forget it. What a bummer. The Spirit Emperor shook her head and got up from the soft couch. Currently, she was still not the true ruler of the spiritual Mound race and could only be considered as a puppet. She did not dare to truly go against the progenitors. Earlier on, she tried to use her Tao arts to deduce what the progenitors wanted, or whether this trip was auspicious or inauspicious. However, the result was hazy and filled with fog and unknown. This made the Spirit Emperor feel a little uneasy. If it was a small matter, why would it be so unpredictable? I'm afraid it's not the progenitors who want to see me, but that mysterious young man? But why does he want to see me? The Spirit Emperor was puzzled and could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, from the situation, that mysterious young man was a person that the progenitors were incomparably wary and fearful of. Even the white-bone ancestor king who had boarded the ship a while ago had become obedient. Oh right, where is that fellow called Chu Lian now? At this moment, the Spirit Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked. She had been in contact with this guy who seemed to be a variable for some time, but she still could not see anything special about him. However, in order to be absolutely sure, the Spirit Emperor still sent people to secretly observe Chu Lian's whereabouts and actions. Miss, after Chu Lian separated from us, he first went to the Wuji mountain range and stayed there for half a day, but we did not see him do anything. After that, he went to the 100 Break ruins and the ancient city of Absolute Frost. We also did not see him do anything. It seems that he only stayed there for some time. The maidservant replied, also somewhat puzzled. Wuji mountain range? 100 Break ruins, ancient city of Absolute Frost? What did he go to those places for? The Spirit Emperor frowned. She made a slight calculation with her hand, and a blurry river of all things rose up behind her. Waves surged, and ripples of the Grand Tao arose. Numerous miraculous scenes appeared within the river, and they illuminated the surroundings. There is nothing special about those places. The Wuji mountain range does indeed have a treasure called the Wuji Bell, but it has not been taken away. In the 100 Break ruins, there is the 100 forging method left behind by an expert of the Ghost Axe clan, but it is also in the same place and has not been taken away. The ancient city of Absolute Frost, the main city of the Frost clan, but this clan has already disappeared many years ago, and there are not many clansmen left. I did not expect that there would be a pearl of Absolute Frost left, but that pearl of Absolute Frost was not taken away by him. She became more and more puzzled. She could not deduce Chu Lian's fate, nor could she deduce why he went to those places. But the Spirit Emperor was sure that Chu Lian was hiding some secret. Forget it. Continue to pay attention to that guy's actions. If there is any movement, report to me immediately. As for that guy's background, investigate it carefully. The Spirit Emperor waved her hand, dismissing the maidservant. She had to find out Chu Lian's secret. This was the key to Chu Lian becoming a variable. As for why she did not capture Chu Lian, search his soul, and find out everything, because the Spirit Emperor was not sure what the source of Chu Lian's variable was, and whether it would be dangerous if she attacked directly. The more one knew about variables, the more one would understand how terrifying they were. They were existences that transcended fate, and could even lead to unseen tribulations. For example, if she attacked Chu Lian forcefully, would it directly cause her heavenly human tribulation to descend earlier? These variables were all uncertain factors. The Spirit Emperor quickly returned to the palace, changed into her usual phoenix robes, and went to the ancestral hall to greet the group of ancestors with the majesty of an emperor. Xianxia, ancestor King Baigu, and the group of ancestors of the spiritual ruins were waiting outside the ancestral hall. Greetings, Grand Ancestor and all the ancestors. When the Spirit Emperor arrived, she was slightly stunned. She did not expect all the ancestors, including the Grand Ancestor Xianxia, to be here. She composed herself and bowed respectfully. Xianxia cast her a glance. In truth, he was quite satisfied with this junior. Spirit Phoenix was the most outstanding woman blessed by the heavens in the royal family of Spirit Ruins over the eons. The entire royal family of Spirit Ruins had poured a lot of resources into her, and she had successfully entered Tao Realm to rule over the true Spirit Ruins world. However, this trip to the boundless expanse required the strength of the entire clan. Spirit Emperor was a Tao Realm cultivator, so she was brought along as well. How many warriors are there on the Spiritual Ruins battleship now? Xianxia did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Before the Spirit Emperor came, she had already guessed many possibilities, but she was still slightly stunned when she heard this question. Moreover, this was a question from the Grand Ancestor. Didn't that mean that he was planning to recruit an army to descend to the battlefield? Grand Ancestor, there are currently 8 greater realms, 32 middle realms, 624 minor realms, and several other minor realms. There are a total of 3,600 ancient races, and each ancient race has several races under their control. It is difficult to accurately count. There are more than 8 million beings in the immortal realm and above. The Spirit Emperor pondered for a moment before replying. She only had a vague idea of how many there were, but she was not very clear about the exact number. In the past, no one had seriously counted them. However, the Spirit Emperor estimated that there should be around 10 million immortal realm beings on the Spiritual Ruins battleship. Greater realms were universes that were just a step away from transforming into true worlds. They had vast resources, and the number of experts they could nurture was naturally not something other worlds could compare to. In the past, when the Spiritual Ruins world had mobilized the entire race to traverse the vast expanse, they had spent a lot of effort to bring along the 8 greater realms. When Xianxia and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised. They did not expect that the people they had brought would have developed to such an extent after so many eons had passed. There are more than 8 million beings in the immortal realm and above? At that moment, Xianxia's voice suddenly came from the ancestral hall. Along with the sound of footsteps, a tall and slender young figure appeared before the Spirit Emperor. My lord, Xianxia, Ancestor King Whitebone, and the others were shocked. They did not expect that Xianxia would appear. They bowed respectfully. Xianxia waved his hand, and his gaze landed on the Spirit Emperor. If what the woman said was true, then the 8 million immortal realm beings were a terrifying force that could not be ignored. Even if the current Daochang true world included all the cultivators and living beings from various spacetime continuums and universes, they might not be able to gather 1 million immortal realm beings. This was the foundation of an ancient true world, and it was one that had just touched the threshold. Yes, my lord. Right now, there are at least 8 million existences in the immortal realm and above. The Spirit Emperor was stunned for a moment before she answered. This was the first time she saw Xianxia's true appearance. Previously, she had only heard some news from the maidservants. She truly did not expect that Xianxia would look so young. This youth was not due to his appearance, but due to the age of his bones and soul. However, it was this young man who made all the progenitors and ancestor King Whitebone treat him with respect and fear. How many existences above the immortal king realm are there? Xianxia asked again. The Spirit Emperor thought about it for a moment, then gave an answer of between 180. However, she still had to order people to go to the various worlds to calculate the exact number. This answer had already surprised Xianxia a little. Even when the Daochang true world was at its peak, it could not compare to this force. The difference in their foundation was too great. If it was a supreme true world with an ancestral Tao realm cultivator guarding it, its foundation would definitely be even more terrifying. The number of immortal kings might reach up to 1,000, or even more. Before she left the Daochang true world, Xianxia had sensed that there were only around 20 immortal kings alive at that moment. And this was after quite a number of people returned from reincarnation after receiving protection due to Qingyi's arrangements. Otherwise, the number of immortal kings would be even fewer. With the Daochang true world's current strength, it was almost impossible for it to withstand the descent of the true Spirit Ruins world. Sovereign Ling's answer to Xianxia made him very satisfied, especially since he knew that there were 8 other expanse cosmoses on the ancient warship. The expanse cosmoses were equivalent to the Daochang true world's upper realm, immortal region, and foreign expanse cosmoses. If one were to truly calculate, there were only two expanse cosmoses in the Daochang true world. The upper realm and the immortal region were originally on the same side, but due to the Forbidden Era, they had to be separated. As for the foreign expanse cosmoses, it was a world that was created when the world was born. It was on the same level as the original immortal region. Each expanse cosmos meant that there were countless universes that overlapped with one another. Roughly speaking, they could be called multiverses. Only expanse cosmoses had the right to give birth to a power that surpassed a single universe, which was the power of immortal kings and above. Only expanse cosmoses contained countless possibilities and opportunities. There might even be some existences that could escape fate and karma. The strongest existences that could be born in expanse cosmoses were not only closely related to that expanse cosmoses, but also to the level and quality of that expanse cosmos. The limits of power that a multiverse could contain were naturally many times greater than a single universe. The 8 expanse cosmoses of the spiritual ruins could definitely help Xianxia cultivate many powerful warriors that could be used to fight in the coming years. Sovereign Ling had also vaguely guessed Xianxia's intentions. Her eyes flickered slightly. The progenitors did not tell her anything about Xianxia's origins. However, since he had asked about the current size of the spiritual ruins army, did it not mean that they were about to embark on the path of war? The spiritual ruins' original plan was to find a new true world and receive the true world behind them so that they could survive the disaster of the true world's decline. She guessed that it was because of Xianxia's arrival that the progenitors changed their previous decision and gave up on the grand plan that the spiritual ruins' true world had been planning for so many years. Now that they were mobilizing the power of their race to conquer the other true worlds, it was a good idea for the spiritual ruins royal family. The only thing they did not know was Xianxia's goal for doing this. Xianxia did not care about the weird thoughts of the people here. He then asked Xianxia and the rest to gather the 260 experts under the command of the spiritual ruins to prepare for the battle. Orders flew out from the ancestral hall and quickly spread to the various great thousand domains under the rule of the spiritual ruins royal family. Back then, a few Dao realm patriarchs of the mystical ruins royal family had taken action to condense these 8 boundless worlds into their internal space. Apart from that, the mystical ruins royal family also raised hundreds of millions of tribes. These tribes weren't considered strong, but they had enough numbers to provide the mystical ruins royal family with plenty of resources. When these orders pierced through the sky, tore through space and time, and landed in the depths of the greater thousand worlds, many ancient existences who were either resting with their eyes closed or meditating in seclusion were awakened. Their auras weren't weak, the weakest was still at the immortal king realm. They each had their own Dao rite and many disciples. This is the conscription order of the spiritual ruins royal family. This time, they are actually gathering all existences above the immortal realm. Could it be that a war is about to happen? We can't refuse such a big matter. These immortal kings were all shocked, but no one dared to disobey. Although they were immortal kings and could control the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings, in the eyes of immortal emperors and those above the Dao realm, they could destroy them with a flick of their fingers. Each greater thousand world was formed by the overlapping of many universes. The galaxy was vast and boundless. In each universe, there was at least one immortal king overseeing it, and the number of true immortal realm cultivators under them was even greater. They were also divided into territories, and everything was orderly. In some of the worlds, there were hundreds of millions of living beings praying day and night to provide the immortal kings with the power of will, wish, power of faith, and other things they needed to cultivate. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of the ancient true world's foundation. For a period of time, the 8 greater thousand worlds and 32 middle thousand worlds were all stirred up. Rays of divine light stepped through the universe, and a door condensed in the void. Armies in armor and murderous auras that surged into the sky walked out. Xianxia and the other progenitors of the spiritual ruins also appeared and wrote down orders to summon existences older than immortal kings. Existences like quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors were hidden in even more profound dimensions of time and space. Perhaps no one would be able to find them in the current era. Only ancient Dao realm cultivators could determine their location and whereabouts. Xianxia did not stay in the ancestral hall. He followed Emperor Ling to the central universe controlled by the spiritual ruins. The 8 greater thousand worlds were vaguely centered around this universe. This was also the most important land of the spiritual ruins imperial family. Many of the spiritual ruins imperial family's most powerful figures were sleeping in the depths. Their strength might not be comparable to the ancestors, but they were extremely profound and unfathomable. Of course, from Wan Yanxiu, Guchanga also knew that the woman before him was called Ling Huang. She was the only prodigy of the spiritual ruins who had reached the Tao realm in so many eras. In the eyes of the spiritual ruins, she was Emperor Ling Huang, and Huang were the same words, and it also meant that she was the empress of a generation. There was no need to talk about her talent. Anyone who could reach this step was someone with great luck and fortune. At the same time, Ling Huang was also the current empress of the spiritual ruins. She was in charge of ruling the entire world, including the various universes and spacetime. She was in charge of many of the complicated matters of the spiritual ruins royal family. From the attitude of Wan Yanxiu and the other progenitors, they had the intention of letting Ling Huang follow him temporarily. Guchanga and Ling Huang were very clear about their intentions. Beside Guchanga, ancestor King Whitebone followed. However, he transformed into a hunched old man in black robes, looking like an old servant. At ancestor King Whitebone's level, his size was the same and he could gather and disperse at will. Not to mention transforming into a black-robed old man. Even if he transformed into 36 different species and living beings, it would be a matter of a thought. In the eyes of such an existence, his appearance was nothing more than a skeleton. There was no difference. As the empress of the spiritual ruins, Ling Huang did not become more natural after leaving the ancestral hall. Instead, she became more reserved. Only when Guchanga asked her some questions would she carefully choose her words and answer. She was very clear about the intentions of the progenitors when they asked her to follow Guchanga. Ling Huang could not help but curse in her heart. These old fogies. Seeing that they could not please Guchanga, they changed their plan to make her appear. After all, she was the empress of the mystical ruins, and her cultivation had reached the Tao realm. In the entire vast expanse, she was considered one of the heaven's favored daughters. Compared to the other patriarchs, she was a very young junior. It was difficult to find a woman who could compare to her. She was pure and beautiful. In the eyes of those Tao realm old fogies, she was the most suitable cauldron and plaything. They would definitely want her to be valued by Guchanga. It would be best if she was taken in as a concubine or something. At that thought, Ling Huang's heart turned colder. She had always known that the progenitors were cold-blooded and cruel and only cared about benefits. However, they could even abandon a girl like her who had a bright future and was already at the Tao realm. In the eyes of those progenitors, was there anything that they could not abandon or tolerate? Although Guchanga could vaguely sense Ling Huang's emotions, he could not be bothered to pry. He had sensed the enmity between this woman and the progenitors of the spiritual ruins from the start. I'm not a scourge. You don't have to be so afraid of me. I'm not interested in you at all. Guchanga said casually. When she heard that, Ling Huang's emotions were in a mess and she was stunned for a moment. She did not understand what he meant. However, an unnatural expression appeared on her face very soon. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, sir. She didn't expect that she would reveal her thoughts and let Guchanga notice the abnormality just by thinking about it. Tao realm cultivators had already abandoned the so-called spirit will. They only had themselves. Not to mention the thoughts in their hearts, even their existence, past, future, or present, could not be deduced or probed by others. Even the life of a quasi-immortal emperor was shrouded in fog and was difficult to pry into, let alone a Tao realm existence. However, Guchanga said it so directly, causing Ling Huang's expression to turn slightly unnatural. Of course, it also eased her vigilant and tense state of mind, making her less nervous than before. Ling Huang resisted this not because she thought that Guchanga was good. On the contrary, Guchanga was young and handsome. In terms of appearance, he was naturally the best choice for a husband. However, once she became a concubine, it would mean that her future would stop there. She would be dependent on others and would not be able to advance any further. The proud and arrogant Ling Huang set the end of the Tao realm as her goal. How could she be willing to rely on others and become a subordinate? Moreover, she had made some progress in scheming for the rare treasure on that variable. Once she obtained it, it would definitely allow her to undergo a tremendous change and she would no longer be restrained by the ancestors. It's not a joke. It's just that I've never been interested in being a concubine. Gu Changde smiled faintly. A trace of awkwardness appeared in Ling Huang's heart again and she could not help but blush. She felt ashamed when the matter of being a concubine was mentioned in front of others. Especially when there were many confidants she had nurtured in the past. However, since Gu Changde had said so, it completely dispelled her worries. Sir, with your cultivation level, I'm sure you naturally look down on my willowy appearance. Just now, I had no choice but to feel sorry for myself. I definitely did not mean to offend you, sir, Ling Huang said. Gu Changde nodded slightly and did not continue to scold her. He had come to the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins because he wanted to see how the kismet of the royal family of mystical ruins was and compare it to the Daocheng true world. The 8 expanse cosmoses were like layers of nebulas that rotated around the central universe. Each expanse cosmos was piled up with layers of universes. From the outside, it looked like a life planet that was shrouded in layers of fog. Within the fog were many ribbon-shaped nebulas. Within each nebula were many universes and worlds. They were either grouped together or scattered. The thick kismet was like a surging river that continuously floated and evaporated from these universes and worlds and gathered towards the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins. Such a huge expenditure could only be created by many Dao realm existences refining and maintaining it day and night. The weather has changed. The moon has disappeared and the stars have sunk. This is a sign that the royal family of mystical ruins is about to make a big move. Thanks to the noble ball, I have a hint of the ability to see the truth. Looks like the royal family of mystical ruins can no longer hold themselves back after so many years of planning. Even though it's understandable for them to do this for the sake of the continuation of the true mystical ruins world, they shouldn't use such a method to kill all living beings and cause all the races under the royal family of mystical ruins world to cry out and complain. The Ghost Axe clan and the Heavenly Works clan have fallen from being one of the 10 great clans of the true mystical ruins world to our current pathetic state. I must make the royal family of mystical ruins world pay with blood for this grudge. At that moment, in a certain place in the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins world, Chu Lian stood alone on a desolate mountain peak, calmly looking up at the sky. Many strange phenomena appeared. The stars dimmed, and a shocking blood-red light shot into the sky in the distance. To him, this was the beginning of the decline of the royal family of mystical ruins world's kismet. During this period of time, he had used the noble ball to check in everywhere, allowing him to obtain many benefits. There were also some nature-defying serendipity that allowed his cultivation base to increase greatly. Also, due to the noble ball, no one could see the changes in his cultivation base clearly. Even if those immortal Tao existences appeared before him, they could only see that he was an ordinary living being without much strength. This was once the ancient saint's ruins. It's said that the ancient saint's cave abode is buried here. If I can find the exact location of the cave abode and check in, I can obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit and the ancient saint's 36 sacred weapons. If I obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit, I can reach the immortal realm in the shortest time possible. I can also activate the other possibilities of the noble ball and refine the power of wish to gather kismet for my use. Chu Lian mumbled to himself. With a flash, he disappeared from the mountain and began his search. The ancient saints he spoke of were not cultivators in the saint realm. Instead, they were ancient cultivators in the true mystical ruins world who had great serendipity, great blessings, and were greatly indebted to the people. These ancient saints were nourished by the power of wish of the people. Their strength was unfathomable, and they could move freely in various dimensions. Their strength was about the same as that of a Tao realm ancient cultivator. The ancient sage's cultivation was unfathomable. At the very least, they were existences comparable to the Tao realm. As far as Chu Lian knew, there was actually an even more ancient civilization before the spiritual ruins royal family. The spiritual ruins royal family was actually an outsider. They were once known as the otherworldly demons. They attacked and occupied the world that originally belonged to that civilization. However, he had only seen such rumors in some incomplete ancient books. He wasn't sure if they were true or false. The ancient sage mentioned in the noble ball was an existence that belonged to another civilization. They were worshipped by the heavens and supported by the wishes of the masses. They carried the philosophy of the heavenly Tao. If they complied with the will of the heavens, they would be rewarded. If they disobeyed the will of the heavens, they would be punished. Now, Chu Lian wanted to find the cave abode left behind by the ancient sage and sign in there. He didn't know what method the noble Ball used to bestow the ancient sage Tao fruit and the 36 ancient sage weapons to him. This was not something he could consider or think about clearly right now. To him, as long as he could become stronger, he could do whatever he wanted. Why would he care about the reason? Right now, Chu Lian was looking forward to the other function of the noble Ball. It was to refine the power of will and the power of providence, condensing a power that could allow him to transform into a powerful force. This was much faster than him simply becoming stronger through signing in. Time passed very quickly. Next, Xianxia temporarily stayed in the palace of the spiritual ruins royal family. At the same time, he absorbed the power of providence accumulated by the spiritual ruins royal family over countless years and condensed two substances called immortality and creation. The power of providence itself was a near-omnipotent power. Its origin could not be explained clearly. At the same time, it could form all kinds of opportunities and creations. The reign of creation that Xianxia had bestowed in the Daochang true world was also condensed through the power of providence. Creation substance and immortality substance were two extremely special substances. One could evolve into opportunities, while the other could transform the level of life. Just from the literal meaning, the substance of creation was changing at every moment. There was no particular structure of a certain level, which meant that it was infinite. The immortal substance represented the true meaning of immortality. It could not be destroyed, could not be changed, and was eternal. It was the general principle of all substances in the world. It was that. The immortal substance and the creation substance could be understood as the endless changes that extended from the general principle of matter. This change naturally included all tangible and intangible substances, including spacetime, time, latitude, nothingness, concepts, and so on. Even those who had transcended beyond the 8th decay or even the 9th decay would not be able to truly understand these two substances. Because of the difference in life levels and dimensions, it was destined that they would never be able to truly understand it. They could only try their best to get closer to it. The Tao Realm. What was the Tao Realm? It was the process of ceaselessly understanding the essence of the Tao. It was the process of birth, nurturing, and existence. Be it the heavenly Tao or the great Tao, they were all restricted within the scope of the Tao. Xianxia's life form was destined to be different from these creatures. Therefore, he could easily condense these two substances, which pointed to the end, starting, and essence of the Tao. He was born with the knowledge and grasp of the things countless cultivators searched for in their entire lives. Those in the Tao realm had to use various methods such as comprehension, cultivation, condensation, and so on before they could make even the slightest bit of progress in this Tao. Xianxia could use this substance to strengthen himself and return to his peak. However, the condensation process was rather boring and long. It was also a process that required a lot of time. Fortunately, Xianxia did not have anything to do at that moment. At the same time, the ancient worship from the True Spirit Ruins world moved through the vast expanse and descended towards the Daochang True Worlds region. In the depths of the vast galaxy, a round warship that looked like a shuttle appeared. It was so huge that it was boundless. It crushed through the vast expanse and continuously approached the Daochang True World. It had already landed at the outermost layer surrounded by nebulas. In the depths of the warship, many profound and ancient runic symbols shone brightly. Lightning, flames, and rain of light danced in the air. It was a dazzling sight, as if it was condensing some sort of door. The female figure called. Shuyu was standing in front of the door devoutly at that moment. She seemed to be chanting and explaining something with her mind. Behind this door, a strange scene gradually appeared. In the end, an enormous ball of light flickered incessantly as if it had a life of its own. It surged, contracted, and collapsed. Faintly, the profundities of the birth of life appeared. Who dares disturb my long slumber? A cold and merciless thought tumbled about in the ball of light. The other members of the immortal spirit civilization around the door were all waiting solemnly. Their expressions were also respectful and devout. In the distance were living beings in silver armor and shining all over. They were guarding the door sternly to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Grandfather, Shuyu looked at the ball of light and also communicated with her mind to send her voice. The immortal spirit civilization behind her was hundreds of millions of light years away from this place. Even if they had the coordinates of the vast expanse, they would still need a long time to reach it. That was why Shuyu could not ask the family behind her to help her when the war was about to start in the Daocheng true world. She remembered the vague sense of fear and uneasiness she had felt previously. In the end, she decided to use the power of her mind to cast a communication technique and contact her grandfather. She wanted to ask him to perform a divination for her and see whether she could capture the vague power of destiny to predict whether her trip would be successful or not. Her grandfather was one of the oldest existences in the family behind her. His strength was unfathomable, and he was skilled in many deductions and divination techniques. He had once captured a river of destiny and created the true substance of destiny from it. Then, he placed his mind in the substance of destiny and was known as the Master of Destiny. During the process of contacting her grandfather, she exhausted a lot of her power of the mind. At the same time, she also needed to use an essence. Even Shuyu felt her heart ache, but she had to do this to ensure her safety. So it's my most beloved descendant. Little Shuyu, I didn't expect that you would be about to undergo your third soul metamorphosis. The last time I saw you, you were just a small ball of light not even the size of a fist. Once the Master of Destiny learned that Shuyu was the one who had awakened him, his tone became much gentler. However, it was difficult to hide his callousness. He was like an indescribable existence that stood above the clouds and looked down on the fate of all living things. Thanks to you, grandfather, this time I left the family, I obtained a lot of benefits. I traveled through the vast expanse and accidentally found a true world with a seed of the immortal Dao civilization. I can refine immortal substance and essence from it to help me undergo my fourth soul metamorphosis. At that time I will be comparable to the true Dao realm existences of the immortal Dao civilization, Shuyu replied respectfully. Although the vast ball of light in front of her belonged to her grandfather's will, she knew that the existence within was not her grandfather who had a blood connection to her. Instead, it was an even more ancient elder of the family. She couldn't even call out his name and didn't know who he was. Her grandfather was a famous genius of their family. He was born with a terrifying power of the mind that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. His future was limitless. As long as he followed the cultivation method of the immortal Dao civilization, he would definitely be able to undergo a soul metamorphosis in the future and be comparable to the true Dao realm existences of the immortal Dao civilization. And on the day her grandfather came of age, he received the gift of his ancestor. His strength underwent an inconceivable leap, and he directly underwent his first soul metamorphosis. This was the inheritance method of the immortal Dao civilization. Every member of the family, including Shuyu, could suddenly experience an explosive increase in strength one day, reaching an inconceivable level. Although this was called accepting the legacy and gift of their ancestor, in reality, it was the ancestor entrusting his spirit to the younger generation, changing the vessel and realizing the true meaning of immortality. This was something Shuyu only understood after undergoing his first soul metamorphosis. Ordinary people would only feel proud of it. In order to obtain the legacy and gift of their ancestor, they would continuously work hard to fight for that precious spot, the seat of the immortal Dao civilization. Hearing Zhuiyu's words, the will of the vast ball of light in the resplendent door clearly became more intense. Even though it was separated by endless space and time, a trace of a terrifying soul storm could still be felt. All the members of the immortal Dao civilization, including Zhuiyu, couldn't help but take a few steps back. They felt as if their heads were about to split open and explode. And this was only a trace of the soul storm that leaked out and weakened countless times. Zhuiyu's respect for his grandfather grew even deeper. With his grandfather's strength, the soul storm he unleashed could easily destroy endless spaces and universes. All living beings would instantly die, their souls withered, and they would be reduced to dust. Yes, I won't hide it from you, grandfather. I suspect that a very terrifying existence once stopped by in that newborn true world and bestowed the seed of the immortal Tao. That's why I'm worried that he might have left something behind, so I would like to ask you to perform a divination for me and predict my future, Shuiyu said respectfully. This was the shortcoming of the immortal Tao civilization. They could not be like the cultivators of the immortal Tao civilization, who could grasp karma in the unseen world to predict good fortune, and seek luck to avoid disaster. According to what Shuyu knew, there was an ancient and powerful civilization that upheld the laws of heaven and developed the Tao of fate to the extreme. The cycle of the Tao of heaven had its own destiny, and that civilization and the Tao of heaven complemented each other. They carried on the cycle of the Tao of heaven and never encountered any disasters. The powerful warriors of that civilization could sense all sorts of changes in the world with a single thought. They could even communicate with the Tao of heaven and receive all sorts of thoughts sent to them by the Tao of heaven. Knowing one's destiny and knowing one's calamity, one could easily calculate and avoid all kinds of calamities and become a true immortal. The immortal Tao civilization had once tried to capture the powerful warriors of that civilization to understand and analyze their abilities, but they failed in the end and paid a heavy price for it. So that's how it is. An existence that can leave behind the seed of the immortal Tao is not someone you can deal with. He might have even noticed you when you were unaware. If he wanted to kill you and completely destroy your soul, it would only take a single thought. The tumbling waves of the vast ball of light behind the door slowly calmed down, as if it was also thinking. Shuyu naturally knew that the seed of the immortal Tao civilization was the true origin of the immortal Tao. It contained many mysteries of the immortal Tao and could allow a weak civilization to develop and multiply into an immortal Tao civilization. The seed of the immortal Tao civilization could perfect the laws of heaven and earth, the environment of heaven and earth, and the great Tao of heaven and earth. In short, it could perfect everything that was not suitable for the cultivation of the immortal Tao and evolve a suitable cultivation system, a suitable path and medium for the propagation of the immortal Tao. In the vast expanse, the immortal Tao civilization was without a doubt the most powerful civilization. There was no comparison. If it is a complete civilization of the immortal Tao, then even if I have to pay any price, I must obtain it. It can help me capture and perfect the power of the immortal Tao. If I can extract the true essence of the immortal Tao and refine it into the source of the immortal Tao, then I can transform once more. This will was filled with unconcealable greed and ambition. Shuyu also understood, but this true world only had the true seed of the immortal Tao. It could not be complete. At most, it was a wisp of ash. However, even if it was just a wisp of ash, it was worth it for her to obtain it at all costs. After a long time, the will behind the door slowly calmed down and said, "You will not be able to find the true seed of the immortal Tao. However, even if it is just a wisp of ash, it is still a great opportunity for you. I have already divined for you just now. That true world is very weak and does not have any power that can threaten you. You can go without worry. Do not disturb my slumber." After this wave was transmitted, the dazzling light behind the door slowly disappeared. Then, the door quickly closed, and the terrifying pressure that enveloped this place completely dissipated. Everyone from the immortal spirit civilization, including Shuyu, sighed in relief, the pressure in their hearts disappearing. "Men, gather the army. Prepare to follow me into battle at any time." With her grandfather's accurate answer, the doubt in Shuyu's heart was completely dispelled. She immediately ordered her people to gather the army. This round, ancient warship belonged to the immortal spirit civilization. Its interior was made of rare spatial mother gold, and there were large and small concave walls carved into it. Inside each concave wall was a boundless world that housed many battle tribes that could be used by the immortal spirit civilization. After the orders were passed down, they quickly fell into these worlds. Immediately, the roars of billions of terrifying beings could be heard. There were heart demons who looked like humans, and ancient demons who looked like alien races. They had excellent armor, and their steeds roared at the sky. Murderous auras surged into the sky. These beings appeared in the air and gathered in that world. Banners fluttered in the wind, and their fighting spirit surged into the sky. Once Shuyu gave the order, a shadow appeared on the crystal wall before her. The Daochang true world in front of her grew closer. It was like an oval-shaped egg lying in the vast expanse. It was surrounded by endless fog, and it seemed to be filled with an astonishing amount of life force and kismet. "Looks like you haven't noticed? But even if you did, what can you change?" A cruel, cold smile appeared on Shuyu's flat, featureless face. The area of Peach Village was not considered large. It only covered an area of a few dozen miles. All along, there were less than 100 families. The oldest children in the village were 7 or 8 years old. The younger ones were still drinking beast milk and learning simple chi cultivation techniques from the adults in the village. Even if they did not become cultivators in the future, they could still strengthen their bodies and enter the mountains and forests to hunt. They would all sit cross-legged on a square of bluestone and face the sunrise, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow. The current environment here was extremely good. The mountains were clear, the water was clear, and the green grass was fragrant. The lake in the distance was emerald green. Many spiritual birds were drinking by the lake. There were also some Pegasus with snow-white hair. They appeared in groups and lowered their heads to drink from the lake. It was a peaceful scene of a paradise. Xianxia changed her clothes. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was very otherworldly, like a fairy who was not tainted by the mortal world. Although she liked the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that Xianxia bought with her very much and always wore it, she had put it away now. During the time in the heavenly tomb, she had grown a little taller. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that was originally suitable for her no longer fit her. This bluestone is still here. Xianxia found a bluestone that was almost half the size of a person by the lake. She jumped lightly and jumped on it. Then, she lightly bounced. A hint of joy appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When she was cultivating as a child, she often sat on this bluestone, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow of the sun and moon. She would sit there for several days. To Xianxia, this was like an old friend. She did not expect that after so many years, this bluestone was still here, majestic and unmoving. Xiaoyao was like a little adult. She put her hands behind her back and followed behind Xianxia. Seeing her like this, she wrinkled her little nose and said, "Big sister Xianxia, you are always like this. No wonder master always says that you are like a little girl who never grows up." Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of softness. However, she had the air of an elder as she scolded Xianxia. Xianxia giggled. She didn't care about her fairy-like temperament. She took off her jade boots, and her small, sparkling, translucent, and small feet swayed into the lake. There, she played with the lake, and her feet rippled. Seeing that Xiaoyao was about to scold her again, she immediately rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the little girl, and held her in her arms. "You're clearly just a little girl, yet you're always lecturing me. I'm your older sister." Xianxia pinched her nose and smiled. After returning to Peach Village, she reminisced about old times with the group of teachers and villagers. She also talked about the things that had happened in the past few years. She told them about her experiences so that they could relax. Later on, he also gave some small toys to some of the children in the village. As if he was still a child, he played with them for a long time. Xianxia didn't show the slightest bit of worry. She was still as optimistic and cheerful as before. She also didn't talk about the many dangers she had experienced in the heavenly tomb this time. She didn't want the villagers and teachers to worry. It was as if these years in the outside world were really endless training and tempering. Now that she finally had some free time, Xianxia also wanted to ask the question she was most concerned about. Where did big sister Taoyao go? Why couldn't she sense any aura or fluctuations related to her? It was as if she had suddenly evaporated from this world. To her, Taoyao was like a senior sister to her. She was one of the people who treated her the best in this world. "Big sister Xianxia, you don't want to be my sister. You want to be my master's wife. I can see that." Although Xianxia pinched Xiaoyao's nose, she still acted like an elder. Then, she directly and mercilessly exposed Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia suddenly panicked when she heard her words. She stuttered and hurriedly said, You little girl, what nonsense are you saying? Be careful that I don't beat you up. Let me tell you, even your master doesn't dare to provoke me. If he dares to provoke me, I'll beat him up too. You can't beat master. It's obvious that master always bullies you. I see it all the time. Xiaoyao mercilessly exposed her again. Xianxia was angry and embarrassed. She lightly knocked Xiaoyao's head. This little girl looked so cute just now. Why was she not cute at all and not honest at all now? She looked like an adult. Not only did she act like an elder, but she was also sentimental. However, when she thought of how this little girl sat alone at the entrance of Peach Village, as if she was waiting for someone, she felt a little heartache. That irresponsible master of yours left you in the village and didn't care about you anymore. What a heartless person. She began to criticize Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia also knew that Yao Yao was like this because of her past experience. She belonged to the other half of Tao Yao's Dao fruit after Tao Yao's nirvana. She was flawless and did not have any karma with Tao Yao. She could also be understood as Tao Yao's biological sister. It was also because of this that Yao Yao did not grow up or age. It was as if her age was forever frozen at this moment. The children who used to play with her had all grown up and started their own careers. They had grandchildren and granddaughters, and they had a house full of grandchildren. However, she was still the same as before. She was only a few years old and could never change. Although Yao Yao looked very young, she was actually very mature and sensible. This made Xianxia feel a little heartache. Originally, she had an elder sister who could take care of and accompany her. However, even that elder sister had completely disappeared. There was no trace of her. As for Yao Yao's master, Xianxia, there was not even a shadow of him. It was as if he had long forgotten about this little girl. Sister Xianxia, you can't say that about Master. Master is just very, very busy. He doesn't have time to visit Yao Yao. He must have a lot of things to do every day. He can't cope. Yao Yao saw that Xianxia was criticizing Xianxia. She could not help but defend Xianxia. Although she said this, there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes. Xianxia could not bear to say harsh words to this little girl who was so sensible that it made her heart ache. She reached out and patted her head. Sister will take you to your master. I will also pull his ear and ask him why he hasn't come to visit Yao Yao for so long. Sister Xianxia, you are so impatient and clumsy. Master will not like it. He only likes mature and steady girls like me. Yao Yao said in the tone of a little adult. Xianxia suddenly felt an itch in her teeth. She really wanted to pick her up and give her a good beating. However, after thinking about it, she decided against it. She hugged Yao Yao and gently swayed her slender ankles in the lake water. Yao Yao, do you know where Sister Tao Yao is now? She looked into the distance at the mountain range in the distance and couldn't help but ask softly. Hearing this question, Yao Yao could not help but look puzzled and confused. She shook her little head and said, I don't know where she went either. It seems that one day, a beautiful big sister in red came to find her, but she suddenly disappeared. She didn't say anything to all of us. I only heard that beautiful big sister in red say something like the truth. A beautiful big sister in red? The truth? Xianxia was also confused. She had never heard of Sister Tao Yao having a friend. Moreover, it was a beautiful big sister in red. A hint of sadness appeared on Yao Yao's face. She raised her eyes and turned her head to ask, Big Sister Xianxia, do you think Big Sister has really disappeared from this world? I can't even sense her aura, as if she has really been erased from my memories. Many people in the village, for some reason, seem to have gradually forgotten about Big Sister. Even Grandpa Village Chief is the same. One day, I went to ask him if Sister would come back. He only thought that I was asking about Sister Xianxia's whereabouts. He did not seem to remember that I have a sister at all. Even some of the villagers began to feel that the withered peach tree at the entrance of the village was blocking the road. They wanted to cut it down and widen the road at the entrance of the village. Why is it like this? I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day, even I will forget about Sister's existence. Then, all traces of her existence will really disappear, as if she had never existed. As if she really did not exist. Woo-woo, why is Sister also disappearing? Master also did not come to see me. Do they not want Yao Yao anymore? Yao Yao has always been very sensible and obedient. A string of tears rolled down the little girl's face like pearls from a broken necklace. She sobbed and her eyes were red. It was as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had been feeling during this period of time. Hearing these words, Xianxia was stunned. She did not expect such a thing to happen during this period of time. At this time, she also realized that when she returned to Peach Village, many villagers seemed to be silent about Tao Yao. She originally thought that it was because they did not want to be sad. However, she really did not expect that it would be for such a reason. Why would Tao Yao's existence gradually disappear from everyone's minds? Did that mean that all traces of her existence would also disappear from this world? At this moment, Gu Xian'er suddenly thought of the most likely possibility. Dao assimilation. Tao Yao was very likely in a dangerous situation. Transforming her body into Dao would not only erase her cultivation, but also erase all of her karma, traces, and traces. It was equivalent to truly disappearing. Even the traces of her existence would be dissolved. It was as if she did not exist in this world. She had never appeared, whether in the past, present, or future. It was no wonder that with her current cultivation, she could not detect or sense Tao Yao's aura. It was because Tao Yao's aura no longer existed. Why did this happen? What happened? Gu Xian'er's face was a little pale. At this moment, she suddenly thought of many things. Could that red-robed woman be the red-robed female demon who gave Guchanga an immortal corpse as a congratulatory gift on the day of Guchanga's wedding? Could she be Guchanga's former disciple? In fact, although Tao Yao had never mentioned it, Gu Xian'er knew that Tao Yao and Guchanga definitely had some relationship before. If that red-robed woman was Chan Hongyi, then it seemed normal that she knew Tao Yao. Demon Mountain. I have to go to the Demon Mountain. Gu Xian'er thought of the faction that the red-robed female demon had established. If the red-robed female demon was still around, then perhaps she could ask about Tao Yao's whereabouts. Without explaining too much to Yao Yao, Gu Xian'er waved her hand. The void in front of her blurred, and a path appeared. She did not bother to put on her jade boots. Taking Yao Yao with her, she stepped into the path. The Demon Mountain was billions of miles away from here, and there were many spatial barriers. However, with Gu Xian'er's current strength, she arrived in a flash. Why, there's no more aura in the Demon Mountain. She seems to have completely disappeared. Gu Xian'er appeared in the sky. Looking at the area covered in endless demonic qi, she was completely stunned. The truth is the truth that they are talking about going to the past to find the truth of the Forbidden Era? If this is a kind of obsession, then they will not give up until they reach their goal. 3.0 can return to the past and cross the river of time. What kind of terrible karma and backlash would one have to bear? At this moment, Gu Xian'er seemed to have thought of the two's ending. She was a little lost. Even with her current cultivation, she dared not say that she could really cross the river of time and return to the past. Moreover, the Forbidden Era had long been shattered and blurred. Even the river of time had collapsed, buried in the chaos of nothingness. Even if they could cross the river of time, they would probably be lost in the boundless darkness, unable to find the era they were looking for. Suddenly, she thought of something, as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw. Guchanga. Yes, Guchanga must have a way. He can definitely save them. After all, the red-robed she-devil was his former disciple. Although he is cold to outsiders, he is only cold on the outside and warm on the inside. He can't leave them in the lurch. Gu Xian'er really did not want to see Tao Yao, whom she saw as family, disintegrate into the Tao and completely disappear from the world. After returning to Peach Village with Yao Yao, she planned to bid farewell to her master and the villagers. She also told them not to touch the peach tree at the entrance of the village. She was going to take Yao Yao to find Guchanga. However, Yao Yao seemed to know what she was going to do. She did not want to trouble her, so she insisted on staying in the village. Gu Xian'er could only give up. After bidding farewell to the others, she turned into a ray of light and headed to the immortal region with the big red bird. She was going to the Heaven Crusher Alliance to find Guchanga. At the same time, something big was happening in the palace where the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance was located. There were many people standing in the vast hall of Heaven Crusher Alliance's headquarters. Some of them were shocked, and some of them were puzzled. Some of the leaders of the various races who had come to discuss their plans were alarmed by the actions of the current Vice Alliance Masters of Heaven Crusher Alliance, Gu Wuwan, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal. They were forced to stop and see what was going on. Wang Wushang, the Dao disciple of Heaven Crusher Alliance, had his hands placed behind his back. His presence was as deep as the ocean, and there was a terrifying presence that could not be hidden. He stood before his many followers and was also looking outside the hall. He might have felt slightly uneasy in his heart, but he still calmed down and did not show any signs of abnormality. Looks like there are unexpected guests who have descended in the current Daochang true world. The three seniors must have noticed them, which is why they rushed over beforehand. We should just wait here quietly for the three seniors. If we can't even handle them, then there's no point for us to rush over, he said slowly. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared in his eyes. It was as if there were stars rumbling and the sun and moon rotating, showing off his mighty presence that was above all living beings. It was as if once the three ancient cultivators in Dao realm left, he had become the person in charge and the backbone of this place. Sun Shuang frowned and stood behind Uncle Yi. She was also quite displeased with the current Wang Wushang. Ao Teng, Ao Ling, Xianxia, and the others were naturally not an exception. They were all frowning slightly. However, they did not say anything at that moment. They did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal had long since left through the air. They seemed to be heading to the world beyond. Their actions had long since stirred up the emotions of the people in the hall. The younger generation and the middle-aged generation were all slightly uneasy, and they were whispering to each other. When they heard Enai Chen's words, many of them were shocked, and they could not help but start worrying. When the three ancient cultivators left through the air, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. They did not even have the time to ask what had happened. Based on Wang Wushang's words, it seemed that some powerful existence had suddenly descended in the Daochang true world. It would be great if the leaders of the 16 alliances were here. With them here, we would be at ease. A leader of an ancient race couldn't help whispering. Once he said those words, quite a number of people in the area agreed with him. They all believed that no matter what, Gu Changde could be considered the strongest person in Daochang true world. His level of cultivation was unfathomable, and he was above the three existences in Dao realm. With Gu Changde around, even if Daochang true world ran into a powerful enemy it could not hope to fight against, it would still have a way to deal with it. Because from the beginning to the end, Gu Changde gave everyone a feeling that no matter what it was, she could easily do it. When Gu Changde was around, many people lived under his shadow and fear. However, this also had its benefits. They did not need to worry or fear other external existences. Didn't you hear what the Vice Alliance leader said? Right now, the Daochang true world needs to be tempered. Perhaps all of this is under the Alliance leader's control. What is there for you to worry about? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to deal with this situation? Do you really want to rely on the Tall One for everything? However, there were also leaders of races who were wary of danger in times of peace. They did not think that such thoughts were right. After all, Gu Changde always gave them the feeling that he could wash his hands of everything at any moment. It was as if all the lives in the world had nothing to do with him. If they always wanted to rely on Gu Changde for this sort of thing, could it be that they had forgotten the origin of the taboo era? Did they forget about the change in the upper world? How many Dao orthodoxies and ancient universes were destroyed because of him and turned into dust? The number of living beings who died during that time numbered in the billions. Right then, since Gu Changde controlled the Heaven Punishing Alliance and controlled the Daochang true world, the environment in the world had changed, and it was more suitable for cultivation. All races were peacefully reproducing and showing signs of becoming stronger. Many people forgot about all of that and became deeply grateful to Gu Changde, as if they had completely forgotten who he was. He was the demon lord. In the hall, the leaders of the various races started discussing in low voices. Some of them had worried looks in their eyes and felt uneasy in their hearts. There were also some who were very calm and did not panic at all as they waited for the three Dao realm ancient cultivators to return. Wang Wushang placed his hands behind his back and slowly paced back and forth in the hall, as if he was also thinking about this. Then, he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. As a Dao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance, if anything happens, I will definitely think of a way to protect all of you. Since all the Dao orthodoxies have joined the Heaven Punishing Alliance, then you are a part of the Heaven Punishing Alliance. Right now, I am only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal emperor. Even if I am in the Dao realm, I can still reach it. All of you have seen my talent. In a few years, I will be able to reach your level. I will cross the vast expanse and head to the outer world. When he spoke, he put on the attitude of a superior and tried to buy people's hearts. Aside from Gu Wuwang, the other two Dao realm existences were the greatest obstacles to his future plans in the Daochang true world. That was why Anichen planned to use the absence of the three Dao realm existences to recruit the leaders of the various races and Dao orthodoxies to pave the way for his next plan. Anichen had also thought about it seriously. The abyss-defying true world he had been in had been destroyed during the invasion of the outer world, and there were not many of his people left. Unless he reached the level of Guchanga, it would be very difficult for him to revive all his people. He could only do this step by step. Once he possessed the Daochang true world, he would revive his family at the first instant. Then, he would let the people living in the small worlds come here and live. With his status as a Dao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance as support, the abyss-defying race would only become more prosperous. It was not impossible for them to return to their former glory. With the support of this true world's kismet and sufficient resources to cultivate, his speed of breakthrough would only become faster. Once he had enough power, he could completely suppress the Daochang true world and change its name to the abyss-defying true world. That was why during this process, he had to possess and control the Daochang true world. There was no lack of leaders of large races among the followers behind Wang Wushang. At that moment, they all agreed. Everyone, you must have seen the Dao disciple's talent. With that terrifying speed of his breakthrough, he will soon catch up to the three seniors. His future is limitless. Also, the Dao disciple is highly regarded by the Alliance Master and has been bestowed with a supreme treasure, the root of primordial chaos. That is a supreme divine item with all sorts of inconceivable uses. The Alliance Master will definitely hand the Heaven Punishing Alliance to the Dao disciple in the future. Everyone, I advise you to look further into the future. Don't give up on the future just because of these short-term benefits. There was enmity between the Dao disciple Wang Wushang and the two Dao realm existences, the Wine Sword Immortal and Abyss. This was something the entire Heaven Punishing Alliance knew. Some of the leaders of the various races did not want to offend either side, so they tried their best to remain neutral. However, the Wine Sword Immortal, Abyss, and the others had left the hall, and the meaning behind Wang Wushang's words was self-evident. When they heard this, the expressions of quite a number of people in the hall changed slightly. The whispers of discussion also stopped. The battle between the forces of power in the Heaven Punishing Alliance was becoming more intense. Even though the Vice Alliance Master, Gu Wuwang, was keeping them in check, he could not solve the root of the problem. After all, the Heaven Punishing Alliance was simply too big. It included all the ancient forces of power and races in the Daochang true world. There were also countless universes and worlds involved in it. The benefits involved in this were simply too great. Even those in Dao realm would not be able to turn a blind eye to it and not be bothered by it. Due to the root of primordial chaos, Abyss and the others had gotten into a conflict with the Dao disciple Wang Wushang, causing the forces behind the three of them to view each other as enemies. They were in a competitive relationship. This sort of thing might not be beneficial to the stability of the Heaven Punishing Alliance in the long run, but it was beneficial to their development and growth. I'm not saying these words to ask you to quickly make a decision. I just want to tell you that there is still a long way to go. You must learn to look forward. Anichen placed his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, giving off the air of a superior. Many people saw a hint of Guchanga's shadow in him. This caused some of the people who originally did not want to participate in the battle between the forces of power and wanted to remain neutral to waver. After all, Anichen had Guchanga standing behind him. Even if he could not win against the two ancient cultivators in Dao realm, the Wine Sword Immortal and Abyss would not dare to do anything to him. He was already in an invincible position. Besides, Wang Wushang, who was a variable, was the hope of the Daochang true world. Xin Shuang, Ao Teng, and the others looked at him coldly and did not say much. At this moment, it was useless for them to say anything. Wang Wushang's wings were growing, and even Uncle Yi, the immortal emperor from Immortal Ancient, was not in his eyes. Wang Wushang. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. Aren't you afraid that cousin will be displeased by what you're doing? He built the Heaven Punishing Alliance with his own hands, but you've turned it into a mess. Do you really think that he won't care? Cousin can let you have your current position, but he can also make you fall into an abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. However, at that moment, only Xianxia stood up and spoke coldly. She was not afraid of Wang Wushang, even if he had an astonishing might. When she said those words, many people's expressions changed. This was a person with a background, and they did not dare provoke him. And Aichen did not dare to do anything to Xianxia. He turned around, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said flatly, "Miss Shen, you don't have to worry about these things. The alliance leader's foresight is not something you can fathom. In the future, Daochang True World will need someone to stand up and support it. Besides, do you really think that the Lord Alliance leader will care about these things? To the Lord Alliance Master, perhaps Heaven Punishing Alliance is just a toy he can play with on a whim. If I make Heaven Punishing Alliance become stronger and the Lord Alliance Master learns about it, do you think he will blame me or punish me?" No matter what, Aichen had lived for a long time, and he believed that he had a good grasp of Guchanga's thoughts. As long as he did not touch Guchanga's bottom line, Heaven Punishing Alliance would be under his control. Besides, Guchanga was no longer in the Daochang True World, so he might not care about Heaven Punishing Alliance anymore. This answer made Xianxia speechless for a while, and there was a hint of unwillingness on her face. Her master was being looked down upon by Wang Wushang, and as his disciple, she could do nothing about it. If only my sister was here. When she thought of this, Xianxia became even more dejected. The people in the hall were as silent as cicadas in winter when they saw this. They did not dare say anything, including the people chasing after Wang Wushang. They did not dare offend Xianxia. In their eyes, Xianxia was Guchanga's direct descendant, and Wang Wushang was something like a successor. At that moment, ripples of power came from outside the hall again. The air seemed to tremble slightly, and many terrifying presences collided before they calmed down, causing the environment to become unstable. "Senior, they're back." When they sensed the familiar presences, joy appeared on many people's faces, and they let out long sighs of relief. Wang Wushang did not say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the hall. The laws in the air continued tumbling about, and a golden path seemed to have appeared in the distant sky. It stretched across many universes, as if a bridge had been built between several worlds. Gu Wuwang, Ming, and Winesword Immortal stood on the golden path. Beside them was a white-browed old ape in a monk's robe. He had a kind face and a dignified face. There were quite a number of people following behind the golden path. There were both men and women, and their faces were very blurry. They were either surrounded by chaotic fog or thick miasma that covered the sky and earth. Senior brother Qing Feng, Sun Shuang saw a familiar figure on the golden path and could not help but cry out. There was some unconcealable joy and excitement on her face. The other immortal ancient descendants beside her had lived in the city of no return since they were young. At this moment, they also recognized that figure. They all became excited and said, "It's Lord Qing Feng. It really is Lord Qing Feng. I never thought that Lord Qing Feng would still be alive, and he really did come back." The silver-robed man beside Sun Shuang, who was also Uncle Yi, revealed a bit of astonishment. He naturally did not recognize Qing Feng. "Uncle Yi, senior brother Qing Feng is a disciple my grandfather took in. He drifted here from the sea of no return and lost his memories. Later on, he also lived in the city of no return, and we call each other senior brother and sister." Before the blue sea realm shattered, senior brother Qing Feng stepped on the path to search for the 9 heavens. He wanted to find the predecessors of Immortal Palace who had gone to the 9 heavens and have them come back to help us get through this crisis. Sun Shuang began to explain, feeling happy for Qing Feng's safe return. The golden path charged down from the sky. Qing Feng stood behind ancient monk Ape Zen and saw his junior sister, Sun Shuang, with just one glance. He could not help but show some excitement. The huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. As long as his junior sister was safe and sound, he could be at ease. His heart had been tense all along the way, afraid that he would see something tragic. "Senior brother Qing Feng, looks like this is the junior sister you've been talking about all this while." Fen Hui noticed Qing Feng's expression and could not help but say with a faint smile. "Junior sister's personality is really worrying. I was worried that she would do something foolish when I wasn't around. Now that I see her, I'm at ease," Qing Feng said with a wry smile. Ancient monk Ape Zen's other disciples stood by the side and did not say anything. There was some slight disdain towards the living beings in this true world. They had all walked out of the 9 heavens, so their views were naturally different from the native living beings in the Daochang true world. Besides the rulers of each expanse heaven, there were plenty of powerful warriors in the 9 heavens. There was no lack of Dao realm existences who lived in seclusion and sought Dao, not bothering themselves with the affairs of the world. The Daochang true world might be slightly unique, but it was just a new true world. Its foundation was not enough to catch their attention. Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Winesword Immortal already knew why ancient monk Ape Zen had come, but they did not let down their guard. After all, he was also a Dao realm existence. Gu Wuwang could sense that ancient monk Ape Zen's strength was only slightly weaker than his. Ancient monk Ape Zen placed his palms together. His face was solemn, and there was a Buddhist air about him as he spoke with compassion. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry. I was asked by my disciple to come to this true world with him to solve this disaster. If I knew that there were 3 fellow Taoists here, I would be much more at ease. Many years ago, I also walked out of the immortal region and arrived in the 9 heavens by accident. After a few twists and turns, I finally obtained my current cultivation base and serendipity. He was indeed very surprised. He originally thought that there would at most be existences half a step into Dao realm in this new true world. It was the terrifying demon lord that his disciple Qing Feng spoke of. His eldest disciple, Fen Hua, was completely capable of suppressing existences half a step into Dao realm. There was no need for him to do anything. However, when he got closer, he discovered that there were 3 Dao realm experts. One of them was even slightly stronger than him. This made ancient monk Ape Zen very surprised. No wonder the eternal Dao Lord took notice of it. It was indeed somewhat special. Now that we have you helping us, Daochang True World's chances of winning will be much higher. Gu Wuwang nodded slightly. After all, they were Dao realm existences. During the process of contact just now, they already knew each other's origins. He really was surprised, not expecting this ancient monk Ape Zen to actually come from the 9 heavens. One had to know that back then, he also left the 9 heavens, receiving orders to establish his own faction in the outside world. He wondered if this ancient monk Ape Zen knew about the Gu clan of the 9 heavens. Soon, everyone landed in the middle of the hall. The leaders of the various races had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. Whether it was Ape Zen ancient monk or the disciples behind him, they were all unfamiliar faces. A few of them had terrifying auras, as if they didn't exist in this world. They were actually immortal emperors. Who knew how many epochs they had cultivated? Senior, may I know who these people are? Wang Wushang's heart jumped. He didn't know where these people had come from, but he still calmly asked. Gu Wuwang cast him a glance, then swept his gaze past the people in the hall. This is ancient monk Ape Zen. He came from the 9 heavens, and this time, he descended to Daochang True World to help us fend off the foreign enemies and stop the disaster. The people behind him are all ancient monk Ape Zen's disciples. They're extremely powerful. Among the disciples of Ape Zen ancient monk, apart from the eldest disciple, Fen Chen, who was close to the threshold of Dao realm, there was no one else. The others were all immortal emperors or quasi-immortal emperors. In the current Daochang True World, they were considered to be the strongest. Greetings, my name is Ape Zen. Ancient monk Ape Zen put his palms together and said with a faint smile. There was an astonishing Buddhist aura around him, making others feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The people standing around him seemed to be converted by his words and converted to Buddhism along with him. Hearing those words, the various leaders in the palace hall were all shocked. Many of them revealed expressions of disbelief. From the 9 heavens? Wang Wushang was also incredibly shocked. He truly did not expect that these people would have such a great background. When he was still in the abyss-defying true world, the 9 heavens had already existed. It was the legendary source of the immortal Tao, and it contained the secrets of the immortal Tao. There were as many powerful warriors there as there were clouds in the sky, and their power was so great that it was unimaginable. Even a supreme true world would not be able to compare to a place that transcended the 9 heavens. Ancient monk Ape Zen's arrival had greatly exceeded Wang Wushang's expectations. It made him feel as if things were starting to spiral out of his control. The leaders of the various forces of power in the palace were also incredibly shocked. They had yet to recover from the shocking news. Even Ao Teng, Ao Ling and the other people who came from the era of legends were shocked and shocked. Ancient monk Ape Zen did not put on the airs of someone in Dao realm. He was very easygoing and began explaining his origins in the immortal region. Qing Feng also stood up at that moment and told them about how he found the 9 heavens based on the clues left behind by the predecessor of Immortal Palace after he left the immortal region, and how he became ancient monk Ape Zen's disciple. Once he finished speaking, the crowd no longer had any doubts. They began to feel delighted and excited. After all, ancient monk Ape Zen was the same as Gu Wuwang and the others. He was also in Dao realm, and he had many disciples with unfathomable strength. This time, the chances of the Dao Chang true world successfully defending against the invasion of foreign enemies were much higher. Ancient monk Ape Zen was only following orders, so he did not really care about it. However, when he heard the words Heaven Attacking Alliance, he could not help but frown. His originally kind expression instantly turned solemn, and fear filled his heart. The expressions of his disciples behind him also changed, as if they were in disbelief. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to panic. We didn't come up with this name. Lord Alliance Leader came up with it himself. Gu Wuwang seemed to have seen ancient monk Ape Zen's fear at that instant, and could not help but explain. He knew what the words Heaven Attacking Alliance meant. Forget ancient monk Ape Zen, even he had been shocked when he first heard Gu Chang's decision. He felt that he could not bear this terrifying karma. What great courage! He actually dared to come up with this name, and he actually managed to establish it and create such a scene. This mysterious alliance leader is truly not a simple person. Ancient monk Ape Zen's eldest disciple, Fen Yen, could not help but exclaim in shock. Based on what she knew, the Dao tradition Eternal Life Dao Lord had established in the 9 heavens was called Heaven Attacking Sect. He had used the name Heaven Attacking Sect to invite many powerful warriors in the vast universe to plan for the War of Heaven. As for Eternal Life Dao Lord, it could be heard from his name that he was an existence who had lived for an unknown number of eons, and whose level of cultivation was unknown. Only an existence like him had the right and courage to bear this terrifying karma without being afraid of the backlash, the collapse of his Dao, or the obstruction of the heavens. Heaven Attacking Sect's name resounded through the 9 heavens, and it was also spread among many powerful true worlds. It was an intimidating name. At that moment, there was actually someone in this new true world who had the guts to come up with such a name, and there were no signs of any backlash. Aside from the mysterious alliance leader, Fen Qi could not think of any other possibility. A hint of curiosity rose in her heart. By the looks of it, the demon lord Qing Feng had been talking about was definitely not someone who was close to Dao realm. The 3 existences in Dao realm in this place were clearly very respectful towards him. In this world, the strong were respected. If there was no absolute power to suppress them, how could they act like this? Ancient monk Ape Zen also recovered from his shock at that moment. He knew that he had lost his composure, so he put his palms together and said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely meet this mysterious Lord Alliance leader with my own eyes." Qing Feng was also a little dumbfounded at that moment. He did not expect that so many earth-shattering changes would happen during the years he was away from the immortal region. "Senior brother Qing Feng, I will explain these things to you in detail later," Sun Shuang said. Even she herself felt that the changes that had happened during the past few years could be described as a dream, as if she was dreaming. Ancient monk Ape Zen's arrival might have been unexpected, but it was still a pleasant surprise. When the leaders of the various races saw that there was nothing else, they bade farewell and left with their people to go back and give orders for what to do next. As for ancient monk Ape Zen and the others, they stayed in the Heaven Crusher Alliance for the time being. Enai-Chen could not be certain of ancient monk Ape Zen's origins for the time being, so he could only observe for the time being and deal with the disaster first. Soon, this matter caused quite a stir in the Dao Chang true world, and it swiftly spread to the various universes. The various races began to make preparations, and killing intent could be seen filling the sky in all the universes. Many armies dressed in armor and holding all sorts of weapons charged out of the galaxy like a flood, ready to welcome the Great War. The solemn atmosphere on the eve of the Great War filled the hearts of all the races. Many people saw a foam-like substance approaching from the end of the sky. It was bleak and empty, as if it could devour all light. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Dazzling gates of light opened in the depths of the various races' territories in the various universes. Immortal fog surged out, and the power of relocation filled the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out of the gates of light, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The powerful immortal soldiers who had once slaughtered their way to fame in the ancient war gathered together once more to fight against the disaster. Rumble. A large number of ancient warships and flying ships gathered in the sky in the other regions in the distance. Strange beasts galloped about, and ferocious birds flew into the sky, blotting out the sun. Divine light shot into the clouds, and it was an incredibly grand sight. Aside from that, there were also many knights and soldiers heading over. They were densely packed together, and there were hundreds of millions of them. They were all disciples and warriors groomed by the various forces of power in the Daochang true world. Woo woo woo, in the skies, whistling sounds rang out. Numerous giant purple-copper ancient warships crossed the horizon, speeding over, heading towards the boundless battlefield of the immortal realms. There was a large number of cultivators and warriors gathered on the ancient purple-bronze warships. Their murderous auras surged into the clouds, and they were all led by powerful warriors at the true immortal realm. Countless powerful ancient beasts were galloping about in the mountains, lakes, and vast ancient forests. They covered the sky and cast a large number of shadows. Their momentum was great, and they brought with them a savage and ancient presence. There were tall figures sitting on the ancient beasts. They wore clothes made of beast skins, and their muscles were bulging. Their physical bodies were powerful, and their chi surged out of them, making them look like demon gods. They were a race that had migrated from a very remote universe. They had the characteristics of the ancient god race, and there was the mark of a planet at the center of their brows. Divine light continuously shot into the clouds from the ancient planets of life and the universes. Powerful auras surged out like surging volcanoes and swept through all directions. The ancient immortals, Heavenly Dao Sect, True Immortal Academy, Longevity Qin Family, Longevity Qin Family, Dao Ji Academy. Many of the imperishable forces and supreme sects were gathering their strongest forces. Many powerful warriors who had been born since the taboo epoch had been born. They either lived in seclusion or cultivated in seclusion, but now, they had all moved and rushed over. Many races from the era of legends, such as the Golden Rocks, Phoenixes, Dragons, and Kirans, were also gathering their powerful warriors. The calamity this time was no small matter. Once the Daochang true world fell, no race would be able to escape. Everyone knew that when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. In the depths of the universe, an immortal light flashed past. Before Gu Xian'er, who had rushed to the immortal region from the first world, could go to the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance to ask about Gu Chunga's whereabouts, she learned about the impending war. Right then, all the races in the Daochang true world were preparing and gathering their armies to face the calamity together. When she rushed to the immortal region, she saw many ancient warships charging past her. They crushed through the universe and rushed to the depths of the immortal region. There were existences at least at the level of true immortals guarding the ancient warships. There were also countless cultivators and living beings with other levels of cultivation. This forced Gu Xian'er to change her goal for the time being. It did not matter whether she wanted to search for Gu Chunga or save Tao Yao, she had to get through this crisis. Otherwise, when the Daochang true world was destroyed, it would be difficult for her to protect her own life, let alone do other things. The ancient warships and the army are heading to a place called the Vast Expanse Battlefield. That place will be an outpost for the enemy's invasion. All the races are continuously sending powerful warriors to guard it. Gu Xian'er soon obtained this information. She might not be able to control the war with her current strength, but she could still be of some use. The warships were like clouds, blotting out the sun. Tens of thousands of ancient warships stretched across the universe. Billions of cultivators rushed out from various ancient planets of life and quickly gathered in the galaxy, ready to set off. At the same time, there were also immortal kings who took action and opened up the Great Universe Tunnel, allowing the ancient warships to descend. In the many universes adjacent to the Vast Expanse Battlefield, deep and wide Great Universe tunnels could be seen being torn apart by huge hands. Large amounts of cultivators rushed out like a flood, blocking out everything and surging to the edge of the Vast Expanse Battlefield to form formations. Gu Xian'er followed an ancient warship and also rushed to the Vast Expanse Battlefield. Her mood was incredibly heavy. To the current Daochang true world, this disaster was definitely a threshold that was incredibly difficult to cross. They would need a long time to fight against it, and it was not something that could be easily resolved in just a few years or decades. During this period of time, many people would definitely die. In fact, she might not even be able to guarantee her own safety. Besides, no one knew what the final result would be. Rumble, in the great universe up ahead, a large hand appeared, plucking stars and grabbing moons. It was incomparably large, tearing at the void. Surging spiritual essence continuously swept in reverse. The space-time there distorted, continuously collapsing. Then, a stable passage appeared. An immortal king appeared and opened up the great universe tunnel for the many ancient warships to rush to the vast expanse battlefield. The same scene appeared in many places. These immortal kings were in charge of opening up the space-time tunnel to receive the armies of various races. At the same time, immortal kings had arrived early in the vast expanse battlefield to study how to fight against the enemy and how to set up runes to resist. The world was incredibly dark. Terrifying black clouds covered the sky and pressed down on the entire area. Tragic, flames of war, blood, even the soil was dark brown, dyed black by endless blood. Countless corpses and weapon fragments were soaked in it. In the past, this was also the battlefield of the Heaven Crusade. It fell from the vast expanse, and the flames of war spread to this place. No living beings survived. Xianxia rushed to the vast expanse battlefield with the army. She flew high in the sky and looked down at everything. I don't know how many years this calamity will last. Xianxia, where is 513 now? Are they still in this true world? She asked softly. A torrent-like army shuttled through the battlefield like a giant python rushing to the edge of the battlefield. The surging sounds from beyond the boundless expanse could even be heard clearly. It was as if the heavens were swaying, the sun and moon were rotating, and worlds were colliding, causing one's blood vessels to explode and one's soul to tremble. There were true immortals as well as immortal kings. However, most of them were existences below the true immortal realm. They were truly cannon fodder and could only serve as the vanguard, fighting at the very front. The immortal king patriarchs of many races also followed the orders and led the army to guard various places, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The oppressive atmosphere of the impending war enveloped the hearts of all living beings in Daochang True World. Even the ordinary cultivators sensed it. They were in a constant state of panic. They could feel that a great change was taking place in the world. Every day, one could see heaven-reaching chi and blood appearing everywhere, crushing down on stars one after another. Behind them were many figures that rushed into the outer realms. Xianxia stood calmly in the courtyard outside Green Mountain Village and lifted her head to look at the sky. Even a remote village in the mortal world could sense the various changes in the world. An inexplicable oppressive presence and atmosphere enveloped everyone's heads. Daddy, is the disaster about to arrive? Is the world about to be destroyed? Xianxia heard the child in the village asking his father, who was beside him, out of curiosity. This made her sigh softly. Even a child without any cultivation base would find it difficult to stay out of this and not be affected by it. The disaster this time seemed to be a threshold that was difficult to cross for Daochang True World. The war was about to begin. The weather and chi activity in the world had changed in a chaotic manner. The thick kismet that was originally gushing out had also changed drastically. However, to some people with great kismet, this was also a chance for them to rise to power. Some of the causes that Xianxia had done in the past were gradually beginning to bear fruit. In a Tao orthodoxy that had been passed down for millions of years was a young man. He was organizing many of the sect's elders and disciples to discuss how they should deal with the disaster and do their best to continue the sect so that its legacy would not be severed. True immortals had appeared in their sect before, but that was something that happened a long time ago. The strongest people in their sect were only those who had attained Tao. And those who had attained Tao were as insignificant as dust in the face of this disaster. They did not even have the right to be cannon fodder. However, this young man wasn't discouraged. His tone was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to protect the sect during this calamity. He was the eldest senior brother of this Tao orthodoxy. When he was young, he was practicing martial arts in the back of the mountain when he was chased by a tiger. As he was running for his life, he fell into a cold lake and accidentally obtained a mysterious ancient bell that contained serendipity. The mysterious ancient bell allowed him to give up on martial arts and cultivate Tao. He had reached his current level, and his cultivation was comparable to the patriarchs in his sect. This mysterious ancient bell of mine contains mountains and rivers. As long as it absorbs enough materials, it can form a real world inside. It won't be any weaker than the so-called ancient world. When the time comes, I only need to control the mysterious ancient bell to control the ancient world inside. It won't be a problem to protect my sect now. A lot of people will die in this war. Those broken weapons are the best materials. They can allow me to quickly grow and become a true immortal or even an immortal king in the shortest amount of time possible. The young man was very confident. After all, he had encountered a lot of opportunities along the way. Even if it was dangerous, he could often turn misfortunes into blessings. He was a person with great kismet. In such an environment, it was easier for him to survive compared to other cultivators, and he could also grow faster. In another world, a woman in black clothes with an expressionless face uprooted those sects that were doing evil in the vicinity because of the impending great calamity. Her black clothes were full of blood. Everywhere she walked, there were broken limbs and corpses. Blood flowed like rivers. The majestic sect was also turned into ruins. They deserve it. The woman in black entered the Tao through slaughter. She was emotionless and selfless. Every day, she would kill people. Sometimes, she would kill good people. Sometimes, she would kill bad people. It all depended on her mood. She was also called the Black Demoness by many cultivators. Her Tao of slaughter had reached the realm of perfection. Every time she killed someone, her cultivation would become stronger. She was improving every moment. This great calamity is the most suitable for my cultivation. When I condense the embryonic form of the great Tao of slaughter, I can kill immortal kings. The merciless creation is definitely not shameful. I've already cultivated it to the 7th level. Normal true immortals might not be my opponent. When I reach the 9th level and truly master the great Tao of slaughter, I can attack immortal emperors and become the immortal emperor of slaughter. It's truly a wondrous art of creation. The woman in black mumbled to herself. Her tone was indifferent and calm. In the past, she was just a weak girl who was bullied by her official mother and servants. If she had not accidentally obtained this wondrous art of creation called the merciless creation art, she would not have become who she was now. Once she obtained this wondrous art, she started by killing chickens and ducks. Step by step, she condensed the embryonic form of her killing intent. Then, she started killing the servants and servants who bullied her. In the end, she slaughtered her entire family and finally took revenge. From then on, a terrifying existence called the Black Demoness appeared in the world. She killed based on her mood. She did not care about good or evil. She only killed for the sake of cultivation. She also guessed that this wondrous art of creation might have been created by the once supreme devil master of the Daochang true world. The description of devils and slaughter within it pointed straight to the heart of the great Tao. She felt that even if she cultivated to the 9th level and created the 10th later on, she would definitely not be able to reach the devil master's level. However, she also believed that with her own serendipity, her future achievements would not be limited to the limits of this art of creation. This cultivation method was only a good start for her, and it established a good foundation for her. The great calamity that the entire Daochang true world was about to face was also a chance for her to madly improve. Similar scenes were happening in other places as well. There were people who obtained great providence called the acting system. They gathered all sorts of information regarding the Devil Master's origins and matters, wanting to act as the once most powerful existence in the Daochang true world. In order to match the 1000th or even 1/10,000th similarity, they used all sorts of methods to search for information and ancient records. There were also people who obtained treasures that could summon ancient heroic spirits and formed their own forces of power in an attempt to deal with the great calamity. Gu Wuwang, Ming, and the other existences in Dao realm were gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance. With a secret treasure, they were calculating the situation beyond the vast expanse and predicting when the enemy would arrive. The round ancient warship finally approached from beyond the vast expanse, and they were able to see some of its vague outline. During that instant, dazzling gates of light appeared, and a vast and boundless army of warriors charged out from behind them. Like a torrent from the universe, they rushed towards the Daochang true world, which was right in front of the enemy. The power of unknown origins finally approached and launched its first attack. It came out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard. There was no sign of it. No one knew how large the army was, but there were definitely more than 100 million of them. They rushed out of the gates of light, and their murderous aura surged into the heavens along with raging killing intent. The enemy has arrived. Have all the people stationed in the vast expanse battlefield be prepared. The people in the hall immediately gave their orders. At the same time, hundreds of millions of runic symbols rushed out from the boundary embankment beyond the vast expanse battlefield. It was as if all the power in the universe had gathered there, and it was so dazzling that it was boundless. The boundary embankment had originally been dormant. No one knew who had built it, but it had been continuously defending against the attacks from the power in the vast expanse. At that moment, it seemed to have awakened. A matchless power that was like a torrent that had broken through the embankment turned into terrifying beams of energy that rushed towards the army of the immortal spirit civilization. The cultivators and living beings stationed at the edge of the vast expanse battlefield were shocked when they saw this. They did not expect that the boundary embankment would contain such an astonishing power that it would awaken at such a critical moment. The boundary embankment's origins are incredibly mysterious. No one knows who built it, but there are countless ancient runic symbols carved into it. They can activate a terrifying power to defend against the invasion of the enemy. The immortal kings in the forts were slightly excited. Clearly, they had not expected that there would be such a natural barrier outside the Daochang true world. The terrifying beams of energy shot out, and with just one strike, the army of the immortal spirit civilization at the front crumbled. Many of the figures were reduced to dust and vanished into thin air. However, they were just warriors of sacrifice raised by the immortal spirit civilization. They did not feel any heartache about using them as cannon fodder. More and more figures rushed out of the doors of light. At the same time, a huge ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle appeared. Suddenly, a terrifying figure shrouded in black mist appeared. He stretched out a large hand covered in all kinds of scales. They looked like dragon scales, but they also looked like iron scales. He slapped down from there in an attempt to destroy the beam of light that shot out. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed immortal kings. The strength of his presence was definitely above that of a quasi-immortal emperor. Based on the classification of the immortal spirit civilization, this was a person who was close to going through the first metamorphosis of his mind. However, he was not a member of the immortal spirit civilization, but a puppet battle servant created through enslavement. Splat! With just one swipe, he caused the tens of thousands of runic symbols that were resonating with each other to fall apart. They turned into mountains and seas that gushed out madly like a torrent. With one strike from an existence of this level, even immortal kings were like ants. This scene was very shocking, and it caused the hearts of the army of the Daochang true world to instantly turn cold. There was no doubt that this power was too terrifying. The pillars of light on the world dike could not withstand it at all. Boom! At that moment, the space-time outside the vast expanse battlefield distorted, and a blurry figure stepped out. He was also surrounded by black fog, and he also stretched out a hand and slammed it towards the giant hand, intending to destroy it. The Emperor of the Otherworld. Many figures in the vast battlefield could not help but cry out in surprise. They recognized this existence, and they could not hide the excitement in their eyes. This was a true immortal emperor who was in charge of guarding this region. He had appeared at the first moment to fight against that figure. The Otherworld might have had a lot of conflicts with the immortal region in the past, and they fought endlessly, but in this sort of situation, the Emperor of the Otherworld still attacked without hesitation, not allowing the other party to take even half a step closer. The battle had just begun, but a true immortal emperor had already entered the battlefield. He walked out of the distorted spacetime and attacked in a domineering manner. His vast dermic powers caused the universe to tremble. Fragments of time surrounded him, and countless Tao laws surrounded him. They contained extreme power as they slammed down from the sky, wanting to stop the terrifying figure standing on the warship. In that instant, millions upon millions of spells and abilities appeared. All of them were unleashed and launched their attacks at Limu. The terrifying figure's hand slammed down without any resistance. As if he had no emotions, he tried to attack the realm dike and destroy the countless ancient runic symbols on it so that the army could descend. At the instant he was stopped, his aloof and merciless gaze swept past like a heavenly blade. It could easily cut apart the universe and evaporate the river of time. He had no choice but to turn around and fight against the immortal emperor of the other world. Rumble, this was a battle that was destined to surpass all that had happened since ancient times. The two figures fought in the distorted and shattered spacetime. They fought from one aeon to the next, overturning the world. They wanted to overturn the past and cause the world to be reshuffled. Fortunately, they were in the vast expanse and did not erupt in the true world, or else just a wisp of aura would be enough to destroy countless universes. An existence at the level of an immortal emperor could pierce through universes and crush all living beings with just one finger. The two of them fought and used many terrifying methods. The originally cold and silent universes had long since been illuminated. An endless army of the immortal spirit civilization rushed out of the Gate of Light and charged towards the Daocheng true world. The realm dike shone with a dazzling light once again. Ancient runic symbols shone on it. They were dazzling and filled with an ancient presence. Each runic symbol was an innate word that had a unique meaning. These runic symbols continued forming together to turn into terrifying pillars of light that crashed into the army of the immortal spirit civilization. At the instant they crashed into each other, the army was like snow in the face of a blazing sun. They could not even put up any resistance and were instantly reduced to dust. Besides those who surpassed immortal kings, all other living beings were like ants under the pillars of light. They could not be made up for with numbers. When they saw this, the army in the vast expanse could not help but cheer in excitement. Quite a few of the immortal kings looked delighted. Never in their wildest dreams could they have guessed that the realm dike, which had existed since time immemorial, would have such power. Not only could it defend against attacks from outside the vast expanse, it could also defend against invaders. The boundary dike that stretched on endlessly was like an immortal city wall at this moment. It was suffused with an ancient and grand aura that suppressed the heavens. Since ancient times, only those with a cultivation base surpassing the immortal king realm have the qualifications to walk over there and leave behind their footprints. Originally, we thought that it was to obstruct our footsteps, but who would have thought that it was actually to protect us? Back then, did the seniors who established the boundary dam long ago expect that such a day would come? Many immortal kings were abnormally excited, greatly encouraged. Countless ancient warships that blotted out the sun and blotted out the sky appeared on the vast expanse battlefield. Countless cultivators and living beings looked on with excitement. These words record the secrets of the immortal Dao civilization. I didn't expect them to be used to create a great formation. These are the clues to the immortal Dao flame seed that I'm looking for. Inside the round ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle, Shuiyu's eyes burned brightly as she stared at the realm dike. She did not care at all that countless soldiers of the immortal Dao civilization had been annihilated in an instant. To her, these losses were nothing. The immortal Dao civilization had raised countless races. This time, she had brought hundreds of millions of races with her. On this expedition, these losses were not even superficial. They were just cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. Imprint those ancient runes for me. If we combine them, we might be able to obtain a scripture that belongs to the origin of the immortal Dao civilization. Shuiyu ordered her subordinates to imprint the ancient runes. Each rune represented the origin of an ancient language of the immortal Dao civilization. Its value was immeasurable. Therefore, it was precisely the existence of these ancient runes that made the realm dike indestructible and indestructible. It absorbed the power of the laws of the multiverse and multiplied endlessly, allowing it to defend against invaders. Only when multiple immortal emperors attacked together would it be possible to destroy it. However, as of then, the true powerful warriors of this true world had yet to appear. Shuiyu was very cautious. Even though her grandfather had divined her fortune, she could clearly sense that there were Dao realm existences in this new true world, and there were quite a large number of them. That was why she did not intend to truly attack. She was just probing. There were quite a lot of secrets in this true world. It was already incredibly difficult for a newborn true world to give birth to a single Dao realm existence. It would use up all the resources it had accumulated since ancient times. However, by the looks of it, there was definitely more than one of them. Shuiqing, keep a close eye on the other side. If you sense the presence of a Dao realm existence, immediately attack and stop them. Don't let them get close to the mothership. Shuiyu continued giving orders. An incredibly tall figure behind her. He was surrounded by an astonishing silver light and seemed to be constantly changing. When he heard her orders, he answered, "Yes, my lady." He was also a powerful warrior who was on par with the Dao realm existences of the immortal Dao civilization. He had gone through a metamorphosis of his mind and was on par with the first blight of a Dao realm existence. The vast and boundless immortal spirit civilization's army charged into Dao Chang True World fearlessly like a flood that had broken through a dam. At that moment, if anyone looked at Dao Chang True World from the distance, they would find that the immortal spirit civilization's army had flooded the vast expanse of space. The world dike might be shining and shooting out pillars of light, but it could not hold back the immortal spirit civilization's army. There were simply too many of them, and they were too densely packed together. They rushed down through the gaps in the pillars of light without regard for their lives and charged into the vast battlefield. The vast battlefield was originally the gap between the vast expanse and Daochang True World. There was a large region that was not protected by the world dike. Otherwise, there would not be any immortal king families guarding this place. At that moment, an endless amount of immortal spirit civilization's army charged in through the gap. Runic symbols also lit up on the ancient warships. The Daochang True World's army was ready for battle. They gathered into an ancient rune and charged forward. A shocking battle had truly broken out. It was incredibly chaotic. All the cultivators and living beings who rushed to the vast battlefield were fighting against each other. Beyond the vast expanse, the battle between the two immortal emperors was equally terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had reopened the world. At that moment, Xianxia also ran into a powerful enemy. A living being at the level of an immortal king led an army and rushed in through the gap. He ran into the ancient warship she was on. The immortal king on the ancient warship had long since left to fight against the army on the other side. He did not have the time to care about anything else. There were not many immortal kings in Daochang True World. Including the immortal kings who were guarding the vast battlefield and the ones who had rushed over, there were only a dozen or so immortal kings in the area. If you dare to stop me, then die. The immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization had a thin face. He was cold and cruel. No one knew what race he was from, but there was a thick aura of death surrounding him. When he faced the ancient warship that only had a true immortal guarding it, he threw a palm strike at it, intending to destroy all the living beings and cultivators on it. The immortal king on the other side is coming. All the cultivators and living beings on the ancient warship were in despair, including the true immortal. However, during that instant, Xianxia attacked. She seemed to be moving through time, and the power of time she controlled was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, she appeared in another space and returned to her original position. Then, she threw a punch forward. Chaotic aura surged on her small, sparkling white fist, as if it had cracked through the ages. With a bang, the immortal king's palm trembled viciously, and cracks appeared on his bones. Then, with a bang, it exploded. There was no change of emotion on her face. She attacked again. Her thin and slender figure was surrounded by the immortal light of the great Tao. She was like a peerless fairy who had been banished from the world. She was otherworldly, and there was a cold killing intent in her. With just one exchange of blows, the immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was heavily injured. He was shocked and had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. There's actually a female immortal king here, and she looks so young. All the living beings and cultivators on the ancient warship were stunned. They did not manage to react to the situation even after a long time had passed. They had already sunk into despair, and they did not expect that they would suddenly be saved. All their gazes were gathered on Xianxia. The true immortal guarding the ancient warship said excitedly, "This is great. This is great. We have another immortal king, and she's so young, but her strength is already so astonishing. I didn't know that there was such a peerless prodigy hiding on the warship." Xianxia's face was surrounded by immortal light. Even those at the same level as her might not be able to see her true appearance. However, even if they saw her true appearance, all the people in the area might not be able to recognize her. After all, she had disappeared from the Daochang true world for a long time. These living beings and cultivators came from different universes, so they might not know of her existence. However, they could generally tell that she was very young. Her bone age could even be described as young. For her to have such achievements at such a young age could be said to have shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Of course, Xianxia did not care about this. Right then, there was only this immortal king in front of her. He was her opponent, and she had to kill him. After leaving the heavenly tomb, she had not truly fought against those at the same level as her, so she did not know what level she had reached. The immortal king in front of her was a perfect target for her to train herself. Boom, Xianxia charged over once again. She did not use any weapons, only a punch. She was strong and powerful, and the terrifying light from her fist evaporated all things. A large amount of energy particles evaporated, as if they could cleanse all things and see through the universe. The expression of the immortal king in front of her kept changing. He did not dare to fight head-on, and fear filled his heart. The battle in this place was incredibly shocking. It shook the long river of time, and many great Daos of order were crushed into powder. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was cold and cruel at the beginning. He wanted to destroy all of the surrounding ancient warships and open up a gap, but he did not expect to encounter Xianxia. No matter what methods he used, he could only retreat in defeat, constantly coughing up blood and being injured. In the end, after hundreds of moves, this place exploded into a bloody mist. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was crushed by Xianxia. However, an immortal king was difficult to kill. His primordial spirit wanted to tear through time and space to escape. Fortunately, Xianxia had expected this. A slightly damaged ancient pagoda flew out. It was white and sparkling, and there was a waterfall-like great Tao order that fell, directly suppressing that primordial spirit, keeping it inside, planning to slowly destroy it later. This was a strange treasure she brought out from the heavenly tomb. Its level was unknown. It had a total of 9 levels, but only 7 levels were left. It could seal everything. The battle in this place had long alarmed all sides. The immortal kings in the other regions were also fighting. All of them were injured, but it was difficult for them to truly do anything to each other. When one reached the level of immortal king, it was already very difficult to truly kill them, unless the difference in power was too great. And Xianxia had gotten rid of an immortal king so cleanly. This was truly shocking. It was especially so when she did not seem to have truly used her strongest power. An unprecedented genius. Such a young and mysterious female immortal king actually appeared in this disaster. Daochang True World is blessed with great fortune, and our kismet will last for a long time. We are destined not to die. Some of the veteran immortal kings could not help but laugh loudly. They were incredibly excited. The disaster had come too suddenly. Many people did not know why the other party had come and why they wanted to destroy Daochang True World. However, this did not affect the people's resistance and unyielding will. Even if they were badly injured, they would still make the other party pay a terrible price. An immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was dealt with just like that, causing the morale of the Daochang True World's army to increase greatly. They were incredibly excited and became even braver, as if they were not afraid of death. Xianxia also received the other immortal king's messages. They were incredibly worried about her safety. They believed that her talent was terrifying and that she was an unprecedented genius. Her future was unimaginable, and she could not take any risks here. They told her to quickly return to the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance. She could not die. In the future, she would definitely reach an even higher realm. A genius like her was a treasure to the current Daochang True World. They would do everything they could to protect her. There was no way they would allow her to take risks and fight in a battlefield where she could die at any moment. Many of the veteran immortal kings were sending her messages, telling her to quickly leave the front lines and leave this place to them. Xianxia might know that these messages were sent out of goodwill, but at this sort of juncture, she could not leave. It was just like when she was the Heaven Crusher in her first life and commanded the army of the True Mountain and Sea World to fight against the Great Liquidation. Besides, in this sort of battle, she could train herself and completely absorb the essence of the quenching heavens. Only then would she have a chance to cultivate the light of a quasi-immortal emperor in the shortest amount of time. The devastating war of the immortal spirit civilization's invasion of the Daochang True World began. The vast army that covered the sky and earth turned into a terrifying flood that flooded towards the Daochang True World like locusts, intending to tear a hole in the Daochang True World. On the ancient warships, the Daochang True World's army was also fearless. They continued resisting and killing. Thick, bloody light filled all the universes. It was an incredibly devastating sight. Corpses were everywhere, and many planets had exploded. In the war, they were instantly reduced to dust and no longer existed. Many of the leaders of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance once again. They watched the war through secret treasures. At the same time, orders turned into flowing streams of light and were passed down to continue dispatching the armies in various places to provide reinforcements. Everyone's hearts were heavy. They knew that the war would be incredibly devastating. Perhaps even the immortal kings would be exhausted and truly die in the end. This war might last for a long time. No one can slack off. This disaster is also a trial for the Daochang True World. We can be reborn from the ashes and become immortals, Deputy Gu Wuwang said. Then, he swung his arm, and the picture on the secret treasure before him disappeared. The people were prepared for a long war. The truly powerful people had yet to appear in the ancient warship that stretched across the boundless expanse of space. The immortal emperor who had attacked was perhaps just a chess piece sent by the enemy to test the Daochang True World's strength. The true chess pieces had yet to appear. In fact, they did not know just how strong they were. As for the Daochang True World, they only had 4 Dao realm cultivators with the addition of 1 external helper, ancient monk Ape Zen. When the final war erupted, it would be difficult to say whether they would be able to withstand it. Lord Deputy Alliance Master, do you know why the civilizations from the other true worlds invaded on such a large scale? Are they fighting over something? The leaders of the races in the hall asked, and they voiced the questions that were in many people's hearts. Even Gu Wuwang could not give an accurate answer to this question. Ancient monk Ape Zen placed his palms together and said, "The universe is boundless, and countless civilizations and races are born. War is an eternal melody that never ends. Weakness is the source of invasions." When the people in the hall heard this, their hearts sank, and they felt powerless. Weakness was the original sin. Because of it, Daochang True World would be bullied and invaded by the civilizations of the other true worlds. No matter what the reason is, all of you should seize this time to increase your strength. I have observed the river of destiny in Daochang True World recently, and it shows no signs of weakening because of this sudden disaster, Gu Wuwang said flatly. When the great battle broke out, there were no signs of Guchanga showing up. This made him guess that Guchanga might have really gone to the boundless expanse domain. However, Gu Wuwang did not believe that Guchanga did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, there were still people he treasured in Daochang True World. The ripples from the great battle that swept through the entire Daochang True World made it seem as if heavenly punishment had descended and wanted to destroy the entire universe. Even if it was on the other side of the world dike, it still reached the many universes and worlds in Daochang True World. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. No matter what level of cultivation they were in, they could not help but shudder. Every single day, countless armies would rush out from various universes and dimensions to fight in that direction. After Daochang True World went through the second apocalypse, it had rested for many eons. Its overall foundation was not that bad. In the dark, True Spirit Qingyi was also using all sorts of methods to help the powerful heaven destroyers reincarnate or protect a wisp of their true souls so that they could be resurrected and have their physical bodies reconstructed. Over the eons, many people had been cultivating in various places and dimensions, quietly recovering and waiting for the day when they would return to the peak. The eruption of the great battle had woken them up beforehand. Qi and blood continuously surged into the sky from many ancient lands and tore through the multiverse. Beyond the boundless expanse domain, the ripples from the battle between the immortal emperor from the other world and the immortal emperor sent by the immortal spirit civilization also stirred up the long river of time. Some of the existences who had been cultivating in the ancient dimensions were also alarmed and rushed out from other eons to show themselves. It had been countless years since the Forbidden Era, and during that period of time, there was also a period of time when the world was destroyed. That was a dimension where no one could enter. Even if the long river of time had been cut off and shattered, those who had power that surpassed immortal kings would not dare to take on the boundless burden and travel to this aeon. They would often experience backlash, the wrath of heaven, and disappear after turning into Tao. This was a chaotic dimension. The nodes were shattered, and it was impossible to determine the precise coordinates of this dimension. To cultivators, stepping into this dimension meant that they would be exiled forever. They would not be able to find the coordinates of the present world and would be lost forever. In this chaotic space that was filled with broken fragments of time, two figures sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. One of them was dressed in red. There was a dot of cinnabar at the center of her brows. Her eyelashes were very long, and her face was incredibly exquisite. She was only the size of a palm, and she could cause the downfall of a country. Beside her, demonic aura would occasionally surge, and immortal light would occasionally rise. Fragments of the great Tao intersected with each other. The other figure was dressed in white. Her hair was as black as jade, and she was so bright that she could reflect herself. The void around her seemed to have transformed into a sacred and pure land. The shadow of a gorgeous peach tree took root in the center. Peach blossoms fell from the sky, fluttering continuously, like a rain of light that turned into Tao. The two of them seemed to be separated by a sea of time. They could see each other, but they could not get close to each other. It was as if they were forever trapped in a point, a circle. The turbulent storm of the great Tao could not hurt them at all. The moment it landed beside them, it dissipated into thin air. Their auras were sometimes weak and sometimes terrifying. The center of their brows glowed, as if something was nurturing in their bodies. These two figures were Xianxia and Tao Yao. This ancient dimension was extremely chaotic. After losing the coordinates of the present world, it was impossible to return to the present world. To them, it was as if they were imprisoned and exiled in the endless chaotic dimension. With the help of High Priest of Fate Xiao Ruoyin's creation immortal boat, they traversed the forbidden epic of ancient times to search for the truth of that time. Although they finally got what they wanted, the two of them were also exiled by Xianxia into this chaotic dimension. They were like imprisoned criminals, unable to break out of that point or that circle around them. In air, the red-clothed Xianxia opened her eyes. In the tranquil sea of time, a shocking wave suddenly surged. Fragments of time filled the sky, and a storm of the great Tao swept out, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power. However, this storm of the great Tao, which could easily destroy all life, disappeared the moment it touched her. The embryonic form of the seed of the true world. Is this the great gift that Master has prepared for me? Xianxia's expression was very calm. There seemed to be a small seed between her brows. It shone brightly, containing endless mysteries of creation. She looked at Tao Yao in the distance. There was also a small seed between Tao Yao's brows. It was shining brightly, as if it was nurturing some sort of embryonic form. However, Tao Yao did not awaken. His body seemed to be in some strange domain, and the essence of his life was undergoing a shocking change. In this chaotic dimension from ancient times, there were all sorts of substances similar to the origin, as well as innate rules. It was of great help to them in condensing the imprint of the great Tao. Xianxia did not know what method this seed of the true world had used to travel through countless dimensions of time and space to land on her and Tao Yao. But she guessed that this was Xianxia's method. In truth, after learning the truth of the forbidden epic, she did not hate Xianxia anymore. It should be said that after traversing the long river of time, she had unexpectedly suffered a karmic backlash and nearly lost herself forever, but when Xianxia saved her, she had already reacted. It was just as Tao Yao had said. If Xianxia wanted to kill her, he had already done so during the forbidden epic. Why did he have to spend so much effort to seal her in the demon burial abyss? Why did he have to personally go to the demon burial abyss after reincarnation, personally unseal her, and design a demon extermination assembly to attract the ancient existences of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help her recover? In the face of her revenge, he had never chosen to attack her. He had always treated her with a peaceful and tolerant attitude. Xianxia had thought through many things during the years of being exiled and trapped here. She was wrong. She was terribly wrong. There was no turning back. Chan Hongyi did not know what Gu Chang'e was planning and what his goal was. But she knew that everything that had happened during the Forbidden Epoch was definitely planned by Gu Chang'e and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Qing Yi. However, after the Forbidden Epoch, Gu Chang'e had to bear the infamy of all worlds. He was deserted and turned into a demon feared by all worlds. Even his closest disciple had turned against him and was willing to pay any price to take revenge on him. In this world, there was no one who could understand him, understand his heart, understand his difficulties, and stand with him. I wonder how much bitterness and indescribable bitterness Master felt when he was faced with my revenge. His once obedient disciple had become an enemy who hated him to the bone. Chan Hongyi's lips curled into a smile that was unclear whether it was self-deprecating or sarcastic. But even in the face of all this, Gu Chang'e still saved her when she was in danger. If she had not insisted on risking life and death to return to the past to find the truth, she would have probably lived in hatred and pain for the rest of her life, unable to forget. As for why she and Tao Yao were both exiled and imprisoned in this ancient era, Chan Hongyi had vaguely guessed the truth. She and Tao Yao knew the truth of the Forbidden Epoch and the grand scheme of Gu Chang'e and Qing Yi. Once they appeared in the present world, they would definitely disrupt the plans of the two and interfere with the grand scheme. To prevent any accidents from happening, Gu Chang'e could only take action and imprison them in this ancient era. But even so, you still gave us the true world seed. Master, oh Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Or are you saying that even if you keep restraining yourself in your heart, you are unable to truly be absolutely cold and emotionless when facing us? As Chan Hongyi mumbled, she raised her hand, and the true world seed at the center of her brows flew out and landed on her palm. This small true world seed was not a real true world seed. It was just an embryonic form, but it also contained endless serendipity. Within the true world seed was a mysterious true world formed by the collisions of countless substances in the primal chaos. In an instant, the true world was formed. Chan Hongyi did not know the name of this mysterious substance, but it was the guarantee that allowed her to step into Tao realm. I won't destroy your plans, Master. I just want to do my best to make up for everything. As she looked at the true world seed, her gaze was incredibly calm. There was no hostility in it, just like the calm surface of the sea. Buzz, the next instant, the center of Chan Hongyi's brows shone. A small nascent divinity that looked exactly like her took a step forward and swallowed the true world seed. She did not choose to refine it. Instead, she used the nascent divinity form 3.9 to swallow the true world seed. Since Qing Yi was an innate true spirit from the true mountain and sea world, why couldn't she use this to become an acquired true spirit and become an existence like the true world? This process might be incredibly difficult, and no one had ever heard of anyone being able to do it. However, the true world seed had allowed Chan Hongyi to see the direction she should take in the future. She had her own path. Today, I, Chan Hongyi, have made a great wish in the chaotic sea of time and space of countless years ago. I will turn into a true demon world. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. Tao will disappear, demon will rise, Tao will rise, demon will disappear, and Tao and demon will coexist. Rumble. Due to Chan Hongyi's great wish to become a demon, a terrifying sound rang out in the ancient sea of time and space. There seemed to be some kind of magnificent and inconceivable power in the unseen world that was reflecting her great aspirations. Boundless demonic aura surged forth like a vast sea of stars. It turned into a boundless river that completely submerged her. The true world seed that was originally shining brilliantly was fusing with her nascent divinity. In an instant, it turned as black as ink and was rapidly undergoing some sort of transformation. Every single one of her great wishes was incredibly loud. They echoed in every single spatial node, shaking the chaotic sea of time and space to the point that it started boiling. The storm of the great Tao did not stop in the slightest and continued crashing down. Chan Hongyi only closed her eyes quietly and allowed the boundless demonic aura to completely submerge her. Gu Chang'e, who was refining the imperishable substance and the substance of creation in the grand palace of the royal family in the ruins of spirits, suddenly opened his eyes. Red robes, he seemed to have sensed something, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Before he left the Daochang true world, he deliberately searched for a lawless and unrestrained land and refined a true world seed. Then, he divided it into several portions and turned them into streams of light that entered the bodies of Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. The true world seed contained the pinnacle of the true meaning of Tao. In truth, it was refined using the imperishable substance and the substance of creation. It might not allow them to reach the heavens in one go and obtain inconceivable dharmic powers. However, it could help them lay down a sturdy foundation and become the most solid cornerstone for them to enter the Tao realm in the future. Of course, Gu Changge had also left his mark on the true world seeds, allowing him to be aware of Yu Mingkong and the others' safety at all times. He would not let any accidents happen to them. He might not be a good person, but he was never stingy or lacking in concern for the people he treasured. Gu Changge might not have asked them about their cultivation in detail, but he had always been paying attention to them. For example, Yu Mingkong's self-created Great Dream reincarnation immortal art was incredibly mysterious and profound in Gu Changge's eyes. She had vaguely touched upon the true essence of the transformation between reality and illusion. Her cultivation and comprehension of Tao in the dream were completely dependent on her control over the dream. This dream could span the ages, but it could also disappear with the snap of a finger. It only lasted for a moment. With the help of the substance of creation and the imperishable substance, once she completely woke up, her strength might increase to a terrifying level. Over the years, Gu Changge had investigated the truth behind Yu Mingkong's rebirth. He had also wondered whether she was a reflection of a certain person. However, all his guesses were overturned one by one. The most likely possibility was that Yu Mingkong had accidentally touched upon the tracks of a certain timeline, allowing her to accidentally learn about her future memories from another timeline. That memory of 16 years in the future was like a dream. If there was a dream within a dream, there would naturally be a time to wake up. Therefore, this was also the opportunity for Yu Mingkong to create the Great Dream Reversal immortal art. She was already a stunning talent, but because she was willing to stay by Gu Changge's side, she hid her brilliance. Gu Changge had to admit that Yu Mingkong was much more important to him than the others. At the mention of Yu Mingkong, Gu Changge couldn't help but think of Gu Xian and Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu had always been well-behaved and obedient. In front of Gu Changge, he was even more submissive. Later on, she was even willing to give up her status as the human ancestor palace's holy maiden for him. She went against her beliefs and betrayed the human ancestor palace. Gu Changge was not a person with a heart of stone, so how could he be indifferent? Jiang Chuchu's talent was also amazing. She had already touched the power of Kismet and understood faith. Gu Changge did not need to worry about her cultivation. Even if he did not leave behind the embryonic form of the true world seed, Jiang Chuchu would still have a high possibility of entering Tao realm in the future. As for Gu Xian'er, she was once the heir of the true mountain and sea world. She was born with the Kismet of a true world and experienced 3 lifetimes. With the fruits of her previous 2 lifetimes, she would definitely be able to reach an even higher level in this life. Besides that, Gu Changge had also arranged another path for Gu Xian'er. He was waiting for her to be born so that he could take over everything. When he was still in the upper world, he had countless followers and subordinates. For example, Ada, who was condensed from the aura of true blood and demon burial abyss, the people who destroyed hell and Buddha, and the many dark puppets created when he built the heavenly court of darkness, as well as the puppet of the ancient celestial lord of reincarnation that he refined later. Gu Changge had long since made arrangements for these people. Over the years, he had nurtured them in a certain place. Their strength had already reached a terrifying level. The ripples of the mark on Hongyi's body have undergone a shocking change. Her life form is undergoing a metamorphosis. Looks like she wants to give me a surprise. Looks like this was the right move. Gu Changge collected his thoughts and sensed the ripples of the mark. He was not too worried. After personally traveling through time and returning to the past to see the so-called truth, with Chan Hongyi's personality, it was impossible for her to hate him again. On the contrary, Chan Hongyi might even feel guilty and want to make it up to him. Gu Changge did not think about how Chan Hongyi would make it up to him. After all, his thoughts were not pure from the start. Some of the things he did later were just making the best of his mistakes. The current results were somewhat out of his expectations. Now, he only wanted Chan Hongyi's existence to ensure that there would not be any mistakes in the overall situation. Wang. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and a small golden bottle appeared. It was filled with traces of the great Tao and was extremely heavy, as if it was made of chaotic immortal gold. The palace immediately shook violently. In front of Guchanga, there were masses of substances that were as beautiful as a dreamy galaxy. They took on various forms, either in the form of mist or liquid. They underwent many changes, evolving chaos and the 3,000 great Taos. Countless strands of fate were being extracted from the various worlds ruled by the royal family of the spiritual ruins and condensed into these substances. Guchanga took action and collected all the immortal substances and creation substances into the small golden bottle. Although it was not much, to him, it was better than nothing. It was better than nothing. The fate of an ancient true world was extremely rich and vast, but condensing a strand of immortal substance and creation substance from it was also extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to condense the fate of a new true world, unless it was accumulated over a long period of time. Such a small bottle can also help me avoid some troublesome matters. Guchanga rolled up his sleeves and put away the small golden bottle. When he had more time, he would continue to condense these substances. From Guchanga's perspective, immortal substances and creation substances represented the development and general principles of matter on the path of Tao realm. They were the beginning and end of Tao. At the same time, they were the source of all things, the beginning of chaos and primordial chaos. They were the source of everything before the lawless world. The other existences in Tao realm could not understand what this meant, nor could they understand the existence of these substances. It was even more impossible for them to condense them. They could only continuously explore these substances in the long process of cultivation and see a strand of aura, a prototype, or a true meaning. Even if Guchanga taught them how to condense immortal substances and creation substances, they would not be able to do it. Even if they spent their entire lives, they would not be able to condense even a strand of them. Only existences who had transcended and achieved true transcendence in life and possessed inconceivable wisdom would be able to understand the existence of these substances and condense them for their own use. This logic was a little complicated to explain, but in simple terms, it was like asking a human to tell an insect what substances were made of and what types of elements there were. That was why no matter how extravagant and detailed the human's explanation was, it was impossible to expect an insect to understand these things. As for Guchanga, his current strength might only be at the level of an insect, but his state of being was different. He could condense and use these substances to increase his state of being and his strength. He could also use these substances to help existences in Tao realm increase their cultivation base and state. Condensing immortal substances and creation substances by myself is too slow. If only I could find a vessel that could condense these substances. However, the possibility of finding such a vessel in the vast expanse world is close to zero. Unless there are some who have come into contact with the origin world, which is the world of the real world, and accidentally obtained clues and created them, but the possibility of that happening is also close to zero. Guchanga frowned slightly and began to think again. If he recovered to the peak of his strength as the Devil Lord and found suitable materials, with the great Tao as the fuel and the power of many civilizations, he would be able to create such a supreme treasure. However, even if he had the strength now, he did not have suitable materials. As for relying on the Tao Chang true world and the true spirit ruins world, that was even more unrealistic. The materials needed to create such a supreme treasure could only be found in the supreme true worlds. Even if they searched everywhere, they would not be able to find enough, and they would have to take the risk and come into contact with the real world. He did not expect the true spirit ruins world to have such a supreme treasure. After all, if he could condense immortal substances or creation substances from providence, he would definitely be able to create many peerless powerhouses. How could the true spirit ruins world be at his mercy? I can put the matter of condensing immortal substances and creation substances aside for now. I can have the spirit phoenix help me collect the providence of the spiritual ruins royal family over the years. When Guchanga thought of this, he stood up and left the grand hall. The power of providence was the most mysterious substance, and it was of great use to him now. Outside the hall, the black-robed old man that ancestor King Whitebone had transformed into stood respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." When he saw Guchanga walking over, he respectfully greeted him like an old servant. Beside the black-robed old man stood a beautiful woman in a green dress. Her eyes were charming, and there was a natural charm at the tip of her brows. She had the strength of an immortal king. "Lu Mei greets my lord." She was Emperor Ling's trusted aide and had been standing outside the hall. If Gu Chang'e had any orders, he could pass them to Emperor Ling through her. "Where is Emperor Ling now?" Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, glanced at her, and asked. Wan Xiao and the other patriarchs were in charge of recruiting the armies of the Spiritual Ruins royal family in the Greater Thousand Worlds. Emperor Ling was arranged to follow him and do things for him because she wanted to please him. However, when Gu Chang'e was condensing immortal substances and creation substances, he told Emperor Ling not to stay by his side all the time, so she left. "My lord, Her Majesty has something to do and has left the palace," Lu Mei replied respectfully. In front of Gu Chang'e, she did not dare to hide anything. Even the patriarchs of the Spiritual Ruins royal family were extremely afraid of Gu Chang'e. Although she had the strength of an immortal king, she was no different from an ant in front of him. "Something to do?" Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. Emperor Ling had other thoughts when the Spiritual Ruins royal family was recruiting the armies. He did know that there were conflicts between Emperor Ling and the patriarchs of the Spiritual Ruins royal family, but as long as it didn't affect his matters, he wouldn't care. "Yes, before Her Majesty left the palace, she told me that if my lord has any orders, I can tell you directly," Lu Mei said hurriedly. Seeing that Gu Chang'e seemed a little displeased, Lu Mei was a little afraid and hurriedly said. "It's fine." Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and didn't make things difficult for her. He wasn't in a hurry to gather the power of providence. However, Emperor Ling was a Dao realm existence after all. She ruled over the entire Spiritual Ruins royal family and supervised everything. Although she didn't know everything, there was basically nothing that could be hidden from her. However, if there was something that made her want to go out personally, it wouldn't be simple. At this point, Gu Chang'e also had some thoughts and guesses. Then, he thought about it and deduced Emperor Ling's current actions. Emperor Ling was a Dao realm existence and her existence had already abandoned karma and fate. The past, future, and any space-time couldn't be seen and were shrouded in fog. Gu Chang'e couldn't really deduce everything that he wanted to know. He only wanted to deduce some clues. The mysteries of the heavens are in chaos and there are variables that are disrupting the fate of the Spiritual Ruins royal family. It seems that there really is an unexpected variable. What a pleasant surprise. Gu Chang'e retracted his thoughts and looked at the uneasy Lu Mei. He said gently, "You should know where Emperor Ling is now. Bring me to her." He didn't want to continue probing and deducing in case Emperor Ling sensed something and alerted her. Now that the true Spirit Ruins world was under his control, it was a power that was hard to come by. Gu Chang'e did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Lu Mei was flattered and said hurriedly, "My lord, if you want to see Her Majesty, you can just ask her to come. There's no need to trouble you to find her personally." Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said gently, "It's fine. Just bring me to her." Beside him, Ancestor King Baigu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He also guessed that Emperor Ling was hiding some secret. She probably didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would leave the hall early and end his cultivation so quickly. This vast land was originally the homeland of my Ghost Axe clan. However, it is now barren. There are only desolate mountains and mountains everywhere. There is no sign of human habitation. In the vast spiritual void world, there are only a few Ghost Axe clan members. I will definitely make the Spiritual Ruins royal family pay for this blood dead in blood. Chu Lian, dressed in martial arts attire, was leading a sturdy horse in front of a group of tall mountains and steep ridges. His junior sister, Mingxiao, sat on the horse and was also looking at the barren hills shrouded in clouds. Vaguely, one could see the silhouettes of some pavilions and palaces. The closer they got, the more they realized that those pavilions and palaces were actually very dilapidated and barren. Many places had already turned into ruins and no one knew when they had been destroyed. Vines drooped and moss grew. Miasma filled the air. Ghost Axe clan? Could young Master Chu Lian be a member of the Ghost Axe clan? I heard that the Ghost Axe clan has always been terrifyingly talented in forging weapons. All the divine weapons and Dao weapons here were forged by the Ghost Axe clan. Behind Chu Lian and Mingxiao were the Ghost Emperor. The spirit emperor, who was also riding a snow-white steed with a veil covering his face, couldn't help but ask with a surprised expression on his face. There were many maids and guards beside her. They were powerful and made her look like a young miss of a large family who was out training. She had indeed left the palace this time to go straight to Chu Lian and find out the secrets on him. However, in order to not arouse Chu Lian's suspicion, the ghost emperor thought of an excuse of an accidental meeting. They had met on the way and the place they were heading to was in the same direction. Of course, Chu Lian didn't know that the spirit emperor had sent people to watch his every move. He did not pay much attention to the ghost emperor's wording. In his opinion, the ghost emperor's cultivation was only at the mortal realm and her subordinates were not that strong. Now that he was about to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao, he was not worried about the ghost emperor's schemes. He was in a rather joyful mood. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected meeting of a beauty and also the joy of improving his cultivation. The reason he had come to the old haunt of the Ghost Hatchet clan this time was to use the noble orb to absorb and condense the remnant karmic luck of this place. According to the function of the sphere of great wishes, it could capture the illusory chi of heaven and earth and condense the best energy for Chu Lian's cultivation. It would allow him to achieve very high achievements in the shortest amount of time. However, the process of absorbing luck was not safe. One had to be vigilant at all times and could not relax. Some powerful orthodoxies and clans had dharma artifacts or legacy weapons that were specially used to suppress fate. Once they realized that someone had stolen their fate, they would be enraged and would send people to investigate and kill them. Although Chu Lian's strength had increased rapidly, he knew his limits. He knew that he was definitely not a match for those large clans. Once he was captured, the secret of the noble sphere might not be able to be kept. The sphere of noble aspirations was mysterious and mysterious. It was the final crystallization of an incomparably ancient and powerful civilization. However, in Chu Lian's opinion, they did not have any means to help him fight his enemies. At most, they could only be considered as auxiliary tools. Therefore, he had to be careful and not expose the existence of the noble orb. In the end, after much thought, he found a suitable location, which was the Ghost Hatchet clan's former clan land. At the same time, it was also the homeland where he lived when he was very young. Originally, this was a flourishing sacred land. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere, immortal mountains were majestic, and ancient peaks were tall. There were also many small worlds and dimensions. However, following the conscription of the spiritual ruins royal family, a large number of Ghost Hatchet clan members were forcefully taken away and lost the power to protect this place. And this place gradually became barren. Later on, it was plundered by the other clans and factions and gradually turned into a wasteland. However, as long as the Ghost Hatchet clan was not extinct from this world, then the clan land would still nurture vitality and luck. Chu Lian had rushed over this time because he wanted to use the remnant luck of the Ghost Hatchet clan here to help him cultivate. He walked at the front and nodded. To be honest, Miss Huang, I am indeed a member of the Ghost Hatchet clan. My parents were summoned by the spiritual ruins royal family and brought into the palace. They said that they were going to repair the ancient array, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. I suspect that they have already been killed by the spiritual ruins royal family and have gone to the netherworld. So many years have passed and there has been no news about them, so I don't hold any hope. When he spoke of this, he could not help but show great pain and hatred on his face. He might have been young when this happened, but the memory was still fresh in his mind and he would not forget it. Ming Xiu's eyes dimmed as she sat on the horse. She also remembered what happened to her parents. The sovereign Ling frowned slightly under her veil. Her expression was slightly unnatural, but she soon recovered. Of course she knew about this. Not only did she know, she had also personally given the order. However, the spiritual ruins royal family's summoning of the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to repair the ancient array was actually the decision of the progenitors. It was not something she could decide. The sovereign Ling could not bear to see this happen and suggested to the progenitors to change to a better method. However, no one bothered with her and only asked her to do as she was told. She could not do anything about it. She still had to bear the crime of being a scapegoat and be cursed by all living beings. After all, the spiritual ruins royal family was about to reach the place where the new true world was, which was the current true mountain and sea world. They had to prepare the grand welcoming rune beforehand and start the grand ritual. The Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan had great talent in rune casting, so they were the most suitable to build and maintain the rune. Besides, the grand ritual required the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of lives. With their life essence as a guide, the coordinates of the spiritual ruins true world would be brought here. Once this matter spread out, it would definitely have a great impact on the spiritual ruins royal family's rule. That was why the progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family would not allow the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to leave. They would leak the news and cause unnecessary chaos and panic. During this period of time, the spiritual ruins royal family is still summoning the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to build the ancient array. It's a pity that I don't have enough power right now, or else I would definitely lead all the races to revolt and overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family so that we can return peace to this world. Chu Lian led his horse and walked at the front. When he spoke, his eyes were bright and filled with determination. His words were firm and there was an unconcealable righteousness in them. If there was anyone else around at this moment, they would definitely look at him with admiration, thinking that he was proud and determined and would definitely become someone great in the future. The Spirit Emperor cast him a glance. She did not know what gave Chu Lian the confidence to speak like that. After all, even she, the Spirit Emperor, did not know how many Dao realm progenitors there were in the spiritual ruins royal family. She did not know how strong each Dao realm progenitor was. The Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan might have been huge clans in the spiritual ruins true world in the past and had a deep foundation, giving birth to Dao realm existences before. However, things were different now. Their kismet was weak and their powerful experts had retired. Only a few people were left, so who would dare to go against the orders of the spiritual ruins royal family? But then again, as a variable, Chu Lian did indeed have the possibility to do so. However, if he was too strong, he would break easily. With his current strength, if others heard what he said, it would be easy for him to bring disaster to himself. Dao realm existences had reached a stage where their cultivation base could reach the heavens and earth. They could sense any abnormalities beforehand and nip the disaster in the bud. The Spirit Emperor was dissatisfied with the progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family and had resentment towards them. However, she was the Spirit Emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family. What she considered was the interests of the spiritual ruins royal family. She admired Chu Lian's boldness and guts. In fact, she was even considering whether she should be generous and spare his life after learning about his variable secret. The actions of the spiritual ruins royal family are indeed not tolerated by the heavens. They have already angered the heavens and they will suffer retribution sooner or later. Young Master Chu Lian, you don't have to worry too much. Who knows, your parents might just be trapped somewhere right now and their lives might not be in danger. The Spirit Emperor spoke with a much gentler tone. During this period of time, the Ghost Hatchet clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan recruited by the spiritual ruins royal family were not in danger as long as they were obedient. Right now, they were actually imprisoned somewhere. After all, they were required to maintain and repair the formation as well as the grand ritual when the time came. Although Guchanga's arrival had stopped the spiritual ruins royal family's plan to descend into the true mountain and sea world. However, the grand plan to receive the true spirit ruins world had never stopped. When Chu Lian heard this, he thought that the Spirit Emperor was comforting him. He shook his head and said, "Miss Huang, you don't have to comfort me. I have already accepted reality. Master is an old friend of my parents. He has long since received news of their deaths." The Spirit Emperor was slightly surprised. Among the people she sent out, no one had found out that Chu Lian had a master. She could not help but be more cautious. Soon, they went over the mountain in front of them and Chu Lian finally approached the homeland of the Ghost Hatchet clan. His emotions were complicated as he stood on the mountain and looked at the dilapidated buildings in front of him. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The once prosperous scene had long since disappeared. Right now, only broken walls, vines, moss, and broken halls were left, along with burnt beams and pillars were left. "Senior brother, is this where you lived when you were young?" Mingxiu could not help but ask as she sat on the horse. She looked at the ruins curiously. She did not know why her senior brother would come here on the way. Could it be that he wanted to pay homage to his childhood? The Spirit Emperor was also slightly surprised, but she did not say anything. She stared at Chu Lian's back, wanting to know what he was planning to do. She was worried that if she attacked Chu Lian, she would trigger a calamity in her fate and suffer an inexplicable backlash from her kismet. Chu Lian was not stupid either. He would not tell her his intentions directly. The noble ball was his greatest secret and guarantee for his rise to power. How could he easily tell others about it, even if that person was his junior sister? Even though Chu Lian and the Spirit Emperor conversed happily during their few encounters and felt as if he had met a confidant, the Spirit Emperor's background was unknown. While Chu Lian had a good impression of her, it was not to the point where he trusted her completely. He was still considering how their relationship would progress in the future. Before I left my homeland, I accidentally left behind a very important thing that my parents left for me here. After so many years, I don't know if it's still here. This time, I came here on the way because I wanted to look for it again and see if I can find that thing. It means a lot to me. Then, Chu Lian looked a little regretful as he explained. I see. Shall I help you look for it? Tell me, what kind of thing is that? Mingxiu did not doubt Chu Lian's words. Instead, she wanted to help him. Chu Lian shook his head. There are too many poisonous miasma insects here. Junior sister, you should stay here obediently. This will save me a lot of trouble. Mingxiu's face turned pale at the mention of poisonous miasma insects. She was clearly afraid. The Spirit Emperor did not believe Chu Lian's words. However, as long as she was here, she would naturally be able to see Chu Lian's intentions. Hence, she was not in a hurry. Why don't I send some people to help young Master Chu Lian look for it? This place is indeed a little big. I don't know how long it will take for you to find it alone. However, she still said this. Chu Lian waved his hand and said, Miss Huang, there's no need for you to help me. As long as I can sense the existence of that thing, it will be useless even if you send people to help me. Providence was an illusory thing. Unless one specialized in cultivating providence or had extremely terrifying strength, one would not be able to sense the existence of providence. The reason why Chu Lian could sense the existence of providence was because of the ball of great wishes. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor did not say anything else. She waved her hand and signaled for the maids and subordinates to stop. Very soon, Chu Lian turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the ruins ahead. Mingxiu and the others were waiting for him at the mountain top. The Spirit Emperor returned to the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. She also sensed Chu Lian's movements. However, what surprised her was that after Chu Lian disappeared from her sight, his aura also disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. It seems that he does have a treasure on him that can conceal him from the heavens. Even his aura is difficult for me to figure out. It's really amazing. The Spirit Emperor's eyes revealed a strange look. Just as she was thinking about how to make a move to be absolutely safe, a series of messages suddenly reached her ears from a faraway place. What? My lord has left the palace and is coming to find me personally. The Spirit Emperor's originally calm expression changed greatly. She became very uneasy and incredulous. She did not dare to believe her ears. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged in the middle of the carriage, and his expression suddenly changed. She clenched her fists tightly. Didn't he say that he would be in seclusion for a period of time and asked me not to disturb him? Why did he suddenly leave the palace and look for me personally? She felt uneasy as she recalled Guchunga's unfathomable strength that even the White Bone Ancestor King and the other patriarchs were wary of. She did not dare to have any bad thoughts in front of Guchunga. The Emperor Ling did not believe that Guchunga would look for her personally for no reason. There was a high chance that he had sensed something unusual. After all, the existence of variables went against fate. The methods of those in the Dao realm were even harder to predict. It was normal for them to catch a glimpse of the changes in fate. At the thought of this, she felt even more uneasy. She might get into big trouble if she did not handle this matter properly. Putting aside how she was going to explain to Guchunga, even the patriarchs would be severely punished if they knew that she did not report this matter to them. The Emperor Ling did not doubt the ruthlessness and coldness of those old fellows. At their level of cultivation, they had long disregarded their bloodline and seniority. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to go further, she did not believe that those old fellows would be willing to pay such a price for the sake of continuing the spiritual ruins world. No matter what, I have to calm this lord down first. He must have come to me personally because of this. I was too careless back then. I thought that he would be in seclusion for a long time. That was why I left the palace and came here to get Chu Lian's supreme treasure. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through the Emperor Ling's mind, but she soon regained her composure. She stood up and left the carriage, intending to welcome Guchanga at the top of the mountain. As for how she was going to explain it, that would depend on the situation. She was also feeling uneasy. Guchanga had been very calm and natural during this period of time. However, he was an existence that could decide the life and death of the spiritual ruins royal family with a single thought. His emotions were not something that she could guess. Miss Huang, Mingxiu, who was also at the top of the mountain, was surprised when she saw the Emperor Ling walking out of the carriage. This place was filled with miasma and poisonous insects. Even she wanted to find a place to hide. A noble lady like Emperor Ling would not be able to tolerate such an environment. However, she was willing to stay here and wait for senior brother Chu Lian to return. 763 She had a good impression of Sovereign Ling because of how loyal and righteous he was. In particular, his manner of speech was polite, decent and generous, and he was very well-mannered. With one look, one could tell that he came from a big family. The Spirit Emperor glanced at Mingxiu and thought for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "I'm here to welcome someone. Miss Mingxiu, you don't have to worry." Mingxiu stared blankly for a moment, but she didn't ask too much. She watched as Ling Huang's silhouette disappeared, and she walked towards the other side of the mountain. She could only withdraw her gaze and look at the ruins on the other side. What exactly is senior brother looking for? I've never heard him talk about these things before. She couldn't help but mutter. The Spirit Emperor came to the other side of the mountain alone. He did not bring any of his subordinates or maids with him. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the sky. She could faintly feel a wave of fluctuation descending. At this moment, the sky blurred and a mirror appeared. It pierced through the endless space and time. A tall and handsome young figure walked out of it. It was Guchanga. Behind him was Ancestor King Whitebone, who was dressed like an old servant, and Lu Mei, who was the one who sent the message to the Spirit Emperor. "Greetings, my lord." The Spirit Emperor hurriedly put away the distracting thoughts in his mind and greeted respectfully. She was wearing a veil, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she looked like a flawless jade fairy. Guchanga nodded slightly and glanced at her. He descended from the sky and said, "Originally, there were some things that I wanted to ask you to do. However, I didn't expect you to have already left the palace. I didn't take the initiative to look for you. Will it affect your matters?" Ancestor King Whitebone and Lu Mei followed behind him respectfully. As the Spirit Emperor's trusted aide, Lu Mei looked at her somewhat worriedly. However, Ancestor King Whitebone had a faint smile on his face, causing the Spirit Emperor's heart to sink. When she heard Guchanga's words, she felt a chill run down her spine and hastily said, "How could that be? For my lord to personally look for me is my honor. How could it affect my matters? I don't know what my lord wants me to do." She felt that Guchanga's words had a hidden meaning. He definitely did not look for her purely because he had something to tell her. Seeing that the Spirit Emperor seemed to have some sweat on his forehead, Guchanga just smiled casually and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. I've said before that in front of me, you can act as usual. As for why I'm looking for you, I'll tell you later." The existence of an anomaly was something that could be encountered but not sought. Even among those true worlds with a deep foundation and countless eras of inheritance, it was very difficult for an anomaly to appear. An anomaly was a contradictory existence that defied common sense. They were not affected by one's natural talent. Their achievements after birth were immeasurable and unpredictable. The birth of an anomaly was something that happened after birth. In essence, they obtained some sort of heaven-defying object, supreme treasure, or some sort of inconceivable, unfathomable, or indescribable change. When he was in the Daochang True World, Guchanga had appointed Chen as the anomaly and let him take the position of Dao Child. He had also helped him to hide the secrets of the heavens. A large part of the reason for this was because the anomaly was not tolerated by the Tao of Heaven. They were destined to experience many twists and turns, as well as countless sufferings and tribulations. However, an anomaly could carry an incomparably large amount of kismet with them. In the end, they could comprehend the mysteries of the world, the mysteries of the universe, and understand everything, reaching a level that ordinary people could not imagine or hope to reach. However, the tribulations along the way were not something that could be easily overcome. Guchanga had originally intended for Chen to be groomed as an anomaly by the Daochang True World. His true goal was to let Chen become a true anomaly and endure all the sufferings and tribulations so that his future path would be smooth. This time, Guchanga was rather surprised to run into someone who seemed to be an anomaly in the royal family of the Ruins of Spirit. An anomaly usually carried supreme treasures and terrifying kismet with them. They might experience countless twists and turns and tribulations, but in the end, they would be resolved, and there would be no danger. Many of the disasters would be resolved along the way, and it was rare for them to die along the way. The safest way to deal with an anomaly was naturally to scheme. Snatching by force was only to disturb fate and cause a backlash in the unseen world. This was somewhat similar to the Child of Kismet. Sovereign Ling did not dare relax in the slightest because of Guchanga's words, but she still braced herself and said, "Yes, sir." Guchanga cast her a glance, but did not say anything. Sovereign Ling led the way. Her expression changed a few times, but in truth, she had already guessed Guchanga's goal for coming. "Sir, did you come for that item as well?" Soon, many thoughts flashed through her mind, but she still made up her mind and asked. When Guchanga noticed the existence of the anomaly, she might not have a share in that supreme treasure. Sovereign Ling had thought about this very clearly. That was why instead of hiding it, it was better to say it openly. She might even be able to obtain Guchanga's recognition. At that time, even if the progenitors knew about this, they would not dare to say anything against her. Besides, with Guchanga's abilities, he might already know everything, but he did not ask. When he heard this, Ancestor King Whitebone narrowed his eyes. He was actually very interested in this kind of thing. If not for Guchanga being here, he would have grabbed Sovereign Ling and directly interrogated her. "Oh, what is it?" Guchanga walked behind him at a leisurely pace and smiled faintly when she heard this. He was not surprised by Sovereign Ling's reaction. She was a smart woman and naturally knew what to do at this time. She wanted to obtain the supreme treasure alone, and did not mention it to any of the progenitors. From this, one could see her ambition. Seeing that Guchanga was not angry, Sovereign Ling sighed in relief and said, "To tell you the truth, sir, I left the palace and came here alone to obtain a supreme treasure. Although I am not very clear about what it is now, but I am sure that the supreme treasure is extraordinary and can transform an ordinary person into an anomaly." She didn't dare to hide anything and honestly told him everything she knew. With Guchanga's means, she did not expect to hide anything from him. A supreme treasure that can transform an ordinary person into an anomaly? Hearing those words, Ancestor King Whitebone's expression changed. He seemed to be very shocked, and his breathing suddenly became a lot more rapid. At his level, he naturally knew a lot of things. There were very few things that he coveted and yearned for like this. At this moment, he also understood why Sovereign Ling left the palace alone. With such a supreme treasure in front of them, who would not have thoughts of snatching it? Sovereign Ling's trusted aide Lume was confused. Although she was an immortal king, she did not know what an anomaly meant. A supreme treasure? Guchanga seemed to have understood something. After all, the Spirit Emperor was a Dao realm cultivator. His judgment couldn't be wrong. From the looks of it, this anomaly should have been born not too long ago. If it was an anomaly that had grown up, it would be very difficult to deal with. Such a person naturally had extremely high intelligence and could easily see through and understand the dangers and disasters in the unseen world. Yes, but I encountered it by accident. After coming into contact with it several times, I was able to confirm this matter. My lord, you should also know that the existence of anomaly is unfathomable. It is difficult to determine one's fate. If you forcefully take action, you may incur some unpredictable calamity. The gains do not make up for the losses. That is why I decided to take things slowly. Sovereign Ling explained as she walked. She also mentioned some of the things she knew about Chu Lian. She had already given up on the idea of obtaining that supreme treasure. Instead, she thought that it was possible to obtain Guchunga's favor. It was also a wise choice to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Guchunga only nodded as he listened. Forcefully seizing an anomaly was the same as disrupting one's fate. It would indeed incur some unseen calamity. For a Tao realm existence, these calamities were even more terrifying. It was likely that the heavenly blight tribulation would descend earlier. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would surely be turned to ashes. However, if one was strong enough, they would naturally be able to ignore these so-called calamities. There was no need to worry too much. This guy named Chu Lian has yet to mature. Even if he possesses a supreme treasure, I'm afraid he won't be of much use. Guchunga pondered and decided to make a decision based on the situation. Then, have you made any progress? He glanced at Sovereign Ling and asked casually. Sovereign Ling heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that Guchunga did not have any intention of blaming her for hiding the truth. The stone was finally put down and the trace of uneasiness in her heart dissipated. Her tone returned to normal as she replied, "My lord, I have become more familiar with Chu Lian during this period of time. I also found out some things about him under the pretense of approaching him. This guy is young and full of vigor, but he is ambitious. His goal is to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family. He has a good impression of me and does not suspect my identity. As for these, the place ahead is the former home of the Ghost Axe clan. I am not sure why he would come here. Although it is said that he is looking for a certain item of his parents, I feel that it is just an excuse. He must have other motives." The past and future of the Divergent were shrouded in fog and were not easy to deduce. Otherwise, she would not have used such a method. After hearing Sovereign Ling's reply, Guchunga gradually outlined the image of a young, confident, and righteous man in his mind. He possessed a supreme treasure and was ambitious. If he followed the normal rules, it would be easy for him to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family and become the new generation of great emperors or saints. This so-called Divergent was actually not much different from a son of destiny. It was just that the Divergent's destiny was shockingly rich and had already undergone a transformation. While Sovereign Ling was discussing these matters, the few of them had already arrived at the mountain where Chu Lian had disappeared. Mingxiu was stunned when she saw Sovereign Ling leading such a young and handsome man over. It was as if she had seen a person in a painting walk out of the real world. Sovereign Ling saw that Mingxiu was staring at Guchunga in a daze and was behaving very impolitely. Spirit Emperor frowned. He was worried that she would annoy Guchunga. However, Guchunga waved his hand and said in a gentle tone, "Is this cousin the junior sister of that little brother you told me about?" Sovereign Ling was very smart and immediately reacted and explained, yes, to be honest, this is Miss Mingxiu." Initially, Emperor Ling was a little worried that such an answer would cross the line. However, she quickly recovered and addressed herself as cousin. On the way to this mountain, Guchunga didn't say what to do. Spirit Emperor just went along with him and continued to speak. "This young master is Miss Wang's cousin?" Mingxiu finally reacted and felt that it was rude of her to keep staring at Guchunga. However, she still asked curiously. When Guchunga looked at her with a smile, she shyly looked away. Emperor Ling nodded. "I have something to do this time and I'm here to wait for my cousin's arrival." "I see." Mingxiu did not doubt her words and secretly sized up Guchunga. In her opinion, since Emperor Ling was a lady from a big family, her cousin's background must be extraordinary. Then, her cousin must also have an extraordinary background. He had the divine appearance of a noble young master, and his temperament was otherworldly. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. The Spirit Emperor also smiled and said, "My cousin has heard about young Master Chu Lian and is quite fond of him, so he wants to get to know him. It just so happens that we can go together this time, so we will wait here for young Master Chu Lian to come out." Mingxiu nodded and retracted her gaze from Guchunga. It wasn't that she didn't have experience, but in this desolate place, how could she not be surprised to see such an immortal-like young man in a picture scroll? If senior brother knows about this, he will be very happy. He has great ambitions and ideals. He just needs to find some like-minded friends. Mingxiu smiled and thought that Guchanga was like Emperor Ling. He was dissatisfied with the way the Spiritual Ruins royal family was doing and wanted to overthrow the Spiritual Ruins royal family's rule. A just cause attracts much support while an unjust cause finds little support. Now, many forces and clans were dissatisfied with the Spiritual Ruins royal family. They had been holding grudges for a long time, but they did not have a leader. Chu Lian had said before that as long as the time was right, there would definitely be many forces supporting him to overthrow the Spiritual Ruins royal family and build a peaceful world for everyone. Mingxiu admired her senior brother's ambition and did not think that he was boasting. Now, as long as he made enough friends and had enough resources and connections, would he still have to worry about the future? I have already heard about Brother Chu Lian's lofty aspirations from Ling Huang. I also admire a person with lofty aspirations like Brother Chu Lian. The Bitter Spirit Ruins imperial family has been around for a long time. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, you will definitely be able to overthrow their rule. When Guchanga heard this, he smiled faintly. With an easygoing smile on his face, he started chatting with Mingxiu. Mingxiu was not guarded against Emperor Ling and the others. At first, she was a little uneasy and nervous. However, under the guidance of Guchanga, they soon began to talk about their admiration for their senior brother Chu Lian. These things were actually not that big of a deal. However, the various races were fearful of the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. Even their masters were unwilling to interfere. Yet, senior brother Chu Lian was willing to stand out and fight against the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. Just this alone was enough to earn Mingxiu's admiration. Furthermore, many of the things that her senior brother Chu Lian did were things that others could not compare to. Senior brother is not only ambitious, he is also farsighted. Now, he is already thinking about how to deal with the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. At the mention of that, Mingxiu was energized. Her eyes seemed to be shining with admiration for Chu Lian. Guchanga smiled faintly and added a few words from time to time. For example, such anomalies or children of destiny seemed to have one thing in common, which was that they had a goal and an obsession, as well as some sort of responsibility. The small ones were for themselves, while the big ones were for the sake of the world and all living beings. On the other hand, Emperor Ling did not agree. Even though Chu Lian had supreme treasures, he was still an ant in front of the entire royal family of the Spiritual Ruins. How dare he try to stop them with his own strength? Now that he had been noticed, it was impossible for him to grow. He did not even have a future. How could he be so naive to try to overthrow the royal family of the Spiritual Ruins? That was a fool's dream. Guchanga looked at the ruins with his hands behind his back. Initially, he was not too bothered. However, as though he sensed something, he revealed an interested expression. Emperor Ling noticed his expression and glanced over as well. However, she did not sense anything. She could not even sense Chu Lian's aura, let alone see what was going on. At this moment, in the depths of the ruins shrouded in miasma, Chu Lian, who was pretending to rummage through the ruins, had a solemn expression. "You said that you are the weapon spirit of the Ball of Aspirations?" He was communicating with a consciousness in his mind. His expression changed a few times in disbelief. "Yes, you can call me the weapon spirit, the 11th host. Given the host's current situation, it is recommended that you leave this place as soon as possible." An indifferent and emotionless voice rang out in Chu Lian's mind. Then, it started communicating with him. When Chu Lian heard this voice, his heart was once again in turmoil. He tried his best to calm himself down. He did not know what was going on either. While he was searching for the remaining luck of the Ghost Axe clan, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind, warning him that a great terror was approaching and for him to be careful. The sudden appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Later on, Chu Lian took some time to recover before realizing that it was the voice from the Ball of Aspirations. This voice claimed to be the weapon spirit of the Ball of Aspirations, and he was the 11th host found by the Ball of Aspirations. Before him, the Ball of Aspirations had 10 hosts. He did not expect that there would be such a weapon spirit in the Ball of Aspirations. When it recognized him as its master, he did not sense any fluctuations or changes. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Chu Lian's mind. Thankfully, he had experienced many things and witnessed the mysteries of the ball of aspirations. Therefore, he did not make a fuss. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by warning me that a great terror is approaching and for me to be careful?" Now, Chu Lian only wanted to know this question. He did not know that in this barren mountain range, there was only the ruins of the Ghost Axe clan. Where did this great terror come from? Could it be that it was transformed from the ancestral spirit of the Ghost Axe clan that had yet to dissipate, with his current strength that was close to the immortal Tao? Could it be that he could not contend against it? The ball of aspirations as weapon spirits in different voice sounded again, replying, "It means what it says." Within a 10,000-mile radius of the host, there is an incomparably terrifying aura approaching. With your strength, it is impossible to discover it. Chu Lian was stunned at first. When he reacted, he was shocked and his scalp went numb. He only wanted to turn his head and look behind him. However, his strong willpower did not allow him to feel anything out of the ordinary. Cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. He forced himself to calm down and communicated with the ball of aspirations as weapon spirit. "Then what should I do now? Where is that terrifying presence? Is he watching me? Could it be that he has always been living in this area? Did my arrival disturb him? Or did it come all of a sudden?" He could only pin his hopes on the ball of aspirations now. With his strength, even the other party could not discover him. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would absolutely be a simple matter. Moreover, since the ball of aspirations as weapon spirit could discover that terrifying presence, it meant that it might have a way. "Don't count on me. I am only a weapon spirit. Because of a special substance, I do not have any strength to help you." If I had not sensed that terrifying presence suddenly approaching, I would not have been startled awake. I have only seen that kind of presence on the first master. It is really inconceivable that such a presence would appear in the civilization that you are in now. The ball of aspirations as weapon spirit replied indifferently. However, when it reached the end, there were still some fluctuations in its emotions. Chu Lian noticed that it said first master and not first host. This should be a matter of recognition. However, now was not the time for him to consider this. Chu Lian didn't know what the noble wish orb was trying to say. He could only vaguely understand that the terrifying presence that had suddenly approached this place had extraordinary strength that was unimaginable. The first thing that came to his mind was the ball of aspirations. Could it be that the other party had sensed the existence of the ball of aspirations and suddenly arrived, or was it just a coincidence? The ball of aspirations' existence can conceal the karma of the heavens and abandon all deduction and divination. Even if my first master was alive, he would not be able to calculate the existence of the ball of aspirations. As for you, as the 11th host, your presence is also concealed by the ball of aspirations. No one can sense your presence. Therefore, you can rest assured that the other party will not be able to hear our conversation. Although that frightening aura has disappeared, you still can't relax." The ball of aspirations as weapon spirit seemed to know what Chu Lian was thinking and explained. Chu Lian heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard this. His mood was much more relaxed. Disappeared? Did it leave? As long as the other party did not come for the ball of aspirations, then he could rest assured. However, there was still a trace of doubt and worry in his heart. What if the ball of aspirations as weapon spirit was wrong? Did the other party come for the ball of aspirations? The environment that Chu Lian had grown up in made him somewhat suspicious and worried. "Since the other party will not be able to hear our conversation, then why do you want me to quickly leave this place?" Chu Lian asked. The ball of aspirations as weapon spirit only replied coldly, "The ball of aspirations is a treasure that countless experts in this world want to obtain. If its existence is known by others, do you think that you can protect it with your strength? I do not think that with the host's intelligence, you can guarantee that in the eyes of those existences, you will not reveal any flaws or mistakes. Even if the ball of aspirations hides your presence, it is very likely that someone will sense something. You must know that intelligence is the most terrifying power in this world. As long as there is a trace of abnormality, you will be calculated by others. What you need to do now is to stay as far away from those people as possible. Even if they have already left, when they think about it later, they might discover something unusual." Intelligence? Hearing this, Chu Lian broke out in cold sweat. During this period of time, he seemed to have been a little too flamboyant. If someone paid attention to him, it was inevitable that they would discover something unusual. The ball of aspirations' weapon spirit had completely reminded him, causing him to come to his senses. This was not a place to stay for long. No matter why that terrifying existence had come, he had to think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. I was planning to find some time to refine the remnant fate here, but it seems that it is too late now. Chu Lian made up his mind, but he was still a little afraid. However, at this moment, he thought of another question and could not help but ask, as the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit, you should not be telling me this. If the ball of aspirations is snatched away by someone else, then you can just find another host. Why are you still helping me? Why are you telling me this? This was also the question in his heart. Since the ball of aspirations had intelligence, then, wouldn't it be better to choose an even more powerful and unfathomable person as its host? Since the ball of aspirations has chosen you, then you are its current host. This is something that has been predestined. Moreover, the remaining energy of the ball of aspirations is not enough to support it to find another host. Your life is already tied to the ball of aspirations. If you die, then the ball of aspirations will also collapse and disappear. Hearing this question, the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit was silent for a moment before it explained. Chu Lian let out a long sigh of relief. This answer was not what he had expected, but to him, it was not bad. Then, after tidying up his emotions, Chu Lian made sure that he would not reveal any abnormality before he walked toward the mountain. He planned to bring his junior sister, Miss Huang, and the rest away from this troublesome place. If there was a chance, he would go to other places to see if he could absorb and condense the power of fate. The remaining power of fate of the Ghost Hatchet clan was not much, so he did not feel the pinch to give it up. At this moment, on the mountain, Ming Xiao was standing on her tiptoes, looking toward the ruins. Whoosh! A streak of divine light quickly charged out from the desolate forest. It was Chu Lian. Senior brother. When Ming Xiao saw her senior brother Chu Lian, a smile appeared on her face, and she hurriedly waved and shouted. However, she did not notice the somewhat shocked and abnormal expression on Chu Lian's face. Why is there an additional young man on the mountain? Who is this? Chu Lian felt that something was not right. He noticed the tall young man in white standing side by side with the spiritual emperor. He quickly reacted and quickly descended from the sky without showing any expression. May I know who this young master is? Chu Lian did not care about his junior sister's expression. Instead, he immediately looked at Gu Chang'e and asked with cupped hands. At the same time, he was paying attention to the two people behind Gu Chang'e. One was a slightly skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a charming woman. However, no matter who it was, he could not see through their cultivation. Obviously, they were stronger than his hidden strength. Chu Lian was a little puzzled and confused, but he was more cautious and careful. He tried to communicate with the weapon spirit of the sphere of great wishes in his mind, but the weapon spirit seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not respond to his questions. Chu Lian had no choice but to calm down and observe the situation. He did not know if the terrifying existence mentioned by the weapon spirit of the sphere of great wishes was among the few people in front of him. Chu Lian noticed that the spirit emperor seemed to be very close to the handsome young man in front of him, as if they knew each other. Just now, the two of them were standing side by side on the mountain, whispering something. The black-robed old man with unfathomable strength was most likely the young man's old servant, responsible for his safety. As for that enchanting and charming woman, it was very likely that she was his maid. Looking at it this way, the young man's background was definitely not ordinary, and he was either rich or noble. When Chu Lian opened his mouth to ask, his junior sister Ming Xiao smiled and took the initiative to explain, "Senior brother Chu Lian, this is young Master Gu. He is Miss Huang's cousin. Miss Huang is waiting here because she is waiting for young Master Gu." Cousin? Chu Lian was stunned, and his surname was Gu. This was a very rare surname. He had never heard of any family with the surname Gu. He was a little cautious. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also retracted his gaze from Chu Lian, as if he knew what he was thinking, and said with a faint smile, "Ling Huan has mentioned brother Chu Lian to me before. I am also quite impressed by your great ambition. The Spirit Emperor smiled and explained, young Master Chu Lian, you don't have to worry, my cousin has always admired people like you, he praises all kinds of people with great ambition. Previously, I casually mentioned you in front of my cousin, he was also quite impressed and felt that there was a need to meet you. This time, my cousin and I have something to do and coincidentally met you, so we waited here for my cousin's arrival. Chu Lian's gaze swept across the Spirit Emperor and Guchanga. He felt that the two of them did not seem to be cousins. That was because the way Guchanga looked at the Spirit Emperor was simply too calm. There was not much intimacy in his eyes. This gave people a feeling of being high and mighty, as if he had been in a high position for a long time and was in control of life and death. I see. Could it be that young Master Gu is also dissatisfied with the current atrocities of the spiritual ruins royal family? Chu Lian withdrew his thoughts and asked with cupped fists. Regardless of the relationship between Guchanga and the Soul Emperor, the most important thing for him now was to leave this place as soon as possible. The artifact spirit of the noble sphere did not answer his question. Chu Lian guessed that the terrifying existence might have returned. The artifact spirit of the noble orb didn't dare to reveal any abnormalities, fearing that it would reveal any flaws and be discovered. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The spiritual ruins royal family is wasting manpower and resources, causing the other races to be dissatisfied. Sooner or later, they will be devoured. Guchanga was still smiling faintly. He was indeed a little surprised. When he had just arrived here, he seemed to have been noticed by something. That was why he concealed his aura later on and didn't reveal any abnormalities. Guchanga guessed that it might be because of the supreme treasure on Chu Lian's body. The supreme treasure had a spirit and had already chosen its owner. The moment he arrived, it sensed something and alerted its current owner. Logically speaking, if a supreme treasure with a spirit knew that an extremely powerful existence had arrived, it would usually choose a new owner. After all, a fine bird chose a tree to nest in, and a fine subject chose a master to serve. Most of the time, it wasn't the owner who chose the supreme treasure, but the supreme treasure who chose the owner. Although Chu Lian was a little special and had an unpredictable fate, his current strength was indeed too weak. If someone snatched the supreme treasure away, he wouldn't have the strength to protect it. The reason why the supreme treasure chose to warn its owner was because there was another possibility and it couldn't choose a new owner for the time being. Or perhaps, Chu Lian had obtained the recognition of the supreme treasure. The second possibility was unrealistic in Guchanga's opinion. He intended to find a chance to communicate with the supreme treasure. After all, this was a supreme treasure that could turn a normal person into an anomaly. If he couldn't create it with his current strength, then its origins would definitely not be simple. When he was sizing up Chu Lian just now, Guchanga was basically certain. Chu Lian's current potential had indeed surpassed the limits and could be called an anomaly. This anomaly was not like Enichen in Daochang True World. It was not an anomaly created by someone to hide the secrets of heaven and create an anomaly. Instead, it was because he had become the owner of the supreme treasure and was truly an anomaly. Young Master Chu Lian, have you found the item left behind by your parents that is very important to you? At that moment, Sovereign Ling spoke with a hint of concern and cleverly changed the topic. When Chu Lian heard this, he reacted and shook his head. I went to the place where it was most likely to have fallen and looked around, but I didn't find anything. It must have been picked up by someone a long time ago or dropped somewhere else. As he spoke, a slightly regretful expression appeared on his face. Ming Shou also comforted him in a timely manner. Senior brother, don't be sad. You might find out one day that the item didn't fall. Perhaps you've forgotten about it somewhere. Chu Lian forced a smile, looking as if he was not in a good mood. He might have some doubts about Guchanga's identity, but it was not good for him to ask. It did not matter whether it was the old man in black robes or the charming woman, they were both existences he could not fight against. Then, Chu Lian spoke, intending to leave this place first. He also asked where Sovereign Ling was going next. If it was on the way, then they could go together. Sovereign Ling had already sent someone to watch Chu Lian's journey and knew where he was going next, which was why he gave him the name of a place. That's great. Miss Huang can go with us again. Ming Shou cried out happily. Chu Lian had quite a good impression of Sovereign Ling. It was pretty good for him to be able to travel with a beauty. It was just that he could not figure out the relationship between Guchanga and Sovereign Ling. Not only did the two of them ride in the same carriage, Sovereign Ling was half a step behind when they got on the carriage, allowing Guchanga to get on first. Chu Lian noticed this detail and became even more curious about Guchanga's identity. Moreover, Sovereign Ling seemed to be very respectful and fearful of the old man in black robes. Since she was his cousin, then logically, Sovereign Ling and Guchanga should be of similar status. But why was there still a hierarchy? It's a pity that the weapon spirit of the sphere of noble wishes doesn't care about me right now. Otherwise, I could ask it and hear its opinion. Chu Lian mounted his horse and followed at the back of the group, leaving the barren mountain. He did not think that Guchanga could be the terrifying existence that the spirit of the sphere of great wishes had mentioned. In his eyes, the possibility of the old man in black robes and the charming woman was higher. There was actually a space in the carriage, and it was not as narrow as it looked from the outside. Guchanga sat cross-legged on a praying mat with a pensive look on his face. Sovereign Ling was kneeling in front of him, boiling tea. She did not dare disturb Guchanga's thoughts. There were runes in this space that isolated all senses and deductions. Even those in Dao realm would find it difficult to see what was going on inside. How is the army that has been recruited? Guchanga seemed to have returned to his senses. He swept his gaze towards Sovereign Ling and asked. The progenitor and the others have already sent an order. The powerful warriors of the various great thousand worlds have come in response to the order. They will gather in the next few days, Sovereign Ling said respectfully. Even now, she still did not know which true world Guchanga was planning to attack. If it was the true world that they had their eyes on beforehand, they would not have sent such a large army. The true spiritual ruins world might not be a very powerful ancient true world in the vast expanse, but its foundation was not to be underestimated. It was more than enough to sweep through a normal true world. However, she did not dare to ask too much about this matter. Guchanga nodded, his gaze falling on Sovereign Ling's veiled face. He smiled faintly and extended his hand, as if intending to take off her veil. Sovereign Ling froze in the middle of boiling tea. Her movements became stiff, and she did not even dare to move. My lord, she was a little afraid. She did not understand Guchanga's sudden action, and her voice trembled slightly. She did not want to become Guchanga's subordinate or a human cauldron. Besides, Guchanga had said before that he was not interested in her. I don't like people being secretive in front of me. You don't have to be nervous. It's more pleasing to the eye this way. Guchanga was still smiling faintly. He did not care about her nervousness and uneasiness, and just took off her veil. Sovereign Ling heaved a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, there was a strange feeling in her heart that made her face burn. This was the first time in her many years of cultivation that she felt this way. She could not help but look up at Guchanga, then quickly retracted her gaze. Usually, when I leave the palace, I will wear a veil and almost never show my face to others. I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. Sovereign Ling explained softly. However, Guchanga acted as if she did not hear her words. She looked out of the carriage and casually said, I know you are afraid and worried. I also know that your clan should be very curious right now. You want to know my origins and my plans. Even more so, you want to know why I asked you to gather an army. Hearing this, Sovereign Ling quickly discarded the messy thoughts in her mind and listened attentively. She did not know why Guchanga suddenly said this to her. Usually, Guchanga was very calm and did not speak much to her or to the patriarchs of the spiritual ruins. But now, it seemed like something had suddenly touched his heart. Your strength is unfathomable. It would be difficult for you to find an opponent in the entire vast expanse world. We of the spiritual ruins world do not want to be destroyed and buried in the long river of time just because we resist you. Sovereign Ling carefully considered her words before replying. She had actually obtained some information from the patriarchs. The patriarchs all believed that Guchanga was a taboo lord who wandered in the vast expanse. Wherever he went, that place would become a forbidden zone. After an endless amount of time, he woke up again and wanted to find a suitable true world to devour and recover his chi and blood. If the spiritual ruins world resisted, they would become food and be devoured by him. Those who obey will prosper and those who defy will die. Your spiritual ruins clan is indeed very smart. You are also very smart. However, I have always felt that instead of being feared, it is better to be revered. It is truly lonely at the top. Xianxia smiled. Sovereign Ling did not know why, but she felt a sense of loneliness from his words. It was as if he was sitting alone in the ninth heaven and looking down on all living things without a single person beside him. She considered her words again and said, "But I feel that you would not do such a thing. You have a greater goal. The spiritual ruins world is not worth mentioning in your eyes." "Is that so? I did not expect that you would think so." Xianxia smiled and did not express his opinion. Sovereign Ling felt that their clan seemed to have a deep misunderstanding and fear of Xianxia since the beginning. Now that she had come into contact with Xianxia, she could feel the change in their state of mind even more. This lord should have experienced many things. He might seem young, but in truth, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All his actions seemed to be for something, otherwise, Xianxia would not have said those words to her as if something had touched his heart. At this moment, Emperor Ling felt much more relaxed, as if a great deal of pressure had been lifted from his shoulders. He no longer had to be so fearful when speaking to Xianxia, nor did he need to carefully consider his words. Xianxia noticed the change in Sovereign Ling's state of mind at this moment. There was still a faint smile on his face. However, there was no change in his heart. It was as still as an abyss. Since he wanted to let the name of the Heaven Crusading Alliance resound throughout the vast expanse, he definitely had to come up with a good name and a legitimate goal. Sovereign Ling in front of him gave him a good opportunity. These words that seemed to be from the bottom of his heart seemed to be closing the distance between him and Sovereign Ling. In reality, it was to perfect his image in the hearts of Sovereign Ling and the others. It was to plant a seed in advance. The Heaven Crusading Alliance sought to conquer the heavens. It would definitely bear terrifying karma and suffer endless calamities. Why was he willing to establish the Heaven Crusading Alliance and conquer the heavens for no reason? As the demon lord, he roamed the vast expanse. Had he encountered an existence from the origin world and died? Was that why he had a grudge? That was not enough. Everything before the demon lord was a blank. Who knew, therefore, it was natural that they would have to trace back to his distant past. As for what past it was not important. It was enough to let people understand his past and the reason behind it. It was because of this past that Xianxia made a great ambition to establish the Heaven Crusading Alliance. He wanted to mobilize the forces of the entire vast expanse to conquer the heavens and conquer the heavens. Xianxia always liked to do things without leaving any loopholes. There must be a cause and an effect. Now, he was going to perfect the cause in advance for this effect. "My lord, have some tea." Emperor Ling respectfully poured Xianxia a cup of tea in front of him. After hearing his words, she also felt that the distance between the two of them seemed to have shortened a lot. She was no longer as fearful as before. She had also heard of some things. Those existences who had established their own forbidden zones had personally experienced the destruction of their homeland and the loss of their home. They had then witnessed their friends and family members die one after another, buried in the past, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Compared to a madman like the ancestor king of White Bones, who had abandoned everything and abandoned all emotions. The so-called master of a forbidden zone was more like a lonely soul drifting in the vast expanse for the sake of an obsession that could not be erased. Some did it for revenge, some did it for the sake of reviving their family members, and some did it for the sake of repeating the long river of time and reversing the past. The two seemed the same, but in fact, they were fundamentally different. A madman like the ancestor king of White Bones could give up anything in order to survive. He was willing to work like an ox and horse in front of Xianxia, abandoning his dignity. He no longer cared about anything, so he naturally did not distinguish. As for Xianxia, who existed alone in the vast expanse for the sake of an obsession, his temperament was very likely to be more like a normal person. It was just that when it came to matters related to that obsession, he would do anything at all costs. After thinking through this, Emperor Ling also felt that Xianxia was not that scary anymore. Her entire mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. When she first met Xianxia, she completely thought of him as a monster with unstable emotions and temperamental moods. In order to recover his blood and qi, he could feed on billions of living beings and launch a dark upheaval that swept across the vast expanse. That was why she had a deep fear and dread. And now, after understanding this, she realized that she and the group of ancestors had completely misunderstood Xianxia. "You don't seem to be as afraid of me as before?" Xianxia smiled faintly and picked up the teacup. Emperor Ling also smiled and said, "Previously, I had a deep misunderstanding of you, my lord, but now I have thought it through. The fear and dread I had for you was actually caused by the ancestor king of White Bone's actions when he boarded the ship." 16. As soon as the White Bone ancestor king boarded the ship, it immediately attacked and killed one of the ancestors, devouring him until there was nothing left. The Spirit Emperor was naturally aware of this, which was why she was equally fearful of the ancestor king of White Bones. Even a grand ancestor was helpless against an existence like the White Bone monarch. Xianxia was countless times more terrifying than the monarch. In the beginning, how could she not be afraid when facing such an existence, especially the group of patriarchs? They were still hoping that she would curry favor with Xianxia. It was just that she had a strong temperament. Most of the time, she maintained her composure on the surface. Xianxia took a sip of tea and didn't comment. He knew that he had achieved the effect he wanted. Fearing power but not virtue was not the best way to control one's subordinates. It was impossible for him to do everything himself. His words had planted a seed in the Spirit Emperor's heart, making it easier for her to work for him in the future. A Dao Realm trusted aide who was also quite talented. If he gave her some eternity substance or longevity substance, she might be able to break through to a higher level and be on par with the ancestors of the mystical ruins royal family. The current Xianxia lacked some capable subordinates. Although the ancestor king of White Bones was respectful to him, he was also fearful of his strength. He was an old monster with empty eyes and wouldn't work for him sincerely. In comparison, the Spirit Emperor was much more tender and innocent. "My lord, you are different from the ancestor king of White Bones. He is a true lunatic who has no scruples and is lawless. You, on the other hand, have a strong heart that won't be swayed by the outside world," the Spirit Emperor said with sincere respect. It was not that she was flattering Xianxia. It was just that she had been in contact with Xianxia during this period of time and what she had heard today. Xianxia was such a person. "Is that so? My strong heart? But how long can this heart of mine hold on? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or even longer?" Xianxia smiled noncommittally. The Spirit Emperor was slightly taken aback, thinking that Xianxia was talking about his obsession. How long can his obsession last? "My lord, pardon me for asking, but can you tell me what you plan to do?" The Spirit Emperor thought for a while and couldn't help but ask. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to ask such a question even if she was beaten to death. When Xianxia heard this, he looked at her strangely and smiled. "I already said that you don't have to be nervous in front of me. I don't like cumbersome rules. Most of the time, I prefer people around me to communicate with me as equals. Just now, I just took off your veil and you were so scared. If I want to do something else, what are you going to do? In the future, you don't have to call me Lord in front of me. Just call me young master." "Yes, young master." The Spirit Emperor didn't dislike this maid-like address. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. In a way, wasn't this a sign that she was closer to Xianxia? "If young master wants to do something else, I definitely won't dare to stop you. However, young master, you probably won't do that," she replied. She felt that the state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years was completely messed up at this moment. As the Empress of the spiritual ruins, she controlled the various universes and billions of lives. However, at this moment, she was like a little girl and her words were inexplicably bashful. Xianxia smiled and said, "You seem to understand me very well now? I just feel that young master won't force me to do anything. However, if young master wants me to sleep with you, all you have to do is say it. I'm actually willing." The Spirit Emperor no longer had her previous worries and fear. Now, her words were much bolder. Putting aside the difference in status and strength, Xianxia actually fit her criteria for a partner. "Let's not talk about this topic anymore." Xianxia still smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. Yes, young master. For some reason, the Spirit Emperor felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and discouragement. Although she didn't dare to say that she was the #1 beauty of the spiritual ruins, in the universes that she ruled, she was definitely the most beautiful. Few women could compare to her beauty. However, Guchanga really didn't seem to be interested in her at all. She sighed faintly in her heart and raised her eyes to look at Guchanga. He was sipping his tea. His face was handsome and elegant, like a peerless young master who had walked out of a painting. He wasn't tainted by the world at all. Aren't you curious about my motive? Then I'll tell you now. Guchanga put down the empty teacup. He felt that the time was about right. The Spirit Emperor should be less wary of him now. The Spirit Emperor heard this and immediately perked up. She listened attentively. She couldn't hide her curiosity as she stared at Guchanga. I want to unify the vast expanse world. And Guchanga also said the second half of the sentence unhurriedly. What? The Spirit Emperor was stunned. At first, she thought that she had misheard, but Guchanga's expression didn't seem to be joking. She couldn't help but be stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock and disbelief. No one knew where the end of the vast expanse world was. No one knew how many civilizations and epochs it had nurtured, and how much space and time there was. The spiritual ruins world might be considered an ancient world and wasn't weak, but in the vast expanse world, it was an inconspicuous duckweed that could be crushed and drowned at any time. And Guchanga wanted to unify the vast expanse world. The Spirit Emperor had never heard of such a thing, nor had she imagined it. It was simply a fantasy. However, all of this came out of Guchanga's mouth. Young master, after a long while, the Spirit Emperor finally reacted. Her mouth was dry. It wasn't that she doubted Guchanga's strength. It was just that this was too fantastical. No one could do it. Even the existences who had created the most powerful true worlds in the ancient legends couldn't do it. Besides, how many powerful true worlds were there in the vast expanse world? Besides the powerful true worlds, there were many powerful beings who didn't appear in the world and whose whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps there were also existences who truly stood at the end of the 9th decay. There were too many unknowns and mysteries in the vast expanse world. It wasn't something they could guess or imagine. If you can't even do this, how can you attack the heavens? Guchanga smiled, as if he had already expected the Spirit Emperor's reaction. He wasn't surprised at all. Attack the heavens? The Spirit Emperor was once again stunned by these two words. The heavenly Tao was heartless. Before the calamity, it would punish all living beings. During this time, many true worlds would choose to fight against the heavens, and many heaven destroyers would appear. But who could truly attack the heavens? It was just a decision to fight for survival in the face of death. If it wasn't because they were too powerless in the face of the calamity and couldn't fight back, how could the so-called heaven destroyers appear in this world? And it was clear that the heaven destroyer Guchanga was talking about was different from the heaven destroyer during the calamity. Sir, do you plan to truly settle the heaven destroyer and destroy the heavenly Tao? The Spirit Emperor forced herself to calm down with great difficulty, but she was still shocked. From a certain point of view, Guchanga was an even more terrifying lunatic than ancestor Whitebone King. How could he dare to talk about this sort of thing and make it his obsession? Attacking the heavens to achieve the Tao wasn't something that could be done with great willpower and decisiveness. The true heavens were in the real world, and they were definitely not something they could touch. Guchanga didn't care about the Spirit Emperor's reaction. He only said these things so that she could be mentally prepared. The earlier he spoke about attacking the heavens, the better. It was normal for the Spirit Emperor to be shocked and feel that it was inconceivable. When he mentioned this to Gu Wuwang in the Daochang True World, Gu Wuwang had also been shocked and in disbelief. After all, not everyone had the courage to face this, even if they only knew about it. When the Spirit Emperor saw that Guchanga had stopped talking and was only calmly looking at the undulating mountain range outside, the Spirit Emperor gradually calmed down. The Spirit Emperor also gradually calmed down. She was no ordinary person. After the initial shock, she began to seriously consider this matter. Even she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything when she learned about this matter. It could be imagined just how shocking and inconceivable it was. Perhaps even the progenitors would be shocked and frightened if they knew about it. And yet, Xianxia was able to speak of it so calmly and casually, as if it was a small matter not worth mentioning. "Young master, what are we going to do about Chu Lian? Should we let him continue to grow, or?" The spirit emperor still didn't dare mention the matter of attacking the heavens. She could only blame herself for asking just now. She quickly changed the topic and asked about Chu Lian. "Let him continue to grow. If there's a chance, I'll look for that thing on his body and have a good talk," Xianxia said casually. Based on the current situation, Chu Lian probably didn't know the spirit emperor's true identity. Xianxia was also a little curious as to what the supreme treasure on his body was. Since it was a sentient object, he would think of other ways after talking to it. If it wasn't necessary, Xianxia didn't want to snatch it by force. After all, from the current situation, this supreme treasure was bound to Chu Lian. If he snatched it by force, it might cause unnecessary trouble and accidents. It just so happened that the royal family of the mystical ruins still needed some time to gather all the troops. At the same time, Chu Lian, who was following at the back of the group, was also feeling uneasy. Artifact spirit. No matter how he tried to communicate in his mind, the artifact spirit of the sphere of great wishes did not respond. It seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This made Chu Lian feel very helpless. He didn't know the reason, but fortunately, it didn't affect the function of the sphere of great wishes. His strength was slowly and steadily increasing, but he didn't dare to be too obvious, for fear that the black-robed old man beside Xianxia would notice something unusual. A few days later, he followed the spirit emperor and arrived at a villa called Jiuxian Manor. This villa was hidden in the depths of a verdant mountain. It was built in a very grand and imposing manner. There were many hangers-on and there were people from various races. Their strength was also very mysterious, as if there was a hidden qilin in the mountains. This made Chu Lian and Mingxiu very surprised. After that, the spirit emperor introduced to the two of them that this was the faction that his cousin had been secretly building. It specialized in recruiting people with special abilities to discuss how to overthrow the royal family of the mystical ruins. At the same time, he wanted to recruit people and buy horses for use in the future. When he heard this, Chu Lian was shocked and extremely excited. Wasn't this his goal and plan all along? He did not expect this mysterious cousin of the spirit emperor to have been planning this for a long time. It was out of his expectations. The Jiuxian Manor was built in a grand and majestic manner, and it was hidden in the deep mountains and ancient forests. There were many formation patterns set up in the surroundings and it was shrouded in fog. Even if one came here by accident, they might not be able to enter successfully. Both Chu Lian and Mingxiu were astonished by the sight of the buildings. The guests here all had extraordinary auras. When they opened and closed their eyes, there was a divine light. Their qi and blood were like a boiling furnace, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The spirit emperor ordered someone to lead the way and led Chu Lian and Mingxiu in. At the same time, she also arranged for the two of them to stay. After doing all this, she smiled slightly and quickly disappeared into the various courtyards. "Senior brother, I didn't expect such a magical place to exist here. It seems like they're really recruiting all the talents in the world. I feel that everyone here has unfathomable strength." Mingxiu's eyes were filled with amazement and curiosity as she sized up the place. After arriving here, Chu Lian also relaxed and nodded to himself. Not only were there strong men of foreign races with bare arms, there were also Taoists in Taoist robes with compasses in their hands, calculating something at all times. If not for the spirit emperor leading the way, they might not have found such a place. It was truly too mysterious. Furthermore, when they thought of the spirit emperor's words earlier on, her cousin, the mysterious young master Gu, had established this place a long time ago, didn't that mean that he had been considering whether to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family since a long time ago? That idea was exactly the same as Chu Lian's. However, Chu Lian's current strength and resources were not enough to support him in planning such things. "This young master Gu, you really trust us by bringing us here. It seems like he really admires you, cousin," Mingxiu said happily. Chu Lian smiled and looked around, but he did not see anyone following them. He shook his head. "You can't say that. This young master Gu is too mysterious and has many experts under him. Rather than saying that he trusts us, it's more accurate to say that he thinks that we won't be able to cause any trouble by bringing us here. Even if we reveal the secret of this place, he can definitely send people to kill us. It won't affect him or cause any losses. When Mingxiu heard this, she immediately looked unhappy and said, "Senior brother, how can you think of her like that? Along the way, I haven't seen anyone treat us well." Chu Lian knew that she would be angry if he said that, but this was reality. Secretly plotting to overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family was a heinous crime that could easily lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. If news of this were to spread and the royal family of the mystical ruins found out about it, even this mysterious young Master Gu would be in trouble. He didn't believe that young Master Gu would completely trust him and his junior sister just based on a few words from Miss Huang. However, he couldn't be too full of himself. "I feel that young Master Gu should be trying to recruit me. These capable people under him are not ordinary. Even I am unable to see through the strength of many of them." After parting ways with junior Marshall's sister, they returned to their respective courtyards. Chu Lian first carefully looked around, worried that he would be spied on. Only then did he return to the house and close the doors and windows. At the same time, ancient banners less than the size of a palm were thrown out by him and landed in the surroundings. The banners trembled and emitted a hazy glow that enveloped the surroundings. The hazy aura spread and instantly turned the place into a blur. Even existences that were far stronger than him would not be able to spy on this place. "The 8 directional cloud rain banners that I obtained from signing in through the sphere of noble wishes can prevent others from spying on me with their spirit consciousnesses. Seems like it has its uses." Only then did Chu Lian heave a sigh of relief. His experiences since childhood made him very cautious. Even though that mysterious young Master Gu didn't have any ill intentions towards him along the way, he still had to be wary of others. This was especially so because he couldn't forget what the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes told him in the Ghost Axe clan's territory. "It's better to be safe than sorry." This young Master Gu's background is unknown and the black-robed old man beside him truly makes me uneasy. I have a feeling that he has been spying on me with ill intentions. Could the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes be the black-robed old man beside young Master Gu that warned me? Chu Lian sat cross-legged on the bed as his expression changed. The Sphere of Noble Wishes was his greatest reliance and secret. He couldn't let others know about it. If that black-robed old man sensed all of this and reported it to young Master Gu, would he still be able to keep the Sphere of Noble Wishes? Weapon spirit. Thinking of this, Chu Lian began to summon the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes in his mind, intending to communicate with it and ask some questions. However, the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes still didn't have the slightest reaction. Ever since leaving the Ghost Axe clan's territory, it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. No matter how Chu Lian called, there was no response. Until now, he had used the 8 directional cloud rain banners to conceal the heavenly secrets of this place. However, the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes still didn't have the slightest reaction. Could it be that some problem has occurred and it has really fallen into a deep slumber? Chu Lian racked his brains, but other than waiting, he couldn't find the slightest solution. On the other side, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, in front of Guchanga, the Spirit Emperor was telling him about the Virtuous Gathering Manor. Naturally, the Virtuous Gathering Manor had nothing to do with Guchanga. She was the one who secretly built it to recruit talents from all around the world. Her purpose was to monitor the world and solve some problems that the mystical ruins royal family couldn't solve on the surface. It was her sharp blade in the dark. As for why Guchanga asked her to tell Chu Lian and the others that the Virtuous Gathering Manor was built to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family, all of this was to push the boat along with the current. After all, since Chu Lian wanted to be the savior of the world, saving the people from the abyss of suffering, Guchanga was willing to help him. Thus, Guchanga would fulfill his wish and fulfill his dream. Not only that, he could let Chu Lian accomplish all of this personally, to push the mystical ruins royal family down from their pedestal and establish his own dynasty, becoming the savior of the current era. Guchanga could help Chu Lian lead this great drama of changing the dynasty and saving the people. After all, he wanted to have a good talk with Chu Lian about the treasure on him. Thus, the best way was to show the necessary sincerity first. Once that was done, it would naturally be easier to negotiate terms and conditions. Then, it would be better for them to discuss openly. In the Ghost Axe clan's territory, Guchanga already had a plan when he sensed that the treasure had a spirit. He first restrained his aura and waited for the treasure spirit to let down its guard before suddenly releasing his aura again. Sure enough, in this way, it was completely shocked, and it hurriedly sealed off all connections and senses with the outside world and fell into a deathly silent state. Therefore, it couldn't sense the many things that happened after that and didn't know that Guchanga was the source of its fear. Then I'll do as you said, young master. The spirit emperor didn't know what Guchanga's motive was and only followed his instructions. After she left, Guchanga's gaze deepened and he waved his sleeve. Ripples spread out in the space in front of him and turned into a calm surface of water that reflected what was happening on the other side like a mirror. The terrifying army covered the sky and earth like locusts and flooded the Daochang true world. An endless army rushed out of the ancient worship of the immortal spirit civilization, as if they would never dry up. Beyond the Daochang true world, the world dike shuddered. Runic symbols shone like a flood and turned into ancient words that continued changing and intersecting with each other. Pillars of light shot out and shook the universe. They tore apart the laws and order, and a large amount of time fragments evaporated completely. This was an incredibly devastating battle. Both sides were fighting against each other without a care for their own lives. Corpses fell like rain into the endless darkness or turned into powder and blood on the spot. In the depths of time and space further away were existences at the level of immortal emperors fighting. The ripples of power seemed to want to split the world apart and spread from one end of the long river of time to the other. The entire river of time was illuminated. They stood in the depths of the fog, and their magical bodies had long since surpassed 100 million feet. At the instant the hand cut down, the great cosmoses were torn apart and exploded on the spot. A boundless amount of blood drowned out the great cosmoses around it. The existences in Tao realm had yet to join the battle. They were still observing, but a battle of this level was definitely rare to see. Once the existences in Tao realm fought, they could easily cause the endless space and time to fall into chaos. The great Tao would return to nothingness, and countless worlds and universes would be destroyed in an instant. There were plenty of figures standing tall on the ancient worship of the immortal spirit civilization. They were like ancient demonic shadows overlooking the Daochang true world, waiting for the right time to attack. The presences of those figures were not any weaker than the immortal emperors fighting. It was impossible for the battle to end within a short period of time. The immortal spirit civilization was still testing the waters, and the leaders of the various races in the Daochang true world were also watching. Guchanga watched the battle calmly. There was not a hint of emotion on his face. However, when he noticed a battle beyond the world dike, he frowned. Nonsense. A tall and slender figure moved through the army like an invincible female sword immortal. Sword light moved through millions of leaves and let out loud clanging sounds. Her sword moved the universe and tore apart her enemies. A boundless sword aura surged and exploded. It was like a sun from the Tao of the sword that illuminated the heavens. It was incredibly powerful. Even existences with similar levels of cultivation found it difficult to withstand one of her slashes. They were beheaded, their nascent divinities disintegrated, and they exploded. For a period of time, cries of excitement could be heard from various battlefields. Beyond the Daochang true world, an even larger army surged towards the slender figure. Even the demonic shadows standing tall on the ancient warship noticed her and cast their gazes over. With me around, no one will be able to take half a step into the Daochang true world. Her voice was cold as she leaned against her sword. Her voice was ethereal and dazzling. It was not loud, but it spread through the entire battlefield. Kill. More soldiers surged towards her. Murderous aura surged into the sky and formed some sort of rune. Its might was even more astonishing. Due to her actions, the pressure on the other powerful warriors of the Daochang true world was greatly reduced. Gratitude and worry appeared on their faces. Guchanga watched the scene reflected in the mirror. The expression on his calm face became even more solemn. Gu Xian'er, you've never let me worry. Isn't it good to follow the path I've arranged for you and walk to the peak step by step? Do you really want me to bind you to my side? Guchanga mumbled. The figure stood tall in the universe. Her black hair and white dress were dyed in blood, but it did not affect her speed or the piercing killing intent at the center of her brows. Her originally ethereal appearance had long since changed. She looked like a female Azura bathed in blood. Her methods were also incredibly fierce. It was clear that she had been honed a lot in the battles over the years. Guchanga cast a glance at her. When he saw that she did not do anything too arrogant and that her strength was steadily increasing, he calmed down. Gu Xian'er might have always acted like a fool in front of him. However, it did not mean that she was an idiot who would do something as risky as throwing an egg at a rock. The battle might have been filled with life and death dangers, but it was a suitable training for her and could allow her to grow quickly. Guchanga understood Gu Xian'er's personality very well, which was why he did not say anything else. It was impossible for her to let the immortal spirit civilization's army attack the Daochang True World without doing anything. However, compared to the safe path he had arranged for her since a long time ago, Gu Xian'er would rather choose the path filled with thorns, danger, and the unknown. Buzz, Guchanga swung his arm again and wiped away the scene before his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. This girl always made him feel uneasy. Guchanga had not seen her for a long time, and he missed her a little. However, at that moment, he only wanted to hold her down and beat her up through space and time. But by the looks of it, someone has stretched their hands into the Daochang True World. I won't allow anyone to touch my territory. Guchanga returned to his senses. When he sensed the Daochang True World just now, he had coincidentally seen another Dao realm existence. He might have left a Dao Law magical body in the Heaven Attacking Alliance's headquarters, but it was only to prevent accidents from happening and not be able to protect the people around him. He usually sat in the depths of endless space and did not interfere with anything. If he had not sensed it just now, he would not have known that someone had stretched their hands into the Daochang True World. Guchanga wanted to know who had the guts to plot against the Daochang True World right under his nose. I'd like to see who is scheming against me. Guchanga's eyes were profound. In an instant, he made millions of deductions in his heart. With his mind, he moved through endless space and time to search through every inch of space and corner. When he made deductions from the past to the future, he had to find that strand of karma. When that person was scheming against the Daochang True World, he had formed a karmic connection with him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Guchanga to make deductions about his existence. It was especially so for some Dao realm existences. They could escape all karma and not be tainted by any spacetime connections. Guchanga's gaze was profound. In an instant, millions of thoughts appeared in his mind, covering every inch of space and time in an attempt to deduce who was scheming against the Daochang True World. In truth, when he met a man in the Daochang True World, he had noticed it a long time ago. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He thought that it might just be an accident and that a man's appearance in the Daochang True World was purely a coincidence. After all, outliers were rare existences. If they were truly outliers, how could they be allowed to appear in another true world? It was especially so when a man was going through a trial of life and death that could be said to be a dream within a dream. If Guchanga had not exposed her, she might have continued to sink into that dream that she could not wake up from and search for the truth that she could not break through. Guchanga was not surprised by this trial. At that time, he only thought that a man had a great background. There was a high possibility that she came from another true world and ended up in this place by accident. Then, she went through a trial in the Daochang True World. The disciples of some of the supreme true worlds in the vast expanse would often be asked to head to some desolate places to undergo trials. Only by passing the trials would they have the right to improve their status and become inner sect disciples or true disciples. They would then be able to learn the true Daos, skills, and divine abilities of the Dao orthodoxy. At that time, Guchanga had deliberately left a mark on a man's body to determine her origins so that he could use her in the future. A man was not from the Daochang True World, and she was not tainted by its presence. The land she lived in was called the Savage Continent. It was originally one of the origins of the Berserkers and had no connection to her. Unfortunately, during the many cycles of life and death, she had forgotten her past and always believed that she was a Berserker. As the last princess of the Berserker tribe, she shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Berserkers and fighting against the immortal Dao. At the same time, she wanted to search for the truth behind the god of berserkers' disappearance. However, she did not know that the real first god of berserkers was watching them coldly from another true world. He treated the tribe leaders of the berserkers who sought the truth and the other gods of berserkers as food. Among them was naturally her current adoptive father, the tribe leader of the berserker tribe. The elder man had always revered was the true master behind the first god of berserkers. He was also one of the main culprits behind this beautiful dream. She had reincarnated 193 times in this process, experiencing death, rebirth, and the cycle repeated itself. Gradually, she had forgotten her past and her origins. When Xianxia accidentally saw her, he did not feel much pity for her. As for this young girl with a tragic fate, he only wanted to nurture her for his own use, and in the future, she would be able to help him harvest providence. But later on, he saw a shadow of the former Xianxia Wild. She was stubborn, unyielding, and patient. Only then did he feel some compassion for her and point out some of the truth for her. He also carefully taught her and passed down a cultivation method to help her break through the situation. In addition, Wild had a demon heart. If nothing unexpected happened, she was destined to become a demon in the future. Xianxia had awakened her demonic heart in advance, which could be considered as making it easier for her to take that step. If he had not pointed it out, Wild would have seen through everything sooner or later and experienced the pain. Only extreme hatred could make the demon heart truly transform and awaken. Perhaps this was also the true goal of the person who planned this trial behind the scenes. Xianxia did not think too much about it at that time. He just thought that Wild's trial was a coincidence. Once he thought about it again, he immediately felt that the motive of the person who planned all of this was definitely not simple. Wild might have appeared in the Daochang true world because that person had personally sent her there. Besides that person, there is another person who is scheming against the Daochang true world. Could it be that there is still some secret in the Daochang true world that I don't know about? Many thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. He connected the matter with Wild to the Dao realm ancient monk who had appeared in the Daochang true world. When he had turned into the demon lord and walked the world, it was purely a coincidence that he had saved Qingyi, who was a true spirit. At that time, he had not chosen a suitable true world to live in seclusion and had not started his own plan. However, he had coincidentally seen Qingyi leading an army to fight against the Great Liquidation, which was why he had thought of it. As for why he would get closer to Qingyi and live in seclusion in the true mountain and sea world, he had just gone with the flow and let nature take its course. Looks like this presence is just as I expected. It does come from the 9 heavens. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he finally captured the karmic connection and confirmed the identity of the person who had plotted against the Daochang true world. However, if it came from the 9 heavens, then he could ignore it for the time being. After all, he still had another chess piece in the 9 heavens that was even deeper in his plans. Xianxia did not want to get involved with the 9 heavens for the time being, but sooner or later, he would have to take action against them. The 9 heavens might seem to have a transcendent status in the vast expanse, but there were legends about them in all the worlds. They were the legendary source of the immortal Tao. However, in Xianxia's eyes, the 9 heavens were more like the final resting place of the incarnations of the heavens who had been destroyed during the Great Liquidation. They were rather unique. In terms of power and resources alone, they were far inferior to those supreme true worlds. Once he confirmed who had plotted against the Daochang true world, Xianxia had another plan. He could take advantage of the situation, and when the time came for him to take action against the 9 heavens, it would save him a lot of trouble. Once the royal family of Spirit Ruin's army was gathered, Xianxia planned to send them to attack the immortal spirit civilization. The immortal spirit civilization might not be able to compare to the supreme civilizations, but among the ancient civilizations, it was still above average. It was definitely not something the Spirit Ruin civilization could compare to. Once they conquered the immortal spirit civilization's world, it would save Xianxia a lot of time in gathering resources. After all, he was going to do something that was no different from creating a new world for the entire vast expanse. If he did not have enough resources to support it, how could he do it? Chu Lian's matter was just a small interlude. He would not put too much effort into it. In the sage-gathering manner, Sovereign Ling personally came to Chu Lian's courtyard and sat in front of the stone bench. She was also following Guchunga's instructions and telling Chu Lian that she intended to recruit him. My cousin admires you quite a bit, young Master Chu Lian. He thinks that you have the potential to be a commander and will definitely achieve great things in the future. With your help, it won't be a problem for you to overthrow the royal family of Spirit Ruin's rule. Sovereign Ling spoke with a smile. Her posture was elegant and dignified. Her sleeves were wide, her hair was like the clouds, her neck was snow white, her legs were straight and slender, and her skirt dragged on the ground. Her words and actions showed the good upbringing of a lady from a noble family. Chu Lian was frowning because the artifact spirit of the Great Wish Ball did not respond to him. Sovereign Ling's sudden visit surprised him, but also made him feel much better. After all, a beauty was right in front of him, and her gentle words were indeed pleasing to the eye. Senior brother, look, even Miss Huang personally came to recruit you. It's enough to show how much young Master Gu values you. His junior sister, Ming Xiao, also said with a grin. She could tell that her senior brother had a good impression of Miss Huang. During the journey, he would occasionally pay attention to Miss Huang's actions. Go to one side, I have something to discuss with Miss Huang. Chu Lian waved his hand, asking this eyesore junior sister to leave quickly. It was rare for him to have a chance to talk to Miss Huang alone and ask her some questions. Sovereign Ling had a smile on her face and her actions were elegant and calm. There was an entire stone table between her and Chu Lian, maintaining a distance that was neither close nor distant. After Ming Xiao left, Chu Lian also sat down on the stone bench and couldn't help but say, Miss Huang, along the way, you and I can be considered to have a pleasant conversation. I believe you have some understanding of my character and know that I am not the kind of person who will be ordered around by others and depend on others. I can only say that I appreciate young Master Gu's good intentions. I also admire his actions. He has done something that I have always wanted to do but did not have the ability to do. I hope that Miss Huang will thank him for his good intentions in front of young Master Gu when you return. Now that the artifact spirit of the Great Wish Ball did not move, Chu Lian did not know if this place was safe or dangerous. Was that black-robed old man the person he was worried about? Therefore, he could only reject temporarily and think of a way to leave this place first. Although he also wanted to achieve great things and overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Spiritual Ruins royal family, purge the world and restore peace. Young Master Chu Lian, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject, you can consider it again. Cousin's power is beyond your imagination. If you become his guest, he can give you many benefits that you can't imagine. Be it strength or resources, he can help you. Moreover, I think that young Master Chu Lian is in urgent need of some resources. Even if you don't need them, your junior sister should need them. Moreover, young Master Chu Lian should have other relatives behind him, you can consider it more, Sovereign Ling said with a smile. She was not surprised that Chu Lian would reject immediately. Because this was also within Guchunga's instructions and expectations. Her main purpose now was to inform Chu Lian that Guchunga was interested in recruiting him. In essence, she wanted Chu Lian to trust them as much as possible and let down his guard. Chu Lian was actually a little moved when he heard this. Although he had the help of the Great Wish Ball, cultivation resources were still a huge expense. Besides that, Sovereign Ling was right. His junior sister's cultivation resources, how could he not consider these? There were other things that did not need to be said. Since Miss Huang has said so, I will think about it again. Chu Lian replied and then looked at Sovereign Ling. However, compared to this, I am more curious about the relationship between Miss Huang and young Master Gu. I think that you two are not cousins, right? Along the way, Miss Huang has been very respectful to him. Moreover, she has removed her veil in front of young Master Gu. If not for his meticulous observation, it would be difficult for him to notice these details. Every time she walked out of the carriage, there would be a slight change in the veil on Sovereign Ling's face. This meant that she had removed her veil when she returned to the carriage. In front of them, she had always worn a veil and did not show her face. Sovereign Ling was slightly stunned when she heard this. She did not expect Chu Lian to say such straightforward words. Moreover, how could he tell? She thought that her performance was good and did not show any abnormalities along the way. However, Chu Lian was right about another point. Apart from in front of Guchunga, she had worn a veil the rest of the time. She was the empress of the royal family of the mystical ruins, the youngest Dao realm existence. How could she show her face in front of outsiders? Young Master Chu Lian is really observant to see through this. However, it is not convenient for me to tell you about my relationship with my cousin. I hope you don't mind. My cousin's identity and status is not something that I can reach or look up to. Although he is usually gentle, he still has to show respect. Sovereign Ling smiled and shook her head without revealing too much. Hearing this, Chu Lian was enlightened. It was similar to his guess. After all, the strength of the black-robed old man was unfathomable. However, these words coming from the mouth of a woman he had a good impression of made him feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Then, the two of them talked about some other matters before Sovereign Ling stood up and left to report. Chu Lian felt a little regretful. He had a good impression of Sovereign Ling, but she seemed to only treat him as a friend. Instead, she seemed to be full of respect and admiration towards young Master Gu. This feeling made him feel very jealous. However, he was not someone who cared about romantic feelings. He had more important things in his heart. Not long after Sovereign Ling left, Chu Lian was pleasantly surprised to find that the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes seemed to have awakened and started to respond to his words. He hurriedly used the 8-directional cloud rain flag to conceal the heavenly secrets of this place to prevent anyone from spying. Then, he hurriedly asked and threw all the doubts and questions he had during this period of time to the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes. The weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes had sealed off its connection with the outside world during this period of time, so it did not know what had happened. Only after Chu Lian finished explaining everything did it understand. At that time, in the land of your clan, that terrifying aura that had suddenly disappeared returned. It seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and turned back. I was frightened and knew that something was wrong. I was worried that something unexpected would happen, so I resolutely cut off all connection with the outside world to prevent the owner of that terrifying aura from detecting it. The weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes explained. While Chu Lian was enlightened, he was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. If not for its explanation, he would not have known how dangerous and terrifying the situation was at that time. The weapon spirit of the noble sphere was like a flickering ball of light. It floated around in Chu Lian's mind, flashing with a mysterious aura. Its tone was very cold, and there were not many ripples in its voice. But now, there was a trace of fear that could not be detected. If we didn't cut off the connection with the outside world in time, we wouldn't have been able to leave that place. I've only seen such a terrifying existence on the most powerful person in the civilization that created the noble sphere. He was the first owner of the noble sphere. I don't know why such a terrifying aura would appear in such a weak civilization. I just don't know if a terrifying existence you're talking about noticed our abnormality? Chu Lian could not help but ask. He was indeed afraid. If he had not left decisively or stayed for a while longer, he might have really been targeted by that indescribable terrifying existence. However, he did not forget to ask the weapon spirit of the noble sphere about the current safety situation of the village of Worthies. He was really worried about the mysterious Sir Gu and the black-robed old man beside him. They gave Chu Lian a sense of fear and uneasiness. I don't think so. If they did, the owner of that terrifying aura would not have let you leave safely, the weapon spirit of the noble sphere explained. If it was really captured by that unknown existence, it could only be destroyed along with the noble sphere. The remaining energy in the noble sphere was not enough to continue binding a host. Moreover, according to the rules set by the civilization that created the noble sphere, once the noble sphere recognized an owner, it had to prioritize protecting the owner's life. Other minor details could be abandoned. As the weapon spirit of the noble sphere, it could not interfere with the noble sphere's choice of owner. At most, it could only be considered as the host's guide. Apart from that, its existence was also bound together with the noble sphere and the host. Unless it could really destroy the noble sphere, it could only follow the rules and be destroyed like the host. The weapon spirit of the noble sphere was an independent consciousness to the noble sphere. It had been through many hosts. If there were no accidents, Chu Lian should be the last host. The previous hosts did not manage to reach the level of the first host. They all died along the way. At the same time, the sphere of noble aspirations had also experienced unimaginable damage. It was almost irreversible. I've already probed this virtuous gathering matter. There's no danger that you're worried about. As for that young Master Gu, he's indeed mysterious. He should have some sort of treasure that can conceal his cultivation. I can't see through it in a short while. As for that black-robed old man, judging from the aura he revealed, he's not far from the Tao realm. To have an existence that almost stepped into the Tao realm as a servant, that young Master Gu's origin is probably not simple. I suspect that he might not be a living being from this civilization. Instead, he might have come from an even more ancient and powerful civilization. Even the inheritors of the civilization that created me might not necessarily receive such treatment at such a young age to have a being that is close to entering the Tao realm as a servant. The artifact spirit of the sphere of noble aspirations began to explain. Although it was unable to use the energy within the sphere of noble wishes, it could use its intelligence to infer and determine the strength of Guchunga and the black-robed old man. To it, wisdom was indeed the most miraculous and powerful force in the world. When Chu Lian heard this explanation, he could not help but be stunned. This was a direction and possibility that he had never thought of. Artifact spirit, you're saying that young Master Gu might have come from an even more ancient and powerful civilization? That he's not from the true spirit ruins world? He could not help but ask. He was simply too shocked and found it hard to believe. If it was true, then this was the first time he had come into contact with a living being from another civilization, and in such a manner. Before this, Chu Lian had only learned about other civilizations from his master who had adopted him. However, that was all in the ancient records. He had never thought that he would actually run into them. The artifact spirit of the sphere of noble aspirations said with certainty, there's a 90% chance of that happening. If he's a living being from the true spirit ruins world, then no matter how great his background is, it's impossible for him to have an existence that almost stepped into the Tao realm protect him. Even the royal family of the true spirit ruins world that you want to overthrow does not have such a foundation and qualifications. In truth, it was also very moved. While it was asleep, Chu Lian had unexpectedly come into contact with such a person. Could this be the so-called anomaly where one's luck was so astonishing that they could coincidentally meet a benefactor? Chu Lian was completely stunned. He truly did not expect that the mysterious young Master Gu would have such a terrifying background. Compared to his background, the royal family of the true spirit ruins world was not even worth mentioning. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly understood why Miss Huang would say such words to him. She probably knew about young Master Gu's background. However, due to some reason, they addressed each other as cousins. In that instant, Chu Lian figured out many things. However, he still had another question in his heart and could not help but ask, Artifact Spirit, since you said that this young Master Gu has such a terrifying background, why did he appear in the world of the true spirit ruins world and seem to be staying here for a long time? That was also what he did not understand. When it heard that, the artifact spirit of the Grand Wish Ball was not surprised and answered calmly, Host, your vision is still too narrow. You only know about the true spirit ruins world, but you don't know how many terrifying and ancient civilizations were born in the vast expanse. Before these civilizations, the true spirit ruins world is not even worth mentioning. The territories under the jurisdiction of the giant forces of power in those civilizations span an unknown amount of time and space. It is difficult to imagine. Even the ancient true worlds can only rely on them. And the successors or disciples of those giant forces of power will be sent to many places to train before they succeed to the throne. After hearing this explanation, Chu Lian finally reacted. He nodded his head and said in realization, I know. The reason why young Master Gu appeared in the spiritual mound civilization is very likely to be because of the training of the faction behind him. That black-robed elder is a protector in charge of his safety. The artifact spirit of the Grand Wish Ball said, Your luck is really good to appear in the eyes of such a person. Besides, he is very young and has a bright future ahead of him. You are highly regarded by him. If you have the chance in the future, leave the true spirit ruins world and wander the vast expanse. It is also good karma. Chu Lian knew what it meant. However, his current goal was to overthrow the rule of the royal family of the true spirit ruins world and return peace to this world. Besides, how should he say it, he always felt a little uncomfortable in front of young Master Gu. He felt that the other party's tone and expression were always calm and looking down on him, as if he was standing in a very high world and looking down on all life. His tone was always unhurried and calm, as if there was nothing that could shock him. Even the women he had a good impression of were full of admiration and reverence for him. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely leave the True Spirit Ruins world and visit other civilizations, Chu Lian thought to himself with longing and yearning in his eyes. With the Grand Wish Ball's explanation, he was completely at ease and no longer thought about leaving the Virtuous Gathering Manor. At the same time, for junior sister's sake, I have to stay and become a guest elder. After making his decision, Chu Lian went straight to the point and found the Spirit Emperor to explain his intentions. However, he still pretended to consider for a long time before reluctantly staying behind as a guest of young Master Gu. Cousin has many guests under him and there are many capable people. According to their strength and methods, they are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and mortal. The salary and benefits of each level of guest elder are also different. It can even be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Originally, according to the rules, if young Master Chu Lian becomes a guest elder, he has to go through some trials before he can be awarded a guest elder token. However, because young Master Chu Lian is more familiar with me, Cousin made an exception and directly made young Master Chu Lian a heaven-rank guest elder to enjoy the highest salary and resources. In the courtyard, the Spirit Emperor had a graceful figure and jade-like skin that shone with a moving luster. She led a large group of people over. With a smile, she read out the rules and requirements of being a guest elder to Chu Lian, as well as the salary. At the same time, she also got someone to hand an ancient token with the word heaven engraved on it to Chu Lian. As she spoke, the group of people brought over by the Spirit Emperor moved boxes of rare treasures over and placed them in the courtyard. There were Dharma artifacts, Taoist scriptures, mystic arts, jade bones. Instantly, immortal clouds rose and treasure mist surged. It was as if they had arrived at a treasure trove, with dazzling divine light everywhere. Some of the treasure chests were opened, releasing a strong medicinal fragrance that made one's pores open and become immortals. These are the starting salaries, the Spirit Emperor said with a smile. These heavenly treasures were considered rare and precious divine items in the spiritual Mound civilization. They were priceless. Cultivators at the immortal Tao level would fight for them with all their might. Chu Lian looked at the dazzling light and medicinal fragrance in the courtyard and was speechless for a long time. Even though he was already prepared, he was still shocked and his head was buzzing. What did it mean to be rich? This was what it meant to be rich. Even though he had a supreme treasure like the noble ball, he could not help but swallow his saliva and look away for a long time. Chu Lian finally understood why the Grand Wish Sphere's artifact spirit would say those words. Just the salary he bestowed was already so frightening. How frightening would the treasures and wealth he had on him be? It was probably unimaginable. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of young Master Gu's background. Senior brother, in the courtyard, Mingxiu, who had also witnessed this scene, was also in a daze for a long time. This was the first time she had seen so much wealth and she wondered if she had seen wrongly. Especially when there were many treasures that were compatible with her cultivation. At this moment, Mingxiu was envious of her senior brother. This was only the first day of being young Master Gu's guest and he had already obtained so many treasures. If he was valued highly, how shocking would the rewards be? She did not dare to think about it. Miss Huang, I would like to know what one has to do to become young Master Gu's guest? It's impossible to obtain so many treasures for no reason. Chu Lian recovered with great difficulty, but there was still a trace of shock in his eyes and he could not help but ask. He did not believe that this young Master Gu was purely doing a good deed and did not have any ulterior motives. He was just giving out a salary and supporting a group of guests. Young Master Chu Lian will know about this in the future. I can't tell you about it now. Just focus on cultivating and raising your strength. Of course, as a guest, young Master Chu Lian will need to follow my cousin's instructions in the future. There are rules and regulations in this token. If young Master Chu Lian accepts it, you can refine it. And once you refine it, it means that young Master Chu Lian will be bound by the agreement. You have to look carefully. The Spirit Emperor still had a faint smile on his face as he explained to Chu Lian. He even kindly reminded him. Chu Lian had already expected this. It was impossible that there were no corresponding restrictions. So he immersed his mind in this token and quickly looked at the contents of the agreement. It was an equal agreement and would not force him to do anything that was against benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He still had some reservations and asked the weapon spirit of the noble ball to help him see if there were any problems with the agreement. After getting a definite answer, he was relieved to refine it. It was considered that he had signed this agreement and a binding force was formed in the unseen world. After doing all this, the Spirit Emperor returned to report on his mission, satisfied. Chu Lian originally wanted to keep her and say a few more words, but when he saw this scene, he felt sad and regretful. I suggest that the host should not have any ideas about this woman. She should not be a simple person. Furthermore, she seems to be highly regarded by that young Master Gu. If you get too close to her, it will inevitably displease that young Master Gu and create more complications. This will not be beneficial to your current development. Now that the host is living under someone else's roof, it's best not to cross that line. There is a hierarchy. The weapon spirit of the noble ball's voice rang in Chu Lian's mind, reminding him. Chu Lian naturally knew this. He was not someone who only cared about his personal feelings and forgot about other things. With these resources, my strength can be greatly improved and I will soon break through to the immortal Tao level. Then, his eyes burned with passion as he looked at the piles of wealth that were shrouded in immortal light. On the other side, the Spirit Emperor had also returned to Gu Chang's side to report on the matter of recruiting Chu Lian. You did well. In a while, go find some people and create some trouble for him. You can't let him be too calm. It's reasonable to arrange some face-slapping scenes for him so that he won't be suspicious. After that, you can arrange for more experts to be brought out for training. At the right time, you can recruit him into the army and let him fight with the soldiers. Gu Chang'e nodded and instructed. Yes, young master. Although the Soul Emperor was puzzled by Gu Chang'e's instructions, she did not ask too much. In her opinion, since Chu Lian was an anomaly, there was naturally something unusual about him. She could not treat him like an ordinary person. And what Gu Chang'e was doing now, she might be plotting something. Gu Chang'e was quite satisfied with the Soul Emperor's efficiency and intelligence. He could not help but think of Yin Mei. In the upper realm, Yin Mei was also like this when she worked for him. He did not need to explain or tell her anything and she would naturally do a good job. This was why it was easier for a smart woman to win his favor. I have a strand of something that is very beneficial to your cultivation. After you return, completely refine it. It can increase your chances of passing the second heavenly blight tribulation by 80%. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e opened his sleeve and a palm-sized crystal jade bottle appeared in his hand. Specks of starlight filled the air, giving off a magnificent and mysterious feeling. This was the immortal substance and creation substance that he had condensed some time ago. It could help Tao realm existences break through bottlenecks and increase their cultivation strength. However, the immortal substance and creation substance were very rare and could only be extracted and condensed from the vast power of destiny. With Gu Chang'e's current ability, condensing the immortal substance and creation substance would take a lot of time. Moreover, the process was very boring and long. He could give the Soul Emperor a strand because he felt that she was very smart and would be of great use to him in the future. Young master? Hearing this, the Soul Emperor was stunned and looked over in confusion. She did not understand what Gu Chang'e meant. Her puzzled gaze fell on the sparkling white jade bottle. A substance that could increase her chances of passing the second heavenly blight tribulation by 80%, she'd never heard that such a mysterious substance existed in the world, and all existences that had attained the Tao realm were all peerless and terrifying figures that had dominated numerous eras. On this path, they comprehended the essence of the Tao and comprehended the method of transcendence. They had experienced many hardships and tribulations. However, she had never heard of a mysterious substance that could help Tao realm existences cultivate. This was because it required them to continuously accumulate magic power and break through restrictions and shackles. Gu Chang'e was not surprised by Ling Huang's reaction. Those in the Tao realm couldn't understand the essence and development of Tao, nor could they understand the evolution of matter. Because this was a cognitive process of Tao realm cultivation. Only when they were in this realm could they break through the restrictions of the natural order of life and develop inconceivable wisdom. Would they be able to understand what the Tao realm was and what the material realm was? And at this time, even if he explained to them in an extravagant manner, they would not be able to understand, and would only be more puzzled and at a loss. The substance in the small bottle is something that Tao realm existences need to cultivate. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. As long as you refine it, you will naturally experience its benefits. Could it be that you still think that I want to harm you? Guchanga smiled and explained to her with an easygoing expression. Ling Huang didn't think that Guchanga would harm her. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled. Of course I don't think that you will harm me. I just feel touched that you are explaining to me so patiently. She received the small white jade bottle. However, before she opened it and touched the substance inside, she felt an instinctive urge to swallow it. This made the smile on Ling Huang's face disappear. She stared at the small white jade bottle in her hand and became shocked, a little surprised, and a little incredulous. This was an indescribable feeling. It was like someone who had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a delicious meal. Or like someone who had been walking in the desert for a long time without drinking water and suddenly saw a lake in front of them. This was an instinct that came from one's soul. It was uncontrollable and unexplainable. It was as if it was innate. Young master, what substance is in this bottle? Why does it make me want to refine it so badly? My consciousness tells me that it is very important to me. Ling Huang's voice trembled slightly and was full of disbelief. A Tao realm existence could completely hide their karma and not be tainted by fate. They could eliminate all thoughts and thoughts. How could they not control their own instincts? And now, she was struggling to control her instincts so that she wouldn't do anything bad. She finally understood what Guchanga meant when he said those words. There really was a substance in this world that could help a Tao realm existence cultivate. This was something that could cause a group of Tao realm existences to kill each other madly. Even if it was just a strand, it could change the color of the sky and dye time and space red. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to understand what it is. However, you can understand it as spiritual energy in the eyes of mortals and immortal energy in the eyes of cultivators. Spiritual energy can help a cultivator cultivate and also allow a mortal to be reborn and live longer. As for immortal energy, it allows a cultivator to comprehend the changes of the immortal Tao and undergo an unimaginable transformation. Guchanga's gaze was calm and he faintly smiled. What he said was just a simple description. Naturally, it wasn't enough to explain the mysterious nature of the immortal substance and the creation substance. However, the Spirit Emperor also vaguely understood the preciousness of this material. She couldn't hide her excitement. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement as she said gratefully, "Young master, thank you so much." "Thank you, young master, for bestowing me with such a precious item. Ling Huang is extremely grateful. I will do my best to serve young master and not disappoint young master." This was her sincere expression and it was difficult for her to calm down. Not only her, but even the group of old ancestors and the white bone ancestor king wouldn't be able to calm down and treat this lightly. What were Tao realm existences most worried about? Naturally, it was the heavens blight tribulation that they couldn't pass. Celestials had 5 blights and Tao realm existences had 9 blights. Although every time they passed a blight, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. But if they couldn't pass the heavens blight tribulation, their body and soul would be destroyed and their Tao would vanish. And it could be said that the majority of existences would turn into dust and disappear. For Ling Huang, if she didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity or a way to change her fate in the future, she might stop before the second heaven's blight tribulation. Therefore, after learning that Chu Lian had a supreme treasure on him, she had schemed and plotted to seize it. "You worked hard for me, so I naturally won't treat you unfairly." Guchanga smiled. Ling Huang was excited and only wanted to go back and refine this mysterious substance, so Guchanga didn't let her continue to stay by his side. Although it was just a strand of the creation substance, it was enough for Ling Huang to refine for a long time. For Guchanga, this was just a catalyst. The development and changes that would follow were what he valued. After Ling Huang refined this strand of immortal substance, her strength would definitely undergo a great leap forward. Although it wasn't enough for her to immediately pass the second heaven's blight tribulation and enter the middle stage of the illusory Tao realm, it would give her a greater chance of success. As long as the ancestors of the spiritual ruins weren't blind, they would be able to see Ling Huang's change. Similarly, Ancestor White Bone, who pursued strength all his life, would definitely be able to see it. And Ling Huang's change only appeared after she followed Guchanga and worked loyally for him. What did this mean? Ancestor King White Bone and the group of spiritual Mount Imperial ancestors should be able to guess. Therefore, they will definitely try to find a way to get information from the Spirit Emperor. However, with the Spirit Emperor's intelligence, he will definitely not reveal anything. Therefore, they can only start with me. The only way is to gain my favor and work for me loyally. Only then will they be rewarded. Guchanga let out a soft chuckle. A strand of immortal substance and creation substance was enough for him to truly use the entire spiritual ruins. This was much simpler and more practical than any sort of threat. How could increasing his own strength be more important than prolonging the life of the spiritual ruins world behind him? Time passed quickly. It had been half a month since Ling Huang received the immortal substance and creation substance from Guchanga and returned to the palace to refine them. Guchanga might have lived in seclusion and stayed in the Virtuous Gathering Mountain Villa, but he was also paying attention to the overall movements of the spiritual ruins royal family. He currently didn't have much energy to refine the immortal substance and creation substance. He could only wait for Ling Huang to come out of seclusion so that she could collect the power of providence gathered by the spiritual ruins royal family over the years. During this period of time, the spiritual ruins royal family continued to recruit troops. Brilliant light shone in the various greater worlds, and divine light shot into the clouds. Flying ships and warships crossed space one after another and gathered continuously. The vast and mighty army was assembled in preparation for the upcoming war. This was an incredibly terrifying force with nearly 100 immortal kings. They could completely wipe out many of the new civilizations. Of course, this was different from the army that was currently fighting against the Daochan True World. On this ancient warship, all the forces of the spiritual ruins world were gathered. Aside from the 100 immortal kings, there was also a considerable number of quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors. After all, this was an order personally given by the oldest group of progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family. All the powerhouses in the 8 greater worlds did not dare to disobey. Over the years, the spiritual ruins royal family had raised hundreds of millions of battle-type tribes. These tribes had no intelligence. As long as they were provided with enough food and resources, they could grow madly. They were like chives that grew again and again after being cut. There were countless tribes like this in the lesser worlds under each greater world's jurisdiction. Unless the small world was destroyed or the resources were completely exhausted, these tribes would be able to rapidly develop and multiply in a very short period of time. In a war between civilizations, these domesticated races were often the weapons at the forefront of the war. Guchanga was quite satisfied with the overall situation of the spiritual ruins royal family. Right then, they only needed to confirm the coordinates of the immortal spirit civilization in the vast expanse before invading and occupying it. He was also paying attention to Chu Lian. Based on his various actions during this period of time, he guessed that the supreme treasure Chu Lian had obtained might be related to the power of Kismet. When the powerful civilizations in the vast expanse reached the peak of their power, they would usually create one or several supreme treasures to stabilize the river of Kismet and prevent the decline of their power. Comparatively speaking, the supreme treasures of each civilization were different. They had different mysteries and different focuses. Naturally, there were also differences in strength. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense. Supreme treasures related to the power of Kismet were very rare. For Chu Lian to be able to obtain a supreme treasure created by a civilization, his luck was naturally not simple. Based on what Guchanga knew, the spiritual ruins royal family did not have the right and foundation to create supreme treasures. Based on the current situation, Chu Lian and the vessel spirit of the supreme treasure he obtained did not seem to have realized what was going on. They were not very wary of Guchanga. Instead, they thought that he was very likely a young disciple of an ancient civilization who had descended here to participate in the trial. Guchanga had not thought of playing such an identity at first. However, during this period of time, he had some understanding and guesses after interacting with Chu Lian's junior sister. 2 Chu Lian had not completely let down his guard against him, but his junior sister was rather naive. Gu Changge sent someone to casually send some things to express his concern, which made her have a good impression of him. In the following few interactions and conversations, she could not help but mention some things that Chu Lian had said to her. This included guessing Gu Changge's background. Of course, it was not that Mingxiu was too stupid. It was just that her senior brother, Chu Lian, had been sent out by Gu Changge with a random reason. He had asked him to lead the rest of the guests and reverends to eliminate a demon that was causing chaos in a certain place. That was why Mingxiu could only stay in Assembly of Sages Mountain Villa alone. Besides cultivating, she was also rather bored. Some time ago, Chu Lian had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to convince all the guests and reverends to acknowledge his identity as a heaven guest. This also led to Mingxiu, who was his junior sister, being ostracized in Assembly of Sages Mountain Villa and did not have many friends. She was not old to begin with, and was in the prime of her life. She was not too wary of Gu Changge, who had given her and her senior brother a large amount of wealth. After learning about all of this, Gu Changge conveniently confirmed Chu Lian's and that treasure's tool spirit's guess, and dispatched people to give them another task to complete. They also gave Gu Changge an idea. With his current strength and the power of the army under his control, it was actually very difficult for him to take down a supreme true world that had noticed something. It was just like the Sudan true world that the grand ancestor of the spirit ruins, Xianxia, had mentioned. If he could not forcefully attack them on the surface, then why could he not change his perspective and train of thought? It had to be said that Chu Lian and the artifact spirit's guess gave Gu Changge some inspiration. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very feasible and would be much more convenient in his next plan. However, he had not found a second suitable target and could only put this matter aside for now. Half a month later, Emperor Ling woke up from her seclusion. She was originally at the early stage of the Void Dao realm, which meant that she had just passed the first heavenly blight tribulation. The strength she had accumulated was far from enough to touch the threshold of the second heavenly blight tribulation. While refining this wisp of eternity substance and creation substance, her strength had stabilized greatly and reached the limit of what she could bear. It could be said that she had reached the small perfection of the early stage of the Void Dao realm. Of course, she was still very far from the threshold of the second heavenly blight tribulation, but the increase in strength was extremely obvious. She had only absorbed less than 1% of the eternity substance and creation substance and could not truly refine them. Emperor Ling estimated that with her current strength, it would take her thousands of years or even longer to completely refine them. She was overjoyed, but she was not greedy. She needed to properly digest this power and take it step by step. Therefore, after coming out of seclusion, she came to find Gu Changge. According to his instructions, she sent people to build a formation and forge a container in the palace to collect the power of providence accumulated by the spiritual Mound royal family over the years. Xianxia, ancestor king by Gu, and the others naturally sensed the changes in Emperor Ling's body and were shocked. This was especially so for Xianxia and the other patriarchs who knew Emperor Ling well. They had poured a lot of resources into nurturing Ling Huang and watched her grow step by step. She had reached where she was today, so everyone knew how talented she was. Originally, it was already heaven-defying that Emperor Ling could enter the Dao realm and successfully pass the first heavenly blight tribulation. However, after following Gu Changge, her strength had increased by 20% compared to before. This was almost impossible and inconceivable for Xianxia and the others. For a time, they were all speculating. Many patriarchs also wanted to find Emperor Ling and ask her the reason. Emperor Ling thought that she had received great benefits from Gu Changge. Not only did she gain his trust, but the two of them had also confided in each other previously. Naturally, it was impossible for her to tell him this. Besides, she had Gu Changge standing behind her. Normally, she still had to be courteous to the group of patriarchs. But now, she couldn't be bothered with them and focused on working for Gu Changge. The old ancestors were dissatisfied. They gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. They nurtured the Spirit Emperor because they wanted to nurture a puppet to better control the spiritual Mound Imperial family. This would save them a lot of cultivation time. At the same time, he would collect more resources for them. Now, after this puppet had gained Xianxia's favor, it no longer had any respect for these patriarchs. Their hearts were filled with hatred and helplessness. This lord's origin is mysterious, and he might possess something that can help us cultivate. From a certain point of view, he bestowed it to Sovereign Ling. From a certain point of view, he also wants to tell us that if we focus on working for him, there will be many benefits. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being the great ancestor of the spiritual Mount Imperial family. He possessed great wisdom and quickly guessed Xianxia's goal. He quickly told the other patriarchs to be tactful and not disturb the Spirit Emperor, lest they anger Xianxia. No matter what, the Spirit Emperor was now considered one of his people and not a puppet they could control. If the Spirit Emperor remembered their old relationship, he would speak up for the spiritual Mount Imperial family in front of Xianxia. On the other hand, it would bring them great trouble. Xianxia saw all of this and wasn't surprised. Even the White Bone Ancestor King couldn't avoid this method of increasing one's strength, let alone them. Thus, while the army was gathering, some patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family would occasionally pay him a visit and take the initiative to express their loyalty. Among them, some had a premonition that they would soon welcome the second heavenly blight tribulation. However, with their strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive this tribulation and would die without a doubt. The great increase in the Spirit Emperor's strength this time allowed them to see the light of hope. Xianxia naturally wouldn't give out the eternity substance and creation substance so easily. He needed to spend a lot of time to condense them himself, and he felt that it wasn't enough for his usual cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Spirit Emperor to specially collect the power of providence. The patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family almost had hope written on their faces. Some even had the intention of giving up their lives for the soul light they cultivated and were willing to be slaves for Xianxia. At this point, as long as they could survive, it was more important than anything else. Xianxia naturally didn't agree. He didn't want to waste resources on these people. Currently, the Spirit Emperor and the White Bone Ancestor King were enough for him. If he fought with other civilizations in the future, these patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family would be no different from cannon fodder in his eyes. On the other side, the war between the Daochang True World and the Immortal Spirit civilization lasted for several years. Outside the vast battlefield, tragic sounds of killing could be heard almost every day. Bloody light soared into the sky and flooded the universe. Large amounts of corpses fell from the sky like rain. Most of the runes on the world embankment had been worn away, and they were no longer as dazzling as before. The powerful warriors of the Immortal Spirit civilization continuously captured the ancient runes on the world embankment and analyzed the profound mysteries within. During this process, they gradually understood some of the mysteries. Then, powerful warriors who surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm took action and tore open a terrifying hole at the edge of the vast battlefield. The vast army charged through the hole that had been torn open. The armies of the various races in the Daochang True World were forced to retreat and set up camp in the vast battlefield to fight against the Immortal Spirit civilization. Both sides suffered great losses in this war. Several immortal kings from the Daochang True World had already died. The Immortal Emperor from the other world was heavily injured and was forced to retreat back to the Daochang True World to heal his wounds. Of course, the Immortal Spirit civilization had also suffered great losses. The terrifying demonic figure standing on the ancient warship personally entered the battlefield and tore open the rune around the vast battlefield, making it easier for the army to descend. However, during the critical moment, one of the disciples of the ancient monk Ape Zen took action. A terrifying saber glare swept out and shattered the universe, forcing the terrifying demonic figure to retreat. Only then did it stop. During the next few years, the Immortal Spirit civilization's army still did not choose to attack with full force. They continued testing the Daochang True World's strength. Even so, the various races and Dao orthodoxies in the Daochang True World still suffered great losses. It was especially so for the immortal kings of several great races. They died in the war, and a large number of their people died. Even if the war ended, it would be difficult for them to recover in the future. Many of the ancient existences in the Daochang True World had already guessed the enemy's goal. As long as the war continued, the enemy would continue eating away at the Daochang True World's power. It was especially so for the ancient warship that looked like a shuttle. There were still many terrifying presences in it, but they had never entered the battlefield. In this sort of life-and-death war, the ones who played the decisive role were usually those who stood at the pinnacle of their power. This sort of existence could kill an immortal king with just one hand. They could move through the great worlds and defeat countless cultivators and living beings. I can already sense that there are 4 presences that surpass Dao Realm in this true world. The strongest among them should be about the same level as me. If we really fought, he might not necessarily be my opponent. One of the other 3 presences is also very powerful, but we only need to send 2 of our people who have gone through 2 metamorphoses to deal with it. Zhuiyu's gaze was aloof. Many strange substances shone on her flat face. In front of her was a crystal wall that shone with a dim light. She could clearly see the devastating war outside the Daochang True World. Countless living beings died. In her eyes, it was as natural as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. She did not show any emotion on her face. In front of her, the elites of the immortal spirit civilization stood solemnly. They were also paying close attention to the war manifested in the crystal wall. When Xianxia left her family this time, she brought many powerful warriors with her, and they belonged to the bloodline behind her. Among them, there were 6 people who had undergone a metamorphosis. Including her, there were 7 of them. This meant that there were 7 existences who had surpassed Dao Realm on her side. This was an incredibly terrifying and invincible power that could completely sweep through any new civilization or true world. However, Xianxia had always been careful. Even if her grandfather had divined her luck, she still needed to test the Daochang True World. That was why they had been continuously probing Daochang True World's strength. Once they learned of its true strength, they truly attacked, paying particular attention to killing in one strike. We can truly attack now. We don't have an advantage in numbers against the Dao Realm existences. Besides, I have a secret treasure of my family with me. During critical moments, I can disturb their minds. As Xianxia spoke, her eyes shone with a cold glare. Crystalline pieces of armor appeared and covered her body, turning into a streamlined and aesthetically pleasing armor that shone with a cold light. She intended to attack personally. Once she finished speaking, she disappeared from the ancient warship with a bang and appeared in the great cosmos outside. The other figures in the ancient battlefield quickly put on their spirit armors and held their weapons before disappearing. Daochang True World, Heaven Crusher Alliance's headquarters. The leaders of the various races and orthodoxies were gathered there, discussing major matters with solemn expressions. The atmosphere was heavy. Ancient monk Ape Zen, Gu Wuwang, Wine Sword Immortal, and the other existences in Dao Realm were also there, but their expressions were different. In front of them was an ancient mirror that was crystalline and flat. It shone with a sparkling light and reflected the scene outside Daochang True World. The vast and surging army was like the torrent of the universe. It continuously pressed down and killed, and its attacks were even more astonishing and terrifying than before. What made them uneasy was that the terrifying demonic figure standing on the ancient warship had started moving. As the army approached, it wanted to descend upon Daochang True World. Is the enemy launching their final attack and not intending to continue probing? A veteran quasi-immortal emperor asked with a solemn expression. They should have investigated the current situation of Daochang True World and gained confidence, or else they wouldn't have taken the risk to launch such a large-scale attack. Another ancient existence said in a low voice. Many people's hearts turned cold at that moment. They did not know what to do. Was there any way to deal with this sort of disaster? The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly heavy and oppressive. The existences in Dao Realm did not speak. The various races had suffered great losses during the war. They originally thought that they could stall for some time. But they did not expect that the enemy would come in such a menacing manner, see through the situation, and launch a full-out attack. Looks like we can only throw a cup of water into a burning cart of firewood and burn all our boats. Someone could not help but sigh, feeling that their chances of winning were slim. The enemy had clearly figured out the situation of Daochang True World. Once they gained confidence, they chose to launch an all-out attack. Even if the various races mobilized their armies to fight back, it was useless. The losses they had suffered over the years were simply too great. Even though it allowed the young and middle-aged prodigies of the various races to grow quickly, and quite a number of outstanding people had appeared, the price of this price was too high. However, such a price was truly too great. No one was willing to bear it. At that moment, a cult master of an ancient sect could not help but ask Gu Wuwang and the others, Vice Alliance Master, do we still not know the Alliance Master's whereabouts? His words caused the expressions of all the people in the hall to become lively. Many gazes fell on them, and there was a hint of anticipation in them. Even some of the new youths who had appeared over the years could not help but look over. They were incredibly curious about the Alliance Master, who was rumored to have caused everyone's expressions to change, fear, and respect. These youths were all outstanding people who had appeared over the years. There were both men and women. Some had outstanding talent, some had astonishing luck, and all of them had different serendipities. Their performances in the war against the immortal spirit civilization were incredibly shocking, and they were later brought to heaven-slaying alliance to be groomed. Vice Alliance Master Gu Wuwang stood in the hall in a black robe. His face was covered by a hood, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He only shook his head and said, "The Alliance Master has something important to do. We cannot rely on him for this." This answer caused many people's expressions to darken. Over the years, whenever this question was asked, Gu Wuwang's answer would always be the same. He would say that Gu Changge had something important to do. In the beginning, the people thought that this was true, but when they thought about it later, perhaps even the Vice Alliance Master did not know where Gu Changge was at that moment. His answer was only to make the people feel at ease so that their hearts would not scatter. Looks like there's a high possibility that the Alliance Master is no longer in Daochang True World and has long since abandoned this place. There were people who guessed that the Alliance Master had only built Heaven-slaying Alliance out of interest and had never thought about managing it. That's right. With the Alliance Master's strength, it would be easy for him to move about freely in the vast expanse. Why would he spend so much effort to do these things? At that moment, some whispers rose in the hall. The originally oppressive atmosphere became even heavier. If this had happened in the past, perhaps no one would have dared to say such things to slander Gu Changge and make wild guesses about him. But now, he was no longer in Daochang True World. The disaster had arrived, and it was hard to say whether Daochang True World would still exist at that time. Who would care about such things now? Even Gu Wuwang only frowned and did not ask them to keep quiet. Right now, the only ones who were able to maintain their tranquility were the ape Zen ancient monk and his disciples. Many people's gazes landed on the Dao realm existences in the hall, wanting to hear their opinions. Gu Wuwang remained silent, but his eyes seemed to be shining with light. He was calculating and thinking about something. The wine-sword immortal had also changed from his usual shabby appearance. His expression was incredibly solemn as he stared at the image of the great battle reflected in the ancient mirror. The multiverse in the barren lands continued crumbling. Its laws were destroyed, as if it was about to completely return to dust. Uncle Gu isn't the kind of person they say he is. When he was in Green Mountain Village, he treated people really well. How could he abandon the Daochang True World? Wang Xianxia, who had grown up a long time ago, now looked like a young swordsman. He stood on his master, the wine-sword immortal, and mumbled to himself softly in disbelief. In the great battle against the immortal spirit civilization, he had also shone brilliantly and killed many of his enemies. He could be considered to be a dazzling figure among his peers who were incredibly talented. At that moment, quite a number of the younger generation in the hall who had a good relationship with him could not help but start talking to him. Many people knew that Wang Xianxia, who had been taken in as the wine-sword immortal's disciple, had once called Gu Changge Uncle Gu. This also caused his identity to be rather unique. As for the reason, Wang Xianxia had never mentioned it to anyone. When they heard him call himself Uncle Gu, many people immediately had strange expressions appear on their faces, and they looked over. Wang Xianxia shook his head and did not say anything more about this topic. Gu Changge had once lived in Green Mountain Village for a period of time. Besides him and his master, the wine-sword immortal, very few people knew about him. The atmosphere in the hall was still heavy and oppressive. It was as if there were thick clouds pressing down on the people's heads, causing them to be unable to breathe. Many people stared at the devastating battle reflected in the ancient mirror, and they could not bear to see it, and grief rose in their hearts. I wonder if the Tao child has any news about the Alliance Master. He is highly regarded by the Alliance Master, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. He almost killed a quasi-immortal emperor from the immortal spirit civilization. As long as he has enough time, he will definitely be able to reach the level of the Vice Alliance Master and the others. The Alliance Master is grooming the Tao child as his successor. It's impossible for him to ignore the Tao child's safety. What's more, I heard that the Alliance leader's reverse scale was fighting against the foreign enemies in the vast expanse battlefield some time ago. There's no way the Alliance leader wouldn't care about her. That's true, but the Alliance Master doesn't have to care about us. He has backup plans to protect the people around him. What are we to him? Many people began to discuss in low voices as bitterness appeared on their faces. The most talked about was Wang Wushang, the current Daoist of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, and Gu Xian'er, who had appeared in the vast expanse battlefield a while ago and performed amazingly. Anyone who knew about the Upper Realm and Guchanga's past would know about Gu Xian'er's identity. That was why when they found out that she was killing enemies in the boundless battlefield, many ancient existences from the Heaven-Punishing Alliance were alarmed. They personally went there to bring her back, worried that something might have happened to her. In that place, even immortal kings didn't have the confidence to protect themselves. Although she was talented, she was too young to stop the army of the immortal spirit civilization. Unfortunately, Gu Xian'er didn't listen to them. She continued to stay there and kill enemies, and no one dared to attack her. The Heaven-Punishing Alliance could only keep an eye on her at all times, worried that something might have happened to her. Gu Xian'er's performance in the boundless battlefield was extremely outstanding. She killed several immortal kings from the immortal spirit civilization. This also greatly boosted the morale of the army from the Daochang True World. This also allowed her to gain a lot of prestige. Many powerful warriors were willing to follow her and fight bravely in the boundless battlefield. When the news reached the Daochang True World, many young and middle-aged prodigies also rushed over to fight against the enemies. Even the other Dao realm existence from the Daochang True World, Ming, personally appeared to protect Gu Xian'er. He was a person from the era of Khanate legends, and in terms of seniority, he was the oldest person in the Daochang True World. He knew that Gu Xian'er was the lord who had led the Heaven-Punishing Alliance in her previous life. Gu Xian'er might have already reincarnated and perhaps no longer cared about her past. However, to Ming, she was still a lord who was worthy of his respect and admiration. It was a pity that Gu Xian'er didn't want his protection. She felt that this battle was a form of training for her. It would allow her to grow faster and make up for what she lacked in the past. When Gu Xian'er was mentioned, the expressions of many people in the hall changed. Ming guessed their thoughts and swept his gaze across the crowd coldly. Miss Xian'er's decision to train in the boundless battlefield is her own decision. It has nothing to do with the Alliance chief. It's best if you don't set your sights on Miss Xian'er. In his eyes, Guchanga would definitely not ignore Gu Xian and the others. However, protecting one's family and one's lover was one thing, and protecting the entire Daochang True World was another. They couldn't be mixed together. Guchanga had said it before. What did the lives of the people in the world have to do with him? Since Ming had said so, the people in the hall naturally didn't dare to say anything else. They all fell silent. At that moment, ancient monk Ape Zen had a solemn expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, I came here with the intention of helping the immortal region get through this crisis, but I didn't expect that the enemy would be so strong. I'm weak, and I might not be able to provide much help when the time comes. He said those words because he wanted to tell the crowd the truth. If it was a matter of life and death, he would definitely not fight to the death. Before he came to the Daochang True World, ancient monk Ape Zen hadn't expected that the enemy they would run into would be so strong. During this period of time, the immortal spirit civilization had been investigating the Daochang True World's strength. On the other hand, weren't they also prying into the other party's strength? Master, Qing Feng's expression was slightly dejected. He might have the strength of an immortal king, but he wouldn't be of much use in this war. Ancient monk. Ape Zen cast him a glance and shook his head. As long as you're alive, you won't have to worry about not having firewood. This disaster is difficult to deal with. You must be mentally prepared. The 9 heavens might be far away, but I still have the ability to bring you and your people there. If Tao Lord Eternal Life had not ordered him to do so, he would not have asked about Qing Feng and the Daochang True World. He had no choice but to do so now. When even ancient monk Ape Zen said those words, the people's expressions became even more distressed. Quite a number of them felt despair, unable to see any hope. No matter what, this disaster is something all of us will have to face. It's useless to place our hopes on anyone at this moment. Even if we die in the end, we will make the invaders pay the price. An ancient existence in the hall sighed, no longer placing his hopes on Guchanga. No one could guess Guchanga's thoughts and plans, so how could they be sure whether he was planning to protect the Daochang True World? Before this, Guchanga did not have a good reputation. When his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by fear. Instead of placing their hopes on the vague hopes of Guchanga, it was better to truly rely on themselves. What are your plans, Vice Alliance Leader? We can only rely on you now. Some people cast their gazes on Gu Wuwang. Besides ancient monk Ape Zen, Gu Wuwang could be considered the strongest expert in the Daochang True World. If he could turn the tide, then perhaps there would be a chance for a change in the situation. The long river of destiny has not dried up. Even if it is a disaster, there is still life. Gu Wuwang said calmly. The instant his words left his mouth, a frightening scene suddenly appeared in the ancient mirror. At the edge of the vast battlefield, a terrifyingly large black hand suddenly descended from the starfields. Along with the fragments of time and the great Tao, it tore through the great cosmoses and sank them. This is bad. The existence in Tao realm has taken action. The immortal spirit civilization is about to launch a full attack. When they saw this, Ming and the Wine Sword Immortals' expressions changed, and they instantly disappeared from the hall. The leaders of the various races were also shocked and horrified. They turned into divine light and rushed out to look at the vast battlefield. Even if there was an endless distance between them, they could see that the sky had shattered and was completely pierced through. Terrifying waves of power pressed down and covered the entire area. The great Tao trembled, and the light on the world dike was quickly extinguished. The pillars of light that could easily destroy an army crumbled in an instant, turning into a rain of light that broke through the dike and scattered in all directions. A terrifying figure seemed to be standing in the depths of multiple dimensions of time and space, looking down at the entire Daochang True World coldly. He stretched out his hand, which was as black as ink, and pierced through the great cosmoses below him layer by layer. It covered the entire world. Mountains and rivers collapsed, planets exploded, and the cosmos was instantly torn to ashes. No living being or cultivator could stop it. It was like smoke that scattered when the wind blew. It disintegrated in midair and disappeared. Boom, the hand shuddered lightly, and many of the broken universes at the edge of the vast battlefield crumbled and disintegrated. The ancient warship that rested there even more so exploded, completely shattering. The great river of time was directly evaporated. No matter what sort of living being it was, they could not withstand this sort of wave of power. It was a wave of power that completely crushed them. This was the wave of power when an existence in Tao realm attacked. He merely stretched out his hand and did not use any divine abilities, but it could already be said to be able to destroy the world and reopen the chaos. Rumble, the laws of the world crashed into each other. The laws of Tao were obliterated, and violent sounds of turbulence rang out. Behind the terrifying figure was an even larger army from the immortal spirit civilization. It was so vast that it covered the sky and the sun. The terrifying fog stretched across the heavens and the earth, as if there was no end in sight. Boundless black clouds covered the sky, shrouding the entire area in all directions. Behind the army stood many terrifying figures. They were too large, and their presences were incredibly terrifying. They were so oppressive that everyone found it hard to breathe. The immortal spirit civilization invaded on a large scale. An endless army rushed out from the shuttle-shaped ancient warship. Worlds opened up one after another, and more living beings surged out. They were endless, completely drowning the world. Everyone, listen to my orders. Break through the barriers of the worlds and slaughter all existences above a mortal realm in this true world. The terrifying figure who attacked gave the order. The hand did not retreat and continued to strike down. It wanted to break through the barriers of the world so that the army could rush over more easily. Boom, a violent tremor rang out, as if it wanted to destroy all the universes. "You're courting death." The wine sword immortal rushed out and sent out a sword aura that could cut through space and time and annihilate the laws of Tao. He wanted to cut down the hand. Since the existence in Tao realm from the immortal spirit civilization had attacked, he naturally had nothing to say. He fought the other party to the death. In an instant, his figure pierced through many spaces and appeared in the endless world beyond. Laughable. You want to stop us with just this amount of power? Over the countless years, there are plenty of true worlds that are much stronger than you. If you know what's good for you, don't fight back. Become our slaves and serve as our slaves. Then, you can continue to live. Another person from the immortal spirit civilization who was equivalent to Tao realm appeared. There was a strange ripple around him, as if he did not exist in reality. It also seemed like he had been placed in the universe and was always there. At the edge of the vast battlefield, Abyss rushed out. With an aloof expression, he fought against that person. When the battle erupted, the remaining waves alone were enough to make immortal kings explode. Boom! At that moment, figures rushed out from many directions in Daochang True World. Their levels of cultivation varied. Some were equivalent to immortal kings, and some were quasi-immortal emperors. They continued fighting. The world was overturned, and the great cosmos collapsed. The immortal spirit civilization's army was like a hot knife through butter. They could not fight back. In another direction, existences equivalent to Tao realm appeared as well. The hand only shook, and space and time were destroyed. Forget immortal kings, even immortal emperors coughed up blood and exploded. At that moment, ancient monk Ape Zen had no choice but to bring his disciple to fight against those existences equivalent to Tao realm as well. Fortunately, his level of cultivation was stronger, and he was only slightly weaker than Gu Wuwang. Those enemies were also equivalent to those who had gone through their first and second decay in Tao realm, so they could somewhat handle them. The final battle came too suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. Many people in Daochang True World did not even manage to react to it. In just an instant, the vast battlefield was lost, and a large part of the universe fell. Many regions crumbled and disintegrated in an instant. The cultivators and living beings in them did not even have the chance to react before they turned into a rain of light. Countless people were fighting, from immortal kings to mortal Tao domain cultivators. Within the various small worlds, sounds of battle could also be heard. Gu Xian'er was bathed in blood. He fought against several immortal kings alone, but he still had the strength to help the other people in the battlefield. In another region, his younger sister, Xianxia, was also fighting. Her black hair was dyed in blood, and there were many wounds on her body. No one was spared from the battle that affected the entire Daochang True World. The immortal spirit civilization's army came in too fiercely, and it was far more terrifying than any of the previous attacks. There were also Tao realm existences supporting them, and they broke through the barriers of the great cosmos. The Daochang True World's army could only retreat continuously. In the blink of an eye, many of the cosmoses outside the immortal region were occupied. Many people's eyes turned red, and they fought without any regard for their own safety. If they continued retreating, then their final line of defense would crumble. The heartland of Daochang True World, the worlds and cosmoses where the various races and orthodoxies were located would welcome a destructive blow. The worlds were in turmoil. An endless amount of blood-red light surged into the heavens. Large swathes of universes collapsed under the battle. The cultivators living in them exploded continuously under the attacks of the immortal spirit civilization's army. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Many figures rushed out of the Daochang True World. To fight against the army, they fought to the death, not caring about anything else. Even if they died, they would make the other party pay a terrible price. Boom! In the depths of the universe in the distance, blood-red light surged into the heavens. An immortal king faced two people of the same level, but in the end, he could not win against them and chose to self-destruct. The fruit of Tao crumbled, and a terrifying power shook the entire river of time, heavily injuring the two enemies. Their bodies exploded, and they were forced to retreat. But even so, they could not stop the immortal spirit civilization's army. There was not even the slightest sign of slowing them down. There was still a shocking battle erupting in the depths of spacetime. Those were ripples of power belonging to immortal emperors. Among the few remaining immortal emperors in the Daochang true world, there was one who was fighting against his opponent. A terrifying aura burst forth at that moment, turning into black light that shattered the fog of chaos to reveal his appearance. It was a middle-aged man with black hair that fell on his shoulders. His chi surged, and his eyes were like a sea of lightning that could see through time and space. This was the first time he revealed his true appearance before others, but his current state was not right. He was injured. There were people of the same level as him from the immortal spirit civilization who sensed his ripples of power and descended to kill him with their companions. The ripples of power from the battle between immortal emperors had already spread to other dimensions, not the current one. But even if a hint of it leaked out, it would be a devastating disaster to the other living beings. Compared to the immortal spirit civilization, the Daochang True World's foundation was too weak, especially since they had not recovered from the second calamity. On the other side, the great commander from the immortal palace's surviving races was also fighting against someone of the same level as him. His silver armor was dyed in blood, and he held a silver spear. The light from his spear cut through the universe and shook it. His opponent was also someone of the same level as him. He had fought against the immortal emperor from the other world before, and he also had companions by his side. The two of them worked together to fight against him and firmly gained the upper hand. They did not even use their full strength. The immortal emperor from the other world had been injured badly when he fought against this person outside the vast expanse. He had yet to heal, and it was difficult for him to bring out his peak state. These were the immortal emperors that the Daochang True World could fight against as of then. They could not compare to their opponents at all. On the ancient warship that was shaped like a flying shuttle, there were a few figures that were shrouded in the dust of primal chaos. They didn't make a move, and they just watched coldly and watched the situation of the battle. Without a doubt, this was also in existence on the level of Immortal Emperor realm. Space-time fragments and great Dao mists curled around his body, suppressing the universe to the point where it was about to collapse and explode. The power of the new True World and the ancient True World could not be surpassed. Even with Daochang True World's current power, it was impossible for it to hope to fight against them. And this was only a portion of the power of one of the clans in the Immortal Spirit Civilization. If the Immortal Spirit Civilization decided to invade with all their forces, then True Daochang World would definitely not have a chance to fight back. Not to mention that there were two figures comparable to the Dao realm who were still standing there without making a move. That incomparable pressure made it hard for the army from Daochang True World to breathe. It was as if they were suffocating. Their souls trembled, and they were filled with fear and despair. Are you still going to put up a desperate struggle? You are not the Immortal Spirit Civilization's opponent at all. Be smart and seal your own limbs and arcane powers. Then, you might be able to keep your lives. The Immortal Spirit Civilization has fought in the vast expanse world and destroyed countless true worlds. The true worlds that were far stronger than you were all reduced to ashes and buried under our feet. It is your honor to be enslaved by us. Aren't you going to be grateful? Zhuyu was clad in armor. His entire body shone as he stood outside Daochang True World. There was an aloof look on his face, and the ripples of his voice spread through the various universes and great worlds. When countless living beings and cultivators heard his words, they lifted their heads in fear and terror. She appeared there with a terrifying presence that surpassed those in Dao realm spreading out from her body. It covered the sky. All sorts of terrifying substances surrounded her. Some of them were like flowing streams of light, some were like heavenly lightning, some were like flames. They did not have a definite shape, as if they were an unknown deity that had transcended the world. This is truly a rare blood-red feast. The blood-red flower is so beautiful, but it's a pity that it will soon wither again. Another blurry figure beside Zhuyu spoke as well. He had a cruel and callous smile on his face. He treated the great battle as a beautiful sight and admired the blood-red flower that bloomed in the universe. This was another existence in Dao realm who had not attacked. He was also a supreme warrior from the Immortal Spirit Civilization who had gone through a metamorphosis in his heart. His strength was only below Zhuyu's. We have no grudge against you, so why did you descend and slaughter us? An ancient existence in Daochang True World roared furiously with bloodshot eyes and bone-deep hatred in his heart. He had lived for a long time, but his level of cultivation was only that of a true immortal. In the great battle, he could only be cannon fodder. He could only watch as many of the people he was familiar with died, crumbled, disintegrated, and turned into blood fog. This filled his heart with hatred and pain. He wanted to kill all the invaders to quell the anger in his heart. Why are we talking to them? Even if I have to sacrifice my last drop of blood, I will not submit. I will make them pay the price. There was also an ancient cultivator roaring furiously in another great cosmos. His entire body shone with light, and he chose to self-destruct to fight against his enemies. The situation in the other great cosmoses was also incredibly tragic. Some people were covered in wounds. Their blood had almost run dry, but they were still fighting against their enemies. Master has passed away, and we have been stuck in this realm for many years. It's difficult for us to improve. We have let down our master. Today, I hope that we can protect Master's homeland with this remaining body. In a land of a great sect that had already fallen, several old men whose blood had dried up used the last of their strength to burn their essence. Crimson rays of light rushed out from the top of their skulls, and they led all their disciples to charge forward. So what if we burn the last bit of our remaining strength today? We are cultivators who practice the will of heaven and follow our hearts. Why should we be afraid of a battle? We will live and die together with Dao Chang True World. In another great cosmos, old men with white hair and stubble on their beards walked out of their land. Their chi had long since declined, but they were not afraid of death. They wanted to continue fighting for their foundation. Their levels of cultivation were different. The strong were already in the immortal realm, and the weak were only in the mortal realm. Kill them. Countless cultivators and living beings rushed forward. They had long since cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Their eyes were filled with madness. Foolish living beings, you are ants trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. The figure beside Shui Yu watched all of this with disdain. His eyes were filled with indifference. Shui Yu was also indifferent. She did not show any change in her expression. She had seen this too many times. Many people in the true worlds occupied by the immortal spirit civilization were like this. They wanted to fight to the death to protect their homeland. But so what? It would not change anything. But there's something strange, there was still some doubt in Shui Yu's heart. She had noticed some abnormalities. The living beings who had died did not seem to have truly had their bodies and souls destroyed. There seemed to be some sort of power protecting these souls, not letting them completely disappear. If you want to destroy this world, then you must think carefully about what sort of price you will have to pay. Gu Wuwang's figure also appeared at that moment. He appeared in front of Shui Yu and spoke calmly. He did not attack immediately. Although he was not weaker than Shui Yu, the immortal spirit civilization had always been mysterious. Their method of existence was very unique, and it was very difficult to completely kill them. Besides, there was another existence beside him who was only slightly weaker. If they fought, she would definitely lose. Shui Yu was not surprised to see him appear. She only said coldly, "My immortal spirit civilization has dominated the vast expanse for countless eras. This is the first time I've heard a new true world threaten us." The figure beside her was called Shuhua. He let out a derisive laugh. "Sir, could it be that you think you can stop all of us by yourself? Since it was not easy for you to reach this step, it's best if you don't seek your own death. Why don't you let us leave behind a soul imprint so that we can control you? Perhaps in the future, you will have a chance to transform." The new true world might have the spark of the immortal Tao civilization, but it had not yet fully developed. However, even if it had grown to the level of an ancient true world, it would not be able to make the immortal spirit civilization pay attention to it. After all, the immortal spirit civilization could be considered as one of the most powerful civilizations below the most powerful civilizations. It was ranked in the upper middle. The turbid race behind them alone had the power and resources to sweep through some of the ancient true worlds. Gu Wuwang's expression was still very calm. He was not affected by the words of the two people. He simply said, "I'm just reminding you of this. If you stop now, give the various races enough compensation, kneel down, and repent sincerely, there may be a chance for things to turn around. Otherwise, when the time comes, the civilization behind you will face a great calamity and be destroyed." At that time you will regret what you did today. Gu Wuwang spoke very calmly, as if he was explaining something very simple. I think you've gone mad. Look at the situation now, and you're still saying such foolish words. Do you think we're stupid? That we'll face a great disaster? Do you think we're easy to fool? That a new true world can't even fight against one of our warships, and that our civilization will face destruction? Before Shuyu could speak, Shuhua, who was beside her, sneered again. His voice spread through all the universes and great worlds without bothering to hide it. He thought that Gu Wuwang had gone mad. Perhaps he knew that he could not turn this situation around at the last moment, so he wanted to trick them. What a joke. This is just a painful struggle before death. It's just a baseless fantasy. When the powerful warriors of the immortal spirit civilization who were fighting in the other battlefields and spacetime heard these words, they could not help but laugh loudly. Many of them had pity on their faces, as if they were watching an ant struggling in pain before death. Many of the powerful warriors in the Daochang true world knew what Gu Wuwang meant. There was originally some hope in their eyes, but in the blink of an eye, it faded away. Shuiyu's eyes flickered. She remembered the uniqueness of this true world. Since the flame seed of the immortal Tao had been left behind, then there must have been an unfathomable existence who had once stayed in this true world. Could this person be talking about that unfathomable existence? Grandfather divined for me that there won't be any danger. This person is just trying to trick us. If there was really such an existence keeping watch over this true world, why would he only appear now? And say these things? When Shuyu thought of this, her expression became aloof again. She laughed coldly. Unfortunately, your tricks are useless against us. I've already seen through your plans. You can't trick us. Gu Wuwang sighed in his heart. In truth, he did not have much hope. He only wanted to stall for time, but he did not expect that Shuhua would see through it so quickly. However, he still said calmly, I hope you won't regret it in the future. That Lord's rage is not something the civilization behind you can quell. You're just asking for death. Shuhua's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Gu Wuwang would continue saying those words. It made him angry, and he attacked. He and Gu Wuwang instantly fought. Their figures filled the entire universe in an instant as they rushed into the world beyond. Shuyu also knew that Gu Wuwang was the strongest person in Daochang True World at the moment. As long as he got rid of him, there would be no hope for the war. It would soon end. She also attacked. Her boundlessly powerful presence was far stronger than that of any of the Dao realm existences. Time and space exploded, and the chaos became chaotic. The countless living beings in Daochang True World noticed this scene, and they were incredibly worried and terrified. Even the Abyss, Wine Sword Immortal, and the others who were fighting against the other Dao realm cultivators from the immortal spirit civilization were no exception. Progenitor, in a great cosmos, Gu Xian'er also noticed this scene. She put away her worry, and her gaze was calm and cold. Her figure moved like a swan as she moved through the universe. Her sword swept through the air, and the sword light moved through millions of leaves. It cut down planets, cut galaxies, and cut through universes. The immortal spirit civilization's army that rushed forward was cut into pieces and turned into ashes under the sword light. At the same time she fought against the two immortal kings, she still had the strength to stop the army's attack. Xian'er, if this continues, there will be no way to break out of this situation. There are simply too many enemies. No matter how strong you are, sooner or later, you will be exhausted to death. Hurry up and retreat. Don't continue taking risks. By her side, the big red bird shouted anxiously. It was incredibly worried and did not think that Gu Xian'er could continue holding on. There were simply too many powerful warriors from the immortal spirit civilization. She could still fight back and forth against the immortal kings. However, once she ran into an existence that surpassed the immortal kings, accidents might happen. I can't retreat. If I retreat, who will protect the villagers of Peach Village? Who will protect Master, Village Chief, and the others? Gu Xian'er shook her head. Her breathing was very calm, and her tone was also very calm. As she spoke, she sent out another wave of sword aura. It swept through millions of miles and stopped the charging army. Girl, why are you so foolish? Even if you stay here, you won't be able to stop them. You're so stupid. With your talent, you should just find a place and cultivate for a few hundred years. Then, you'll be able to easily defeat these people. The big red bird was anxious. It felt like there was something wrong with this girl's head. At this juncture, she was not thinking about running for her life but still wanted to resist. If the other immortal emperors were to free themselves or notice them, how was she supposed to fight against them? After all, the life-saving items Xianxia had given her had all been used up in the heavenly tomb. Xianxia did not have any life-saving items now. Previously, she still had her masters and Tao Yao to protect her. But now, if she really encountered a life-threatening situation, then only death would await her. I know what you said, but I can only do my best. I cannot watch these people die miserably and do nothing. Besides, I was once the true mountain and sea world's Tao child. This world used the kismet of all eras to help me grow. I am indebted to it. Xianxia's expression was very calm. As she quickly attacked, she answered. How could she not know this? But if she chose to flee at this moment, then she would be betraying her Tao heart. This was definitely not her character and choice. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she felt as if there was some kind of power supporting her from the unseen world. Her nascent divinity was shining. The essence of the heaven incarnation she had absorbed earlier was turning into a vast amount of magic power. Your nascent divinity is transforming into the light of a quasi-immortal emperor. It might only be a hint, but it's just an opportunity. The big red bird could not help but be shocked. It could only be said that Xianxia was indeed a person born to face calamity. During the battle, her nascent divinity actually gave birth to an opportunity to transform. If the transformation went smoothly, she could break through and become a quasi-immortal emperor in one go. Her strength would undergo a tremendous change. At that moment, in another direction, there were tens of millions of cold knife lights. They were also whistling over. They were going to split the great universe. The other two opponents were also taking action, their faces carrying anger. They never thought that they would be held back by a young girl, unable to take her down in a short period of time. They were existences comparable to immortal kings. Even in the immortal spirit civilization, they were supreme experts who ruled over many worlds and were extremely powerful. The young girl in front of them was clearly young, but her cultivation was not inferior to theirs. Let's join hands and quickly capture this woman. Don't let her complete her transformation. Otherwise, none of us will be her match. One of them coldly grunted. He noticed the change in Xianxia. His words shook the entire universe, and he showed no mercy. Xianxia raised her jade-like hand. The fluctuations of her Tao filled the air, turning into an immortal ancient shield. It shone with resplendent light and blocked this attack. How terrifying were the shockwaves from the battle between Zhuqiu immortal kings. Boom, a great explosion happened here. It was as if countless stars exploded. The radiance was dazzling, making it hard for one to open their eyes. It was enough to destroy all Tao laws. Her figure trembled slightly, retreating several tens of thousands of li in the cosmos before stabilizing her body. Then, she brandished her sword again. Sword energy scattered out, millions and millions of strands covering the sky dome, shaking up the long river of time, cleansing past and present. Xianxia fought a great battle against them again. Sword energy and knife light weaved about, wreaking havoc in this ruined cosmos. Tao laws shattered. In that instant, they were blasted into ashes. At this time, even if other immortal kings entered this place, they would still be in danger. Countless strands of destructive aura extended, continuously seeping in, wiping out everything. The void was already riddled with holes, filled with great rifts. Strong winds blew out, biting cold and soul-shattering. Immortal spirit civilization's two immortal king-level experts' methods were tyrannical and powerful. One of them brandished a black heavenly blade light enough to sever the great cosmos. It was boundlessly brilliant, crushing down. It was bone-chilling cold, like an autumn wind that swept through the heavens, bringing with it a destructive aura. The other person's methods weren't simple either. When his large hand was brandished, all kinds of terrifying methods swept through the sky, cutting through space and time, directly slaughtering towards Xianxia, killing intent on full display. Immortal king laws that blotted out the sky and covered the earth descended with a loud rumble. In an instant, they submerged this battlefield, causing the endless void to suddenly explode. Then, there was another blade, extremely strange. The aura seemed to have come from the long river of time, releasing the immortal will and killing intent of an immortal king, shocking the entire world. These two immortal king existences had been familiar with each other for many years, often sparring and discussing the Tao together on how to cooperate against enemies. When they joined forces, even if it was three immortal kings of the same level, they could still contend against them. Gu Xian'er's beautiful brows furrowed, momentarily encountering a dangerous situation. She quickly retreated towards the great cosmos behind her, instantly retreating millions and millions of li. However, the two's killing moves were like maggots in one's bones, following closely behind. The star domains along the way exploded and collapsed, directly collapsing. The entire cosmos was about to explode, unable to bear this type of aftermath at all. I already told you not to force yourself. If something unexpected happens to you, if Guchanga finds out, he won't be able to obliterate my true soul. The big red bird couldn't help but cry out in alarm, its eyes revealing human-like fear. Gu Xian'er didn't have time to pay it any attention, firing out streak after streak of great Tao symbols, divine light brilliant, every single symbol the size of a star, trying to resist the two's killing moves. However, these two immortal kings were much more powerful than the immortal kings she faced before, to the extent where she felt like they were about to reach half-immortal emperor level. Under their joint attacks, the other immortal kings would instantly explode into bloody mist. If not for Gu Xian'er being powerful, far exceeding ordinary immortal kings, she might have long been injured as well. In the heavenly tomb, she obtained many magical artifacts. Right now, they were all activated, flying out. However, most of them were damaged, precious pagodas, ancient cauldrons, all of them turning into dazzling divine light, all of them smashing towards the two. Boom! The universe trembled, and the black blade light flew past. These magical artifacts trembled, then exploded, turning into powder that dissipated. Where do you think you're going? The immortal king who attacked had a cold expression. There seemed to be a huge star rotating in his eyes that could obliterate all things. It was impossible for them to let Gu Xian'er complete her metamorphosis. At that moment, they attacked with all their strength and also activated their own immortal king magical artifacts. Ugh, Gu Xian'er coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her skirt, which was already stained with blood, became even redder. She continued retreating towards the great universe behind her. Time and space became blurry as she avoided the other immortal king's killing move. In the other battlefields, quite a number of people noticed this scene, and worry appeared on their faces. However, at that moment, they couldn't spare any energy to help Gu Xian'er. Even they themselves were like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The battle on Gu Xian'er's side was only a small part of the entire battlefield. The Daochang True World's foundation was far inferior to the immortal spirit civilizations. The difference in the number of powerful warriors was too obvious, and there was already a clear cut. The immortal spirit civilization could send out 2 or even 3 people at the same level as them to fight against the Daochang True World. At that moment, even if someone with astonishing talent could fight against several people at the same time, sooner or later, they would be exhausted. On the other side, the battle was equally shocking. The battle between those in Tao realm was no longer something that cultivators in the path of immortals could see. Many dimensions were shattered. They could only see a blurry hand slapping through the air. Even the river of time had evaporated. An endless amount of Tao fragments flew into the air and rushed towards the broken universes. Miss Xian'er, Abyss, who was fighting against his opponent, frowned. He noticed the situation on Gu Xian'er's side. You still have time to pay attention to others when you're fighting against me? You should worry about your own life first. His opponent was a figure who looked like an alien race. He did not reveal his true form, and there was a mocking expression on his flat face. They stood in an unworldly land, lawless and lawless. The shockwaves from their fight could give birth to the power of world's birth and destruction. When they fought, they could see the evolution of the great world and the collapse of the great universe. Light washed over the entire river of time, shining from ancient times until now. This could no longer be described as a Tao spell or divine ability. It was already an unpredictable and unfathomable power. It could create a world, but it could also destroy it. The world in front of them seemed complete, but in truth, in the eyes of those in Dao realm, it had already been born and destroyed countless times. Abyss sighed. Although Gu Xian'er was in danger, he did not have the time to care about other things. He was held back by his opponent and could not help. Xian'er, don't force yourself. When it's time to save your life, it's most important. The big red bird flapped its wings. As the artifact spirit of Gu Xian'er's former weapon, it did not have much power now and could not help her at this time. When it saw the two immortal kings charging at it with full power again, it was also very anxious and worried. Gu Xian'er ignored it. He tried to condense the light of a quasi-immortal emperor while dodging the opponent's attacks. The great universe trembled, quickly collapsing. Under the attacks of the immortal kings, it was quickly torn apart. I got it. You little girl, don't tell me you want to risk your life to force Xianxia out? At this time, the big red bird seemed to have suddenly thought of something, shouting out loudly. Gu Xian'er was just about to bring out the Dao sword, release an ultimate strike, but her figure almost staggered. She really couldn't stand this chattering big red bird anymore. Her delicate and fair fists clenched, wanting to throw it away. Shut up. I have the ability to deal with these two enemies, I don't need that fella to save me. However, you seem to have reminded me. Gu Xian'er scolded it softly and then muttered to it in a low voice. Even when facing this type of danger, she still didn't truly feel any worry about retreating. Realm shaking shadowless, immediately afterwards, she took a deep breath, her eyes calm. A drop of blood that carried resplendent radiance flew out from between her brows, landing on the Dao sword she always held. A terrifying ray of light rushed into the sky, wanting to tear apart the world. She did not hesitate. The Dao sword she brought out swung out once again. It let out clanging sounds, as if it wanted to turn the world upside down. At that moment, endless shadows of swords appeared beside her. They were not illusions, but were formed by the ultimate law of the Dao of sword. In an instant, countless flying swords moved about freely in the great universe. Some were as red as blood, some were yellow like the morning sun, some were blue like the ocean, some were like the sun, some were like the brilliant moon. Countless shadows of swords slashed down like long arcs that could destroy the universe. They were densely packed together, endless, and turned into a universe of swords. Why did she suddenly become so much stronger? The expressions of the two immortal kings who were chasing after her changed at that moment. They did not expect that the girl would have such a method. The war in Daochang True World swept through all universes and worlds from the vast expanse battlefield. Practically no races were spared, and they were all fighting against each other. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance. On an island surrounded by rising rays of light and surging immortal aura, Wang Wushang sat cross-legged on the island. The dazzling light of a quasi-immortal emperor appeared in his sea of consciousness, and his entire person seemed to have undergone some sort of shocking change. The devastating war in the world outside did not seem to affect him at all. The more people who die in this war, the better. When the time comes, I'll come and clean up the mess. I can use the power of the fragmented souls who died to restore the life force of the Abyss Defiance. It's about time that the great show of possession of Daochang True World begins. Wang Wushang was an I-Chin. He looked at the scene in the sky without joy or sorrow on his face. He did not participate in the war. That was not all. There were many presences comparable to immortal kings lying in wait on the island. There were also several quasi-immortal emperors guarding the island. Even if the great army of the immortal spirit civilization arrived, they could fight against them without fear. As a Dao child of the Heaven Crusher Alliance, he had roped in many races over the years, and there was no lack of super elites who surpassed immortal kings among them. Unfortunately, there was no one comparable to Dao Realm by his side as of then. However, the war of the immortal spirit civilization's invasion of Daochang True World was the best opportunity for an I-Chin. The secrets of the universe were in chaos at the moment, and all the powerful warriors were fighting against their enemies. Even Gu Wuwang and the others did not have the time to care about other things, so how could they notice his small actions? He already had the power of a quasi-immortal emperor. As long as he completely possessed this true world, his power would jump to the level of Dao Realm. At that time, he would be equivalent to the new true spirit of Daochang True World, and the power he could bring out in this true world would be even greater. After the war, both the Daochang true world and the power of the immortal spirit civilization would definitely not be at their peak. With the unique innate talent of the Abyss Defiance, Enichen could definitely seize the chance to possess and refine the other existences in Dao realm. As long as he could successfully take over a person's body, his advantage would snowball like a rolling snowball. At that time, I will be invincible in this true world. Enichen's eyes were filled with ambition. At that moment, his nascent divinity spread out like fog. In an instant, it covered 1,000,000 lis. While the chaos was going on, it started spreading in all directions. The arrangements he had made over the years were starting to come into effect. End of chapter 997. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.